Why did this Otsutsuki Sharon suddenly stop moving? Is he AFK? No, he's playing mind games with me. No way, you're even spamming emojis in chat now. How am I supposed to put up with that? The summoning technique, Outer Path Ghetto statue. I have no identity of my own, nor do I wish to live wearing anyone else's face. You still dare to contend with me, the white mask. Natsume put down his phone and walked out onto the balcony. A gust of wind swept past. Something's not right. I can actually see the shadow of the wind. I must be exhausted lately. Natsume took out a lighter, preparing to light a cigarette. Why does this feel so off? He stared at the flame flickering from the lighter, and the more he looked the stranger it seemed. I can see the shadow of fire. This has to be an illusion. I should wash my face and get some rest. At that moment lightning flashed across the sky. That's the shadow of lightning. Natsume hurriedly left the balcony and went to the bathroom. He turned on the faucet and stared blankly at the flowing water. Does water have a shadow too? While Natsume was still in a daze, a cloud of earth shot toward him and struck his body. Where did this lump of dirt come from? It even has a shadow. No, seeing the shadow of a cloud of earth is normal. You can actually see the shadows of wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth. A voice echoed through the room. Who's speaking? Natsume looked around the room but saw no one, only a small white cat. The kitten leapt lightly onto Natsume. I didn't expect you to be able to see the shadows of wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth. The cat can talk. Natsume suddenly felt the world spin around him and fainted. When Natsume woke up, what greeted his eyes was a lush, verdant forest. Where on earth have I ended up? Is this still in my own country? Natsume immediately searched his body and found only a single card. Citizen of the Land of Fire Natsume, this is an identity certificate. The Land of Fire. Don't tell me I've crossed over into the world of Naruto. Ding. Host Natsume detected. Host Natsume possesses the ability to see the shadows of wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth. Ding. The Little Cat game system is at your service. The novice gift pack is now loading. The host's ultimate mission is to change the fate of the ninja world through games. Upon completing the final mission, the host may freely travel between the ninja world and Blue Star, and any Ryo earned in the ninja world can be legally brought back to Blue Star. Little Cat game system. You're that white cat. Games, huh? For now, the priority is figuring out where I am. Natsume looked around. Trees stretched out in all directions. He was clearly in the middle of a forest. System is the Novice Gift Pack done loading. Novice Gift Pack loaded. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a shop property located in Konoha of the Land of Fire. Within the shop, the host will be in an invincible state. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ultimate secret, Peerless ability. As long as the host recites the ultimate move voice line from the Naruto mobile game's ninja cards, you can use that ninja's skills. Currently only one ninja card skills can be used at a time, they cannot be stacked. Natsume burst into loud laughter when he saw the contents of the novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo ultimate card. The host can now use the skills Basic Attack Susanoo Blaze Release Kagetsuchi and Susanoo Piercing Strike. Because the host laughed 9 times in a row, it matches the ultimate voice line of Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo, the 4 maniacal laughter lords card. Natsume froze, never having imagined the system could be triggered this way. If I'd laughed 7 times just now, wouldn't I have been able to use Uchiha Obito 4th Great Ninja Wars skills? The host is truly clever. You... Suddenly Natsume felt the ground trembling. Something was charging toward him. It was a wild boar barreling straight in his direction. Perfect timing, just right to test my new skills. Say no. Natsume used Susanoo's arm to seize the wild boar. He covered half his face with his right hand, revealing one eye. Amaterasu. Black Amaterasu flames engulfed the boar, burning it fiercely, just as another boar rushed out toward him. Is there another one behind? Susanoo Piercing Strike. Susanoo shifted into its second form, drawing a bow and firing an arrow at the distant boar. The resulting explosion reduced the animal to ashes. This is the third power. Susanoo. If I feel like it, I can end your life in an instant. Ding. The host has spoken. Uchiha Sasuke Mangekyo Sharingan's hidden ultimate voice line and obtained that ninja's skills. Uchiha Sasuke Susanu's skills faded away. After dealing with the wild boars, Natsume began wondering how to return to Konoha. System, how do I get to the village if I want to go to Konohagakure? Ding! Navigation function activated. Natsume glanced at the light screen that appeared before his eyes. The system is actually pretty handy. So I head in this direction. Looks like it's quite a long walk. This is the great Ōnoki of both scales. Etch it firmly into your eyes. Ding! The host has spoken Ōnoki 3rd Tsuchikage's ultimate card voice line and obtained that ninja's skills. Natsume used the light-heavy rock technique and swiftly arrived at Konoha's main gate. Halt! Who are you and what business do you have in Konoha? Tetsu of the gate blocked Natsume with a wary expression. Looking at the guard before him, Natsume felt a bit helpless but still replied politely. I am Natsume, a citizen of the Land of Fire. I own a shop here in Konohagakure. This is my identification. Tetsu took the ID and examined it carefully, then looked Natsume up and down. His clothes were ordinary with no distinctive insignia. All right, you may enter. Tetsu returned the identification to Natsume. After thanking him, Natsume walked into Konoha and looked up at the Hokage rock. On the mountain, the 4 Hokage faces loomed on top of them. Naruto was busily doodling with paint. Following the navigation, Natsume soon arrived in front of his own shop. The storefront was wood in its simple lines, carrying an old-fashioned charm. Natsume pushed the door open and found the interior completely empty. Little cat bro, help me with the interior, will you? No problem, host. The little cat system replied. 2 vending machines suddenly appeared out of thin air, one filled with familiar Blue Star snacks and drinks, the other stocked with mobile phones. Next, an exquisite bar counter materialized in the shop. Comfortable sofas formed circles around low coffee tables, several such sets settling neatly into place. A laptop appeared on the bar counter. The host can use this computer to manage the game's backend and develop games. Natsume opened one of the vending machines, took out a phone and held it horizontally across his chest. Naruto Online launch. Considering the exchange rate and the order of the story timeline and ninja forms, Natsume set Uzumaki Naruto Ninja Academy as the first trial character to appear in the storyline. New players would receive the Ninja Uzumaki Naruto Ninja Academy Grade C upon logging in. After completing Chapter 1 of the story, they would be given Harino Sakura Rookie Ninja Grade C, and upon entering the duel arena for the first time they would receive Uchiha Sasuke Grade C. He opened the ninja shop and put the Konohamaru Core Grade C on the shelves. Then he set up recharge rewards at VIP 1 Rock Lee C, at VIP 6 Hyuga Niji C, at VIP 10 Gara B, at VIP 14 Hataki Kakashi A. Premium scrolls for spending money could not be used, but other level 1 scrolls were free to use. 3 summon beasts, angry ghosts, were available for free. In the duel shop, limited time ninjas included Momochi Zabuza A, Haku B, and Yumino Irika C. Limited time summon beasts included Ninja Hound's Blue Serpent and Gamakichi the Toad. Limited time scrolls 8 random level 5 scrolls. The first top up would grant the summon beast Shikaku, and reaching VIP 8 would unlock the option to purchase Katsuyu. He activated Adventure Mode Chapter 1, the beginning of Bonds. Game features now available included Duel Arena, Land of Plenty, Rankings, Adventure, and Shop. Returning from a mission, Kai bumped into Kakashi on the street. Kakashi was holding that orange-covered book, Intimate Paradise. His messy silver hair was pressed down beneath his forehead protector, covering one eye. The exposed black eye was half-lidded, filled with the silent complaints of what a hassle, and I just want to go home. Yo. Kakashi mumbled a greeting, reluctantly lifting his gaze from the pages. Kakashi, how about a long-awaited showdown of youth? Kai switched into his youth mode, his whole body springing forward to appear right in front of Kakashi. Spare me. Kakashi casually closed Intimate Paradise and slipped it into his tool pouch without leaving a trace. So how does it feel to be leading students? Quite something, isn't it? Kakashi looked at the 3 behind Kai, Lee, Niji, and Tenten. Especially the overly energetic ones. Of course. Every single day is full of new challenges and new emotions. Watching young lives shine as they struggle and grow, this weighty joy that is youth. Kai declared with a raised thumbs up. Kakashi, are you planning to take on students this year? Yeah, I've been notified from above. I'm to lead a squad graduating from the Ninja Academy this year. Kakashi looked up at the sky as if recalling something. Youth allows no excuses. Hesitation leads to defeat. Kakashi, take this move of mine. Without giving Kakashi any chance to breathe or refuse, Kai turned into a streak of green afterimages and launched an attack at him. Kaizensai. Lee's face flushed bright red with excitement, his fists clenched as if he were the one attacking. Kakashi's pupils shrank, his body reacted faster than his thoughts as his hands came up to block Kai's strike. It's not very appropriate to spar in front of someone else's shop, is it? Natsume pushed open the door and looked over at Kakashi and the others. Kakashi was a little puzzled that he had not noticed Natsume's presence at all. After he and Kai stopped exchanging blows, he turned to Natsume with an apologetic expression. Sorry, boss. May I ask what you sell here? Could we come in? Natsume smiled faintly and stepped aside to clear the doorway. Of course. I sell some novel little gadgets here. Who knows, you might find them interesting. They followed Natsume into the shop and saw 2 vending machines. One held snacks and drinks none of them had ever seen before. The other contained black rectangular blocks that looked a bit like miniature televisions. Kakashi walked over to the snack and drink vending machine and bought a beverage called iced black tea. He opened it and took a sip. It has a hint of lemon, the sweetness is just right, it's really good. Hearing Kakashi praise the drink, Kai was a little surprised and wanted to try it as well. Lee, Tenten, Niji, do you want iced black tea or something else? The 3 of them, curious about its taste, all wanted to give the iced black tea a try. Kai bought 4 bottles of iced black tea, kept 1 for himself, and handed the remaining 3 to his students. This is the taste of youth, he exclaimed with a thumbs up after taking a sip. Exactly, Kaizensai, this is youth. Lee looked at him, eyes shining with excitement. Tenten and Niji also praised the flavor of the iced black tea after tasting it. Naturally. Iced black tea is forever divine, especially when chilled. Natsume agreed from the side. What does that mean? Lee asked in puzzlement. You can think of it as an exaggerated form of praise for a person, or an object, Natsume explained. Tenten's gaze shifted toward the phone vending machine. What are those black blocks? Those are mobile phones, a kind of new type ninja tool. Natsume took out his own phone to show everyone. One phone costs 10,000 ryo. It has functions such as photography and audio recording. Tenten had always been interested in ninja tools, and the moment she heard it was a new type with photography and recording functions, she, who was never short on money, impatiently took out 10,000 ryo and bought a phone. Tenten picked up the phone. Boss, how do I use this? The button on the right side is the power key. Hold it for 5 seconds to turn it on. Also, the phone is battery powered. Each phone comes with 1 charging set as a complimentary bundle, Natsume explained. Following Natsume's instructions, Tenten powered on the phone. The phone lit up, so it's operated by touch. This icon must be the camera. Tenten tapped the camera app icon and after entering snapped a selfie. It's so convenient, and it even has a beautifying filter. Niji watched the phone and said it is very convenient. This tool could be a great help for missions. Watching Tenten constantly switch between various apps and try out all sorts of functions, Kakashi was inwardly amazed, secretly wondering what kind of extraordinary being this seemingly ordinary shopkeeper really was. Suddenly Tenten noticed a particularly special app icon. It showed the portrait of a blonde, blue-eyed person with 6 whisker-like marks on his face, wearing a leaf forehead protector. Kakashi saw it too. The face belonged to Uzumaki Naruto, son of his teacher, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Could it be that the shopkeeper was targeting the 9 tails? Don't open. Kakashi had just started to speak to stop Tenten from launching the app, but he was still a step too late. The phone screen began to play an image. A full moon appeared, then the scene abruptly shifted to a monstrous creature with 9 tails laying waste to houses. The 9 tails, Kakashi and Kai shouted in unison. Lee, Tenten and Niji were also stunned and continued watching the screen. A figure wearing a cloak emblazoned with the words 4th Hokage appeared from behind. That's Sensei. Are they about to show the events of the 9 tails night 12 years ago? Kakashi wondered silently. I can't let him rampage here, the 4th Hokage said. A masked man suddenly attacked from behind the 4th Hokage. Your opponent is me. The image of the 4th Hokage vanished as the mysterious masked man spoke. Gone already? So fast, the masked man said. The scene shifted to another location where he swung an iron chain to attack the 4th Hokage. The words "a fearsome foe approaches" appeared on the screen. The image changed. The 4th Hokage stood on the left, the mysterious masked man on the right. In the upper left, the name Namikaze Minato was displayed beside a red health bar with 4 energy segments beneath, 2 of them fully lit. In the lower left was a joystick, and in the lower right a fist icon. Above the fist were 3 skill icons, the bottom 2 were lit, while the top skill icon was only half lit. Tenten slid her finger over the joystick and found that Namikaze Minato moved with it. This joystick controls the 4th Hokage's movement. Then she tapped the fist icon on the right side of the screen. The fist icon controls the 4th Hokage's attacks. After Tenten controlled Namikaze Minato to strike the masked man, the upper right of the screen showed the masked man's name and portrait. A health bar also appeared beneath the portrait with a 4 written to its left. After Tenten tapped 2 skill icons, they entered cooldown. Once both skills struck the masked man, all 4 energy segments in the upper left lit up. The previously half-lit skill icon now shone fully. So as long as a skill connects, one energy segment lights up. When all 4 are lit, the 3rd skill can be used. When Tenten tapped the 3rd skill, the on-screen Namikaze Minato shouted Rasengan. Kakashi was inwardly shaken. That's right. Those are Sensei's techniques, Flying Thunder God and Rasengan. The voice in the phone is exactly the same as in reality. How is that possible? He thought. After Tenten controlled Namikaze Minato to drain the masked man's health bar, the screen changed again. Namikaze Minato, holding the Rasengan aloft, charged at the masked man, then used the 2nd stage of Flying Thunder God to land the Rasengan squarely on him. But sooner or later the 9 tails will be mine, the masked man said as he stood up. After finishing his sentence to Namikaze Minato, he vanished. The phone's image shifted back to the 9 tails. It began to gather a tailed beast bomb, only for it to be interrupted by Namikaze Minato's toad summoning beast. Namikaze Minato formed hand seals and used the Reaper Death Seal. At that moment, the 9 tails claw struck toward a baby, and Namikaze Minato and a red-haired woman threw themselves in front of it, their bodies pierced through by the beast. The red-haired woman whispered Naruto. After Namikaze Minato cast the 8 trigram seal, the image came to an end. More than 10 years later, the story truly begins. Please enter a nickname. Natsume looked at the astonished crowd. Tian, you must enter a nickname before proceeding to the next action. At this moment, everyone finally snapped out of the scene from the Ninetales night, exchanging glances without speaking, all waiting for Tian's next action. Input: nicknamed the girl's ninja tool bag. Welcome to the Naruto mobile game, and the phone screen has now arrived at the game homepage. Congratulations, the girl's ninja tool bag has obtained 10 fragments of Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Apprentice. Tian opened the ninja interface, successfully recruited Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Apprentice at level C1 star and set Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Apprentice as the character to appear. The scene upon returning to the game homepage was an aerial view of Konoha Village, where Naruto Uzumaki was standing at the highest point of Konoha Village holding a paint bucket and facing the village. Tian felt that Naruto Uzumaki looked a bit familiar, so she curiously asked everyone. Kaizensai Kakashi Sensei and also Lee Niji boss, do you know Naruto Uzumaki? Kai and Kakashi exchanged glances, hesitating whether to say something. Lee looked at the iced tea in his hand and suddenly realized. Don't you think Naruto Uzumaki looks a bit like iced tea? The others looked at the iced tea and Naruto. Indeed, there was a resemblance, especially with Naruto's yellow outfit and yellow hair, which were similar to the color of the iced tea drink. Natsume was also taken aback, not expecting the ninja world to feature the iced tea reference. Niji raised a question. Could it be that Naruto Uzumaki is the baby who appeared during the Ninetales night? Kakashi looked at Naruto Uzumaki on the phone, and a certain figure seemed to flash before his eyes. Naruto, he is. No doubt about it, Naruto Uzumaki is the baby who survived the Ninetales night over a decade ago. Tian felt a bit at a loss and asked Natsume. What should we do next? The entire interface only has the adventure unlocked. Natsume explained to Tian. No need to worry about that. After completing the first chapter of the storyline, the remaining features will be unlocked. Tian clicked on the adventure interface and selected the adventure dungeon, the beginning of Bonds. The first chapter of the storyline 16 years ago has been completed. Next up is the second chapter of the storyline, Naruto Uzumaki Here I Come. Tian chose the newly acquired ninja Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Apprentice to enter the storyline. The scene featured Naruto Uzumaki with a familiar voice sounding. In Konoha Village there is a boy who dreams of becoming Hokage named Naruto Uzumaki. This was the voice of the third Hokage, surprising everyone. The scene shifted to show Naruto sitting alone on a swing with a group of people turning their backs to him. As an orphan, Naruto was burdened with the hated Nine-Tails Fox and was isolated. Iruka-sensei was reprimanding Naruto. Lonely Naruto played pranks everywhere to attract attention. The Hokage Rock was vandalized with paint by Naruto. But sometimes his pranks would lead to major disturbances. Next was Naruto dodging the pursuit of ninjas in Konoha village. Tian controlled Naruto to battle against the dungeon ninjas. Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Apprentice had a total of 4 basic attacks. The first 2 were standard strikes, the third attack knocked the opponent into the air, and the final 4th attack followed up. The basic attack was a close-range physical strike lacking stability. The first skill, Paint Prank, splashed paint forward, leaving a slowing effect on the ground. The second skill, Shadow Clone Double Strike, attempted to summon a clone to knock the enemy back in the first part. There was a chance of failure with the clone technique. The second part only activated when the first part of the clone technique successfully knocked the enemy back. The main body would leap and deliver a downward kick to knock the enemy down. If the clone technique failed, only the first part of the attack would take effect, putting the enemy in a floating state. The ultimate technique, Harem Jutsu, dealt high damage. Naruto transformed into a beautiful girl to attack the enemy with a grabbing effect in the latter half of the skill, ultimately launching the enemy into the air. Below the health bar was the ultimate point. Hitting the enemy would increase the ultimate points by 1. When the ultimate points reached 4, the ultimate skill would unlock. When attacked, the substitution technique could be used, which required consuming 1 ultimate point. After completing the second part of the dungeon, everyone had understood the basic mechanics of this ninja game. The following storyline involved Naruto being swayed by Mizuki, stealing the sealing book, and ultimately being stopped by Iruka, where Naruto learned the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Then came the encounter with Konohamaru, the class division of ninjas, the bell retrieval battle, and finally the formation of Team 7. After watching the storyline, Kai raised the question: is this something that happens in the future? After all, Naruto hasn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy yet. After saying this, everyone turned to Natsume, who indicated that he was just the store manager and didn't know anything else. Everyone felt speechless, thinking that this phone was purchased from his store, and the boss surely knew, but perhaps he just didn't want to say. After progressing through the chapter of the beginning of bonds, Tian obtained Sakura Haruno Ninja Novice C. Upon returning to the game homepage, the duel arena was unlocked, and Tian obtained Sasuke Uchiha C. That's a member of Team 7 from the earlier storyline. Tian entered the duel arena. In the duel arena, only ninja techniques were used, with temporary matches against AI, as the ranked matches had not yet unlocked due to insufficient players. After playing a few rounds against AI in the duel arena with Team 7, everyone gradually understood the core rules. 1. Ninja deployment. Before the match, each side selects 3 ninjas to form a team. Single match combat. At the start of each match, both sides deploy a ninja in the preset order for a 1v1 duel. 2. Win-loss determination and rotation. Single match outcome. When a ninja's health reaches 0 death, the round immediately ends and the surviving side wins this round. If the time for the round ends and both ninjas are still alive, the remaining health percentage is compared and the one with the higher percentage wins. Ninja rotation. Losing side, the ninja that lost this round will be eliminated and the next ninja from the team will enter in the following round. Winning side, the ninja that won this round will not be eliminated and will remain on the field to face the next ninja from the opposing side. Health reward mechanism. The winning ninja will restore a certain percentage of health when entering the next round. The recovery amount is usually fixed or set according to the rules. Overall victory condition. When all 3 ninjas of one side are defeated, the other side achieves overall victory. Time limit. Each round usually has a time limit of 60 seconds. 3. Secret Scroll system. Players equip a secret scroll skill for each ninja in their team during the pre-match preparation phase. Thus, a team can carry a total of 3 different secret scroll skills, 1 for each ninja. In battle, players can only use the secret scroll skill that the currently deployed ninja carries. Secret scroll skills have independent cooldown CD. After use, players must wait for the CD to reset before using it again. When switching ninjas, the newly deployed ninja will use his own secret scroll skill, and this skill's CD is calculated independently, not affected by the previous ninja's secret scroll CD. 4. Summoning Beast system. Players select and equip 3 summoning beasts to form a summoning sequence during the pre-match preparation phase. In battle, players summon summoning beasts in a preset order. All 3 summoning beasts are shared globally, and only 1 summoning beast can be summoned at a time. Once a summoning beast is summoned, it will release its unique effects, attack, control, buff, etc., and then disappear. Summoning beasts have a globally shared cooldown CD. After summoning the first beast, players must wait for the CD to end before summoning the second. After summoning the second, they must wait for the CD to end before summoning the third. The 3 summoning beasts are used in order and cannot be skipped. Summoning beasts that have been used cannot be used again in the current round. 5. Energy ultimate points. Ninjas accumulate energy, the beans at the bottom of the screen, by using skills to attack opponents. When 4 energy points, 4 beans, are gathered, the currently deployed ninja can unleash powerful ultimate skills, super skills. Ultimate skills usually deal high damage, have a large range, or possess special effects. Energy is shared globally. Even if the ninja is switched, the accumulated energy points will not reset, and the new ninja can inherit and use this energy to unleash his own ultimate skills. 6. Ultimate chart. After defeating an enemy with the current ninja's ultimate skill, the ultimate chart for the current ninja will appear. This game has a friends feature. You can add companions and spar with one another in the duel arena, Xiaomu said, watching the crowd with varied expressions. Kakashi, the duel isn't over yet. Why not settle it in the game's duel arena? Kai said to the slightly hesitant Kakashi. Kakashi pondered the identity of the mysterious masked man, and whether, as the plot suggested, he would indeed become the teacher of Ichiban. It seems he'll have to buy a phone to study this, Kakashi thought. Alright, let's spar in the duel arena then. Kakashi and Kai each spent 10,000 liang to buy a phone. Mai Kanglan Mingsho entered the game. Shinra Duja entered the game. After Kakashi and Kai completed the storyline, they acquired the 3 members of Ichiban, and the duel arena unlocked. They engaged in a friend match, trading victories. Kai, do you feel it? It's that feeling, Shaoli asked in confusion. Teacher Kai, Teacher Kakashi, what are you talking about? Kakashi replied. Battling ninjas in the duel arena raises our proficiency in the ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu we've already learned. In other words, ninja duels are equivalent to real-world cultivation. And the speed is identical to my usual training, Kakashi continued. Not only that, I felt the breath of youth. Shaoli, even in a game duel you must give your all. This is what youth feels like, Kai added excitedly. Yes, Teacher Kai, I will have a youthful duel too. Shaoli left the shop in high spirits to fetch money from home. Xiaomu mentally gave Kai a big thumbs up and turned to Ning Xiai. Only Ning Xiai had not yet decided to buy a phone at this moment. Ning Xiai had not met Mingren, and his emotional knot remained closed. Ning Xiai, what do you think of Mingren in the storyline? Ning Xiai frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, In the plot he may lag behind, but he is very resolute. Xiaomu went on. You see, in this game Mingren grows through ceaseless battles and changes many people's impressions of him. He added, The same could happen in reality. This phone lets you cultivate and grow stronger inside the game. Perhaps it will help you break through yourself in the real world. And in the game you can, like Mingren, prove yourself by strength. Ning Sis' eyes trembled. He remembered how his clan had long suppressed him, and how deeply he longed to prove himself. Can this game really make me stronger? Ning Xiai asked. Xiaomu nodded with conviction. Of course. Look, Teacher Kakashi and Teacher Kai have both felt the effects of training in the game. Ning Xiai gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll buy one. He took out money, bought a phone, and entered the game. At that moment Shaoli returned with money and purchased a phone as well. Longrong Ji Niao entered the game. Ran Xiao De Qing Chen entered the game. The people in the shop added one another as friends. Xiaomu added them too, though his game nickname was left blank. Kakashi clicked into the shop page. There were a duel shop and a ninja shop. The duel shop offered limited time ninjas, summon beasts, and secret scrolls, all purchased with duel tokens. There were limited time rank and brank ninjas available for acquisition. Kakashi wondered to himself. There were ninjas from other lands in the roster, fearsome figures classified as a rank, and even familiar names in the limited summons. Might my own ninja appear in the game? He glanced at the ninja shop, which listed permanent crank units such as the Konoha Maru Legion and Hei Yuluka. Those were permanent ninjas. Shopkeeper, how does one obtain dual tokens and coins? After browsing the shop, Kakashi resolved to purchase several of these ninjas. Dual tokens are earned in ranked matches. Coins are bought by recharging with Liang. What does recharge mean? Everyone asked in puzzlement. Xiaomu produced a machine and explained. This device converts Liang into in-game coins. You can check the recharge details if you like. Xiaomu distributed several informational sheets to the others. Teacher Kai, there are my likenesses in here too, Li Laoka, Ning Xiai and Kakashi. Xiaoli shouted excitedly. Xiaoli cried out with excitement, and a touch of jealousy, wondering if he would still be outmatched by Ning Xiai even inside the game. Kai comforted him, explaining that easier access to a character only meant more people could play Li Laoka. It did not make Xiaoli inferior to Ning Xiai. Amid cheers of Teacher Kai and Xiaoli, Kai declared, "To celebrate you and Ning Xiai becoming playable characters while battle 100 rounds in the duel arena." "Yes, Teacher Kai," Ning Xiai and Tenten groaned. "Here we go again. Shopkeeper, what is the difference between a rank, brank and crank?" Kakashi, seeing his own in-game character listed as a rank, asked. "A rank, brank, crank only differ in acquisition difficulty, otherwise there is no distinction," Xiaomu replied. Kakashi remained skeptical, his doubts about Xiaomu's explanation unresolved. He suspected that asking again would only elicit the same answer. "Very well, shopkeeper. How is the ranked match unlocked?" "The server currently lacks sufficient players. Once the population reaches a threshold, ranked matches will unlock automatically." Kakashi took out 20,000 liang and told Xiaomu, "Shopkeeper, I want to recharge 20,000 into the game." Xiaomu pointed to the recharge machine and explained, "Place your phone on the device, enter your game nickname, and put the money into the machine, that's all." Kakashi recharged and entered the game. From his mailbox he received in a rank version of Chimu Kakashi, a brank Wei Luo, a crank Li Laoka, and Ri Xiang Ning Xiai. Kakashi noticed a badge beside his game name, and a small line of text indicating he had a new title available to unlock. He unlocked a distinguished title, and upon equipping it felt a warm current flow through his entire body. "Has my chakra reserve increased?" Kakashi was astonished. Chakra reserves had been determined from birth. Later refinement could only build upon that innate foundation. Without talent, no amount of training would alter that fundamental fact. Kakashi's heart surged with shock. This Naruto mobile game will trigger a revolution across the shinobi world. "I must inform the Hokage at once." Feigning unfinished mission reports, he bid farewell to the others and left the mobile phone shop. Inside the Hokage Tower, Kakashi recounted to the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi the extraordinary events that had transpired earlier at Natsume mobile shop. "Kakashi, do you mean to say this new shinobi tool, the mobile phone, contains a game capable of aiding shinobi cultivation, and its storyline may foretell actual future events?" Hiruzen puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, eyes fixed intently on the phone screen displaying the game's narrative, his expression grave. "Yes, Hokage-sama. Yet in the game the Ninetales attack occurred 16 years ago, while in reality only 12 years have passed since that night. 16 years versus 12, 4 years apart. This discrepancy strongly suggests the game's narrative may prophesy events yet to unfold over the next 4 years." Hiruzen set the phone aside. "This matter is grave beyond measure. We must investigate it with utmost rigor." Kakashi retrieved the classified dossiers on Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Cross-referenced them meticulously with the game's depiction of the Ninetales attack 16 years ago. Kakashi bowed and departed without delay, his figure leaping swiftly across the rooftops of Konoha, vanishing toward the restricted archives. Meanwhile, Hiruzen dispatched ANBU operatives to trace the origins of Natsume mobile shop and uncover the true provenance of these enigmatic devices. Gazing out the window at children playing beneath the fluttering leaves, he murmured softly, "Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, fire burns ever anew." May this device prove a blessing, not a harbinger, for the shinobi world, and for Konoha. Within the Konoha archives, Kakashi moved with quiet precision to the section marked S-Rank Confidential Jinchuriki-related, and withdrew 2 weighty dossiers, labeled Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. In the game, 16 years ago. In reality, 12 years ago. A temporal gap, 4 years. Kakashi steeled himself, methodically comparing each fragment of the game's narrative against the official records. According to the game, the Ninetales rampage was instigated by a masked man wielding the Sharingan. To save the village teacher, Minato split the beast in 2, sealing half within the newborn Naruto and sacrificing his own life to bind the other half, along with his soul, within the belly of the Shinigami. The official record remained deliberately vague, citing only the Ninetales' sudden unprovoked assault, the heroic sacrifice of the 4th Hokage and his wife, and the successful sealing of the beast within the infant. Yet critical details, The masked man's identity, the Sharingan's control, Minato's use of the dead demon-consuming seal, were rendered with visceral intensity in the game, and utterly absent from Konoha's official archives. Having catalogued every divergence between the official record and the game's narrative, Kakashi made his way to the Hokage's office. The archival records diverge significantly from the game's account. The mysterious masked man appears nowhere in official documentation. It seems the game reveals truths unknown to us. If memory serves, its narrative unfolds entirely through Naruto's perspective. Let us proceed with caution. Kakashi observed Naruto closely over the coming days. Watch whether Mizuki attempts to manipulate him into stealing the scroll of seals. Hiruzen spoke with solemn gravity. The following day at the Ninja Academy, Naruto Uzumaki sat alone upon a swing, shoulders slumped in quiet desolation. Ah, there's that boy again. Seems he's the only one who failed the graduation exam. Humph. Serves him right. It'd be dangerous if someone like him became a shinobi. Because he's... Enough. Say no more. It would be unwise if he overheard. Mizuki approached Naruto, his smile warm and reassuring. Naruto, don't lose heart. You'll pass next time, I'm certain. Naruto lifted his head, eyes clouded with sorrow. Sensei, am I truly that foolish? Why can't I ever pass? Mizuki placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Never say that, Naruto. There is in fact a way to grow strong swiftly, steal the scroll of seals and master the jutsu within. With those techniques you'll surely pass your graduation exam. Naruto's eyes blazed with sudden hope. Really? Then I'll get it. I'll go take the scroll of seals right now. Mizuki added smoothly, but the scroll resides in the Hokage Tower. Its guards are vigilant. I will seize it. I will master every jutsu inside. I'll graduate, become a true shinobi, and earn Iruka Sensei's recognition. From the shadows, Kakashi watched, brow furrowed. He knew full well Mizuki's treachery, yet the third Hokage had ordered him to remain unseen to let events unfold undisturbed. Hokage-sama events have unfolded precisely as the game foretold. Mizuki has indeed manipulated Naruto into stealing the scroll of seals. Kakashi reported in the Hokage's office. The scroll of seals was entrusted to us by the second Hokage, a repository of perilous jutsu. Under no circumstances may it fall into unauthorized hands. Hiruzen prepared a decoy scroll, placed within his office, containing only a single technique, the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Kakashi continued monitoring Naruto, ensure his safety. Should any hidden adversary emerge, summon immediate backup and intervene decisively. Kakashi bowed and vanished once more into the twilight, trailing Naruto silently. That night Naruto infiltrated the Hokage Tower and retrieved the counterfeit scroll without detection. After his elation subsided, he retreated to a secluded grove and began mastering the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Kakashi observed from a distance, vigilant, eyes scanning the surrounding darkness. Hiruzen summoned Iruka Umino. Iruka. What is it, Hokage-sama? I understand your heart, Naruto, like you grew up without parental love. I will guide him with unwavering care, Hokage-sama. He has stolen the dangerous scroll sealed by the first Hokage. What? This task falls to you. Find Naruto before he strays irrevocably from the path. Yes, Hokage-sama. I swear, I will complete this mission. Naruto opened the forged book of seals. Let me take a look. The multi-shadow clone technique. What the hell is this? Why is the first jutsu the one I'm least skilled at? Let's skip this for now and see if there are simpler techniques later on. Why is the following content blank? This book of seals can't be fake, right? Then I guess I'll have to practice the multi-shadow clone technique. Iruka was continuously searching for Naruto's whereabouts. Let's check the forest. Damn, Naruto, I've finally found you. Naruto sat on the ground panting heavily. Haha, I found you. Damn it, I'm the one who found you. Iruka looked at Naruto's disheveled state and asked, What the hell have you been doing to get so messy? Naruto excitedly replied, Wait a minute, don't worry about what I've done. I want to show you an awesome jutsu. If I succeed, will you let me graduate? Could it be that he was practicing jutsu and ended up in this state? Naruto, how do you know about the Book of Seals? Oh, that was told to me by teacher Mizuki. He said that as long as I learn the jutsu from the Book of Seals, I can definitely graduate. Mizuki, huh? At that moment, many shuriken flew towards Naruto. Danger! Iruka pushed Naruto away but got injured himself. Mizuki stood atop a tree and said, Naruto, hand over the Book of Seals to me. Naruto, sitting on the ground, asked in confusion. Hey, what's going on here? I see you used Naruto. Naruto, don't give the Book of Seals to Mizuki. Naruto, keeping the Book of Seals is pointless for you. Let me tell you the truth. You can't. 12 years ago you know about the Night of the Nine Tails, right? From then on the village established a rule that only you Naruto absolutely do not know about. Naruto stood up and looked at Mizuki. What? What rule is it that I absolutely do not know? Mizuki drew a large shuriken from his back and pointed it at Naruto. It's the absolute prohibition against mentioning that Uzumaki Naruto is the Nine-Tails Fox. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head. Impossible, you're lying. Mizuki sneered. Believe it or not, hand over the Book of Seals now and I can spare your life. Iruka, gritting through the pain, stood up. Naruto, don't listen to him, he's saying this just to get the Book of Seals. Mizuki shouted angrily and swung the large shuriken at Naruto. Iruka crouched in front of Naruto, shielding him from harm. Why? Naruto said in disbelief. Naruto, you are my recognized excellent student. You are not a demon fox but Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. Naruto cried. It turned out that teacher Iruka had always recognized him. Let's talk more in the Pure Land, go die. Mizuki rushed towards Iruka and Naruto. Just then Naruto suddenly recalled the scene from earlier when he practiced the multi-shadow clone technique. He gritted his teeth, focused his mind, and formed the cross-hand sign. Multi-shadow clone technique. In an instant countless Narutos appeared in the forest surrounding Mizuki. Mizuki looked around in terror at the many Narutos, completely at a loss. Iruka smiled with satisfaction. Naruto, you did it. Naruto grinned. Teacher Iruka, now it's my turn. Naruto used the multi-shadow clone technique to give Mizuki a good beating. Alright, I'll handle things here. Kakashi walked over. Seeing Kakashi's strange outfit, Naruto asked, Hey, who are you? Why are you dressed like that? Are you playing some weird role-playing game? Iruka exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi pushed up the mask on his face and said, I am Hatake Kakashi, here to handle this matter. So you're Ice Red Tea Naruto, huh? You're pretty impressive to have learned the multi-shadow clone technique. Naruto proudly placed his hands on his hips. Of course I'm going to become Hokage. Also, I'm not Ice Red Tea Naruto, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. But why are you wearing a mask? Are you too ugly to show your face? Kakashi touched his mask and said mysteriously, That's my secret, I can't just tell anyone. Now hand over the Book of Seals to me and I will take care of the rest. Naruto hesitated for a moment but still handed the Book of Seals to Kakashi. Okay, but you have to teach that Mizuki guy a good lesson. Kakashi nodded. Don't worry, I will make sure he gets the punishment he deserves. Naruto, close your eyes. Iruka took off his forehead protector and placed it on Naruto's head. Naruto, you passed this test and from now on you are officially a ninja of Konoha. Naruto jumped up excitedly. Great! I've finally become a ninja. Iruka looked at the excited Naruto and smiled with satisfaction. Today, to celebrate your graduation, I'm treating you to ramen. Ramen! Ramen! Naruto rushed towards Iruka. Kakashi watched this warm scene and thought of several figures. Is this going to be my future students? It feels really good, Teacher Rin and Obito. In Ichiraku Ramen, Natsume was tasting the signature ramen. As expected of the legendary Ichiraku Ramen, it's so delicious. Haha, if the customer thinks it's delicious, then eat more. Uncle Tsuchi laughed. Uncle, what is your name? I am Tsuchi. Uncle Tsuchi, do you have any other names like Otsutsuki Ichiraku? Haha, customer, you're really funny. It turns out that Otsutsuki Ichiraku is just a playful nickname among fans. The problem that had troubled Natsume for years was solved. Naruto and Iruka entered the ramen shop. Uncle Tsuchi, I am one super deluxe tonkatsu ramen, please. Naruto shouted. Naruto's here. You're so happy today, did something good happen? Uncle Tsuchi greeted him. Teacher Iruka treated me to ramen and I've graduated from the Ninja Academy. Naruto pointed to the forehead protector on his head. It seems that it's easier to bump into Naruto at Ichiraku Ramen. Natsume thought as he saw Naruto come in. Has the plot reached the point where Naruto graduates? Hey young man, to celebrate your graduation, here is a bottle of ice red tea for you. Natsume picked up an unopened bottle of ice red tea he had with him and handed it to Naruto. Is this for me? Big brother, you're such a good person. Naruto took the ice red tea and examined it closely. Is this the ice red tea that Kakashi? Kakashi said. It should be Kakashi. Natsume was a bit surprised realizing that Kakashi had already met Naruto. Ah. That's right. It seems to be called Kakashi. Naruto opened the ice red tea and took a sip. Wow, this ice red tea is really good. Big brother, where did you buy this ice red tea? At the Natsume mobile store not far away. Let me introduce myself. My name is Natsume and I am the owner of Natsume mobile store. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become Hokage. The person I dislike is Sasuke. My favorite food is Ichiraku ramen and my favorite drink is ice red tea. Naruto adjusted his forehead protector and said, Haha, Naruto's favorite drink is ice red tea. You're welcome to come to my store anytime to taste it. Sure thing. Big brother Natsume. Reporting to the Hokage, the shop owner of Natsume Mobile Shop, Natsume, holds only a Fire Country residency certificate. His past remains untraceable as if he appeared out of nowhere. Inside the Hokage's office, the ANB reported their investigation into Natsume. A person who appeared out of nowhere. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a long drag from his pipe, his brow deeply furrowed. Could it be that Natsume is not from the shinobi world at all? As the revered professor of the shinobi world, Hiruzen possessed vast knowledge and experience, yet even he could not fathom Natsume's origins. He recalled the astonishing mobile phones in Natsume's shop, and the cultivation training games they hosted. Natsume likely knew the shinobi world's history, including the dark buried truths of Konoha, and even foresaw its next 4 years. For Konoha's sake, this man must be befriended, not alienated. Lift surveillance on Natsume Mobile Shop immediately. A guest is always welcome. We must never disturb shop owner Natsume. Yes, Hokage-sama. For now, Hiruzen resolved to observe Natsume's attitude toward Konoha village, and assess how these mobile phones would influence the village. Should the phones prove beneficial to Konoha, he would personally negotiate cooperation with Natsume. Heh. Took me 3 hours to perfect this. Don't you think it exudes charisma? Reshoot it, immediately. Hiruzen rubbed his temples while reviewing Naruto's ninja registration form. And where is your forehead protector? Naruto scratched his head. I'll wear it at tomorrow's orientation. What if it gets scratched? Grandfather, watch out. Konohamaru burst through the Hokage's office door, launching himself toward Hiruzen, only to trip midair and crash flat onto the floor. Ow. That hurt. Was this a trap? Ebisu rushed in from behind, flustered. Young master, are you alright? By the way, there's absolutely no trap here. I see. You're the one who rigged it. Konohamaru rose to his feet and spotted Naruto nearby. You fool. You tripped all by yourself. Naruto seized Konohamaru by the collar. Let go, you jerk. He's the third Hokage's grandson. Ebisu cried anxiously from the side. Heh heh. Scared already? Konohamaru thought smugly. Just like Ebisu-sensei, this guy freezes the moment he hears I'm the third Hokage's grandson. I don't care who you are, I'm punching you anyway, you idiot. Konohamaru froze. This person was unlike anyone else. On Konoha's main street, Konohamaru stealthily tailed Naruto. Your tracking technique is abysmal. You've got no right even pretending to tail someone. Naruto finally snapped. Heh heh. Didn't expect you'd notice. Just like legend says, you're truly strong. I wouldn't mind becoming your underling, but you must teach me grandfather's sexy technique, boss. I don't have time to teach you the sexy technique. I'm heading to Brother Natsume's to buy some ice black tea. Ice black tea? What is ice black tea? It's the most delicious beverage in the world, and only Brother Natsume sells it. Then I'm coming with you, to drink ice black tea. Alright. They soon arrived at Natsume Mobile Shop. The moment Naruto stepped inside, he shouted, Brother Natsume, 2 bottles of ice black tea please. Natsume smiled and emerged from behind the counter. Ah, Naruto's here. The ice black tea's in that vending machine. Naruto followed Natsume's gaze. Let me see, ice black tea, long jing green tea maidong. So many drinks. Braised beef noodles, lao tan sour cabbage beef noodles, original pork bone ramen. Are these all ramen varieties? Flavors I've never tasted before. Naruto purchased 2 bottles of ice black tea. Konohamaru grabbed a bottle and gulped it down without hesitation, his eyes widening instantly. Whoa, this is ice black tea. Absolutely delicious. Hey, brother Natsume, what's this black thing over there? Naruto noticed another vending machine. That's a mobile phone, a new kind of ninja tool. A new ninja tool. Konohamaru set his ice black tea aside. Can this tool defeat Grandfather Hokage? Natsume feigned mystery. All I can say is, given enough time, this tool could even defeat the Sage of Six Paths, let alone the Hokage. That powerful. Naruto gasped. I want to buy one. How much does it cost? 10,000 ryo per unit. 10,000 ryo. I don't have that much right now. Naruto pulled out his flat frog-shaped wallet. Guess I'll have to save up first. Konohamaru bought 2 phones, and handed one to Naruto. Boss Naruto, consider this my gift. Konohamaru, you really are something. This was one of the rare gifts Naruto had ever received. I'll train you in the sexy technique, but it's grueling. Can you endure it? I can endure it, boss Naruto. Good. Konohamaru, now then. Brother Natsume, how do I operate this phone? Press and hold the power button on the right for 5 seconds. Once powered on, Naruto and Konohamaru explored its camera, voice recorder, flashlight, and more. This phone is incredible. What's this? Why does it show my face? Naruto tapped the image, and entered. The screen displayed the Knight of the Nine Tails. The Nine-Tailed Fox. Naruto and Konohamaru exclaimed in unison. The 4th Hokage. I can actually control him. Naruto gripped the phone. Damn you, masked man, take this. He escaped. Damn. The Knight of the Nine Tails sequence ended. Wait, I think I heard someone call my name at the end. Was that just my imagination? Naruto stared at the screen now, prompting please enter a nickname. He hesitated, unsure what to do next. Naruto, you must enter a nickname to proceed. Natsume reminded him. Oh, right, brother Natsume. Ramen Lover entered the game. Congratulations, player has obtained Uzumaki Naruto Ninja Academy student. Is this me? I'm actually in the game. Naruto stood stunned. Can I control myself just like I controlled the 4th Hokage earlier? Boss Naruto, it's really you. Even your clothes and voice are identical. Konohamaru also launched the game. Prank Master Extraordinaire entered the game. Naruto entered an adventure quest, steal the Forbidden Scroll. Wasn't this yesterday's mission? Naruto continued the quest. Damn you, Sasuke, I lost my first kiss. Sakura, Sasuke and I were assigned to the same team. Kakashi is our sensei. That qualifies me, I beat Sasuke. Who asked for his pity anyway? Congratulations, player has obtained Haruno Sakura Rising Ninja. Yada. It's Sakura. Duel Arena unlocked. Congratulations, player has obtained Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's in here too. Duel Arena. Perfect, I'll pit my in-game self against his in-game Sasuke. Naruto exclaimed eagerly, and tapped the Duel Arena icon. Battle order. Let me see, I'll place myself first, Sakura second, and Sasuke last. That useless character Sasuke won't even need to step onto the field. I'll defeat the opponent single-handedly as Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto entered the ninjutsu combat arena. Ramen Lover vs. Blazing Youth. Round 1, combat commenced. My opponent is Rock Lee. Pfft, either Lee nor Sasuke compares to me, Naruto-sama. Take my paint, dodged ha. Mingren pressed his trainee relentlessly toward the front. Watch my second skill, the clone technique. Ah, the clone failed and missed. Suddenly Lee Loka unleashed his second skill, my whirlwind, a swift dash that struck the trainee Mingren. Substitution, hee, watch my basic attack. Mingren's substitute opened with a basic attack and struck Lee Loka. 1A, 2A, 3A. Damn. The opponent used substitution. Taking advantage of Mingren's recovery after the basic attack, the opponent used substitution, and then activated the first skill, Infinite Frenzy, to hit Mingren. Afterwards, Lee Loka kept chaining 3A combos, interspersing skills to deal damage. Ah, my health bar, no. Substitute, time's up. Substitute clone technique. The clone failed to hit Lee Loka. Lee Loka immediately followed with the secret scroll Wind Release Vacuum Wave, then used the second skill, my Whirlwind, to strike Mingren. At this point, Mingren had run out of chakra beans and could not perform the substitution jutsu. Thus Liloka relied on steady output with basic attack 3A chaining into the first skill Infinite Frenzy to inflict damage, keeping a relentless rhythm, and finally finished the round with the second skill My Whirlwind. Winner Liloka. The second round began. Liloka vs Chunying Ninja Rookie. The first round was just bad luck. I still haven't used my summoning and secret scroll. Mingren refused to admit that his ninja or his technique were inferior. Watch my summoning, Angry Ghost Armless. Angry Ghost Armless charged at Liloka, but its vertical attack range was very narrow. Liloka moved upward along the axis and easily evaded the strike. Damn, it missed. Use my secret scroll, huh? This scroll increases health. At that moment the opponent summoned Shou He, who latched onto Mingren. This isn't fair. Why is the opponent's summon so powerful? Liloka repeated basic attack 3A connected skills and secret scrolls and in the end defeated Chunying. Winner Liloka. The third round began. Yuji Bose was Zhu vs Liloka. This round Mingren learned from the previous two. He avoided using skills summoning and secret scrolls first, and both sides began a careful dance of positioning and feints. Watch my first skill, Great Fireball Technique. Yes, it hit. Liloka immediately used Substitution and then the second skill My Whirlwind to strike Mingren. 1A 2A 3A, good. Now substitute, then second skill Lion Burst. When the skill struck, Liloka used a secret scroll to buttress himself briefly, then put distance between them. A secret scroll can be used like that. Mingren grew excited. Good, this battle has only just begun. Watch me closely, Kai teacher. With Liloka's ultimate art unveiled, Mingren was utterly defeated in this match. Can I still add him as a friend? His technique is close to mine. He could be a fine gaming companion for Mingren. Mingren sent a friend request to the account Ran Xiao de Qin-chun. Big brother Mingren, please teach me the game's harem technique. Maiwan, who had been running the Xuanhua Mingren trainee through an adventure dungeon and had seen the harem technique's high damage, put down his phone and asked Mingren to teach him the harem technique. Harem technique. You must first master the seduction technique and the shadow clone technique before you can undertake the harem path. Mingren closed his eyes and rested his right hand against his chin in thought. Then he'll learn the seduction technique first. Very well. Maiwan, show me. Let me see your foundation. Yes, boss. Seduction technique. The demonstration. Understand. It's all about curves, concave, convex, uplift. No, make it slimmer, more graceful, more beautiful. After the demonstration, Mingren noticed that his harem technique seemed more polished than before. Why was that? That sense of improvement only appeared after dueling in the arena. Could it be the phone's doing? Mingren puzzled asked Xiaomu. Big brother Xiaomu, do you think this phone might have some special power? After playing the game, my harem technique demonstrations grow more skilled. Xiaomu feigned suspicion and replied, You haven't gone soft from gaming, have you? There's no way a phone would have that kind of power. Not satisfied, Mingren insisted. I think there's definitely something odd. Let's try again. He reopened the game and picked Xuanhua Mingren to enter the duel arena. This time Mingren matched with an AI. He piloted trainee Mingren fluidly, his skill links were flawless, and he quickly defeated the opponent. After exiting the game, Mingren performed the harem technique once more. The clones took on varied, more seductive forms. See? I told you so. He leapt up with excitement. Maiwan widened his eyes. Could this phone really confer training benefits? Maiwan opened the game and selected Xuanhua Mingren to enter the duel arena. Maiwan was matched with an AI as well, but he failed to win. After the match, his seduction technique seemed to have improved a little. This phone really might help train Jutsu, Mingren and Maiwan said, looking towards Xiaomu. Perhaps so, Xiaomu replied noncommittally. Mingren scratched his head sheepishly. Training took a while. I'm hungry. Maiwan admitted he was hungry too, so he bought 2 cups of braised beef noodles from a vending machine and gave one to Mingren. Xiaomu boiled water for them, and the instant noodles were ready. These braised beef noodles have a peculiar, delicious flavor, totally different from the ramen I usually eat. Even the texture is unlike anything I've had, Mingren praised between bites. Indeed, they're tasty, Maiwan agreed. Maiwan, young master, so you're here after all. At that moment, Hui Bishu approached saw Maiwan and said, Sorry to trouble you, Manager Xiaomu. No trouble at all. I should be thanking Maiwan for helping my little business, Xiaomu replied politely. Hui Bishu glanced at Ming Ren and muttered to himself. You fox! Ming Ren clenched his fist thinking. Damn, those looks again everyone. Sun Xiaoya, let's go back. Don't hang around with these people, you'll only grow more foolish. Hui Bishu said, adjusting his glasses. Transform, behold the seduction technique. My wand unleashed the seduction technique. As a gentleman, such vulgar jutsu has no effect on me. Hui Bishu scoffed. Shadow clone technique. Mingren cast the shadow clone technique surrounding Hui Bishu. Do you think him trash like Shui Mu? Shadow clones don't work on me. Harem technique. Boom. Hui Bishu was sent flying with a nosebleed. If even I couldn't best teacher Hui Bishu, how could I ever become Hokage? My wand. Boss Mingren. If you can become the strongest ninja acknowledged by the villagers, the title of Hokage will naturally be yours. There are many upsetting things, many bewildering matters. I strained every sinew to win the recognition of a single person. Simply achieving that was already arduous. You had better come to your senses. Come to senses. To win everyone's approval, to earn the title of Hokage, there are no shortcuts. I won't be your hanger-on any longer. From now on, we are rivals. Sorry, tomorrow I'll take one step ahead of you in rank, but that's fine. There will come a day when we clash for the title of Hokage. Look forward to it, my wand. Morning sunlight bathed the world. Xiao Mu's phone shop. A blonde youth and a green-clad boy stood there. Li Loaka. Burning youth. Xuanwen Mingren. Loves ramen. Last night Mingren added burning youth as a friend, asked him to teach duel arena techniques, and arranged to meet the next morning at Xiao Mu's phone shop. Mingren, aren't you going to the ninja briefing today? And Shaoli, don't you have a mission? Xiao Mu had just opened the shop door when he saw one yellow and one green. Teacher Xiao Mu will go later. According to the adventure plot, teacher Kakashi will be very late. Besides, I must avoid Zhui Shu. At the very mention of Zhui Shu, Mingren's face soured with disgust. Shopkeeper teacher Might Hai Kai told us to gather at the phone shop today. I came early to wait for them, and I also arranged with Mingren to spar in the duel arena. In that case, come inside. Xiao Mu smiled and ushered them into the shop. Mingren and Shaoli found seats, took out their phones, and entered the game. Shaoli, how did you get teacher Yaluka and Mu Yi Wan's squad of ninjas? Mingren noticed Shaoli's account had more ninjas than his and asked. Teacher Yaluka and Mu Yi Wan's squad were purchased from the ninja shop with gold coins. The other ninjas came as recharged bonuses. See, my character was a bonus for recharging 60 coins. I see. First recharge even grants the summoning beast Shoha. I must recharge. System, congratulations, you have obtained the summoning beast Shoha. Congratulations, you have obtained Li Loaka Tire Ninja. Shaoli, please teach me duel arena techniques and how to play your ninja Li Loaka. Alright, I'll begin with basic positioning. Y-axis movement, move up and down to avoid linear skills and use Y-axis offsets to create opportunities for counterattacks. Spiral movement, pitfalls, avoid aimless circling. Combine with a tugging tactic to bait out enemy skills and punish them, for example feinting forward then retreating to lure a skill. Invulnerability frame usage, some skills include brief invulnerability frames that can be used to evade crucial damage. That's about it. I do not know everything, so ask teacher Kai when he arrives. Shaoli, open practice mode to demonstrate. As for my ninja Li looks playstyle Mingren, both of my skills are dash attacks released quickly with short recovery frames. Normal attack comprises 5 hits. The first 3 are steady, the 4th and 5th leap into the air to strike the enemy. You can begin with skill 2 Mu Yi Whirlwind to dash in, and then use normal attack 3 for stable damage. During normals you can weave skill 1 into an endless flurry for damage, maintaining combo rhythm. You may use skill 2 again and finish with the ultimate to end the opponent. Use skill 1's rapid displacement to dodge enemy attacks or create distance. The ultimate Aoi Biao Lianhua, when it hits an opponent in a corner, can be followed by an instant secret scroll. Recommended secret scrolls: Feng Dun Zeng Kongbo Wind Release Vacuum Wave and Lei Dun Lidianji Lightning Release Thunderstrike. Mingren's head swam as he listened. I think I sort of understand. Xiao Mu was a little surprised. He had not expected Shaoli to know so much so professionally. These were the terms he himself had taught him only days before. Let's practice in real combat, that way you'll remember better. Just as they were about to begin their duel, the shop door opened again. Teacher Kai strode in with Tian Tian and Ningxi following behind. You are all so full of youth. Shaoli, have you already begun preparing for the duel? Teacher Kai said with overflowing enthusiasm. Tianshan's eyes lit when she saw Mingren. Are you Mingren? You're here too, perfect, let's spar together. Ningxi watched quietly at the side and said nothing. Who are you? Mingren scratched his head, they seemed familiar. I remember now, your characters are in the game Mai Tai Kai and Rishyung Ningxi. Hey, don't ignore me, Tian Tian complained, thinking she must ask shopkeeper Xiaomu to add a Tian Tian ninja to the game since Shaoli and Ningxi's ninjas were already in it. Shaoli stood and introduced them. Let me introduce, this is our class 3 teacher, Teacher Kai, this is Tian Tian, and that one is Ningxi. I am Xuanhua Mingren. I love miso ramen and I want to win the village's recognition and become the Hokage. Mingren was delighted to meet so many people at once. Become Hokage. The fate of a tail-end student cannot be changed, Ningxi said, arms crossed, disdain dripping from his tone. Mingren met Ningxi's gaze and recognized it immediately. It was the same look as Wuju's, full of scorn and cold indifference. Mingren clenched his fist in defiance. Fate. I do not believe it. I will change my destiny and become Hokage to show everyone. Teacher Kai hurried to smooth things over. How, we are all comrades, no need for such hostility. Today we are here in the phone shop to help everyone raise their strength in the game. Saying so, Teacher Kai took out his phone. I will play with you and let you witness my youthful duel techniques. Mingren and Shaoli instantly perked up. Tian Tian cried excitedly, I'll join too and show you how formidable I am. Ningxi said nothing but tightened his grip on his phone. Teacher Kai imparts some duel techniques to Mingren and the others. Xiaomu picked up his phone. I'll spar with you as well. Welcome, shopkeeper Xiaomu. Kai opened the game and entered practice mode. Look, some ninjas' normal attacks or particular skills can hit down enemies. I call this the sweeping mechanic, Xiaomu added, which prevents opponents from rising to counterattack. Shopkeeper Xiaomu was right. Many ninjas' normal attacks can turn direction in combos. You can adjust your position to avoid being countered in a corner. Also avoid mindless button mashing. Observe the opponent's substitution bar cooldown and reserve control skills to punish substitutions. From my observation, entire and tire ninjas have different substitution distances. When Kai finished, Tian Tian shared what she had discovered in the duel arena. I noticed that some ninjas have long recovery after skill release. When that happens, we can use movement to dodge and then strike back. Ningxi finally spoke. We can anticipate movement based on an opponent ninja's skill range to avoid crucial skills. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding the ideas sensible. Kai said excitedly, you all spoke wonderfully. Youth must be about exploring and improving. Now we will form teams for live practice so these techniques can be tested in combat. Mingren and Shaoli formed one team, Tian Tian and Ningxi another, Xiaomu and Kai the third, and the Tuntuo duels began. Might Guy vs. Natsume. Round 1 begins. Kakashi Hatake vs. Zabuza Momochi, new version. Zabuza Momochi. The limited time shinobi purchased with dual tokens at the dual shop. Guy appeared startled. Dual tokens were currently unobtainable, leaving him entirely unfamiliar with Zabuza's abilities. Guy maneuvered Kakashi forward with deliberate evasive footwork. Seeking to outwit me. Natsume countered, guiding Zabuza through identical agile repositioning. Since I know nothing of Zabuza Momochi's techniques, caution is warranted. A sound judgment. An opening now. Guy activated Kakashi's second technique, lightning cutter, and lunged forward. Hit. Struck by the lightning cutter, Natsume instantly triggered Zabuza's body replacement technique. Natsume unleashed Zabuza's first technique, water release water dragon bullet, striking Kakashi squarely. Guy immediately pressed the substitution key. Opportunity seized. Watch my basic attack. Is that a clone? Where did he go? Guy frowned, scanning his screen. Zabuza Momochi had vanished entirely. Did he employ the secret scroll hidden in Mist technique? No, his equipped secret scroll is scatter. Immediately after casting his first technique, Natsume tapped the basic attack command. Zabuza's true form teleported backward into invisibility, while a decoy clone remained motionless, deceiving Guy completely. Once invisible, Zabuza executed a swift slashing lunge. Natsume struck Kakashi cleanly with it. What just happened? How was I hit without warning? From Guy's perspective, Zabuza Momochi materialized abruptly and landed a devastating blow. Natsume then launched a relentless barrage of basic attacks, each strike landing with lethal precision. Good, substitution cooldown ended. Time to counterattack. Guy slammed the substitution key. Why won't it activate? Zabuza Momochi had already ensnared Kakashi with his second technique, water release water prison technique. Having disrupted Guy's substitution, Natsume vanished once more, retreating unseen. As Guy held the substitution key continuously, Kakashi collapsed, then instantly performed the technique mid-fall before even rising. Natsume couldn't resist teasing. Rising to the occasion, Guy. Your reflexes are impressively quick. He added a gentle headpat emoji. Seeing the emoji, Guy flushed crimson and roared. Damn it! Summon the tailed beast Shikaku. Activate the forbidden secret scroll Yin-Yan Healing Annihilation. Take this. Natsume dispelled Kakashi's invincibility with scatter release, then reactivated the water prison to immobilize him once more. Damn it! Guy, witnessing Kakashi's entrapment, frantically spammed the headpat emoji. Ha! Calm down, Guy. Here's an ultimate technique diagram to soothe your nerves. His chakras nearly depleted. Ultimate technique waterfall burial. Return to nothingness. Natsume unleashed Zabuza's ultimate technique, a colossal waterfall engulfed the battlefield, submerging Kakashi utterly. Then from the churning depths Zabuza rose, raised the executioner's blade, and delivered the final decisive stroke. It is precisely because I harbor ambition that I stand here, to fight. Utterly disheartened, Guy failed to overcome Natsume's Zabuza in any subsequent round. Upon seeing the bold characters declaring defeat, Guy regained composure, and with it newfound familiarity with Zabuza's techniques. Youth does not fall here, let us begin again. The Ninja Academy. All 12 genin attended the Shinobi Report meeting, except Naruto Uzumaki. Shikamaru Nara rested his chin on one hand, glancing around. Naruto was nowhere in sight. Has Naruto not arrived? Choji, have you seen him? Choji munched crisps while scanning the room. Still no sign of Naruto. Right, he didn't pass the graduation exam. He probably won't come at all. Sasuke Uchiha, seated in the front row, heard Naruto's failure, and something unreadable flickered behind his dark eyes. That dead last forehead girl, Sasuke is mine. Inapig, I'd never surrender Sasuke to you. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka reignited their perennial rivalry. Shikamaru muttered instinctively. Women are such a drag. What did you say? Both Sakura and Ino turned sharply toward him. Nothing at all. Shikamaru stammered, waving his hands frantically. Humph. They both turned away, and resumed arguing. So much for underestimating women. Shikamaru sighed inwardly. Class assignments commenced. Team 7 Sasuke Uchiha Sakura Haruno. Yes. Before the instructor finished speaking, Sakura leapt up cheering, and shot Ino a triumphant glance. Don't get cocky, Sakura. Ino replied, envious yet resigned. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto. A ripple of shock swept the room. Sakura raised her hand. Sensei, didn't Naruto fail graduation? Then how could he possibly be assigned to Team 7? The instructor smiled gently. Though Naruto did not pass every component of the graduation exam, he demonstrated exceptional aptitude and latent potential in other critical areas. After thorough deliberation by the Hokage Council, it was unanimously decided he joined Team 7. Hearing this, the students' astonishment softened into quiet acceptance. Hinata Hyuga exhaled softly. Thank goodness. Naruto has become a shinobi too. Teammate Kiba Inuzuka Hinata Hyuga Shino Aburame. Team 10 Ino Yamanaka Shikamaru Nara Choji Akimichi. Stuck with these two idiots. Ino rubbed her temples. Figures. Shikamaru murmured thoughtfully. Choji continued crunching crisps unperturbed. Now await your Jonin sensei. Asuma Sarutobi entered. Team 10, follow me. Soon after, Kurenai Yahi arrived. Team 8, come with me. At last, only Sasuke and Sakura remained in the classroom. Honestly, fine if Naruto skips it, but why hasn't even our sensei arrived? Don't you agree, Sasuke? Sakura said impatiently. Humph. Sasuke responded coldly. Indeed, Naruto, having foreseen the plot through gameplay, deliberately arrived late. He refused to sit idly in class awaiting Kakashi, and more crucially sought to avoid any unintended confrontation with Sasuke. Sakura suddenly realized. With only Sasuke and I left here, this is the perfect moment for a date. She leapt to her feet as Sasuke rose and strode toward the classroom door. Sasuke, where are you going? Sakura stood ready to follow, But Sasuke ignored her, pausing silently beside the door. Just then Naruto sprinted breathlessly into view, skidding to a halt outside. Sasuke opened the door, Naruto, moving too fast to stop, collided headfirst. Plop! Naruto, I'll kill you! You bastard, Sasuke! Huh! Sakura froze, stunned, rigid. At that instant Kakashi Hatake entered the classroom, and witnessed the entire scene. Noticing the smartphone in Naruto's hand, Kakashi understood Naruto had timed his arrival precisely, to avoid mishaps. Yet some encounters, he reflected, were inevitable. How shall I put it? My first impression of you all is rather unique. In Konoha, on the rooftop of the ninja school, Kakashi Hatake, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno gathered together. Then let us introduce ourselves first. Let's talk about what we like, what we dislike, and our interests and dreams. Wait a moment, let the teacher go first. Me. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I keep my likes and dislikes a secret. There's nothing much to say about my dreams, and I have quite a few interests. You'll find out later. As a result, we got to know his name. According to the intel I received, teacher Kakashi likes to read the book Make Out Paradise. Ninjas must protect information and not easily leak it. Whoever spoke just now, go ahead and introduce yourself. Naruto adjusted his forehead protector. Alright, I'll go. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I love eating instant noodles, especially the ramen that Iruka-sensei treats me to. And my dream is to surpass the Hokage and have everyone in the village acknowledge my existence. As for my interests, it's definitely battling in the Hokage duel arena. By the way, the ninjas I like to use are me, Iruka-sensei, and Sakura. I also frequently use Lee. After hearing her name mentioned by Naruto, Sakura asked, Naruto, what do you mean by that? And what's the duel arena? Naruto pulled out his phone and said, It's this. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Kakashi. Naruto, if you want to graduate, then don't speak. As for the duel arena, I'll personally tell you after we complete a task. TCH, if you want say, then I won't ask. Naruto turned his head, looking reluctant. Next, I'm Sasuke Uchiha. I have quite a few dislikes, but not much I like. As for my dream, it's not something to be said lightly. I have my own ambitions to revitalize the Uchiha clan and to kill that man. That's so cool. He can't be referring to me, right? It turns out that's the case. The three of them had different thoughts. Alright, it's the girl's turn now. I'm Sakura Haruno. What I like is... Well, I should say the person I like is... my dream is... Should I say it? I dislike Naruto. As for interests... Alright, the self-introduction ends here. Follow me. Konoha's no. For training ground. Kakashi took out 2 bells and said, Next we will execute a task, a survival exercise in the wild. I have 2 bells here. Your task is to take them from me before sunset. Those who do not get a bell will be eliminated due to task failure. In other words, at least one person must return to school. Use all your tricks and weapons. No matter the method, if you don't have the determination to defeat me, you won't get the bells. The mission starts now. After speaking, Sasuke and Sakura concealed themselves in the woods while Naruto ran towards a nearby river. As a ninja, concealing one's presence and hiding is fundamental. Naruto, what are you doing? Kakashi was somewhat speechless. He understood that Naruto was aware of the storyline of the adventure mission. I won't perform poorly like in the storyline. Suddenly Naruto lifted his phone, directing the screen towards the river. Hee. Naruto's clothes transformed into those of Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Academy student, and his forehead protector changed into goggles. Surprised aren't you, teacher Kakashi? This is a hidden feature of the game. As long as I open the game, point the phone screen at a reflective surface and shout the special ability incantation, I can use the skills of the same character ninja from the game. In other words, I, Naruto Uzumaki, can use the skills of Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Academy student from the game. The higher the ninja proficiency, the longer the duration and the more powerful the skills become. Kakashi instantly teleported in front of Naruto, scrutinizing him. So there's a hidden feature. The clothes are identical, but I wonder if the skills are the same. In Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno's eyes, Naruto pulled out a black square, then changed into a different outfit and appearance. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Is it a transformation technique? That fool. Sasuke tightly gripped his shuriken as he constantly searched for Kakashi's weaknesses. Take this. Paint prank. Suddenly a paint bucket appeared in Naruto's hand and he splashed the paint towards Kakashi. After the paint was thrown, the bucket disappeared. Kakashi wanted to experience the skills, so he did not dodge. Is it just simple paint? No, this paint has a slowing effect just like in the game. Seeing that Kakashi did not dodge the paint he threw, Naruto laughed loudly. Haha, now you know my power, right? Take this. Shadow Clone Double Strike. Naruto summoned clones to kick at Kakashi, sending him flying. Now's my chance. Sasuke used a shuriken to attack Kakashi. Alright, I hit him. Oh no, it's a substitution technique. My position is exposed. Sasuke left his hiding spot and joined Naruto. Kakashi walked up to the two of them and said, Good cooperation, but it's still lacking a bit. After saying that, Kakashi reached for his ninja tool pouch. Sasuke became nervous, thinking, what weapon is he going to pull out? Is it a shuriken? It was Makeout Paradise. Kakashi pulled out Makeout Paradise. Damn it, he's looking down on us too much. Naruto formed hand seals with both hands. Harem Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, Kakashi vanished. Huh. Where's Teacher Kakashi? Kakashi appeared behind Naruto, crouching down in a tiger hand seal position. Naruto, be careful. The teacher is forming hand seals. Sakura, hidden nearby, warned. Konoha ninja art secret technique, 1,000 years of death. Just at that critical moment, Naruto suddenly turned around unexpectedly, holding a shuriken in his hand, which he threw at Kakashi. Kakashi sidestepped, interrupting the action for 1,000 years of death. You're quick to react, Naruto, Kakashi praised. With a bang, Naruto resumed his original form. Has the transformation time ended? Kakashi thought to himself. At that moment, Sasuke firmly gripped a kunai, taking the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the side. Kakashi easily dodged and kicked at Sasuke. Sasuke agilely rolled away and quickly stood back to back with Naruto. Sakura, not far away, anxiously watched everything, thinking about how to help. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she thought of a plan. She took an exploding tag from her ninja tool pouch, lit it, and threw it at Kakashi. Kakashi instantly used the kunai to deflect the exploding tag. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Just at the moment when Kakashi was distracted, Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, surrounding Kakashi with many clones. Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke also cooperated by using ninjutsu. In an instant, flames and smoke filled the air. When the smoke cleared, everyone found that Kakashi was gone. Where exactly is the teacher hiding? Sakura anxiously said as she approached Naruto and Sasuke. Earth Release Inner Decapitation Technique. Two hands emerged from the ground, grabbing Naruto and Sasuke by the ankles. Their bodies sank into the ground, leaving only their heads exposed. Sasuke. Naruto. You guys. At that moment, Kakashi cast a genjutsu on Sakura, causing her to faint. When Naruto and Sasuke emerged from the ground, Sakura woke up and the sun had already begun to set. You all failed. Ninjas aren't really a concern for you, right? Have you ever considered why we are conducting group exercises? In other words, you haven't grasped the purpose of this test at all. Naruto stepped forward and said, I know what it is. You mean teamwork, right? Exactly, that's it. Naruto, don't get too cocky just because you know something. Also, your performance is the worst. Stop relying on tools all the time. Kakashi raised the bell. Wait, there are only 2 bells. How can we cooperate as a team? If 3 of us scramble for one, only one can succeed. This will only cause infighting. Sakura stood up and argued, that's exactly how we arranged it on purpose. Kakashi crossed his arms and said, it's to put you in a dire situation and force you to think about how to cooperate. In the world of ninjas, there won't be so many fair resources, nor will you have ample time to plan slowly. Sometimes, even under the harshest conditions, you must find ways to complete the task. Kakashi captured Sasuke and said to Sakura, Sakura, kill Naruto, otherwise Sasuke will be in danger. What? Just like this, the enemy holds a hostage, forcing you to make painful choices, and your companion's life is at stake. Kakashi walked to the memorial stone. Look at this, it is inscribed with countless names. These people are all called heroes. That's it, I've decided I want my name carved here as well. I refuse to die easily. Naruto shouted loudly, pointing at the memorial stone. The name of my friend is also here. He is not an ordinary hero but a hero who sacrificed himself. Kakashi said while stroking the memorial stone. This is the memorial stone inscribed with the names of heroes who sacrificed themselves. What? Upon hearing Kakashi's explanation, everyone fell into deep thought. Naruto scratched his head, seemingly understanding something. Sakura no longer refuted. Alright, now you should understand the importance of teamwork. Kakashi took out 2 bells. Sasuke, you performed the best. These 2 bells are for you. You can only give one to either of them, and whoever doesn't get a bell will be considered unqualified. Sasuke took the bells, his eyes filled with determination. Back then, I cried. I must surpass that man. I cannot remain here. Sasuke handed the 2 bells to Sakura and Naruto. Not getting a bell only proves my inadequacy. Naruto and Sakura looked at the bells in their hands, both surprised and touched. Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said, Sasuke, you guy, you're quite reliable. But the bells should go to both of you. I can stay an extra year in ninja school and it's no big deal. Sakura's eyes turned red as she said, Sasuke, thank you. They'll go back to school. Kakashi's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems you understand the meaning of teamwork. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, your choices are very correct. Being able to think of your companions at a critical moment is what a qualified ninja should understand. Now I announce that all 3 of you have passed this test. Kakashi said. Huh. We all passed? Naruto asked loudly. Kakashi nodded. That's right. Originally, if one person didn't get a bell, everyone would be eliminated. But seeing you exhibit team spirit after going through all this, I've decided to give you a chance. From today onwards, you are officially members of Team 7. Next, there will be even more challenging missions waiting for you, so be prepared. The 3 exchanged smiles full of determination, nodding. They knew that their ninja journey was just beginning. At the mobile phone store of Natsume, an old man walked in. Why does the 3rd Hokage have time to visit me? Natsume greeted with a smile. Sarutobi sighed slightly and said, recently things have been unstable in the village. The Umbu has reported that a mysterious ninja force is active around, seemingly plotting something. Natsume's expression stiffened. This is no small matter. Did you come here with any intentions? Sarutobi nodded. I came here on behalf of the village to request a batch of mobile phones from you, Natsume. Upon hearing about a big business, Natsume said, no problem, you can have as many as you want. Sarutobi bowed in thanks. Then I will trouble you, Natsume. The 2 exchanged pleasantries. As he was leaving, Sarutobi asked Natsume a question. Why Naruto? Because Naruto is the protagonist of the Hokage story. Protagonist. Haha, I see. Goodbye, boss. Goodbye. After Sarutobi left, Natsume began preparing for the next game update. Update ninjas. A ninja might Gayasama Sarutobi Kisame Hashigaki. B ninja Kurinai Yahi Ebisu. C ninja Ino Yamanaka Choji Akimichi Shikamaru Nara Hinata Hyuga Kiba Inuzuka Shino Aburaim Tenten and Konohamaru Sarutobi. Open Trial Grounds Team Raid Point Match Ninja Transmission Talents Equipment Recruitment Ninja World Assembly. High-level recruitment opens. A ninja might guide. B ninja Kurinai Yahi Ebisu. C ninja Ino Yamanaka Choji Akimichi Shikamaru Nara Hinata Hyuga Kiba Inuzuka Shino Aburaim Tenten. Ninja Store Updates. C ninja Konohamaru Sarutobi. Fragment Mall opens. Depending on the V level, you can purchase Rock Lee Niji Hugagara and Kakashi Hataki. Super Shadow Service opens. Purchasing Super Shadow grants a ninja Kisame Hashigaki. Invite friends to gift a ninja Suma Sarutobi. Organization functions open temporarily only with Organization Blessing, Organization Wish, Organization Store. Ranking matches open. Duel Store offers a lottery for 1,000 duel points with prizes including random ninja 3-day experience cards and mysterious items almost impossible to win. Hokage's office. Sarutobi is instructing the Hokage's exclusive Umbu captain to go to Natsume's mobile store to purchase 100 mobile phones for the Hokage's exclusive Umbu's use. He did not consult with the Hokage's assistant, or other clan leaders. As for Danzo, I am the Hokage. Ding, the host has sold over 100 mobile phones, gaining the illusion immunity skill. This skill can immunize all illusions and release ultra-realistic illusions. Up to 10 unique skills can be stacked together. After Kakashi returned home, he picked up the album on the table. Obito Rin, teacher, I now have a new ninja team. Remembering his former teammates, Kakashi's gaze softened with a hint of nostalgia. Kakashi lay on his bed taking out his phone replaying the 16 years ago chapter over and over again. Dark and cold. The only source of light comes from a flickering oil lamp in the corner casting distorted shadows on the rough stone wall. The room is almost devoid of decoration featuring only a heavy stone table and a few equally cold stone chairs. This is an absolute shadowy place where sunlight cannot reach. Danzo sits at the head of the stone table, most of his figure hidden in the shadows. The only clearly visible features are his bandaged right eye and arm along with a cold sharp gaze from his left eye that seems capable of piercing the soul. A root ninja kneels on one knee a few steps away from Danzo, his voice devoid of any emotion. Lord Danzo, the target Sarutobi Hizashi purchased 100 mobile phones today at the Natsume mobile store for the direct division of the Hokage. The mobile phone is a new type of ninja tool that can assist ninjas in their training. Does Natsume have any special background? Danzo made no physical movement, only his left eye's gaze slightly shifted downwards to fall upon his kneeling subordinate. Preliminary investigation shows no. He is an ordinary resident of the Land of Fire. Danzo slightly closed his left eye as if calculating something or perhaps weighing options. After a few seconds he opened his eyes again, the coldness within them showing no sign of thawing. Understood, you may leave. As you command, Lord Danzo. The root ninja bowed succinctly, stood up, took a few steps back and then silently vanished into the entrance passage of the secret room as if blending into the shadows. Only Danzo remained in the secret room. He slowly raised his bandaged right arm and placed it on the stone table. Hizashi, are you going to make a move against the root? For Konoha necessary sacrifices the nutrients of darkness, you won't hold the position of Hokage for long. At the Natsume mobile store a special guest arrives. The person disguised as Danzo using transformation jutsu who silently approached Natsume. Boss, can I buy one of these mobile phones? Danzo said in a somber tone. Natsume looked at the person and said, Little cat system, help me scan this person in front of me. Scan complete. This person is Danzo Shimura, the leader of the root. Natsume was somewhat surprised but maintained a calm expression, showing a warm smile. Of course you can, esteemed guest, this phone has powerful features. Danzo's gaze swept over the phone as he asked, does this phone really provide such great help for a ninja's training? Natsume nodded and replied, well, I can only say that those who understand will understand. Danzo seemed thoughtful and said, please tell me more about its functions. Natsume smiled, saying, there are many functions, only by experiencing it personally can one know its wonders. Suddenly Danzo changed the topic, how long has this store been open and how is business? Natsume replied calmly, not long, but business is quite good. Danzo's gaze sharpened as he stared at him, seemingly trying to find a flaw in his expression. It's not polite to keep staring at someone, is it? That's my personal habit. Danzo closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. When he opened them again he saw an unexpected situation. The wind carrying the damp chill of the forest, and a nauseatingly strong smell of blood harshly slapped against his face. He was being held by someone, stumbling and fleeing through the woods. Tripping over his own feet, he reflexively shook off the supporting arm and steadied himself. Danzo's gaze swept around the surroundings. Sensei Tobarama along with the young Uchiha Kagami Akimichi Torifumito Tenka and Sarutobi Hizashi. Is this an illusion? Danzo continuously disturbed his chakra when suddenly a shuriken flew by and grazed his face. This is blood, I can feel the pain. Is this reality? The Ninja World War. The Gold and Silver brothers from the Cloud Village are in pursuit. The cliff that will determine Konoha's fate. Time has returned to this moment. Opportunity. This is the only straw thrown by the god of fate. An opportunity great enough to crush all his regrets in life. Ahead, Senju Tobarama suddenly stopped, his gaze sweeping over each disciple. Ultimately, as if by destiny, bearing a hint of imperceptible entrustment and expectation, it heavily fell upon Sarutobi Hizashi. The words, teacher, let me do it, were almost about to burst from Hizashi's throat. In a critical moment. Teacher Tobarama. It's Danzo. Let me take care of the rear. Silence. The air froze as if even the sound of the wind had been abruptly severed by this sudden shout. Very well. Danzo. Tobarama's voice suddenly rose clearly, reaching the ears of every Konoha ninja. I see your determination. Listen. If I cannot return, the next Hokage of Konoha will be Danzo Shimura. The moment Danzo heard the words Hokage, his body uncontrollably trembled violently. A torrent of overwhelming joy capable of incinerating reason surged forth like a long-suppressed lava from the depths of the earth, crashing through all his disguises and erupting from the top of his head. I did it. I won the bet. That coveted position, that crown pursued throughout my life under the sunlight, has unexpectedly arrived in such a sudden and real manner. He could hardly suppress the distortion at the corners of his mouth. But he forcibly suppressed this almost tearing wave within him. Yes. Teacher Tobirama. For Konoha I, Danzo Shimura, will not hesitate to die 1,000 times. I will not fail my mission. Go. Tobirama charged towards the gold and silver brothers' pursuing team, saying to the others, I will take care of the rear. Swish swish. Only Danzo remained in place. Ha. Ha ha. A suppressed and twisted low laugh finally squeezed out from his heavily rising chest. In the Hokage's office, Danzo was sitting in the Hokage position he had long coveted. Your policies are too radical, especially against the Uchiha clan. This will create discord among the people of Konoha, and you will regret it in the future, Danzo. Shut up, Hizashi. Here it comes. Danzo's heart was ecstatic. Damn Sarutobi Hizashi, he had always used this phrase to suppress him, and now he finally had the chance to say it boldly in front of Hizashi. I am the Hokage. Before he could finish his sentence, the scene before him transformed into the Natsume mobile store. What? Danzo stared wide-eyed in shock as everything just now vanished like a dream and he returned to this small mobile store. Danzo looked at Natsume. This person is very dangerous, able to cast an illusion on me without my noticing, and he also knows about my past. Natsume, however, still wore a smile leisurely, saying, what you just experienced is another possible life. Danzo's breath became rapid, his heart churning. What exactly is your purpose? He asked coldly. Natsume spread his hands and said, nothing more, just wanting you to understand that life has many possibilities. This phone can show you a different future. Danzo fell silent. His heart was torn between two thoughts. The fleeting experience of the glory of being Hokage made his heart flutter. After leaving the Natsume mobile store, Danzo instructed the route to purchase mobile phones, ensuring that each member of the route was equipped with one. The night was thick as ink, completely soaking the hidden village of Konoha, with the cold moonlight spilling over the distant Hokage Rock. Danzo gazed up at the Hokage Rock statues of past leaders. Hizashi, next time I will surely say that sentence in front of you. In the early morning of Konoha village, the thin mist had yet to fully dissipate, and the air carried a hint of coolness. The three members of Team 7, Uzumaki, Naruto, Harino, Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke, arrived punctually at the door of a newly opened shop in the village. This is the place, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at the shop's entrance. The magical item that can help us train I mentioned before is inside. Are you sure about that? Sakura asked, crossing her arms and furrowing her brow. I mean, really, Naruto? Naruto, pushing the door open, nonchalantly turned back to emphasize. I wouldn't joke about something like this. It's really powerful and will definitely help with our training. He rushed inside, first the sound of wind chimes ringing clearly. Natsume bro, we're here. This time I want to have some orange juice. TCH. Sasuke followed Naruto inside with his hands in his pockets as Sakura came in behind them. A gentle-faced young man, Natsume smiled and said, Naruto, you didn't come just for drinks this time, did you? Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. Natsume bro, you're so smart. I told my friends you have something that can help us train, so I brought them to check it out. Natsume nodded, pointing to a smartphone. You're talking about this phone, right? That's right. Also, there's one more thing. I can't log into my game today. The game will undergo an update shortly, and once it's done you can log in again, he explained. Oh, I see. I thought my phone was broken. Sakura approached the counter cautiously and asked, Excuse me, Mr. Store owner, may I ask, can this phone really be used for ninja training? How exactly does it work? She needed concrete evidence to quell her doubts. Well, it's best if you experience it for yourselves, Natsume replied. Each one is 10,000 ryo. Natsume maintained his warm smile as he answered. 10,000 ryo. Sakura gasped, realizing that was a hefty sum for a lower-ranked ninja. She instinctively touched her small purse. Sasuke had seen Naruto transform with the phone the day before. For the sake of becoming stronger, 10,000 ryo was worth it. Sasuke took out 10,000 ryo and purchased the phone. Seeing Sasuke buy it, Sakura gritted her teeth and also took out 10,000 ryo to make her purchase. Natsume handed them 3 bottles of orange juice, saying, "Here are 3 drinks for you. The game will take a little while to update, so you can rest for now." Sakura took the orange juice, thinking, "This drink seems a bit like Naruto." The clear sound of wind chimes rang out again, breaking the brief tranquility in the shop. The door was suddenly pushed open and a vibrant green figure rushed in like a whirlwind, followed by the slightly helpless Ten and the calm Hinata Niji. "Hey, Naruto. Is that Sasuke and Sakura? What a coincidence." Guy appeared with his signature bright smile. "The passionate youth must be unleashed even in the morning." "Guy-sensei. And Lee Ten Niji, what brings you all here?" Naruto excitedly waved to greet them. "We couldn't log into the game, so we came to ask the store owner what was going on." Natsume smiled and explained. "The game is still updating. Once it's done, you can log in." Lee scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "Oh, I see. I thought something major had gone wrong." Sakura watched the energetic green figure, and the 3 behind him looking a bit confused as she turned to Naruto. "Naruto, who are these people?" Naruto immediately took on the role of the enthusiastic introducer. "Sakura Sasuke, this is Guy-sensei. And here are his students. This is Rock Lee, but we all call him Lee. And this is Ten. And this one." Naruto pointed at the cold-eyed boy with Byakugan. "Is Hyuga Niji from the Hyuga clan." Guy gave a signature thumbs up. "Yo. Team 7. Youth is the destiny of encounters. I look forward to working with you." Ten smiled and waved. "Hello, I'm Ten." Lee took a step forward, his eyes sparkling, and locked his gaze on Sakura. He suddenly dropped to one knee, dramatically holding his hands to his chest, and shouted with all his might. "Beautiful lady. I am Rock Lee. Please go out with me. I will protect your smile with my life. This is my vow of youth." Pfft. Naruto almost spit out the orange juice he had just taken in. Hey. That was too direct." Sakura stepped back in shock from the sudden confession. She looked at Lee's signature thick eyebrows and watermelon hairstyle, and instinctively blurted out, "Dating? No way. Your eyebrows are way too thick. Like 2 caterpillars." Lee was struck as if by lightning, instantly petrified, murmuring in disbelief. Eyebrows, caterpillars, my youth, suffered its first blow. In this slightly chaotic scene, Sasuke and Niji silently locked eyes in midair. One bore the name of the Uchiha clan's last heir, proud and aloof, the other a genius from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, calm yet with a hint of barely noticeable pride. There existed an inherent competitive aura between geniuses. "Hyuga Niji." Niji spoke first, his tone flat, slightly nodding as a form of greeting. "Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke's reply was equally succinct, his voice cold, lacking any unnecessary actions. A unique silent rivalry unfolded between the 2 geniuses. Ding 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 ding. A series of clear, melodious, and cheerful system notification sounds suddenly rang out from the phones of Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Guy, Lee Ten, and Niji at the same time. The sound instantly shattered the stagnant atmosphere. Naruto was the first to react, grabbing his phone suddenly. The update is complete. Natsume bro, can we log in now?" Natsume smiled and nodded. "Yes, the update is finished. You can all log into the game now." "Humph." Sasuke scoffed, turning his gaze away first to look at his phone. Niji fell silent for a second before also looking down at his phone screen. Sakura let out a sigh of relief. The tension from Sasuke and Niji's standoff had her heart in her throat. She hurriedly took out her phone, wanting to see what this Tenthasandrio item was all about. As the plot of the Nine-Tails Night came to an end, Sasuke and Sakura entered the game. The lone wanderer of the Nanha River entered the game. The Red Ribbon entered the game. After completing the first chapter, Sasuke and Sakura obtained Uzumaki Naruto Ninja Apprentice Haruno Sakura Ninja Newbie and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto has the 9 tails inside him, and it relates to the 4th Hokage. Sasuke was greatly shocked. This game might just provide intel on Itachi. Sasuke looked at Naruto, realizing that the pain Naruto bore was no less than his own. "Why are you staring at me, Sasuke?" Naruto asked, puzzled. "Humph, dead lass." Sasuke turned his head, looking at his phone. "Damn, Sasuke, do you want to fight?" Naruto swung his fist at Sasuke. So Naruto has been subjected to so much malice from the villagers. After understanding the loneliness and pain Naruto endured, Sakura felt guilty and remorseful for her indifference and mockery towards him. "Naruto, I'm sorry." Sakura stepped in front of Naruto, bowing her head sincerely to apologize. Naruto was taken aback at first, then grinned widely. Sakura, what are you talking about? Hearing this, Sakura turned her head away angrily and said, Stupid Naruto, I'm not talking to you anymore. Naruto scratched his head. Did I say something wrong? What is this advanced recruitment? Little Lee clicked on the advanced recruitment and saw the promotional animation of Might Guy, the proud Azure Beast. Oh. This is Teacher Kai. Finally, Teacher Kai's ninja is out. Little Lee held his phone and cried out in joy. Teacher Kai is the person he admires the most now. Having the character of Teacher Kai in the game holds extraordinary significance for him. Upon hearing Little Lee's voice, Kai also clicked into the advanced recruitment. A rank ninja the same level as Kakashi. The recruitment description states that every time a Ninja World recruitment ticket is used to purchase a colorful stone, it grants a chance to recruit a corresponding ninja. Any complete ninja that is already owned will be automatically converted into corresponding ninja fragments. So the advanced recruitment is similar to a lottery. One ninja recruitment ticket is equivalent to a random ninja fragment from the prize pool. In the prize pool, I am the highest level ninja, so drawing me is equivalent to winning the grand prize. Haha, no matter what, I must draw myself. After reading the instructions, Kai revealed his signature smile and said to Little Lee, youth is about burning brightly together with me. Little Lee nodded and replied, that's right, I want to burn my youth together with Teacher Kai in the game. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Neji added each other as friends in the game. After finding Sasuke's account in the friend battle, Neji clicked on the duel invitation. I want to spar with you in the game. After sending the invitation, Neji said to Sasuke. Sasuke scoffed, sure, I want to see how capable you can be in the game. South Huchuan Wanderer vs Caged Bird. Round 1, the battle begins. Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Trainee Water Release Water Candy vs. Hyuga Neji Lightning Release Lightning Strike. Sasuke controlled trainee Naruto to press forward using the first skill Paint Prank to splash paint downward on the axis. Neji dodged the paint and controlled the ninja to move upward on the axis. Got you. Sasuke also moved the ninja upward on the axis and then used the secret technique Water Candy. Very good, now your ninja's movement speed has slowed down. Sasuke took advantage of the movement advantage to constantly reposition, searching for an opening. Yes, this is its second skill, Shadow Clone Double Strike. Good idea, use the double large area slow first, then initiate with the skill. After being hit, Neji immediately used the substitution technique, then released the summoning Shikaku. Sasuke was immediately stuck by Shikaku and used substitution to escape to a corner. Now you have nowhere to go, right? Neji approached Sasuke using the second skill Empty Will Strike to initiate on trainee Naruto. Damn, I shouldn't have been so hasty with the substitution just now, Sasuke regretted. Neji continuously used normal attacks 5A for combos and also used the skill 8 Trigrams Return Heaven to deal damage. Time's up. Substitution. After using substitution, Sasuke distanced himself from Neji. This is it, I'll use the first skill and then move up to release the summoning. Sasuke controlled trainee Naruto to move in front of Neji. Take this. Unlike what Sasuke expected, Sasuke used the first skill Paint to splash on Neji, who immediately used the 8 Trigrams Return Heaven to evade trainee Naruto's damage and hit trainee Naruto. In the game, when Hinata Neji released Return Heaven, he would be in an invincible state and also had a certain advantage on the axis. Sasuke's ninja had low health and was taken down by Neji's combo. Round 1, Hinata Neji wins. Round 2, the battle begins. Sakura Haruno Ninja Rookie vs Hinata Neji. Rookie Sakura is a typical Parker-style ninja, not good at close combat. The first skill Girl Dodge can only be used for movement, while only the second skill Love Flying Kick can obtain fragments. Thus Sasuke's rookie Sakura used substitution after Neji initiated and never got any fragments again. Round 2, Hinata Neji wins. Round 3, the battle begins. Uchiha Sasuke 0 fragments vs Hinata Neji 4 fragments. The main priority now is to get chakra fragments and pull away from him. Sasuke controlled the ninja to constantly reposition. The second skill Lion's Roar is a close-range skill. Since the opponent has Return Heaven, I can only use the first skill Fireball to deplete the enemy. Good opportunity, Fireball. Sasuke used the first skill Fireball, but Neji evaded Sasuke's Fireball using Return Heaven. As Neji's Return Heaven ended, he showed his recovery frame. I was waiting for this, summoning Fury Ghost. Fury Ghost hit Neji. Now get close, wait for him to substitute, then use the secret technique scatter and follow up with Lion's Roar. When Niji was hit by Fury Ghost, he did not immediately use substitution but held down Lightning Strike. After being hit by Lightning Strike, it can be held to drop 2 lightning attacks on the enemy after a while. Lightning Strike hit Sasuke and then Niji used substitution, applying the second skill to initiate on Sasuke. I have an absolute reason not to lose. It's over. Niji made a sign of reconciliation. Naruto saw Sasuke being taken down by Niji and laughed. Haha, Sasuke, you still have this day, you're too weak. Haha, you cracked me up getting taken down like that. Sasuke angrily said, don't get too proud, do you dare to compete with me in a match? Stop looking down on people, if you want to come then come. Little Lee and Kai started the advanced recruitment. Little Lee nervously held his phone while Kai kept shouting beside him, youth is about moving forward, bravely go for it. Little Lee gritted his teeth and clicked the recruitment button but ended up getting only some ordinary ninja fragments. Kai, however, was excited. No worries, Little Lee, next time you'll definitely get the grand prize. After saying that, Kai also started his recruitment. I used 100 draws and finally collected Teacher Kai's fragments. Little Lee waved his phone excited. What? Little Lee is so lucky, I got less than 20 fragments from my 100 draws. Kai, unwilling to accept it, continued to recruit, but the next dozens of draws yielded little. After 250 draws, I got 38 fragments. I have no more coins left, what should I do next? At this moment, Natsume came up to Kai, pointing at the organization function on his phone, saying, I created an organization and members within the organization can gift ninja fragments. Do you want to join? An organization? That sounds good. Kai's eyes lit up. Youth is about advancing together, I'll join. Little Lee nodded beside him. Yeah, this way we might be able to gather Teacher Kai's fragments faster. Tian and Sakura also expressed their desire to join. Natsume smiled and said, after joining the organization, everyone helps each other by gifting surplus fragments. Moreover, the organization has activities and completing them can earn a lot of rewards. Kai, Little Lee, Tian and Sakura joined the organization. Shadow. Niji, are you joining? Natsume turned to Niji. Well, I have to follow the clan's orders. Niji clenched his fist. In the organization Wish, Kai received fragments gifted from Tian and Little Lee. Congratulations, you have recruited the ninja, might guy. Kai was momentarily stunned, then erupted in laughter. Ha, youth truly does not disappoint me, I finally drew myself. Little Lee cheered beside him. Great job, Teacher Kai. At this moment, the battle between Naruto and Sasuke also came to a conclusion. Thanks to his tenacious fighting style and skilled operation of his ninja, Naruto narrowly defeated Sasuke. He jumped up in delight, continuously sending head pat emojis to Sasuke in the game. Yay, I won. Now you know the power of Naruto. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. It must be related to the strength of the ninjas. This time Sasuke took out 40000 coins. Nanha River Trailblazer V15. Premium Shadow Service activated. Purple Tidal Wealth beyond measure unlocked. This is it, I will grow stronger. Sasuke emptied the ninja shop in one breath, recruiting every ninja from the elite summoning pool. Next, the rank match tournament. Season rewards. Premium Shadow Tier grants the orange title Pinnacle of Dueling and 18 Shinobi convening tickets. Shadow Tier grants the purple title Shadow and 15 to 17 Shinobi convening tickets. Umbu Tier grants the blue title Umbu and 12 to 14 Shinobi convening tickets. Jonin Tier grants the green title Jonin and 9 to 11 Shinobi convening tickets. Chunin Tier grants the white title Chunin and 6 to 8 Shinobi convening tickets. No rewards are granted for other ranks. Rank advancement rewards upon reaching Genin rank I, Chunin rank I, Jonin rank I, Umbu rank I, Shadow rank I, or Premium Shadow rank players may claim a complimentary Oneidi trial of A rank Ninja Zabuza Momochi. Dueling quests. Weekly wins: win 2 matches for 100 duel points, win 5 for 100 gold coins, win 7 for 200 gold coins, win 10 for 300 gold coins. Completing beginner, intermediate, and challenge quests rewards dueling quest chests. The first daily victory grants the Duel Arena First Victory chest. Shall I begin anew, from Genin rank I? Very well, I accept this challenge. Sasuke's fingertip hovered briefly over the arena matchmaking button. Premium Shadow. Pinnacle of Dueling. Wait for me. He murmured softly as he entered the intense rank match queue. Naruto saw the in-game announcement. Just you wait, I'll summon my first A-rank ninja too. On Konoha's main street. Invitation code. Invitation code. Naruto tugged at his hair, pacing back and forth with his phone aloft, muttering under his breath. That insufferable guy again. I heard this boy has become a ninja. What on earth is the Hokage thinking? How could someone like him be made a ninja? Indeed, after all he's… not another word. Naruto's arm holding the phone dropped limply. Why can't I find anyone? Then, like a sudden flash of illumination, a brilliant idea lit up his mind. Right. Kiba. Shikamaru. Choji. They definitely don't have phones yet, and haven't entered any invitation codes. Naruto bolted toward the Konoha training grounds, racing to each squad's favorite gathering spots. Team 10 was deep in a secluded forest near the lower reaches of the Nanha River. Shikamaru lay on his back, arms cradling his head, a blade of grass between his teeth. Choji crunched loudly through a bag of potato chips. Ino practiced flower arrangement with wild blossoms gathered along the roadside. Naruto burst in shouting. Shikamaru! Choji! Ino! Something amazing, something absolutely incredible, is happening. Come with me. Teammates stood at the village's edge. Kiba and Akamaru conducted reconnaissance training. Hinata followed quietly behind, her Byakugan faintly activated as she observed something unseen. And hidden within the dappled shadows of the trees, nearly indistinguishable from the foliage, stood Shino. Naruto's booming voice shattered the stillness. Kiba! Hinata! Shino! Hurry, there's something extraordinary I've discovered. With his legendary audacity, Naruto successfully gathered both squads into one motley assembly. Naruto showed them his phone and demonstrated its functions. Most importantly, purchasing a phone and entering his invitation code in the game would instantly grant a free A-rank ninja. Ugh, what a hassle. Though a free A-rank ninja does sound appealing. Shikamaru grumbled, but his eyes gleamed with quiet curiosity. What would Sensei Asuma look like in the game? As long as there's food, he'll go anywhere. Choji tore open another bag of chips. You mean Sasuke's here too? Ino's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Truly miraculous. Kiba asked skeptically. Akamaru let out a curious woof woof. It sounds quite intriguing. Hinata whispered softly, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. Worth observing. Shino remarked calmly, adjusting his glasses. Let's go, now. Destination Natsume Mobile Store. Naruto waved his arms, wildly leading this unlikely coalition, comprising the Ino Shikacho trio, the Inuzuka, the Hyuga, and the Aburame, straight toward Natsume Mobile Store. This hastily assembled recruitment squad stormed into Natsume Mobile Store like a whirlwind. Here we are, this is it, Naruto announced, brimming with excitement. Tenten lowered her phone with a sigh. Naruto, you've brought so many people. She glanced at Shikamaru and the others. You were all recruited by Naruto. Yeah, more or less. Shikamaru replied lazily, his gaze sweeping across Sasuke and Sakura before settling on Neji, with a slight respectful nod. Too many complicated people, he muttered inwardly. Shino adjusted his glasses, observing everyone present with serene composure. To Lee, Tenten, and Neji he said, A pleasure to meet you, I am Shino Aburame. Ino Yamanaka. Ino paid no attention to the phone. She slipped past the crowd, eyes sparkling as she headed straight for Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. You're here too, what a coincidence. What game are you playing? It looks incredible. She completely ignored Sakura standing nearby. Sakura's forehead vein throbbed. Inapig. Sasuke's busy, don't bother him. Hinata spotted Neji, and already flustered bowed her head, even lower fingers nervously gripping her sleeve. Nejiniazan. Neji gave a subtle nod, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes before his expression settled once more into calm reserve. Lady Hinata, you've come as well. Choji's attention was drawn by a new flavor of chips beside him. Oh, this looks delicious. His mouth watered visibly. Kiba darted his gaze excitedly around the room. Akamaru dashed playfully at his feet. The scene grew delightfully chaotic. Hey, Hui. Everyone, listen up. Naruto leapt onto a stool behind the counter, trying desperately to reclaim attention. The phone isn't the point, the game is. And the invitation code. He pulled out his phone again, hoisting it high above his head. Look, buy a phone, launch the game, and enter my invitation code during registration. and you'll instantly receive a supremely powerful A-rank ninja, Hiruzen Sarutobi's successor Asuma Sarutobi. At that moment a lazy teasing voice drifted in from the shop entrance. Oh ho ho! What a remarkably lively gathering this is! Natsume, your business today is extraordinarily prosperous. All eyes snapped toward the doorway. Kakashi sensei! Naruto cried out in delighted surprise. Kakashi sensei, tell them! He leapt down from the stool and rushed to Kakashi's side. Tell them about the game. And my invitation code. Enter it and claim A-rank ninja Asuma Sarutobi. At that moment a slightly puzzled voice with a husky rasp sounded not far behind Kakashi. I think I just heard my name. At the sound 2 figures appeared in the doorway. The man ahead was tall, wearing a deep green senior ninja vest, habitually holding an unlit cigarette between his lips. Beside him stood a graceful black-haired reedy kunoichi. Oh. Asuma-hong, you are here too. Kakashi stepped aside to clear the doorway, his tone carrying a casual. What a coincidence. It's really you. Mingren cried out in delight. Teacher Hong. Class 8's Chutian Jinai and Ya greeted together. Chiwan even let out a bark from atop Ya's head. Oh teacher Asuma, what a coincidence. Luan yawned lazily. Dingxi, clutching a newly bought snack, offered a greeting. Jinya waved enthusiastically. Teacher Asuma. You here to buy a phone too? Asuma's gaze swept the shop and finally rested on Mingren. The unlit cigarette still at his mouth, he stepped closer, curiosity and scrutiny in his eyes as he examined the Yuanfei Asuma on the screen. Oh, that's me. Not bad, still got the chakra blade too. He turned to Xiaomu and asked, Boss, is this the new Shinobi phone the Umbu have been equipping lately? Looks like it has quite a few functions. Oh. The Umbu use it too. Hong leaned in intrigued. Xiaomu smiled and said, It does have many features, but only by experiencing it yourself can you feel the phone's true marvel. Asuma, Hong, Luan, Jinya, Dingxi, Yechutian, and Jinai bought phones and then entered Mingren's invitation code. Fi and Dianyan entered the game. Fai's Yuexia entered the game. Yun Guanxuan entered the game. Huadian Bidang entered the game. Shupian Buji Zhong entered the game. Shorin Yongbu Wainu entered the game. Yueliang Dioxiali entered the game. Jingzai Lianjie Zhong entered the game. Haha, jackpot! Mingren retrieved 320 A-rank Yuanfei Asuma fragments from his in-game mail. 4 stars, now only 80 fragments short of 5 stars. 16 years ago the night of the Ninetales raid had already been cleared. A soft cough escaped. Asuma lit a cigarette, his furrowed brows were nearly twisted into a deep worry. Filish and Flying Thunder God. Shurgui Feng Jin Reaper Sealing Technique. For the village, for his son, he chose the most extreme way without hesitation. Is this the reason the higher-ups stained the Yuziba clan's name? Old man. The weight you bore back then was 100 times heavier than I imagined. Lady Jixanai. As the sunset reddened the sky, Hong saw Bufing Shuimen and Jixanai shield Mingren with their bodies against the Ninetales. Such pure and overwhelming parental love tore at her heart. Space-time ninjutsu. Phasing. Attacks becoming corporeal. I see, the 4th used the rule that attacks must materialize at the instant to counter-strike. Luan analyzed every detail of the battle. He clenched his fist, remembering Mingren's oft-repeated dream of becoming Hokage. So Mingren is the son of the 4th Hokage. Jinya recalled the Shanzhong clan's role in post-war psychological care and could not help remembering the complex silence her father Shanzhong Hai sometimes wore about Mingren's plight. Only now did she understand the helplessness and compromise behind that silence. Between the village's greater good and individual tragedy, even the Shanzhong clan was powerless to change much. Dingxi's chip bag was crushed out of shape, snacks scattered everywhere, and he was oblivious. Has Mingren been carrying such a burden all along? Chawan, seeing the Ninetales curled into Ya's clothing, it broke out in a cold sweat. Even Shadow Rank Ninja find it hard to oppose. Can this really be a power humanity can control? He suddenly understood why the child Mingren shunned by villagers always vowed. It'll prove him not a monster. Shinai pushed up his glasses to hide his emotion. If the Yu family had been present, perhaps they could have detected the masked man's traces sooner. Chutian silently watched Mingren and his sunlit blonde smile. So your loneliness began with that disaster. Am I worthy to spend the rest of my life filling it? Mingren, embarrassed by everyone's gaze, scratched his head and said, Why is everyone staring at me like this? Asuma patted Mingren's shoulder and said, "Kid, you'll become a remarkable ninja someday." "Yes, as your parents were," Asuma thought inwardly. Hearing teacher Asuma's approval, Mingren stood on a stool, raised his hand, and shouted, "I've decided, I'm going to raise teacher Asuma in the game to maximum proficiency." As he finished, Mingren's foot slipped, and he fell to the floor. The others burst into laughter, and Mingren, hearing them, laughed sheepishly as well. The dust of history was brushed away, revealing a cruel truth. But for Mui's Jade, the new generation of shinobi, this belated awareness did not crush them. It became a silent vow: understand the wounds of the past to better guard the smiles of the future. And that smile was worth protecting. Promotion succeeded. Kai finally reached the first tier of lower Nin, and received a Ōnoki trial of an ranked Tauri Zaibuzen. "Kakashi, how do you like my Zaibuzen?" Kai asked excitedly, showing the character on his phone. "It looks threatening, but how it performs in real combat depends on its wielder," Kai, unconvinced, said. "Kakashi, are you doubting my ability? See you in the duel arena." With that, he clicked a duel invitation on Kakashi's account. Kakashi accepted the invitation. He wanted to try the new ninja's skills as well. Shinra Duja vs. Mai Kanglan Mingsho. Round 1. The battle begins. Wanshingushia vs. Tauri Zaibuzen. Kakashi and Kai began maneuvering their avatars. Kai's Zaibuzen basic combo 3A missed Kakashi's Wanshingushia, and he moved into the 4A. "Good opening, use the second skill, my style Willow." Zaibuzen dodged the harm and struck Wanshingushia. "Kakashi, my Zaibuzen's 4A has invincible frames. It can avoid damage and seamlessly chain into secret scrolls and summoning." Kakashi used a substitution and kept his distance from Kai's Tauri Zaibuzen. "Kakashi, are you just substitution strolling?" "Haha, dodging won't help." Kai's basic attack with Zaibuzen crossed the arena from one side to the other. "Zaibuzen's basic attack has extreme range. Take this water dragon bullet." Kakashi's positioning avoided the water dragon bullet. He then waited to open with a basic attack once the opponent's skill faded. "It's gone." After Kai's sudden disappearance with Zabuza, he struck Kakashi with a blade. "This is the mist technique." With Kakashi's intelligence, he immediately recognized it as the mist technique from the hidden mist village. Using Zabuza's water prison technique to create a shadow clone, Kai vanished once more using the mist technique. Kakashi realized that after using his skills, Zabuza could then employ the mist technique. Zabuza is a formidable ninja, even stronger than Kakashi himself. It is known that Kakashi in a rank ninja requires a hefty price to summon. Kakashi's powerful second skill Raikiri allows for rapid movement, and can also pull enemies in. The first skill Earth Release Tracking Fang technique has two methods of release. A short tap releases a large area of effect, while a long press unleashes the skill quickly, suitable for use when enemies approach. The ultimate move Lightning Release Lightning Prison technique has high damage and a large area and can connect with skills after its release. Basic attacks are also quite stable, with the fifth hit having a sweeping effect. Kakashi is a well-rounded ninja capable of holding his own against various opponents. Zabuza, on the other hand, is exceptionally strong overall with excellent basic attacks. His fourth basic attack includes invincibility frames, allowing for connections with secret scrolls and summoning. His basic attacks have a wide range, able to span the entire arena. The first skill Water Release Water Dragon Bullet has a broad horizontal range capable of reaching beyond the screen by 2 character spaces with a sweeping effect. The second skill Water Release Water Prison technique can grab and sweep the ground, allowing Zabuza to rise after being captured. Using the first skill after the second skill's grab will unleash a combo technique. The strongest aspect is that Zabuza has the mechanism of invisibility. Due to information disparity, and the fact that the strength of Kakashi's shadow clone is lower than that of Zabuza, Kakashi was defeated in the first round. "Haha, Kakashi, you're no match for me." After his victory, Kai continuously laughed at Kakashi using crying emojis. The second round begins. Yuhi Kurenai 1 bean vs Zabuza Momochi 4 beans. Kakashi's Kurenai is equipped with the Ghost Lantern secret scroll, which can be utilized alongside the second skill Genjutsu Haze to pull and consume. As the battle commenced, Kai did not engage in positional play, controlling Zabuza to move forward and then using the first skill Water Release Water Dragon Bullet to attempt a strike. Kakashi dodged the Water Dragon Bullet with his movement, positioning Kurenai at the edge of the arena before activating the second skill Genjutsu Haze. Seeing that the Water Dragon Bullet had missed, Kai clicked to perform a basic attack while invisible, preparing to initiate with the derived attack Mist Burial. Zabuza's derived basic attack is a linear strike that can be interrupted by skills or basic attacks. Thus Kakashi maintained a linear position with Kurenai's second skill preventing Zabuza from utilizing his derived basic attacks. You figured out how to counter so quickly. Truly worthy of being my eternal rival. Both continued to maneuver and test each other with Kai's second skill water prison technique, also dodged by Kakashi. After Zabuza once again turned invisible, Kakashi released the ghost lantern around Kurenai, causing Zabuza to hesitate in using his derived basic attacks while invisible. Thus both continued to maneuver, employing skills, secret scrolls, and summoning to wear each other down, their health gradually dwindling. Just as Kakashi used a shadow clone again, Kai could not hold back any longer. Taking advantage of the time before the shadow clone's duration ended, he unleashed Zabuza's ultimate move, Water Barrier, returned to nothing. It is because I have ambition that I fight here. The second round concludes. The victor is Zabuza. The third round begins. Kakashi Hatake vs. Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi was somewhat surprised to see Zabuza had 2 beans. It is known that using the ultimate move to finish an opponent would grant 1 chakra bean in the next round, and now Zabuza has 2 beans. Didn't expect that. Kakashi with Zabuza's first skill can use sliding basic attacks to gain beans. With Zabuza's health low, Kakashi summoned his ninja dog to start the attack on Zabuza. After Zabuza used a shadow clone to counter, Kakashi immediately used Raikiri to swiftly retreat. Both repositioned again, and Kakashi seized the moment to short tap the second skill Earth Release Tracking Fang technique, initiating an attack on Kai's Zabuza. Once Zabuza's shadow clone was gone, Kakashi directly unleashed the ultimate move Lightning Release Lightning Prison technique, defeating this troublesome ninja. Your ambition has led to many sacrifices. This is not the behavior of a ninja. The third round concludes with Kakashi Hatake victorious. The fourth round begins. Kakashi Hatake vs Might Guy. The ultimate image changed, leaving Kakashi and Kai stunned. The ultimate dialogue of Zabuza's ultimate move matched up with the dialogue of Kakashi's ultimate. It is because I have ambition that I fight here. Your ambition has led to many sacrifices. This is not the behavior of a ninja. Kakashi, have you fought against Zabuza in the past? Kai turned to face Kakashi, asking. I've never encountered Zabuza before this, Kakashi said after trying to recall. In an instant, both Kakashi and Kai understood that if the future did not change, Kakashi and Zabuza would face off in battle. Alright, let's not dwell on this, our duel is not over yet. Kakashi picked up his phone first, addressing Kai. Taking the opportunity while Kai had not yet picked up his phone, Kakashi initiated an attack on Kai in the game. At this moment, Kai had no chakra beans left, and could not use shadow clone technique, leading to him being continuously attacked by Kakashi until he was defeated. Damn! Kakashi, you are too despicable! Kai, feeling frustrated, continuously expressed his discontent. The fourth round concludes. Kakashi Hatake emerges victorious. The fifth round begins. Kakashi Hatake vs Rock Lee. After the battle began, Kakashi initiated with Raikiri against Lee, who was swiftly defeated. As a ninja, I also have many things I must protect. The fifth round concludes. Kakashi Hatake is victorious. Kakashi completed the reverse triple. Kai, full of unwillingness, crossed his arms and said, Kakashi, this time you got lucky, next time I won't go easy on you. Kakashi smiled slightly, putting away his phone, saying, I won't hold back, next time we fight I will still win. At that moment, Kakashi received an invitation to join the organization led by Natsume. The organization created by Natsume's shadow, besides Hinata and Niji needing to consult their families, the rest of the Konoha 12 along with Kakashi Asuma and Kurenai have all joined. As noon approached, Choji invited Natsume, the Konoha 12 and the 4 teachers to eat barbecue. Thus the first organizational gathering concluded successfully. Hokage's office. Team 7. Naruto complained. Hokage Grandpa, these recent missions are too easy, just catching cats and dogs, planting trees and weeding, completely lacking challenge. Sasuke and Sakura also agreed, indeed the recent missions were too simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at them, especially at Naruto's eager expression, and said, It's good for young people to have drive. Since you are so eager for more challenging tasks, then I happen to have a crank mission that requires a team to escort a person to the neighboring country. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the scroll on the table and pushed it forward. See? Crank mission? Naruto exclaimed, his excitement making him incoherent, pointing at himself. Is it real? Protecting someone? Does that mean we have to leave the village? Grandpa Hokage, give it to us. Give it to Team 7. Sasuke's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. Could a crank mission finally expose them to real danger? Sakura was a bit anxious, as a crank mission could mean potential combat. Quiet down, Naruto. Sarutobi tapped the table with his pipe and then raised his voice towards the door. Please come in. The office door swung open and a strong smell of alcohol wafted in. An old man dressed in tattered clothes with messy gray hair and glasses stumbled in while holding a bottle of alcohol. He looked drunk, his gaze cloudy. This was none other than the bridge builder from the Land of Waves, Tazuna. What the hell? Tazuna squinted through his drunken haze at the three, pointing at Naruto and scoffing. Hokage-sama, just these kids. Especially this short little pumpkin, can he really do it? Don't drag me down. Short pumpkin. Stupid. Naruto exploded instantly. You old man. I'm going to be Hokage. Sakura quickly grabbed the impulsive Naruto. Naruto. Calm down. He's the client. Sasuke glared coldly at Tazuna, his expression displeased. Anyway, let's proceed. I hope you kids don't drag me down. My life will be in your hands. I am the super famous bridge expert Tazuna. Before I finish building the bridge and return to my country, please bet your lives to protect my safety. Especially you, short pumpkin. Tazuna took a swig of alcohol, completely ignoring the three. At that moment, the office door was pulled open. Oh, sorry, I got lost on my way through life. Kakashi glanced at the drunken Tazuna. Looks like everyone is here. Then the escort mission to the Land of Waves. Team 7 prepare to depart. Team 7 disperse. Gather at the village gate in 1 hour. Yes. At that moment, only Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in the Hokage office. Kakashi, has the game plot not updated yet? Hokage-sama, the game plot is still in the first chapter. Kakashi replied after checking his phone. Keep an eye on the game plot. The Land of Waves is likely to be the next adventure chapter. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. And take good care of Naruto. The bridge in the Land of Waves may be more important than we think. Yes, Hokage-sama. An hour later, at the main gate of Konoha, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were ready to depart. You're too slow, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto complained to the tardy Kakashi. Tazuna impatiently urged. Hey! Can we go already? Stop dawdling. Alright, let's go. Kakashi clapped his hands, scanning his three students before finally landing his gaze on Tazuna. Destination: the Land of Waves. Team 7 escort mission begin. Kakashi walked at the back of the line, checking his phone while occasionally looking up to scan the surroundings. The game adventure quest has been updated. Kakashi tapped on it, and the cover scroll of the second chapter revealed Momochi, Zabuza, and Haku. Chapter 2: Target the Land of Waves. It seems the plot has only updated the first segment, the arrival of the Mist Ninjas. Hey, short pumpkin. Tazuna burped drunkenly, pointing at a frog that jumped out from the bushes. See? Even a frog is smarter than you. If there are enemies, you'll be the first to hide. You old bastard. What are you saying? Naruto exploded, fists clenched. I'll show you my power. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto. That's enough. Sakura could no longer tolerate it, and punched Naruto on the head, cutting off his sentence. You're so annoying. The enemy hasn't even arrived and you're already driving me crazy. She turned to Tazuna, suppressing her anger. Mr. Client, please respect us too. Tazuna pouted and muttered. Troublesome little brats. He took another swig of alcohol and ignored them. Kakashi's gaze lifted from his phone, seemingly casually scanning a nondescript puddle by the roadside, the puddle reflecting slight glimmers in the sunlight. He silently thought. The plot of the second chapter should be arriving soon. Kakashi discreetly tucked his phone into his ninja tool bag and returned his hands to his pockets. Everyone be quiet, we're on the road. Kakashi's tone was somewhat serious. The team continued forward, the atmosphere becoming slightly tense. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows on the road. Swish! Swish! 2 dark figures suddenly shot out from the roadside puddle. Dressed in tight-fitting attire and wearing strange masks with sickles in hand glinting coldly, they charged straight at the center of the team. 2 mist ninjas wielding sickles aimed straight at Kakashi. Pff! Blood splattered. Kakashi collapsed in disbelief. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's eyes widened in horror. Sakura was nearly breaking down. Sasuke activated his Sharingan instantly. The Crimson Tomo spun wildly, locking onto the enemy tightly. Get lost now, it's your turn, old man. The demon brothers shook off the blood from their weapons and lunged at the slumped Tazuna. Bastard. An enraged Naruto lost his rationality and charged forward. Wait, Naruto! Sasuke shouted sharply, his Sharingan catching something unusual. Pay attention. At that moment. Swish. The chains of the demon brothers suddenly wrapped around the rushing Naruto and Sasuke, who stood in front of him. Gotcha! The demon brother sneered. However, Sasuke's Sharingan had already seen through their trajectory. Too slow. In that instant, as the chains closed in, Sasuke formed hand seals at lightning speed. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A huge blazing fireball roared out, instantly engulfing the approaching chains and the figures of the demon brothers. The scorching shockwaves sent both of them flying, crashing into the nearby woods with screams, utterly losing their combat ability. In the smoke, Kakashi's figure slowly emerged. Well done, Sasuke. As the smoke cleared, Kakashi stood unharmed. Good observation, the use of your Sharingan was timely. He glanced at the demon brothers, confirming they had lost consciousness. Sasuke closed his Sharingan, giving a faint. Naruto was still in shock, looking at the fallen Kakashi, transformed into a wooden stump, then at the real teacher, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Kakashi-sensei. You tricked us. Idiot. If it weren't for Sasuke, you would have been caught by the chains already. Sakura scolded Naruto with lingering fear. Humph. Naruto clenched his fists, glaring unwillingly at Tazuna. Tazuna took a swig of alcohol to calm his nerves, but his mouth didn't let up. Tis, that was scary. The short pumpkin really can't be relied on. It seems we have to rely on another kid. Kakashi walked up to the collapsed Dazna and said, Mr. Dazna, I need an explanation. A crank mission shouldn't involve any ninja attacks, and certainly not the pursuit of the mist-hidden assassins. Dazna's drunkenness was completely shaken off, trembling all over, unable to meet Kakashi's gaze. This level of enemy far exceeds the scope of a crank mission. Kakashi continued to apply pressure. You concealed critical information. Dazna's psychological defenses completely collapsed, and he suddenly knelt on the ground, his voice filled with despair. Dazna knelt on the ground, wiping his tears. It's the infamous shipping tycoon Kato. He controls the shipping of the Land of Waves and wants to rule us through fear. That bridge is the only hope for the people of the Land of Waves. Only by completing the bridge can we free ourselves from his control. Everyone pulled all their money, and it was only enough to pay for the minimum crank mission. I had no choice but to conceal it. Kakashi paused for a moment, looked at the three members of Team 7, and took out his phone, saying, The game adventure storyline has been updated partially, and it's about this mission in the Land of Waves. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all took out their phones and opened the game. They saw the names Zabuza, Momochi, and Haku on the second chapter's scroll, feeling somewhat shocked. Kakashi observed the different expressions on the three and said, If we continue this mission, we are very likely to encounter Zabuza and Haku. You must have witnessed their strength in the duel arena. The three understood that Zabuza was a rank ninja in the game and was on the same level as Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei, and Asuma-sensei, possessing considerable power at the Jonin level. Haku was a rank ninja with the ice release bloodline limit, and his strength should not be underestimated. Although Natsume had said that a ninja's rank does not represent their actual strength, merely the difficulty of acquisition, they did not believe this statement. The best choice now is to abandon this mission and return to Konoha. Kakashi spoke again, his voice unusually clear. Abandoning the mission and returning to Konoha, this was the most rational and compliant choice with the ninja code. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, staring intently at the cold face of Zabuza on the phone screen. To become stronger. This was his only goal. Sakura's face turned pale in an instant as she recalled Zabuza and Haku in the game. Sakura instinctively took half a step back, her fingers trembling slightly. The battles in reality can result in death. She looked at Kakashi, her eyes filled with a need for protection and affirmation. Kakashi-sensei is right, this is too dangerous. I hope, Naruto murmured, remembering Dazna's words. That bridge is the only hope for the people of the Land of Waves. He thought of himself. That person who was hated, rejected, and seen as a demon fox by everyone. He had once been in a deep abyss of despair, unable to see a glimmer of light. It was Iruka-sensei's recognition, the care of the third Hokage, and the bonds of Team 7. Little by little igniting the flame of hope in his dark world. He understood better than anyone that when a person or even a nation has their last glimmer of hope extinguished, it leads to a complete and utter darkness. I oppose. Naruto stepped forward, standing in front of Desna. Abandon the mission. What a joke. He pointed at Desna, who was still sobbing behind him, his voice trembling with excitement. Did you hear that? Uncle Desna and the others pooled most of their money just to hire us for that little bit of hope. That bastard Kato is trampling the entire country underfoot. That bridge is their only hope for survival. Naruto took a deep breath. Yes, the enemy is strong. Zabuza is a rank ninja and Haku is a rank ninja, I know. They are incredibly powerful in the game. He waved his phone but then clenched it tightly. But so what? Just because the enemy is strong, should we run away like cowards watching the people of the land of waves live in despair forever? Protecting the safety of the client, protecting their important things. That is what we should do. What does the mission rank matter? What does the strength of the enemy matter? If we give up protecting those who need protection out of fear of danger, then what kind of ninjas are we? Desna looked at Naruto in shock, who stood in front of him. Kakashi paused for a moment, sighed, and his expression became serious. There's no helping it, the mission continues. I'll contact the village and have them send reinforcements. He looked at Team 7 and said, Objective: protect Desna and ensure the bridge is completed. Stay focused, this is not a game. Remember, missions can be restarted, but once a person dies, there's nothing left. Desna repeatedly expressed his gratitude in excitement. Naruto cheered. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Sakura also regained her spirits. The team continued onward to the land of waves in oppressive silence. As they passed through a dense forest, a pure white snow rabbit suddenly jumped out from the bushes, stopping in the middle of the road. What a cute rabbit! Sakura's tension eased slightly. Naruto stared at the snow rabbit, feeling that something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Don't get distracted. Kakashi's deep voice rang out. They're coming. A huge beheading sword pointed directly at Desna in the middle of the team. Get down! Kakashi shouted sharply, his body already transformed into an afterimage. Clang! Kakashi had unknowingly blocked the enormous beheading sword with a kunai in front of Desna. Zabuza retreated to the riverbank. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura involuntarily shouted, Zabuza Momochi! I didn't expect the Konoha genin to know my name. Zabuza's voice sounded deep and hoarse. Copy Ninja Kakashi Hatake, I didn't expect to encounter you here. No wonder the demon brothers failed. The mist demon Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi pulled down his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Sasuke beside him was somewhat surprised that Kakashi had a Sharingan. Zabuza's sword tip slowly rose, accurately pointing at the trembling Desna in the center of the team. A cold, bone-chilling, almost blood-scented killing intent suddenly erupted. Boom! Zabuza's murderous aura swept over Team 7 like an invisible cold wave. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were paralyzed with fear from the killing intent released by Zabuza. Kakashi shouted sharply while quickly forming hand seals. Spread out. Form a protective formation around Desna. Kakashi's voice forcibly dispelled part of the fear that enveloped the three, and they immediately surrounded Desna. Water-style hidden mist jutsu. A thick white mist instantly engulfed everything. Cold and dead silence. The deep hoarse voice echoed ambiguously from all directions. Throat. Spine. Lungs. Liver. Carotid artery. Subclavian artery. Kidneys. Heart. Which of these 8 fatal spots shall I choose? Remember your positions. Maintain formation. Kakashi whispered urgently. Thick fog rolled and suffused with a chilling aura of death. The eerie voice of Zabuza pressed in from all sides again. It's over. Swish. Swish. 2 water clones of Zabuza emerged from the mist, brandishing their blades in a cross-slash towards Kakashi. Humph, water clones, huh? Kakashi's Sharingan instantly detected the attack as he swiftly formed hand seals. Water clone jutsu. 2 identical Kakashis appeared, precisely intercepting the attacking water clones. Splash. Splash. Water splattered as the 4 figures simultaneously dissolved into water. In the moment the water curtain obscured the view, The real Zabuza coalesced like a ghost in the mist, materializing behind Kakashi. Oh no! Kakashi's Sharingan caught the afterimage, but his body couldn't evade in time. Splash! A massive swirling water sphere appeared out of nowhere, instantly engulfing Kakashi. He was firmly trapped, unable to move, staring intently at Zabuza's silhouette through the water wall. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura screamed in panic. Water prison jutsu! Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. You seem to know me well. Zabuza released his water clone. Now it's your turn. Run! You are no match for him. Kakashi's voice came through the water wall, filled with unprecedented urgency. Take Mr. Tazuna and get out of here. Escape. A deep voice echoed, filled with anger and reluctance. Sasuke suddenly raised his head, his crimson Sharingan locking onto Zabuza's real body. What a joke! Sasuke's voice trembled. I haven't killed that man. Itachi Uchiha. How can I die here? How can I escape? In this moment of despair, Sasuke made a move that left everyone astonished. He suddenly pulled out a rectangular metallic glimmering object from his ninja tool pouch, a cell phone. Huh! Zabuza was taken aback. What is that? A new type of scroll. Sasuke aimed the cell phone at the puddle formed from the recent battle. I will walk my own path, so don't get in my way. Transform. Sasuke roared, and the cell phone screen erupted with blinding white light, enveloping him instantly. What? Zabuza questioned in surprise, and his water clone halted in its tracks. As the white light dissipated, Sasuke's left palm shimmered with lightning, emitting a sharp, piercing chirp of Chidori. Chidori! Sasuke shouted, transforming into a streak of blue lightning darting towards Zabuza's real body at an astonishing speed. Henfa, little Sharingan brat. Interesting. Zabuza scoffed disdainfully, slashing his decapitating sword at a tricky angle. Instead of blocking Hiden, he precisely grazed the inside of Sasuke's thrusting arm, the back of the blade smashing down hard on Sasuke's wrist. Crack. Zzzzz. Ugh! Sasuke cried out in pain, the Chidori dissipating as he was sent flying by the tremendous force, losing his balance and crashing to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop, struggling but unable to get up. Sasuke! Sakura screamed. Sasuke! Naruto's pupils contracted sharply, watching as the transformed Sasuke was easily crushed by a single attack, a surge of cold dread and anger coursing through him. Zabuza's water clone let out a low, cold laugh, stepping closer to Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna, wielding the decapitating sword. The pesky brat has been dealt with, now it's your turn. How could I die here? In the face of extreme despair and the instinct to survive, a flash of inspiration struck Naruto's mind: the duel shop in the game. Mystery lottery, 1,000 duel points, I can't care about anything else. Naruto instinctively dug out his cell phone from the depths of his ninja tool pouch. I'd bet my entire life's luck as Uzumaki Naruto. Lottery. I must win. A mysterious grand prize. Naruto closed his eyes, praying desperately, and pressed the lottery button on the screen with determination. Die. Zabuza's water clone swung the decapitating sword at Naruto. Clang. Naruto's right hand held a shuriken, blocking the strike, while his left hand aimed the cell phone at the reflective blade. No false worlds are close at hand. Transform. Naruto shouted, his deep blue chakra erupting, revealing a Naruto wielding a gigantic bandaged sword. Naruto was no longer in his original clothes, but had switched to a black cloak embroidered with red clouds, and his headband had transformed into that of a rogue shinobi from the Mist Village. Samahata, and this chakra, it's impossible. For the first time, disbelief colored Zabuza's voice. Thud! Zabuza's water clone, along with the decapitating sword, was struck hard by Samahata, instantly exploding into a puddle of harmless water that soaked the ground. However, as the water splashed down, revealing the face of the sword wielder, Zabuza was stunned. That was not the real Kisame Hashigaki at all. This is Kisame's outfit from the game. Sasuke, struggling to kneel, activated his Sharingan to look at Naruto. Naruto! Sakura gasped, covering her mouth as she looked at Naruto. It turned out Naruto had drawn a 5-minute experience card for Kisame in reality. Wow! Such a big sword! Naruto couldn't hold back his excitement, shouting out, and with that black cloak with red clouds and the Mist Village rogue shinobi headband, he looked incredibly bizarre and out of place. Samahata, and this immense chakra! Zabuza's voice brimmed with disbelief. This is impossible! How can you possess Kisame's sword and power? Kisame Hashigaki's gear. Sasuke looked at Naruto, realizing that the outfit and the sword were undeniably real. But Naruto's appearance and personality. What in the world was happening? Was it that cell phone? Who? Ha! I feel absolutely powerful right now. Naruto swung Samehada experimentally, the heavy blade cutting through the air with a whistling sound nearly causing him to stumble. Wow, it's so heavy. But so awesome. He excitedly called out to the approaching water clone. Hey, that water clone. Watch my power. Humph. Water clone, disappear. Naruto roared. This time he gripped Samehada's handle tightly with both hands, mimicking Kisame's stance in the game, swinging the massive blade around for a powerful strike. No longer the hasty block from before, this was a full-force strike infused with immense chakra. Boom. Zabuza's water clone, along with the phantom of the decapitating blade, offered no semblance of resistance, and was instantly shattered, sending splashes everywhere as his chakra completely dissipated. So powerful, Sakura murmured as she watched the violent scene unfold. TSK. Sasuke's expression was complex. Naruto's power burst forth exceeded anything he had shown before. Damn! Zabuza was utterly enraged. His water clone had been easily dealt with, and now there stood a Naruto wielding the weapon of Kisame, possessing Kisame-level chakra yet behaving like a child. Next up is Teacher Kakashi. Naruto hoisted the Samehada and turned towards the massive water sphere trapping Kakashi. He strained to recall the scenes from the game where Kisame unleashed his jutsu. Water style. Water style. It seems to be. Water explosion wave. Yes. That's it. He formed hand signs quickly, though somewhat clumsily, his speed far exceeding his usual level. Water style, water explosion wave. Boom. A torrent of violent water surged towards the water sphere, imprisoning Kakashi and Zabuza, who was manipulating the water prison technique beside it. Naruto's goal was clear: to shatter the water prison with the water explosion wave, force Zabuza back and rescue Kakashi. However, at the very moment Naruto completed his hand signs, Zabuza felt a deadly threat emanating from the gathered chakra. There was no need to withstand it. Humph, naive. Just as the water explosion wave was about to engulf Zabuza. Pfft. Zabuza decisively released the hand sign, maintaining the water prison, unhesitatingly relinquishing control over Kakashi. Simultaneously, Zabuza's body utilized the water surface he had strategically set up beneath him to execute an exceptionally smooth side slip technique, narrowly escaping along the edge of the water wave. Oh no! The target is Kakashi's water prison. When Naruto unleashed his jutsu, he aimed at Zabuza and the water prison behind him, completely unprepared for Zabuza's decisive retreat. This sudden change caught Naruto off guard, and the control over the massive jutsu he had just conjured instantly faltered. Boom! The water prison, no longer sustained, was violently struck by the raging water explosion wave. It shattered like a bubble under a giant hammer, instantly tearing and distorting. Kakashi's body was swept away by the uncontrolled water from the water explosion wave, flying dozens of meters away, disappearing from sight. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura gasped in alarm. Zabuza laughed maniacally. Ha! Fool! Your power will only harm your comrades! Naruto shouted in fury. Shut up! You bastard! I will kill you! Water-style fish for sharks. Naruto forcibly drew upon the unstable massive chakra within him, angrily forming hand signs as several ferocious water sharks burst forth. Yet Zabuza moved like a ghost, weaving effortlessly through the thick mist. All the water sharks missed their target, kicking up massive splashes. Too slow. Too straightforward. You little brat, possessing power but moving like a headless fly. Zabuza's voice dripped with blatant disdain, echoing from behind Naruto. Before he could finish, the chakra Naruto had borrowed dissipated like a tide. The phantom of Samehada vanished. He reverted to his original state, his legs buckling as he almost fell to the ground, barely propping himself up with his hands, gasping heavily. Zabuza's figure flashed instantaneously, the decapitating blade whistling down with death's promise. Back to your original form. It's over, brat. Shadow Shuriken clone technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless shurikens shot towards Zabuza like a torrential rain. Clang. Zabuza was forced to block and retreat, startled and furious. Who? In the mist, an elderly man carrying a military pot stepped forward, slowly saying, Konoha Gakure's Chunin Marahoshi Kogai. I have been sent by the 3rd Hokage to assist Team 7. Ha ha ha, is there no one left in Konoha? Just this old Chunin has come. Zabuza mocked, turning to Kogai. Since you are here, then let's die together. Zabuza stood on the surface of the river preparing to form hand signs. He intended to use water-style water dragon bullet to finish off the enemy before him. Before Zabuza could complete his 44 hand signs for the water dragon bullet, he saw Kogai across from him forming 4 signs. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon far larger than the ordinary water dragon bullet rose suddenly from the river. What? 4 signs. Zabuza's hand sign movements abruptly halted. His once proud speed and complex sign sequences appeared clumsy and ridiculous compared to the opponent's simple yet immensely powerful water style. He didn't even have time to complete the last sign, let alone defend or evade. Boom! The gigantic water dragon crashed into Zabuza. Ugh! Zabuza was struck hard, the decapitating blades slipping from his grasp as he was violently sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. The world seemed to fall silent in an instant. Sakura covered her mouth, her eyes wide. Did we finish it? Sasuke stared intently at the fallen Zabuza, then looked incredulously at the seemingly ordinary elderly man carrying the pot. This Chunin from the game was still a low-rank ninja, yet he was unbelievably strong. Naruto gasped for air, glancing at the fallen Zabuza, then at Kogai, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of reluctance. He had exerted all his strength and accidentally harmed Kakashi-sensei while this old man had. Kakashi walked over. It turned out that the one trapped in the water prison earlier was a clone. He was searching for a flaw in Zabuza to deliver a fatal blow, not expecting Naruto to transform into Kisame. Kakashi nodded slightly to Kogai in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Kogai-sensei. It's my duty, Kogai replied, still vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Just when everyone thought the battle was over and let their guard down slightly. Whoosh! 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 Several slender shurikens precisely pierced the area around Zabuza's neck. Who? Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke instantly became alert. In the mist, a figure wearing a mist ambu mask and exuding a cold aura silently emerged, standing atop a tree branch. Haku! Naruto shouted, recognizing the masked figure as the same one from the game. Haku felt surprised. Could it be that Konoha knew about his information? He decided to stick to his original plan. I am a member of the Mist Assassination Unit. Haku's voice came through the mask, devoid of emotion. This man is a rogue ninja from the Mist. My task is to eliminate him. Now he is confirmed dead. Haku pointed at Zabuza, who was stabbed by the shurikens. Kakashi quickly stepped forward to check, probing Zabuza's carotid artery. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, shaking his head at the tense members of Team 7 and Kogai. There is indeed no pulse. The technique is very professional, resulting in a fatal injury. Haku's skill in using shurikens to create a false death was exceptional, having fooled Kakashi, whose perception was slightly dulled due to injury. Haku lightly leaped down and approached Zabuza's corpse. Well then, the mission is complete. I will take this corpse with me. Haku's voice remained cold as he bent down to prepare to carry away Zabuza. Wait. You. Naruto wanted to demand an explanation. Naruto wanted to ask further, but Kakashi stopped him with a glance. Watching Bai easily carry away Zabuza's corpse, which soon vanished into the thick mist, Naruto could only clench his fists in frustration. The group returned to Dazuna's home with a somber atmosphere, and Kakashi needed to tend to his injuries from the excessive use of his Sharingan and previous wounds. Dazuna's daughter Tsunami quickly took out a medical kit to treat Kakashi's wounds. Kakashi gazed out at the misty window, his brow furrowed. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong? Sakura noticed Kakashi and asked. Kakashi withdrew his gaze, his voice tinged with doubt, as he said, the timing of that Bai's appearance was too coincidental. His technique was also too perfect. Perfect. Sasuke keenly picked up on the word. Yes. Kakashi nodded. A single strike, incredibly precise, completely in line with the standards of the Umbu. Moreover, he seemed quite certain that Zabuza was dead. He didn't even let us check the body carefully before taking it away. Kakashi-sensei, are you suspecting? Sakura also realized something. Exactly. Kakashi's voice grew somber. I suspect Zabuza may not be dead. The actions of that Umbu seemed more like retrieving a valuable comrade rather than disposing of a mere rogue ninja's corpse. There might be something suspicious about the position of those shuriken. Naruto exploded at once. What? That guy isn't dead. Then we fought for nothing. That masked guy is also a fraud. How infuriating. Calm down, Naruto. Kakashi interrupted Naruto's agitation. This is just my suspicion without any evidence. Furthermore, even if Zabuza isn't dead, he won't regain his combat ability in a short time. This means our next mission will be even more dangerous. Kato's subordinates are not a threat, but Zabuza is a real danger. If Zabuza is still alive, he will definitely come back prepared next time. The room fell silent for a moment. Dazna's family was also worried. Kakashi's gaze swept over his 3 students, finally landing on Maruhoshi Koji. Kaja-senpai, it seems we will have to stay here for a while longer. Before the bridge is repaired, we need to strengthen our abilities. Especially for the 3 of them. He pointed to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, saying, they still lack practical experience. Koji nodded in understanding, replying, indeed. Their fundamentals are good, but the gap is obvious when faced with true masters. We cannot waste the time ahead. The next morning the sunlight dispersed the mist. In Dazna's spacious backyard, Kakashi and Koji gathered Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura together. In ninja combat, control of chakra and nature transformation are crucial foundations. Kakashi took out several special pieces of paper. This is chakra test paper, which can test the chakra nature you are most naturally adept at. The nature of a ninja's chakra determines the efficiency and power of learning corresponding ninjutsu. Understanding one's own chakra nature is the first step in choosing a training direction. Kakashi first handed the paper to Sasuke. Just infuse your chakra into the paper. Kakashi indicated. As Sasuke infused his chakra, the test paper in his hand first crumpled, then with a crackle the center part blackened and shattered. Kakashi looked as expected and said, burning is fire, crumpling is lightning. Sasuke, you possess both fire and lightning chakra nature transformations. Sasuke's lips curled into a confident arc, satisfied with this result. Next was Sakura. The test paper in her hand first became damp and softened, then shattered. Dampness is water, shattering is earth. Sakura, you have both water and earth attributes. Kakashi nodded, recalling Sakura's ultimate skill in the game, Giant Sakura. And you should have good talent in illusions. Maruhoshi Koji stroked his beard and interjected. With water and earth dual attributes plus the potential for illusions, little girl, your chakra nature aligns quite well with mine. Water, earth, and illusions are powers that can complement each other. In the upcoming training, I will guide you to explore your potential in this area. Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this, nodding vigorously. Yes. Kaja-senpai, please guide me well. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. Hurry, give it to me. Naruto eagerly reached out, took the test paper, and infused his chakra with force. With a crackle, the entire test paper was instantly cut cleanly in half. Wow. Amazing. What is this? Naruto looked at the paper torn in half, puzzled. Kakashi looked at the clean cut, his expression serious. This is wind. Naruto, your chakra attribute is wind. Wind attribute chakra is rare, known for its cutting and penetrating power with great destructive capability. Wind. Is it impressive? Naruto immediately puffed up with pride. Haha, I knew I was strong. Don't get too cocky, dead last. Sasuke snorted. Stupid Sasuke, do you want to fight? Naruto immediately shot back. Kakashi signaled for the two to quiet down and looked at Naruto, saying, the one most adept in wind release in Konoha is Asuma Saratobi. Sasuke. Kakashi's gaze turned to the black-haired boy. Do you remember your ultimate skill in the game? Are you referring to Chidori? Sasuke realized. This ninjutsu is quite similar to Raikiri, could it be? Kakashi nodded and said, in the game you can use this ninjutsu, I should have predicted it long ago. Indeed, Chidori is in a rank lightning release ninjutsu that I created, and I will guide you in training it. A hint of excitement flashed in Sasuke's eyes and he nodded. Kakashi-sensei, it's not fair. Sakura and Sasuke both have teachers and I want to learn powerful techniques too. Naruto, since you have wind attribute chakra, after we return to Konoha I will contact Asuma to have him guide you in wind release training. Kakashi looked at Naruto and said. Upon hearing that he would learn from Asuma-sensei, Naruto immediately perked up, grinning. Great, I need to become stronger. Sakura, Kaja-senpai will help you explore your potential in water, earth, and illusions. Kakashi turned to Sakura. Sakura replied earnestly. I will work hard. Kakashi looked at the three spirited students, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Next we will focus on improving chakra control. Koji timely spoke, his voice steady. Kakashi, why not use that method? Kakashi nodded, pointing to several tall trees at the edge of the courtyard. Do you see those trees? Your training task is to climb trees. Climbing a tree? Naruto and Sakura both stared in astonishment. Sasuke slightly frowned, feeling that it was too simplistic. Ordinary tree climbing relies on hands and feet, but for ninjas it's all about chakra. He extended his foot firmly, stepping onto the vertical trunk followed by his other foot. To the astonished gazes of Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, Guja walked along the trunk as if on flat ground, reaching a sturdy branch. Did you see that? Kakashi explained from below. By precisely concentrating chakra at the soles of your feet, you generate an adhesive force that allows you to stand or even walk vertically on the trunk. This is an excellent training method to enhance your chakra control ability. Guja added. In battle, being able to stand steadily on the water surface, rock walls, or even on an enemy gives you a tremendous advantage. Sounds easy. Watch me. Naruto was the first to dash forward, shouting. He leaped up and slapped his foot against the trunk. The result was a loud thud as he fell flat on his backside. Last place. Sasuke mercilessly mocked, then walked over to another tree. He successfully walked a few steps on the trunk, but when he reached about 2 meters high, the surface of the trunk sank in and Sasuke quickly adjusted his posture to land, bracing himself with his hands. The key is to concentrate chakra precisely and continuously at the soles of your feet to form an adhesive force. If there's too little chakra, you'll fall. If there's too much, you'll damage the surface of the trunk. Kakashi guided from the side. Sakura made an effort to lift her other foot and tried to take a small step upward. It was easy and soon she reached the top of the trunk. Sakura, well done. Your chakra control is the most delicate among them, Kakashi encouraged. Humph. Watch me. Naruto, refusing to give up, got back up and charged at the trunk again. Sasuke also calmed down, feeling and controlling the flow of chakra at the soles of his feet. In a secluded cabin deep within the forest away from the bridge. The light was dim, and the air was filled with the scent of damp earth and herbs. Kisame Hashigaki suddenly inhaled sharply, his eyes widening to see the handsome face of Bai filled with worry. Bai. Kisame's voice was hoarse. Where are we? Those people from Konoha. We are safe for now. Bai skillfully checked the wounds beneath the bandages, confirming there was no new bleeding. I used the death deception technique you taught me to fool them. After Kakashi confirmed your death, I took you away from the battlefield while they were off guard. Death deception. Humph, that Sharingan, Kakashi. Kisame recalled the details of the battle. Bai, something feels off. Very off. Bai paused his actions, speaking gravely. Did you sense it too, Mr. Zabuza? It's more than just a feeling. Kisame struggled to sit up and Bai hurried to support him. That yellow-haired brat, the one named Naruto. He turned into the Samahata. Kisame Hashigaki. That chakra and the Samahata skin, and he can even use Kisame's jutsu. This is no simple transformation technique. Kisame's tone was filled with disbelief and deep apprehension. How did he manage that? How could he even mimic that feeling? And Kakashi and the others seemed to know my abilities inside and out. Bai gently nodded, confirming Kisame's suspicions. Yes, Mr. Zabuza. Naruto. He accurately called my name. That's unusual. My bloodline limit and abilities are rarely revealed to the public. It's as if they had read prior intelligence about us. The two fell into a brief silence. Intelligence. Kisame gritted his teeth, saying, Our intelligence has been leaked, and it's extremely core information. The pursuit squad from the mist. Or is that bastard Kato trying to have his cake and eat it too? He quickly dismissed the latter. No, Kato wouldn't have the ability to know so much. Bai slowly spoke. Mr. Zabuza, you mentioned Naruto turned into Kisame. How did he do that? Did you see him perform hand seals? Or did he use some special item? Kisame frowned, trying to recall the chaotic battlefield. It seemed he was holding something. A glowing, small square. He gestured with his hands filled with uncertainty. A very faint light flashing past, and then he transformed into Kisame. What kind of ninja tool could that be? I've never heard of it. Mr. Zabuza, I have a hypothesis. A very bold hypothesis. Bai seemed to be pondering. Speak. That glowing small square. Could it be the key? Bai's voice carried a hint of coldness. It might not just be a transformation tool. Could it possess some ability to probe record or even transmit intelligence? The Konoha team knows my name, and Naruto can become Kisame. These extraordinary pieces of intelligence, could they originate from that strange item? Is it the one that revealed our secrets? Kisame's pupils constricted sharply. Bai's speculation, though bizarre, perfectly explained all the inconsistencies. A mysterious ninja tool capable of gathering and possibly transmitting information. This was more terrifying than internal leaks from the mist or Kato's meddling, as it implied that the means of intelligence leakage were completely beyond their comprehension and defense. That glowing object. Kisame's voice was filled with murderous intent and unprecedented vigilance. We must find out exactly what it is. It's even more dangerous than the Sharingan. Rustle. Rustle. Outside there came a series of unabashed footsteps along with rough conversations and the sound of metal clashing. Damn it, that kid said he saw someone running this way. Who cares? Lord Kato said to see the living and see the dead. Especially that masked brat. Lord Kato is keeping an eye on him. I heard he looks. Bai's eyes instantly turned as cold as frost. He silently rose, pinching several shuriken that glinted with cold light. Kisame also forcibly suppressed his pain, gripping the handle of his decapitating sword tightly, growling. Kato's lackeys. Looking for death. Bai did not turn back, only speaking in a disturbingly calm tone. Mr. Zabuza, please rest. I'll handle these small fries. It'll be over soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai's body transformed into a blurred white shadow. Who is it? Ugh. Outside the house, several short and piercing screams were immediately heard, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects falling and terrified shouts. In less than a minute, Bai's figure reappeared inside the cabin, spotless, with only the fingertips of his shuriken stained with a trace of barely noticeable red. The setting sun bled molten gold, drenching the border forests of the land of waves in a shimmering liquid amber. Naruto Uzumaki lay sprawled across the gnarled bough of a colossal tree. Wind whispered through the canopy, rustling the leaves. Shadows trembled, and from their depths a slender white figure emerged, soundlessly, ink-black hair cascading over delicate features, a medicinal herb basket slung across her back. White tilted her head upward, observing the golden-haired boy sprawled carelessly above, then tapped the branch lightly, and landed beside him without a whisper, deliberately stirring the air to rouse him. Sasuke, stop it! Naruto mumbled, blinking awake. His blurred vision sharpened, revealing an unfamiliar face, yet hauntingly, inexplicably familiar. He nearly tumbled headfirst from the branch. Whoa! You're... Sister. White paused, faintly startled, but offered no correction. Sleeping outdoors is unwise, especially for a shinobi. She shifted slightly aside, gesturing silently for him to descend. Naruto scrambled down limb by limb, cheeks flushed, scratching his tousled hair all the while, stealing glances at her, utterly convinced she resembled someone he'd known before. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. What's your name, sister? He blurted out the moment his feet touched solid ground. White. The youth replied tersely, then bent once more to gather herbs. White. Naruto rolled the name over his tongue. Frantically, he rummaged through his weapon pouch and pulled out a chipped, paint-scarred mobile phone. Wait, look at this. He lit the screen with urgent taps, jabbing at the game icon. White's gaze locked onto the strange, luminous humming device, an object unlike any shinobi tool he had ever seen. Here, see for yourself. Naruto pivoted the screen toward him. It froze on the Ninja Encyclopedia page, centered upon a portrait uncannily resembling White himself, down to the finest nuance, beneath the label White Rank B. White's pupils contracted sharply. He stared transfixed at the image of himself on the glowing pane, his fingertips drifting unconsciously across its smooth surface. His bloodline techniques: Ice Release, Ice Spears of Swallows, Secret Technique, Thousand Blade Water Dance, Secret Technique, Demonic Mirroring, Ice Crystals, were listed there verbatim, word for word. Suddenly the screen flickered, a notification bloomed: new adventure chapter updated. Team 7's Land of Waves arc ending unlocked. Instantly view. Yes, no. It updated. Naruto cried, tapping yes without hesitation. Perfect, it's the Land of Waves story. Kakashi Sensei, Sasuke Sakura, and me plus that masked guy, His voice choked off mid-sentence as realization struck. He glanced sideways, guiltily, at the real White standing quietly beside him. White said nothing. His eyes remained riveted to the screen, which now flared with light. The bridge battlefield. On screen, Naruto erupted with Ninetales chakra, and with one devastating punch shattered White's demonic mirroring ice crystals. The scene cut. Kakashi's lightning cutter blazed forth, crackling with searing lightning aimed straight at Zabuza, pinned by ninja hounds. In the next instant, the in-game White lunged forward like a moth drawn to flame, arms flung wide, placing himself squarely before that annihilating bolt of lightning. A sickening thud, blood sprayed crimson. A close-up froze on White's fallen profile, his lips curved in a serene, tranquil smile. The wind seemed to hold its breath. White stood frozen in place, freshly gathered herbs slipping from his fingers and striking the earth with a soft, hollow sound. His fingertips turned icy, a deep, marrow-chilling cold seeped from the screen's simulated death into his very bones. Instinctively he pressed a hand to his own warm chest, the place wherein that future lightning would pierce clean through. This? Naruto's throat tightened, overwhelmed by a crushing wave of surreal dissonance. He stared, first at the bleeding fallen White on the screen, then at the living, breathing White beside him, whom he'd mistaken for a sister. This very person, who had awakened him, who had kept him from falling, was destined in the script of fate to die in such brutal finality, at the hands of his own teacher. "I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like this." Naruto's voice trembled. White drew a slow, deep breath, and bent down gently. He retrieved the fallen moon-viewing orchid, brushing dust from its petals with infinite tenderness. When he lifted his gaze again, the storm raging within his clear eyes had stilled, settling into a profound, almost compassionate calm. "There is no need to apologize, Naruto-kun," White murmured, soft yet unmistakable. "This is neither your fault nor Kakashi-sensei's." His gaze returned to the screen, to the White lying motionless in his own blood, and then onward to Zabuza's final sacrificial battle, fought not for victory but for devotion. "I simply," White paused, "have glimpsed with startling clarity the path home reserved for White along another rushing river." A quiet smile touched his lips, mirroring the one on the screen. If this was the price required to protect Zabuza, then White's choice, across all worlds, would remain unchanged. Sunlight pierced the layered canopy gilding his profile as he looked upon Naruto, the prophesied child destined in time to illuminate the entire shinobi world. To protect what matters most. White spoke softly, his eyes drifting to the phone clenched tightly in Naruto's hand. "Whether it be ambition, dreams, or even this small device foretelling a future forged in battle and unbreakable bonds." Naruto froze, every ounce of guilt and shock dissolving before those words. Protect. Protect comrades. Protect the village. Protect his own shinobi way, that was strength. He jerked his head up, shouting, "You're right, White!" But beside him, only a sigh of wind lingered, carrying the faint, sweet scent of crushed herbs. White had vanished, as if he had never been there at all. Naruto stood clutching his phone. That White lay dead upon the bridge. And this White, now aware of destiny, walked onward into the unknown. Just as he raised the phone to stow it away, "Naruto!" Sakura burst from the underbrush, voice thick with tears, pink hair flying. "Idiot! Where did you run off to? That game, that storyline, it terrified me." Then came Sasuke, leaning against a nearby trunk, arms crossed, eyes fixed intently on Naruto, and on the phone in his hand. "Yo!" The voice drifted down from higher branches. Kakashi Hatake sat perched there silent for a beat, then dropped lightly to the ground before Naruto, one hand settling firmly, reassuringly upon his trembling shoulder. Last to arrive was Genma Shirani, his steps slow and unsteady. His clouded gaze swept over Naruto, lingered on the phone's illuminated screen, and finally settled on Kakashi's hand resting upon Naruto's shoulder. "Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke. Sakura. Chanmajiken." Naruto stared at the friends who had suddenly appeared, and his nose stung fiercely. He understood, they must have seen the updated narrative too. "Stories remain just stories, Naruto." Kakashi's hand pressed gently, meaningfully into Naruto's shoulder. "But carrying those stories forward, while still alive, that is the heaviest burden of all." Deep within the forest, a campfire crackled softly. Zabuza Momochi sat cross-legged, his face flickering in the firelight, shifting between shadow and flame. By recounted his extraordinary encounter in the woods, Naruto Uzumaki, that strange ninja tool called a mobile phone, and the brutal future it had revealed. A mere rehearsal of fate. How tedious! Zabuza scoffed coldly, yet the veins on the back of his hand tightened around the hilt of Kubikiri Bocho. It was not fear of his own death that unsettled him, but Bai's unwavering selfless sacrifice. Kato's mission ends here. I've no interest in playing out someone else's script. Zabuza surged to his feet. Leaving so soon, Mr. Momochi. And you, young Bai? A voice cut sharply through the silence. Zabuza's pupils contracted as he seized Kubikiri Bocho by instantly solidified ice needles. Someone had drawn near without a whisper. From the shadows emerged a young man clad in dark yukata, his handsome face softened by a gentle smile, and in his hand a luminous slab. Who are you? Zabuza demanded. Natsuki, proprietor of Natsuki Mobile Shop in the Land of Fire. I happened to pass by, and overheard an intriguing conversation about the future. Mind if we become acquaintances? A small token of goodwill. Natsuki gave a light shake of the device in his palm, and two gleaming brand new mobile phones arced perfectly toward them. Zabuza caught his instinctively, Bai with quiet precision caught his as well. It contains the Naruto mobile game, won't you take a look? Natsuki said. Zabuza fixed his gaze upon Natsuki, then lowered it slowly to the device in his palm. After a moment he snorted and settled back down. Bai sat silently beside him. Almost simultaneously both tapped the icon on their screens. Past the startup animation, what appeared was not themselves, as expected, but a cataclysmic disaster, the nine-tailed fox rampaging through Konoha, flames devouring the sky. So that's the brat. Zabuza narrowed his eyes at the infant Naruto wailing on screen. Then bodies began speaking. The game had begun. They entered the game. They watched Naruto prank villagers, endure ostracism, risk everything to steal the forbidden scroll, and by sheer accident master the forbidden technique multi-shadow clone jutsu. Then came the trio of newly graduated academy students, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, assigned to the perpetually lethargic Jonin Kakashi Hatake, who spent his days buried in Ika paradise. The bell test survival exercise, the lecture on teamwork and comradeship. A tiresome chronicle of brats growing up. Zabuza sneered, but his eyes never left the screen. He saw Naruto reviled as the demon fox slowly awkwardly clawing his way toward acceptance. He saw the Uchiha boy's icy pride, and glimpsed the fleeting razor-edged glint of Kakashi's Sharingan. An ineffable thing, called bond, began to stir quietly within the narrative. Mission, destination, Wave Country. A familiar assignment. Tazuna, Kato, and themselves. The standoff atop the bridge. Bai's demonic mirroring ice crystals. Kakashi's Sharingan. Naruto's explosive surge of Ninetales chakra shattering the ice mirrors. Then came the inevitable scene, the one they could not escape. Followed by Zabuza's final desperate act, his tragic end fought for Bai and for the last embers of his unbroken pride. Humph! Even forewarned, witnessing this crystallized future struck him like a physical blow, his pulse surging, his breath catching. Especially when he saw himself cradling Bai's lifeless form beneath a snowfall, pure and silent. Something deep and nameless rose within him, raw and aching. How does it feel, Mr. Momochi? Natsuki's voice broke the heavy silence. Does this humble device meet your standards? Zabuza jerked his head up, his gaze locking onto Natsuki with predatory intensity. After a long pause, a low, gravelly voice forced its way from between his teeth. This thing can overturn the entire shinobi world. He felt its terrifying power, not in chakra or blade but in intelligence, information, even the script of destiny itself. That was more fearsome than any jutsu. Overturn the shinobi world. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. A fine assessment. Then tell me, what is your dream, wielder of such power? To drift as a wandering mercenary? Or is there somewhere you long to return, to the village hidden in the mist? The land of water. Kirigakure. That was where his exile began, the source of all his suffering, and the place he once swore to shatter and rebuild. What do you mean? Zabuza rasped. I mean, Kirigakure has fallen. Not long ago a coup d'etat eliminated the fourth Mizuki Jigura Karatachi, the very man who orchestrated countless tragedies. Kirigakure now draws ragged breaths, waiting for rebirth. Natsuki's smile vanished. What? Zabuza reeled backward as if struck, then shot upright. This news shook him more violently than the future displayed on the screen. Had that blood-soaked nightmare truly ended? Had that Mizukage truly fallen? Bai stared at Natsuki stunned. Natsuki met Zabuza's turbulent gaze and said calmly, "So, would you consider realizing your dream differently? Or perhaps contribute something new to your homeland? Speak." "Partnership," Natsuki replied succinctly. "My mobile shop is expanding. Kirigakure in the Land of Water is prime territory. I need someone ruthless, influential, and intimately familiar with that place, to open my branch store and sell this." He gestured toward the device. "You want me to peddle this?" Zabuza's expression twisted. This was 10,000 leagues from the change he'd imagined. "Don't underestimate it," Natsuki said, tilting the device. "Imagine what happens when intelligence information, even the script of the future, flows freely through these devices across Kirigakure. Think carefully. The one who controls the exclusive channel holds the power to define truth. Isn't that far more transformative and dignified than charging back with Kubikiri Bocho in hand?" Silence thickened. The fire snapped and spat. Its light danced across Zabuza's shifting, unreadable face. Bai stood still, the seismic news of Kirigakure's upheaval echoing inside his mind. To return, not as an exile or avenger, but in a way he never dared conceive. After a long while, Zabuza exhaled slowly. He glanced at the device capable of reshaping destinies, then at Bai standing calm and steady beside him, and finally his gaze settled on Natsuki's face. "Deal." His voice rang sharp and absolute. "The mobile shop of Kirigakure Land of Water, I accept." With a thunderous thud, Kubikiri Bocho slammed into the earth, marking the birth of a new title, Zabuza Shopkeeper. Natsuki beamed. "Excellent choice. Pleasure doing business, Shopkeeper Zabuza, and may I call you Secretary Bai?" Bai offered a slight solemn nod. "What comes next?" Zabuza asked. Natsuki unfurled a map. "First, select a strategic location for the shop. I'll handle renovations and inventory. Your role, forge local connections. Make Shinobi understand the utility and value of this device." Zabuza studied the map, brow furrowed. Though feared in Kirigakure, years of exile had eroded his influence. Few remained who might aid him now. Kirigakure's political landscape is fractured. Building trust won't be easy, Zabuza observed gravely. Natsuki smiled unruffled. That's precisely where the device shines. Let Shinobi experience the Naruto game first. Once they're hooked, they'll seek you out. Breaking in won't be your concern. Zabuza and Bai exchanged a glance. This path, though unexpected, held promise. On the broken bridge the day of battle, the sea breeze carried a salty and fishy scent. Team 7 stood ready. However, the anticipated figures of Zabuza Momochi wielding his deadly sword and the masked Haku did not appear. Only the short, fat, greasy merchant Kato swaggered over with a group of thugs, a nauseating smug smile plastered on his face. "Oh, the little brats from Konoha and that useless teacher," Kato said, pulling out a handkerchief to theatrically wipe the sweat and grease from his forehead. "Have you been waiting long?" "Hey, bald fat man. Where are Zabuza and Haku? Aren't they supposed to be with you?" Naruto shouted, frowning. "That useless traitor. And the masked one by his side. Humph. Two worthless fools failing to do their job and daring to bargain with me. I sent my most elite subordinates to take care of them. By now their corpses must be cold." "Ha! What?" Naruto was struck dumb. He turned to Kakashi and then to Sasuke and Sakura, all three of their faces filled with shock. Though they knew Zabuza and Haku were enemies to be killed by scum like Kato. Especially Haku, the one who calmly spoke of protection in the forest. "Impossible." Sakura's face turned pale. Sasuke stared intently at Kato, trying to discern the truth in his words. Kakashi seemed lost in thought. "Bastard! You damned merchant!" Naruto exploded in rage, clenching his fists, ready to charge recklessly. At that moment a sound tore through the air. A shadow imbued with murderous intent fell from the sky like a meteor. Boom! It landed precisely between Kato and his gang of thugs. "Pff! Ah!" The sounds of screams mixed with the sound of bones and flesh cracking. Several unfortunate thugs beside Kato were crushed into a pulp. Blood and chunks of innards splattered all over Kato. As the dust settled, a massive beheading sword was deeply embedded in the bridge surface. A muscular figure stepped out from the smoke. His gaze locked onto Kato, who lay paralyzed on the ground, terrified. Kato, the people you sent to collect the corpses must have met their end. Ghost? Kato was so frightened he rolled back, crawling with hands and feet, snot and tears covering his face. Spare me. Zabuza-sama. Money. They'll give you all the money. Please. Zabuza's expression was impassive as he gripped the hilt of the beheading sword and shook his wrist violently. Swoosh! A shrill line of blood cut through the air. Kato's fat head flew high, drenched in hot blood. The headless corpse fell, blood gushing out and staining the bridge surface. Quick. Clean. Ruthless. The entire process took mere moments, and Kato, who had just been so arrogant, and his henchmen were instantly annihilated. Zabuza shook the sword, not even glancing at the corpses on the ground, slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the astonished Team 7, finally locking onto Kakashi. His expression was incredibly complex, filled with lingering killing intent, a sense of fate's scrutiny, and an indescribable feeling of detachment brought on by spoilers. Zabuza remained silent, saying no words of provocation or declaration of war. He merely hoisted the beheading sword onto his shoulder, turned, and prepared to leave the place where he was supposed to meet his end in this script. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the salty sea air mixed with a heavy stench of blood. On one side of the bridge, Haku's figure appeared beside Zabuza. He wore a mask, quietly following half a step behind Zabuza. The two walked, stepping on Kato's blood, gradually merging into the mist of the land of waves, disappearing from sight under the complex gaze of Team 7. On the bridge, only the lingering stench of blood and a dead silence remained. Naruto stared dumbfounded in the direction where Zabuza and Haku had vanished. Sasuke snorted coldly, his eyes still reflecting shock. Sakura covered her mouth, her face still pale. Kakashi silently lowered his forehead protector to conceal his Sharingan. He looked at Kato's headless body on the ground, then gazed toward the mist where Zabuza had vanished, and after a long pause he softly uttered, "The mission is complete. In a way that nobody expected. Did we win?" Naruto still felt dazed, as if in a dream. "The stragglers, the enemy, killed themselves in infighting, so of course it counts as a win," Sasuke commented dismissively. Sakura let out a long sigh, her legs going weak as she nearly sat down on the ground. "Great. Everyone is safe. The benefactors of Konoha." Desuna's voice was filled with excitement and choked emotion as he stumbled forward, supported by several young apprentices. Following him was the old man Tazuna, puffing on his pipe, squinting his eyes as he gazed in the direction where Zabuza and Haku had departed, his expression thoughtful. Behind them was a large crowd of civilians from the land of waves, men, women, and children alike, their faces filled with relief and gratitude. Kato is really dead." Desuna rushed closer, looking at Kato's corpse, tears streaming down his face, then suddenly dropped to his knees in front of Team 7, saying, "Thank you. Thank you. You saved the land of waves. You saved all of us. Old man, please get up," Naruto exclaimed in surprise, rushing to help. Sakura quickly stepped forward to assist, saying, "Yes, Mr. Desuna, this is what we should do." Sasuke stood to the side, arms crossed, seemingly uncomfortable in this situation. Kakashi lowered his forehead protector to cover his Sharingan, smiling as he said, "Well, it's good that the mission is complete. Benefactors." A burly man in the crowd raised his arm high, shouting, "This bridge. It was you who brought us hope. You defeated Kato. We've decided to name it after our benefactor. Let's call it Naruto Bridge." "Naruto Bridge. Great. Let's call it Naruto Bridge." The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers and agreement. Naruto was completely stunned, pointing at himself as he said, "Ha! Ha! Ha! You mean my name? This bridge." The cheering crowd and Naruto turned to look at his companions, his mouth stretched into a silly yet radiant smile. "Humph, the stragglers just got lucky," Sasuke said, turning his head away, though the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch slightly. "Naruto, congratulations." Sakura genuinely smiled for him. Kakashi lazily patted Naruto's spiky head, saying, "Well done, Naruto. Naruto Bridge. Naruto Bridge." The cheers of the crowd rose higher and echoed over the vast sea. "We've finally returned." Naruto took a deep breath, saying, "I feel like I could climb 100 more trees." "Idiot, the mission report isn't written yet." Sasuke doused Naruto's enthusiasm. "Ah. The report. Naruto instantly wilted. Sakura stifled a laugh, saying, Kakashi-sensei about this report. Kakashi pulled out that eternally unchanged Ika paradise from his pocket, saying, Naruto will handle the main section with Sasuke and Sakura providing supplements. Before noon tomorrow, deliver it to my desk. After finishing without caring for Naruto's wails behind him, he performed a body flicker technique and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Maru Hoshikage fell behind, leisurely puffing on his pipe. Watching the three young ninjas playfully bickering as they walked away, he turned to glance back at the direction of the land of waves. His rough fingers unconsciously rubbed against a hard object in his ninja tool pouch, a brand new gleaming smartphone. Maru Hoshikage exhaled a long puff of smoke, the mist slowly dissipating under the setting sun. In my village on the bustling commercial street there is a mobile phone store. The shop is crowded and lively. The ninjas of my seem to have grown accustomed to this novelty, with almost everyone owning a mobile phone, including even the lower-ranked ninjas. Boss, I want the latest dynamic wallpaper. Is there any power bank left? The one I bought last time got ruined by Dinksy. Hey, did you see? My rank has already reached the lower ninja level. In the ninja world, ranking tournaments are much tougher without a safety net, and there are multiple matches between ranks. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno squeezed into the store with familiarity. Yo! Teacher Hong. Teacher Asuma. Naruto's sharp eyes instantly spotted Hong and Asuma in another corner of the store. They were accompanied by their disciples, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba from Team 8, with Akamaru curiously sniffing Kiba's head, and Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino from Team 10. That's great. Naruto and the others are back safely. Hinata whispered, her face slightly flushed. Here comes the troublesome guy. Shikamaru sighed lazily. Naruto, did you finish your mission? Was the land of waves fun? Ino asked loudly. Woof! Akamaru barked in agreement. Ha! Of course! Naruto immediately perked up, pushing his way to Asuma, and Hong pointing his thumb at himself. Let me tell you. The mission in the land of waves was super, duper, exciting. Especially the final battle on the bridge. Did you see the update in the mobile game about the final chapter of the Land of Waves? It was so cool. That was our Team 7. Asuma, with a cigarette in his mouth, watched Naruto's proud demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, teasing. I saw it. Kakashi's Raikiri and you getting trapped by Haku's demonic mirroring ice crystals. Ah. That doesn't count. Naruto immediately exploded in anger, then regained his pride. But in the end I exploded with power. I shattered that mirror with one punch. Cool, right? And there's more. Alright, we know you're impressive. Hong interrupted Naruto's boasting, smiling at Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke and Sakura, you both worked hard too. Sasuke coolly responded with an while Sakura politely replied, Thank you, Teacher Hong. At this moment Shikamaru squinted his eyes and casually asked, Hey Naruto. In the mobile game Zabuza and Haku both died. Was it the same for you this time? As soon as this was said, the store fell silent for a moment. Shino pushed up his sunglasses and Kiba and Akamaru perked up their ears. Hong and Asuma also cast curious glances. Everyone had seen the mobile game's storyline and the tragic ending was deeply ingrained in their minds. Naruto's expression froze for a moment, then he scratched his head, lowering his voice. It's about the same. But not completely the same. He looked at Sasuke and Sakura, both nodded slightly. That bastard Kato really wanted to kill Zabuza and Haku and bragged about having killed them. Naruto's face showed anger as he mentioned Kato. But what happened? Zabuza suddenly descended from the heavens. With a bang. He smashed Kato and his underlings flat with that big sword. With one strike he sent that fat guy's head flying. Naruto animatedly gestured as if he were back at the bridge. And then? What about Haku? Ino pressed. Haku, he suddenly appeared following Zabuza as if nothing had happened. Sakura added. Then they left without fighting us. They didn't die. Asuma almost dropped his cigarette, quickly catching it with his hand. Zabuza and that ice user Haku didn't die. Kakashi didn't make a move. Yeah. Naruto nodded vigorously. Even Kakashi-sensei was stunned for a moment. Zabuza glanced at us, then carried his sword and walked into the mist with Haku not looking back. It's completely different from the mobile game. This news was shocking. Those who were destined to die in the script Zabuza and Haku had actually survived. And they even personally took down their employer Kato. This plot twist is outrageous. Asuma muttered. The storyline of foreknowledge has been completely altered. Asuma instinctively looked at Naruto, his expression becoming complex. Just then Naruto seemed to suddenly remember something, slapped his forehead, and excitedly shouted at Asuma. Right. Teacher Asuma. Kakashi-sensei said he wants you to be my teacher. Me. Asuma was taken aback, pointing at himself. What do you want me to teach you? Chakra attributes. Naruto's eyes lit up as he looked at Asuma with eager anticipation. Kakashi-sensei said I have wind attributes just like you. He said you are one of the strongest wind-release ninjas in Konoha and I should learn how to control wind chakra from you. Wind attributes. Asuma looked at the exuberant boy before him. Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, actually had the rare wind chakra like him. And Kakashi actually recommended him to teach. This was quite a lot to take in. The store fell silent again, with everyone's gaze focused on Asuma and the eagerly expectant Naruto. Wind attributes. Asuma stroked his chin. Naruto, wind is not so easy to control. It can be quite challenging, you know. I'm not scared. Naruto immediately stood tall, fists clenched. As long as I can get stronger no matter how hard it is, I'll learn. Please, teacher Asuma. Alright. Let's find a time to meet at the training ground. Asuma's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Let me see just how much potential this wind of yours has. Yay. That's great. Naruto jumped up excitedly. Sasuke snorted softly, but there was a hint of subtle interest in his eyes. Sakura cheered for Naruto happily. Go for it, Naruto. Shikamaru observed this scene and sighed lazily. Here come the troublesome times again. Natsume smiled behind the counter, watching everything with delight. The winds of Konoha seemed to be quietly shifting because of these little mobile phones. Hey boss. Sasuke finally spoke, looking at Natsume. When will your store come out with a new me? The store fell silent for a moment. Everyone knew what Sasuke was referring to, a new ninja form that was stronger and could better showcase his Uchiha power. Natsume turned around and said, Oh. Sasuke is interested in a new form. I need to become stronger. The current me is not enough. Sasuke nodded. Exactly. Naruto squeezed in front of Natsume, looking indignant, his eyes filled with grievance and anger. Brother Natsume, you have to give me a new one too, something cool. Something especially cool. Those little kids outside actually called me dirt throwing Naruto. Naruto waved his fists, his face flushed. Pfft. Ino was the first to burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth. Sakura facepalmed while Hinata's face turned even redder. Even the usually lazy Shikamaru couldn't help but smirk. That nickname of yours is quite unique. Hey, Shikamaru. Even you. Naruto was practically ready to explode. A new form, is it? Natsume spoke leisurely, his gaze sweeping over Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke seeks greater power while Naruto desires a more impressive image. I can understand. Natsume paused before continuing. It's not just the two of you. The path to power has never been fixed for any particular group. His gaze surveyed everyone in the shop, including Asuma and Kurenai, as he said, in this ninja world, any ninja with enough strength has the potential to transcend their own limits. Just like the ones you encountered in the land of waves, Zabuza, Momochi, and Haku. Zabuza and Haku. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura simultaneously questioned. Exactly, Natsume nodded. What you saw in them was a breaking free from old constraints, achieving rebirth and evolution through their own will and power after struggling on the brink of life and death. They are no longer the same. Wow. Even those kinds of guys can have a new form. Woof. Any ninja. Does that mean? When will I be able to have a new me? Naruto said impatiently. Natsume smiled but did not directly answer Naruto. Instead, he threw out another piece of news. The mobile game Hokage is about to receive a major version update. This update will completely change the existing ranking system. A rank will no longer be the pinnacle. What? A rank isn't the highest. Sasuke instinctively clenched his fist. A brand new, unprecedented gameplay will also arrive, breaking down the barriers between villages. Natsume continued to reveal. Suddenly a faint, barely perceptible spatial fluctuation resonated through the shop. Akamaru instantly perked up his ears, alertly barking. At the same time, Natsume's gaze suddenly became somewhat distant, as if he were listening to a sound only he could hear. Oh. The timing is just right. Natsume whispered to himself, then turned to the people in the shop, announcing, "It seems that what I just mentioned about breaking the barriers between villages is not merely a future prospect. At this very moment, the first branch of our Natsume mobile shop has officially opened in the distant Hidden Mist Village." Hidden Mist Village. A branch. Hidden Mist. That's where Zabuza and the others are. Asuma nearly dropped his pipe. Kurenai also furrowed her brows slightly, speaking gravely. Opening a shop in the land of blood mist. Natsume, that's too risky. Exactly, Natsume affirmed their speculation. It is the result of a close collaboration with Zabuza and Haku. Our branch will serve as a bridge connecting Konoha and Hidden Mist. Natsume particularly emphasized the words trust and bridge. At that moment, the system's prompt sound clearly echoed in Natsume's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the first branch, Hidden Mist Village. Milestone achievement completed. Reward issued. Core facility of the branch. Spatial teleportation array, bidirectional. Function description: the teleportation array is set up between the main store Konoha and the branch Hidden Mist in the core area. It allows for instant transportation of personnel, authorization and payment of corresponding internet fees, chakra required and items delivery fee required. Safety protocols have been loaded. Unauthorized users cannot initiate or interfere with the teleportation. Reward issued: ultimate technique can stack ninjutsu to increase up to 50 ninjas. Natsume understood in his heart this was simply a divine skill. He gently patted the counter beside him, and a faint blue light pattern flickered instantaneously on the floor below the counter, completing the link with the core formation of the Hidden Mist branch. Step into the formation. Natsume gestured while also moving several packaged large boxes from behind the counter, each adorned with the logo of Natsume Mobile Shop. To celebrate this historic first step and to fulfill the promise of breaking the barriers, Natsume raised his voice, throwing out even more explosive news. Our shop has specially gained the enhancement of a new technology, the Spatial Teleportation Array. Teleportation Array. Teleport. You mean we can instantly go to Hidden Mist Village? We can see Haku and Zabuza. Oh my. Humans and items can be teleported directly. How is that possible? Asuma took a deep breath, asking seriously, Natsume, are you sure? Spatial teleportation. This technology? In theory, yes. Natsume responded. A stable spatial passage has been established between the main store and the Hidden Mist branch. Of course, activation and use require specific authorization and some operational costs. He didn't directly mention chakra or internet fees, but the meaning was clear. This will be a new route connecting the two villages, promoting communication and understanding. Perhaps you'll soon be able to personally visit the Hidden Mist branch. I want to go. Natsume, big brother. Let me try. I want to see Hidden Mist Village right now. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, staring at the spot where the blue light had just flashed beneath the counter. Don't be reckless, you slacker. Sasuke suppressed his impulse, grabbing Naruto, who was about to dash out, his tone warning, get a grip on the situation. No way. Asuma took off his pipe, looking exceptionally serious. The situation in Hidden Mist Village is unclear, especially with Zabuza and Haku, the former rogue ninjas, involved. Naruto, Sasuke, you are important genin of the village, you cannot act so recklessly. If you go, I must accompany you. Asuma looked at Natsume. Natsume, we need to understand the specific operations and safety assurances of the teleportation array. Moreover, I must ensure the safety of these two. Natsume nodded in understanding and said Asuma's concerns are reasonable. The safety protocols of the teleportation array have been activated. Unauthorized users cannot use it. As for the safety of the Hidden Mist branch, he revealed a confident smile, saying Zabuza and Haku, along with the forces they currently represent, will ensure the branch's foothold in Hidden Mist. Furthermore, this time we are teleporting primarily to deliver a batch of urgently needed new mobile phones to ensure the smooth opening and operation of the branch. The time won't be long. Natsume paused, looking at Naruto and Sasuke as well as Asuma. Since Asuma is willing to accompany and supervise, then Naruto, Sasuke, you will act as trainee shop assistants and accompany me to deliver goods to the Hidden Mist branch as well as conduct a field study. How about that? Kurenai and the others will stay here for the time being. Yay! Naruto immediately cheered, breaking free from Sasuke's grip and punching the air excitedly. Sasuke nodded slightly, saying, that suits me well. Asuma sighed and said, alright, let's do it. Kurenai will be counting on you to manage the shop. Kurenai nodded, her eyes still filled with concern. Be sure to be careful. Naruto, Sasuke, Asuma-sensei, please make sure to come back safely. Others also urged with concern. Natsume walked behind the counter, crouching down as if operating something. As the blue light faded, the damp air tinged with a hint of saltiness, and rust enveloped Naruto and his companions. The scene before them was in stark contrast to the bright and warm Konoha mobile store. The Kirigakure branch of the mobile store, unlike the bright and warm main store in Konoha, had a slightly dim atmosphere infused with the characteristic humidity of the land of water. The shop's decor also incorporated the unique features of Kirigakure, dominated by deep blue and dark gray tones with faint water-like patterns on the walls. Wow! We really made it! Naruto was the first to exclaim, curiously surveying this distinctly styled shop. Welcome to the Kirigakure branch, Lord Natsume and everyone from Konoha. A gentle voice rang out, carrying a familiar warmth. Bai emerged from behind the counter inside the shop, dressed in a deep blue kimono with a simple apron featuring the Natsume Mobile Store logo over it. His long hair was tied up and he wore a peaceful smile. Brother Bai! Naruto exclaimed in surprise, you guys really opened a shop here? That's amazing. I'm still the same noisy brat. A voice impatient and familiar came from the shadows behind the counter. Scanning over Naruto, Sasuke, and Asuma, it finally settled on Natsume, giving a slight nod as a greeting. Have the goods arrived? Natsume greeted with a smile, pointing to the cargo boxes on the ground. This is the first batch of emergency replenishment phones. Yes, thanks to Lord Natsume's trust and assistance. Bai responded with a smile, then politely nodded at Sasuke and Asuma. Sasuke-kun, Asuma-sensei, I thank you for your hard work. Rest assured this place is safe. Asuma slightly relaxed his grip on Fien, though his gaze still scrutinized Zabuza, and Bai, speaking in a low voice, I hope so. Natsume's trust does not equate to Konoha's trust. Zabuza snorted coldly, not refuting, as his gaze fixed intently on Asuma. Natsume broke the silence, directing Naruto and Sasuke, alright apprentice staff, don't just stand there staring. Bring the goods down and place them in the designated area over there. Bai, please help with the inventory. Yes, Lord Natsume. Bai immediately replied. Oh. Leave it to us. Naruto quickly moved with Sasuke to carry the large boxes from the teleportation array to where Bai indicated. Asuma, however, remained vigilant. He walked to the window, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, pretending to observe the thick fog outside while actually keeping an eye on Zabuza and the shop entrance. At that moment, the shop door creaked open slightly, emitting a soft creak. A shy-looking young ninja wearing glasses poked his head and carrying a huge double-bladed sword wrapped in bandages named Haramakuri. The newcomer was none other than Chojuro, the future 6th Mizukage, who at this moment was just a candidate for the 7 ninja swordsmen. Chojuro seemed startled by the number of people in the shop, his face turning red as he stammered to him, sorry for intruding. I saw the announcement about the new store opening. His gaze fell on Naruto, and then Sasuke next to him, finally landing on Asuma, who was clearly dressed as a Konoha Jonin by the window. Konoha ninja. He instinctively took a step back, his face filled with shock and confusion. Why are Konoha ninjas here? And in Lord Zabuza and Bai's shop? Does the village know? Bai immediately stepped forward, speaking in a gentle tone, Chojuro-kun, please do not panic. They are staff brought by Lord Natsume from the Konoha main store here to assist with the opening of our branch utilizing Lord Natsume's latest spatial teleportation technology. This is Uzumaki Naruto-kun, and this is Uchiha Sasuke-kun, and that is Sarutobi Asuma-sensei. Bai introduced them in turn. Their visit is a commercial activity authorized by Lord Natsume, and it will be brief. They will return to Konoha soon. Sasuke thought to himself, the Kirigakure 7 ninja swordsmen. They don't look much like it. Naruto immediately took on his apprentice staff role, forcing a friendly smile and waving at Chojuro. Hey. Hello there. Don't be scared. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Are you here to buy a phone? Let me tell you, brother, Natsume's phones are super awesome. They're way better than what you have in Kirigakure. Just super amazing. Chojuro adjusted his slipping glasses, stammering, just heard that a new store opened. Wanted to take a look. Why did wanting to buy something new lead to such a scene? How did people from Konoha get in? Do the elders know? Natsume said to Naruto, Naruto, why don't you show Chojuro how to play the Hokage mobile game? No problem. Leave it to me. Naruto confidently pounded his chest, pulling out his phone. Let me show you what a real ninja duel looks like. In the game. Look, this is the game interface. Naruto turned the screen toward Chojuro. Chojuro curiously leaned in closer, temporarily forgetting the impact of the Konoha ninjas. Wow, so exquisite. Chojuro murmured, having never seen such a beautifully animated and dynamic screen before. Want to play a battle? Then you'll need to enter the ranked match. Naruto's fingers flew as he tapped the duel arena, skillfully selecting ranked match. A prompt for matching opponents popped up on the screen. Naruto, don't embarrass yourself too much. Sasuke reminded from the side, his tone tinged with amusement. Oh. The opponent is here. Without hesitation, Naruto chose his most familiar characters, Uzumaki Naruto, Ninja Apprentice Iruka Yumino, and Sarutobi Asuma. Oh. You chose yourself. A subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. Of course. I know myself best. Naruto was brimming with confidence. The battle began. Naruto controlled his game character, charging loudly toward the opposing Might Guy. Shadow Clone Double Strike. Naruto couldn't help but shout in real life, frantically tapping the skill icon on the screen. Power Prelude. Bang. In the game, Naruto was kicked away. Idiot, is that how you use a shadow clone? Sasuke mercilessly mocked. Control the distance and bait the substitution. I know. You don't need to teach me. Naruto fumbled. Substitution. Quickly substitute. Sasuke, unable to watch any longer, couldn't help but shout. Ah. I got it. Naruto frantically clicked the substitution jutsu icon. Phew, that was close. Just as Naruto sighed in relief, he accidentally slipped his finger and hit the sprint button instead of the direction key to move away from the opponent. The apprentice Naruto had just used substitution but dashed headlong into Guy, who was still recovering from his attack. Idiot. What are you doing? Sasuke facepalmed. Ah. This isn't how it's supposed to be. Naruto despairingly watched as his character was caught by Guy again and subjected to another unrelenting combo. The words "battle failed" appeared on Naruto's phone screen, accompanied by the image of his character falling to the ground. Ah. Just a little more. Damn it. Naruto cried out in despair, clutching his phone. That guy Kai is too cunning. You're just too foolish. Sasuke spoke without hesitation. You can't even grasp the basic positioning and timing for the substitution. Pfft. Chuji, who had been anxiously watching, couldn't hold back a laugh at Naruto's dramatic failure, an exaggerated reaction quickly covering his mouth as his face turned even redder. Sorry. The second round began. Hate Iruka versus Might Guy. This time I won't repeat the last round. Naruto regained his confidence. Here it comes. Watch me summon secret scroll skills. Oh no, I missed everything. He fumbled to hit the icons, resulting in neither the summon beast nor the secret scroll hitting Kai. The opponent just glanced at you and you gave up all your resources. Sasuke commented, his tone laden with a resigned "I knew it." How are we supposed to win like this? Kai didn't even use any skills, walking straight up to Naruto's Iruka and starting a ruthless combo attack. Iruka on the screen was utterly defenseless against Kai's onslaught, and Naruto was completely redwormed, continuously sending laugh, cry, and pat head emojis to his opponent. Substitution. Alright, watch my counterattack. However, just as Iruka's invincibility time from the substitution ended, and he was about to act, Kai, as if predicting the move, landed another precise normal attack, catching him again. Damn it. Ah. Naruto completely lost it. This game is targeting me. I'm done. In despair, he gave up on the controls, letting Kai carry out the final humiliation on his Iruka. Bai chuckled from behind the counter and said, it seems Naruto-kun still needs more practice. But Chuji-kun should have felt the fun of the game, right? Iruka fell and Naruto's third ninja, Sarutobi Asuma, made his entrance. Chuji looked at the imposing Sarutobi Asuma on the screen and then stole a glance at the serious-looking real Asuma by the window, who was smoking. He struggled internally for a moment, but ultimately his curiosity about the new game overcame his fear. He gathered his courage and said to Naruto and Naruto-kun, if you don't mind, can I try in the next round? Chuji, you want to play? Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then his face broke into a big smile as he confidently handed the phone to Chuji. Of course. Of course. Here. Let me show you how strong my Asuma-sensei is. Even though I just lost 2 rounds, it's because the opponent was too cunning. Chuji clumsily caught the phone, took a deep breath, adjusted his glasses, and focused on the screen. The battle had entered the 3rd round. Sarutobi Asuma vs. Might Guy. Kai attempted to initiate with a normal attack again. Be careful. Naruto couldn't help but shout. Just as Kai's fist was about to hit Asuma, Chuji swiped his finger across the screen, executing a precise sidestep. Kai's normal attack missed Asuma. Beautiful. Even Sasuke couldn't help but exclaim, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This young mist ninja had quite good reflexes and predictions. Chuji seized the opportunity, immediately controlling Asuma to unleash fire-style ash pile burning. Kai tried to substitute, but Chuji seemed to have anticipated this. After casting the skill, he quickly retreated, creating a safe distance and causing Kai's counterattack to miss. Old horse fire. Yes, that's how you should fight. Naruto watched in awe. Old horse fire. Asuma, standing by the window, frowned at the name and walked over. Naruto scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, Asuma-sensei, it's the fire-style ash pile burning you use. I think it sounds really cool when you call it that when you unleash the skill. Asuma twitched his mouth. Chuji skillfully controlled Asuma to utilize the long-range attack of fire-style ash pile burning and the close-range technique seamlessly, gradually wearing down Kai's health. His movements were precise, each positioning was spot on, and every skill release was timed perfectly to catch the opponent's stiffness or cooldown, creating a stark contrast to Naruto's earlier reckless charge. In the end, Chuji seized the gap after Kai's skill cooldown, controlling Asuma to unleash dual blade close / completely draining Kai's health. Old horse continuous / amazing. We won. Naruto jumped up excitedly, vigorously patting Chuji's shoulder. Chuji. You're amazing. A genius. Chuji was startled by the pat, looking at the victory screen, a shy smile appearing on his face. No. It's Naruto-kun's Asuma-sensei. That's really strong. He instinctively glanced at the approaching Asuma, who was clearly displeased with the names Old Horse Fire and Old Horse Continuous / Not bad. Sasuke regarded Chuji with a hint of approval. However, the battle was not over. The next opponent ninja entered, none other than the infamous rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Kisame Hashigaki. In the game, Kisame wielded the gigantic sword Samehada, exuding an overwhelming presence. Wow! It's Senior Kisame! Chuji exclaimed softly, feeling nervous due to the reputation of this senior in reality. Don't be afraid of him, Chuji. Use Old Horse. Let Asuma-sensei take him down. Naruto corrected himself just in time, but nearly slipped with Old Horse, causing Asuma's temple vein to throb. The battle resumed. Sarutobi Asuma vs. Kisame Hashigaki. Kisame immediately unleashed water-style exploding water shockwave, trying to suppress Asuma with a wide area skill. Chuji swiped his finger across the edge of the screen. He actually predicted it in advance using the secret scroll dissolution technique. This rendered Kisame's skill useless. Beautiful. Even Asuma couldn't help but praise softly. The timing of that secret scroll was nothing short of perfect. Kisame's skill missed, leaving him briefly immobilized. Chuji did not choose to attack immediately. Instead, he quickly tapped on the summoning Shikaku. Shikaku latched onto Kisame, who immediately used a substitution. Great opportunity. Chuji controlled Asuma to follow up instantly with fire-style ash pile burning. Naruto's inner thoughts, Old Horse Fire. Chuji controlled Asuma to approach and executed normal attack 5A for a combo. Yes, just like that. Old Horse Banana Punch, Old Horse Banana Punch. Naruto kept shouting from the side. The opponent clearly started to panic as Kisame just regained his footing. He attempted to charge in for a counterattack. Chuji maneuvered Asuma with a swift sidestep, narrowly evading Samehada's slashing range. Simultaneously, he executed a chakra blade, true character. Old Horse, oh Old Horse. Naruto shouted excitedly, as if he were the one winning. To protect the daimyo is the duty of the 12 guardian ninja. So cool. Kisame Hashigaki has been defeated. On the other side of the screen, the opponent's mentality had clearly collapsed, sending several head pat emojis. Both sides were left with only one ninja, each possessing just one chakra being. Asuma controlled by Nagajiro, remaining health approximately 41 bean vs the opponent's Sarutobi Asuma full health 1 bean. The battle had entered its final round. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The opponent, clearly fueled by the anger from the previous match, commanded his Asuma to charge forward with a more aggressive approach. The opponent initiated the attack, first attempting to suppress with fire-style ash pile burning. Watch the distance, Sasuke calmly reminded. Nagajiro's Asuma executed a precise front-back maneuver, narrowly avoiding the edge of the ash. The opponent, seemingly eager for a quick victory, immediately unleashed dual blade close quarters slash to thrust forward, trying to seize control. Substitution. Naruto couldn't help but shout. Nagajiro calmly pressed the substitution technique button only after the opponent's skills had fully released. His Asuma instantly appeared behind the opponent, then proceeded with a basic attack. The pivotal moment arrived. The opponent's Asuma, having missed the thrust, reflexively released his own substitution technique upon seeing Nagajiro's, attempting a counterattack. However, Nagajiro's Asuma, at the moment the substitution landed, executed a basic attack but chose not to strike immediately. Instead, he performed an exceptionally clever reverse maneuver, simultaneously unleashing dual blade close quarters slash. The opponent's Asuma, just emerging from substitution and about to retaliate, found himself colliding with the trajectory of the wind blade, forced to defend or dodge, disrupting his attack rhythm instantly. Beautiful. Even the usually frowning true Asuma couldn't help but let out a low cheer. The reverse pull after the substitution and the wind blade blocking the path were executed at a perfect moment and position, causing the opponent to waste the substitution technique without even securing a single chakra bean. The opponent was clearly thrown off by this maneuver, growing increasingly anxious, and charged forward recklessly with his Asuma, again his skills appearing somewhat stiff. Nagajiro patiently maneuvered his Asuma, constantly harassing from a distance, and performing agile movements, maintaining a precarious distance that drove his opponent crazy. Finally, the opponent's failed thrust exposed a significant recovery animation. Nagajiro's Asuma instantly executed a dual blade close quarters slash counter thrust. It accurately struck the opponent, who was caught in his recovery. Old Horse's consecutive slashes, the opening has arrived, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, fist clenched. Basic attacks connected into fire-style ash pile burning Naruto Old Horse Flame, following up with a basic attack culminating in the final thrust of dual blade close quarters slash. A seamless combo. Wah! We won. Again. Nagajiro. You are simply the god of Old Horse. Asuma sensei, Naruto exclaimed in excitement, shaking Nagajiro's shoulders vigorously. Did you see that? That last combo. So cool. The opponent couldn't even touch a beam before getting knocked out. Ha! Nagajiro was left dizzy from the shaking, but looking at the screen displaying yet another victory, he excitedly replied, It's Naruto-kun's character, so strong. I was just lucky. It's not just luck. Sasuke crossed his arms, unusually giving high praise. The reverse maneuver after the substitution and the final combo precision were excellently executed. Much better than someone who only knows how to shout aimlessly. Sasuke glanced at Naruto pointedly. At that moment, a large hand pressed down on Naruto's head. Naruto Asuma's voice was deep. It seems you have quite the unique insight regarding the title Old Horse and my combat style. Naruto, still in a state of excitement, grinned and replied, Yes, Asuma sensei. Look how brilliantly Nagajiro used it. Old Horse Flame. Old Horse Banana Punch. Old Horse consecutive slashes. So cool. Especially that last one. Asuma took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling, his gaze growing gentler amidst the swirling smoke. Very well. It seems when we return to the village I need to guide you well in the training field to help you understand the proper usage of fire-style ash pile burning and dual blade close quarters slash, as well as what they should actually be called. I believe Kakashi would also be very willing to come for observational learning. The training field. Guidance. Kakashi sensei is coming too. Asuma sensei, I didn't mean it like that. Naruto's smile instantly froze. Unfortunately, Asuma turned away from him and instead addressed Nagajiro, his tone returning to calm. Well done, kid. Keeping a cool head and executing fine maneuvers, you're a good seedling. Nagajiro, taken aback, quickly bowed. Thank you very much for your praise, Asuma sensei. White smiling walked up and said, "So Nagajirikan, having experienced such an exciting battle, do you have more confidence in our product now?" Nagajiro looked at the magical phone in his hand, reminiscing about the thrill of controlling Asuma to victory, and said, "Yes. White-sama. I've decided. Please sell me a phone." He instinctively touched the large double blade on his back and asked Natsume manager, "What will my character be like in the game?" "What will it be like? Just ordinary, I guess." Natsume hadn't expected Nagajiro to suddenly ask this. "Yash. It's a deal." Naruto immediately forgot the threat of the training field and eagerly pulled Nagajiro toward the counter. Come, Nagajiro. Our store's chief apprentice will serve you. I guarantee to pick out the best one for you. Let me tell you, with how well you play Asuma Sensei, if you practice with our store's Mist Ninja Zabuza, you'll be absolutely invincible. Oh, and about that big blade on your back, Zabuza's sword in the game is super powerful." Sasuke looked at Naruto's carefree demeanor and sighed helplessly. Asuma reignited a cigarette, walked to the window, a hint of an imperceptible smile playing on his lips, perhaps thinking of the scene of guiding Naruto in the training field. White began processing the purchase for Nagajiro with a warm smile. Behind the counter, Zabuza listened to Naruto's enthusiastic promotion of his character, letting out a heavy, impatient grunt. Annoying little brat. But ultimately he chose not to say anything further. Meanwhile, in the shadow of a building in the Mist Village, an eye covered with a special eye mask was quietly watching the newly opened phone store, taking in everything happening inside, especially the figures of those Konoha ninjas. The powerful perspective ability of Ching allowed him to see everything happening inside the store. Ching whispered to himself, "Ninjas from Konoha appearing here at such a time, along with that peculiar ninja tool." Inside the conference hall, an elder with a stern expression asked incredulously, "What? Ninjas from Konoha? And a ninja tool that can allow ordinary ninjas to control powerful ones?" "Yes, Master Yuan and esteemed elders." Ching knelt on one knee respectfully and reported, "The new shop called Natsume Mobile Store sells a peculiar ninja tool called Mobile Phone. Its core function is an application that simulates ninja battles, allowing users to control characters including famous ninjas from various villages to engage in combat. From my observation, its control precision and simulation of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and substitution techniques can even serve as a reference for practical training. Notably, our village's Chuji not only purchased this ninja tool but also skillfully controlled the Konoha character Asuma during battles and achieved victory." "Chuji? How could he?" Another elder showed a worried expression. "Controlling ninjas from other villages. This is simply absurd. Could this be a plot from Konoha? A new type of espionage tool or mind control method, attempting to corrupt the will of our village's young ninjas? Absurd. Turning ninja battles into games. This is a desecration of the ninja way." An elderly conservative elder slammed the table. "Konoha's people bringing such things to our Mist Village have ulterior motives. We must immediately seal that store and expel the Konoha ninjas." "But Chuji has already made a purchase." Another slightly younger advisor hesitated. "Moreover, according to Lord Ching, that thing seems quite interesting." "Interesting? Humph. This is a sweet-coated cannonball," the conservative elder rebuked. "Think about it, our ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even intelligence have all been analyzed and put into that little box. What does this imply? It means all our combat methods could be thoroughly researched by the enemy in advance. This is a serious intelligence crisis. Perhaps this is also an opportunity." The usually silent Master Yuan slowly spoke. "Intelligence is two-way. We can see the ninjas from other villages and they can see us as well. The key lies in who possesses more comprehensive information and who can adapt and utilize it faster." "Master Yuan, do you mean?" "Investigation, a thorough investigation." Master Yuan made the decision. "Ching, you will be personally responsible. First, closely monitor the movements of Natsume Mobile Store and the Konoha ninjas, but do not alarm them. Second, secretly procure a batch of these mobile phones, selecting reliable ninjas proficient in intelligence analysis for in-depth research. I need to understand its working principle, information source, and transmission range, most importantly how accurately it simulates ninjas' abilities. Third, investigate the background of that shop owner." "Understood." Ching accepted the order. Meanwhile, Naruto and his group, carrying Chuji's friendship and Asuma's future training ground guidance plan, happily began their journey back to Konoha. With the tacit approval of the elder group, Ching's actions swiftly unfolded. The intelligence department of Mist Village, using various disguises, purchased a considerable number of mobile phones and badges. Initially, the research was conducted under an atmosphere of extreme secrecy and suspicion. However, the allure of Naruto Mobile was irresistible. Soon the research transformed into trial play, with discussions of combination techniques starting to mix into the dry analytical reports. The young ninjas of Mist Village, especially those who had experienced the brutal Blood Mist period and were extremely eager for entertainment and novelty, were quickly captivated by this game. Outside the training grounds, in the lounges, and even during task breaks, secretly pulling out the mobile phone to play ranked matches became a new trend. Chuji became the technical advisor, although he himself became so engrossed in playing that he lost track of time. Meanwhile, the elder group vaguely saw the potential value of this mobile phone in enhancing the young ninjas' foundational tactical skills. After weighing the pros and cons, the elder group ultimately made a contradictory yet pragmatic decision not to publicly support it, but to allow ninjas within the village to purchase and use it, while strengthening monitoring and strictly prohibiting any leaks of unpublished secret techniques. Thus, a wave of purchasing mobile phones and experiencing Naruto Mobile quietly rose among the younger generation of Mist Village. After returning to Konoha, Natsume witnessed the first major version update of Naruto Mobile, Chunin Exam. Update details: Adventure Dungeon Chapter 3 Chunin Exam arrives. Elite Dungeon Levels 121. Ninja Drama When the Snow Falls. Summoning Beasts all free of charge. High-level recruitment prize pool: S ninjas Jiraiya, A ninjas Uchiho Shursui Haiden, B ninjas Midarashi Enko, C ninjas Haruno Sakura Uzumaki Naruto Kenjiro Temari Uchiha Sasuke Sharingan Hyuga Hanabi Saku Orange Jean Hammer Tosa Felt Removed, A ninjas Might Guy. Open Super Shadow 3 Selection: A ninjas Might Guy Sarutobi Asuma Kisame Hashigaki. Ninja Store, B ninjas Rock Lee Doomsday Rock Lee Drunken Fist Senju Tobarama Young Seinen, C Ninja Exchange Coupon Noera Rints Kuyumi Kaiga Kamazuki Izumi Tetsuyama Shiro Aoba and others. Ninja Fragment Store: A ninjas Might Guy Sarutobi Asuma Kisame Hashigaki, B ninjas Midarashi Enko Yuhi Kurinai. Limited Recruitment V5, B ninjas Chuji Uzumaki Fu. Dual Store: S ninjas Limited Time Orochimaru for 1 day, Elite Jounin First Rank 1000 points, limited purchase 2 times. Game Version Update GIF: C ninja Uzumaki Naruto. The update announcement of Chunin Exam arrival stirred unprecedented waves among the young ninja community in Mist Village. Since we can control ninjas from other villages in the exam through the mobile phone, why can't we truly participate once? We have cleared all the adventure dungeons in the game. The challenges in reality are worth a try. I want to see how powerful the real Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun are. In the end, Master Yuan decided. It is time for the young generation of Mist Village to compete with the seeds of other ninja villages under the real sunlight. Qin. Master Yuan. Qin stood at attention, ready to obey. As an envoy, you will represent Mist Village to go to Konoha and formally submit an application to Hokage. Mist Village hopes to send a team of genin to participate in the upcoming Chunin exam hosted by Konoha. Update. It's updated. Xuanhua Mingren shouted with giddy excitement. He Xiaoying's Wuju and their classmates Li Luokutiantia and Rishiang Ningzi, along with Mai Te Kai and Chimu Kakashi, all clustered in front of Xiamu Mobile Shop. Inside, Xiamu had just finished the game update. A vast virtual screen rolled the announcement. Jounin Exam Commencement. Mingren grabbed his phone and plunged in, first unable to contain himself. Update complete. Login. He fumbled through the interface. A login reward pop-up sprang up on the screen. Wow. Log in and receive a cranked ninja. Xuanhua Mingren. Finally. At last I have my own new ninja. No longer that clone-obsessed mud-splashing Mingren. He could hardly wait to enter the training grounds and selected the newly acquired Xuanhua Mingren. When he read the skill description, he froze. Loakshuanwen. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It looks formidable. He followed the skill prompts. On screen, the game's Mingren let out a shout and produced a shadow clone. Both the original and the clone thrust forth their hands. 2 torrents of high-speed spinning chakra swirled and compacted in their palms, finally forming a sphere of chakra that blazed with a piercing blue light. Wah! Mingren could not help but exclaim. This blue orb, what is it? It looks incredible. Kakashi teacher. He whipped his head toward Chimu Kakashi, pointing at his phone screen. Do you know this Loakshuanwen? What kind of ninjutsu is it? It seems super strong. Luo Xian. Loakshuanwen. Kakaxi's voice carried a tangle of emotions. He studied the demonstration on Mingren's phone, an original and a shadow clone cooperating to condense a sphere of chakra. Kakashi said, pointing at the screen. This ninjutsu is called Laoxunwen. He hesitated, then spoke with respect. It was developed by the 4th generation Fire Shadow, Wufeng Shuimin, who spent 3 years refining it into an rank unclassified ninjutsu. It is a technique that pushes the transformation of chakra's form to its utmost. A rank. Unclassified. Developed by the 4th generation Fire Shadow. Mingren was utterly stunned. He only knew that the 4th had sealed the Nine Tails within him, and that the 4th was a village hero, but he had never imagined any concrete connection to himself. Indeed. Kakashi nodded. But Mingren, the way the game handles this move differs in a crucial detail from the real Laoxunwen. Different? Mingren queried, puzzled. The true Laoxunwen, Kakashi said, making a hollow gripping motion with one hand, is released with a single hand. It requires no shadow clone assistance. The 4th Fire Shadow, with his unparalleled mastery of chakra, could with just one hand condense, compress, and hold the chakra's form in his palm and unleash it in an instant. That is the essence of why Laoxunwen is called an unclassified ninjutsu. The game's version seems more like a simplification or adaptation to lower the skill's operational difficulty. Mingren listened in astonishment, glancing at his own hand and then back at the screen that required 2 selves to form the blue orb. He could do it with one hand. The 4th Fire Shadow is incredible. At that moment Mingren only thought the technique's creator was immensely cool, unaware of any deeper ties. While Mingren studied the new technique, Zuoza's eyes skimmed the high-tier recruitment pool. When the words, "A ninja Yuzhibo Jishui," and the image of the Yuzhibo youth flashed into view, Zuoza's body went rigid. Jishui Ji. Zuoza's pupils constricted. That name and that face belonged to the friend and elder brother who had taken his own life before the clan's massacre, Yuzhibo Yu's closest companion. There were many rumors in the clan about him, but Zuoza's memories were already faded. Why? Why would this game include him? And as an rank ninja, the shadow of Yuzhibo Yu seemed to rise again before Zuoza's eyes, making the knuckles of his hand holding the phone grow pale. Ninja Yuzhibo Zuozhu Xiaolinian, Zuozhu murmured, tapping open the preview of his new ninja. The image on the screen showed him as he had appeared after awakening Xiaolinian during the Zhongren exam. A faint, almost imperceptible curve lifted Zuoza's mouth. After explaining Laoxunwen, Kakashi's gaze unconsciously swept the ninja shop's listings. When the text, "Ninja Yuzhibo Dai Too Young," and the portrait of a goggle-wearing, exuberant, spiky-haired youth burst into view, Kakashi was struck as if by lightning. That smile that had long been buried beneath the boulder at Canopy Bridge and survived only in his deepest, most painful memories. How could it appear here? Kakashi instinctively tensed and quickly averted his eyes, but the violent ripple of chakra still made Kai sense something was off, and he cast a puzzled look. Kakashi drew a slow breath and forced down the turmoil, shifting his gaze elsewhere, yet the boy's image had already been seared into his mind. Ah. That's me. Ninja Chunying. Xiaoying had found her new ninjutsu. She pointed at the screen, surprised by the short hair and the steadier expression. My hair's shorter, but I look more spirited. Kai teacher. Tiantian. Ningxi. Liloaka suddenly shouted with excitement. Look! The ninja shop. There are my ninjas. And 2 of them. Everyone turned to the ninja shop list he pointed at. Under the ninja category were 2 portraits of Liloaka Duman, Liloaka Zuichuan. That's me in Duman State. And me in Zuichuan State. Little Li flushed with excitement. He spun to Kai, tears of exhilaration glittering in his eyes. Kai teacher. Did you see? I have 2 rank ninjas. I'm the first among the 12 of us to break tire evaluation. And it's 2 ranks. This must be the game's recognition of my effort and youth. Oh. Mai Kai was moved to tears in an instant. He opened his arms and gave Li a fierce, proud hug. I saw it. Teacher saw it. Li. This is proof of you set aflame. Your hard work, Tube Nin, what a blazing medal of youth. The teacher is proud of you. Brank. 2 of them. Damn it. Dead last. That Bratley actually got B before me. 2 even. No way. I must work harder. I want ninjas even stronger than Brank. Mingren looked at his new ninja, and then at least to Nin fuming. It's just a game rating. Zuozu's gaze swept past Zishui's ninja tag and fell back to his own new cranked Zwishu. Boring. Yet undeniably Li's twin Nin had stirred a prick of unease in the always proud Zwishu, an irritation he would not outwardly betray. Wow. Li's amazing actually has two great characters, though my new image isn't bad either. Xiaoying praised Li with a hint of envy. Honestly, that Li. To have two exclusive Nin, he must be well valued in this game. Tian joked, teasing while sharing in a friend's joy. Duman and Zuichuan are indeed his signature fighting forms. The game's data gathering even captured Li's unique taijutsu with precision. Ningxi watched a peer receive such attention and felt a quiet ripple within. Kakashi, shaken out of the boyditis shock, looked at the ecstatic Kai and Li. Heh. Youth. This game even built separate models for Li's two states. S-rank Ninja Jiraiya, S-rank Ninja Orochimaru. And Jiraiya, a wild shock of white hair, a forehead protector inscribed with the kanji for oil, a crimson haori, and a colossal scroll strapped across his back. His grin bold, unrestrained, and utterly charismatic. Orochimaru, pale skin, golden serpentine eyes, long black hair. His presence exudes chilling malevolence and eerie charisma, his lips curled in a faint, unsettling smirk. S rank. 10 gasped sharply. 100 ninja fragments. How long would that take to collect? And Master Jiraiya? Orochimaru. Kakashi's gaze turned profoundly complex. Nah. Master Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. Li recognized him at once. And Orochimaru. Sasuke stared at that cold, sinister figure, a wave of revulsion and instinctive wariness rising within him. Naruto glanced first at Jiraiya, then at Orochimaru, scratching his head in utter bewilderment. And hey, who are these two uncles? They look incredibly powerful, S-rank. Stronger than Sensei Kakashi. And that pale-faced, snake-eyed uncle. He gives me the chills. At Naruto's words, a chorus of incredulous, pitying glances fell upon him. And Naruto. Did you sleep through class again? Sakura groaned, face-palming. They're the legendary 3 Sannin. And the 3 Sannin. Naruto remained utterly baffled. Precisely, Niji explained. Master Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Lady Tsunade. And they were direct disciples of the third Hokage and rose to legendary renown during the Shinobi World Wars, hailed across the land as the Konoha Sannin. Each possesses strength rivaling, or even surpassing, that of a Kage. And Naruto's eyes widened further. So they're that famous. That white-haired uncle does seem refreshingly forthright. An idiot, Naruto. You must address him as Master Jiraiya. Sakura corrected, exasperated. Kakashi sighed inwardly, watching Naruto regard both Jiraiya and Orochimaru with complete ignorance. Yet beneath his calm exterior a quiet alarm stirred. Orochimaru appearing here as an S-rank ninja within the game felt deeply ominous. Naruto had already tapped open the entrance to Adventure Chapter 3 Chunin exams. Sounds impressive. Let me see. The future Chunin exams. Tenten whispered, astonished. Is the game foreshadowing our participation? And the narrative surged forward, into the forest of death. On screen, Team 7 confronted a terrifying figure, Orochimaru. Ni's predatory focus locked unerringly onto Sasuke. What? Naruto erupted as the screen showed Orochimaru, sinister serpentine, charging straight towards Sasuke. What does that snake-faced uncle want with Sasuke? Damn it. And Sasuke's expression darkened instantly. And watching his on-screen self appear so powerless before Orochimaru, treated not as a shinobi but as prey, a crushing wave of humiliation and visceral dread seized him. Orochimaru wants to capture me. Why? And Kakashi's muscles tensed. The game had just predicted that his 3 students would encounter Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, and that Orochimaru's sole target would be Sasuke. Li's smile vanished, his face hardened into grim resolve. And he knew Orochimaru's lethality all too well, and this game's chilling preview of the Chunin exam's perils filled him with profound weight and solemn duty. Kakashi, Li warned quietly. Enrock Li clenched his fist, his gaze sharpening with fierce determination and burning anger as he watched that monstrous enemy fixate on his comrade. Is this truly what will happen during the future Chunin exams? And Tenten covered her mouth, voice trembling. And would someone like Orochimaru, legendary, feared, untouchable, personally intervene against mere genin. Even the legendary Sannin have appeared. This exam will be 100-fold more perilous than we imagined. Ōnoki tightened his fists and declared, to protect my comrades my youth brooks no retreat. I must grow stronger. Nis this prophecy, or intelligence. Niji stared intently at the screen. Heavy suffocating silence settled over the mobile shop. Kakashi's voice cut through the stillness, grave and commanding. Listen carefully. Ni's gaze swept across Team 7 and Team 3, then settled firmly on Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura. What you witnessed in the simulation is merely one possible future, a scenario modeled upon fragmentary intelligence or strategic extrapolation. Whether you ultimately sit for the Chunin exams, and how you confront any dangers therein, remains undetermined. Such decisions rest solely with the Hokage and the village's highest council. Until explicit orders are issued, all of you, especially Team 7, must remain vigilant. No independent action. No rash moves. Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but Sakura pulled him back. And Sasuke's eyes remained locked, unblinking, on Orochimaru's cold serpentine smile displayed on screen. And Niji Tenten and Rock Lee too sensed the gravity of the moment, and let go of all levity. Hokage Tower, confidential conference room thick with tobacco smoke. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at the head of the table, brow deeply furrowed. And opposite him sat Konoha's senior advisors Koharu Yudatane Hamura Midokado and Danzo Shimura, leader of Root. You've all seen the situation. Hiruzen spoke low and measured the Natsume phone's new update, Chunin Exams Dawn of Peril, depicts our upcoming Chunin exams in startling detail. It foresees Orochimaru's appearance in the Forest of Death, and his singular intent to seize Uchiha Sasuke. Koharu spoke first, voice taut with urgency. Hiruzen, this is no coincidence. Orochimaru has been a fugitive for years, his movements shrouded in secrecy. Why would he suddenly fixate on Konoha's Chunin exams? His motive is unmistakable. Sasuke is the last surviving heir of the Uchiha clan, and the Sharingan's power. Orochimaru seeks it above all else. For safety's sake, we must suspend the exam immediately, at minimum cancel the Forest of Death segment, or remove Sasuke from the candidate roster entirely. Hamura adjusted his glasses, adding gravely, Koharu raises a valid concern. Orochimaru's danger is beyond dispute. Though the origin of this game's prediction remains unknown, its intelligence-gathering capacity appears extraordinarily reliable. And to expose a cohort of genin, especially Sasuke, to an S-rank missing nin of Orochimaru's caliber is an unacceptable risk. Suspension. Revision. And Danzo's tone dripped with contempt. Because an unverified artifact displays a single vision. And leaning forward slightly on his cane, his solitary eye gleamed with cold calculation. This Chunin exam is a vital showcase of Konoha's strength, and a cornerstone of our deterrence. And if Konoha recalls from a mere prophecy, word will spread like wildfire across the shinobi world. We shall become the laughingstock of every hidden village. How will other villages perceive us? Will they conclude Konoha has grown so feeble it dares not host its own examination? A heavy silence followed. Danzo's voice was filled with incitement as he said, Moreover, crises often accompany opportunities. The emergence of Orochimaru is a danger, but it could also be a chance to completely eliminate this traitor. If prepared adequately, perhaps we can use this to fully seize the power of the Uchiha. Danzo's last words carried a hint of meaning, his gaze falling upon Sasuke's name. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep puff from his pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke as his eyes scanned the faces of the three advisors. I understand your concerns. He slowly began. Koharu Hamura's safety is indeed the primary consideration. Danzo, the village's prestige and the grasping of opportunities are equally important. Suddenly Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone grew grave as he said, However, the situation has become even more complex. Just now we received an official document from the envoy of the Mist Village AO. Hiruzen placed a scroll on the table. The Mist Village has formally requested to send a team of genin to participate in our upcoming Chunin exams. This is an unforeseen circumstance. This news caused the three advisors to display expressions of surprise. Mist Village. Hamura frowned. Since the end of the Blood Mist policy, they have been reclusive, rarely participating in collaborative activities with other major nations. Why would they suddenly request to join our Chunin exams? Koharu interjected. Hiruzen, are you suspicious? Indeed. Hiruzen nodded. For the Mist to urgently request to participate in the Chunin exams at this time is certainly unusual. Considering Ao's identity in the Mist and their recent focus on Natsume mobile store. He tapped the scroll on the table. I suspect that the Mist Village may have also learned the details of the Chunin exam quest through mobile phones and the Hokage mobile game. Moreover, they might have seen the prophecy regarding Orochimaru. The conference room fell into a brief silence. If the Mist also knew about the prophecy, then their purpose for participating in the exam became murky. Are they simply trying to let the younger generation train? Or are they observing how Konoha responds to the crisis? Or perhaps they wish to take advantage of the chaos. The situation has become tricky. Hamura whispered. Those guys from the Mist have definitely got ill intentions. Danzo scoffed coldly. Hiruzen extinguished his pipe and made a decision. The Chunin exams will proceed as planned. There are 3 reasons. First, Konoha's prestige must not be shaken by the prophecy. Second, the Mist's participation has become a certainty. A last-minute cancellation would appear cowardly, and could lead to missing the opportunity to understand the Mist's intentions. Third, while a crisis indeed exists, evasion is not a solution. We need to take the initiative, turn the prophecy into our advantage, set traps, and in turn capture Orochimaru's traces and even thwart his schemes. But Hiruzen Sasuke's safety. Koharu still harbored concerns. The safety of Sasuke and all the participants must be ensured at the highest level. Hiruzen declared firmly. I will issue orders immediately. Kakashi's task priority will be adjusted to serve as a personal guard for Team 7, especially for Sasuke. At the same time, an elite Umbu squad will be dispatched to provide 24-hour covert protection with a focus on monitoring the Forest of Death area. Utilize all emergency contact channels at once to find Jiraiya and have him return to Konoha as quickly as possible. He is an old acquaintance of Orochimaru, strong enough to contend, and he would surely be very interested in the spiral jutsu heir and the boy with Sharingan mentioned in the prophecy. Closely monitor the movements of the Mist Envoy, especially that of the Envoy Ao. The Forest of Death segment will be retained, but we will secretly strengthen the power of the barrier team and insert more Umbu experts disguised as examiners ready to respond to emergencies at any time. Simultaneously, the medical team will enter a level 1 standby status. Hiruzen stood up and said, Does Orochimaru want the Sharingan? If the Mist wants to pry into the truth, then let them come. In the home ground of Konoha, we are ready to welcome them. This time the Chunin exams will not just be a selection but a battlefield for us to defend the village and eliminate hidden dangers. Spread the word, execute the plan. The Chunin exams will proceed as normal. Kakashi had just returned from the Hokage building and found Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura saying, The village has made full preparations, including dealing with that threat. Kakashi's gaze lingered momentarily on Sasuke's face. Great. Naruto exclaimed, all his worries dissipated as he excitedly waved his fists. I told you so. Who cares about that snake-faced uncle? With Kakashi-sensei and us around, it will definitely be fine. Right, Sasuke? Sakura. Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder vigorously. Sasuke snorted coldly, shaking off Naruto's hand as he said, That's exactly what I want. Sakura also tried to suppress her inner fear, nodding her head as she trusted the village's arrangements, and more importantly her comrades and teacher. Just then a commotion of voices approached from the distance. Naruto-ni, Sasuke-ni, Sakura-ni-chan. Konohamaru came rushing over with Moegi and Udon, all 3 tightly clutching their phones, their faces alight with uncontainable excitement. Have you seen the update? It's amazing. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled. This time a lot of new ninjas were added. Yeah. Moegi nodded vigorously. Naruto's new crank ninja has spiral jutsu. We want to spar with you. Udon pushed up his glasses to see who can make better use of the new ninjas. Especially Konohamaru, who said his Konohamaru core will definitely defeat Naruto's new Naruto. Hearing the words spar and defeat, Naruto's competitive spirit was ignited. Huh. You want to challenge me? Konohamaru, you are 100 years too early. Just right, let you see my newly acquired spiral jutsu. Although it can't compare to the 4th Hokage's one-handed version, it will be enough to deal with you. Let's go and have a great fight at Natsume's store. Naruto waved his hand grandly, leading the way towards the mobile store, followed by Team 7 and the Konohamaru Corps. The group walked noisily through the streets of Konoha. Konohamaru excitedly described his imagined combos to Naruto, flailing his arms and not noticing the corner when bang he collided hard into someone. Ouch! Konohamaru was knocked back and sat down on the ground. That hurts. Who is it? Not looking while walking. Konohamaru complained, rubbing his head, but when he looked up his voice stopped abruptly. There stood three figures clearly emanating a vibe of travel-worn foreign ninjas. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura almost simultaneously called out each other's names. Gaara, Shinji, Kankuro. The Sand Village trio simultaneously wore expressions of astonishment. How do you know our names? Shinji looked at Naruto and his friends, her voice filled with wariness and confusion. They had just arrived at Konoha and hadn't even completed the registration process, yet the lower ninjas of Konoha could accurately call out their names. This intelligence operation is terrifyingly effective. Naruto charged forward enthusiastically and pointed at Kankuro excitedly, saying, "Of course we know. You are Ninja Kankuro, the puppet master." He then pointed at Shinji, saying, "You are Ninja Shinji, who uses a big fan for wind techniques." Finally he turned to Gaara, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. "And you, Gaara? You are Ninja Gaara, incredibly powerful. The sand is super cool. Your rating in the game is very high." Game. Gaara repeated this unfamiliar term. "Yes. Exactly that." Naruto raised his phone in front of the three, the screen clearly displaying the interface of Naruto Mobile. He quickly clicked on the ninja list. Kankuro, Shinji, Gaara's names and images were clearly visible. Gaara's pupils suddenly contracted. The red-haired boy on the screen was unmistakably him. The game not only accurately replicated his appearance and weapon but even simulated his core ability to control sand. A chill instantly surged up his spine. Konoha's grasp of their intelligence was so deep. "What is this ninja tool?" "That's called a phone. There's an incredibly fun game called Naruto Mobile inside where you can control many ninjas to battle, including ninjas from other villages." Konohamaru jumped in to explain. He had already gotten back on his feet, pride etched across his face. After the update, Kankuro and Shinji were added too. Especially you, Gaara, you're very strong in the game. So what do you think? Impressive, right? Naruto grinned widely, enthusiastically extending an invitation. "Since we've met, let's not just stand in the street. Come, I'll take you to Natsume's phone shop to have a look. They sell this and you can also experience the latest Chunin exam side quest. It's thrilling. I guarantee it will be eye-opening for you." Gaara, Shinji, and Kankuro exchanged an extremely complicated glance. Shock, confusion, wariness, and a hint of strong curiosity intertwined. This mysterious ninja tool and the Konoha lower ninjas' seemingly intimate knowledge of their information completely disrupted their rhythm. The Sand Village team, originally planning to act low-key, was now thrust into the spotlight. "Alright." Gaara finally exhaled, slowly fixing his gaze tightly on the phone in Naruto's hand. "Lead the way." He needed to know just how many secrets this game had leaked, especially regarding their true mission and whether the Konoha collapse plan had also been exposed. Thus, under Naruto's guidance, Team 7 of Konoha, along with the Konohamaru Corps and the Sand Village trio, filled with shock and doubt, headed towards Natsume's phone shop together. Naruto excitedly pushed open the door to Natsume's phone shop, which was still bustling with activity, as many young ninjas from Konoha were experiencing the newly updated content. "Natsume, we brought new friends," Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs, simultaneously pushing Gaara and the others forward. "Look! Ninjas from the Sand Village. Ninjas from the game. Shinji, Kankuro, and Gaara." Upon hearing this, Natsume looked up, his gaze sweeping over the sand trio, pausing for a moment on Gaara. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Welcome guests from afar. It seems that the allure of Naruto Mobile has spread to the land of wind." Shinji and Kankuro grew alert. The shopkeeper appeared unfathomable. "Does this really simulate ninja battles? Can we see the information of other ninjas?" Kankuro pointed at the phone, asking their most pressing question. "Seeing is believing, why not experience it for yourself?" Natsume smiled and made a gesture for them to proceed. Under the guidance of Naruto, Sakura, and the Konohamaru Corps, the Sand Trio each picked up a testing device, powered it on, and entered Naruto Mobile. The familiar interface and ninja list once again astonished them. "To fully understand its features, it's best to have your own device," Natsume said. Shinji and Kankuro looked at Gaara, clearly expecting him to take the lead. Gaara fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice. Buy it. Information is power. Regardless of what this game is, mastering it is essential to understand just how much Konoha knows. Moreover, he was also stirred by a curious experience that could control so many ninjas. Soon the three each purchased the latest model of the phone. They activated it, logged in, and obtained their own accounts. The screen lit up, showing the Nine-Tails Fox wreaking havoc in Konoha. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was locked in fierce battle with a mysterious masked man. The battle was intense yet brief. Ultimately, Minato sacrificed his life to execute the Reaper Death's seal, an 8 trigram seal dividing the Nine-Tails Fox, one half dissipating with the Death God's seal, the other sealed within the body of a swaddled infant. The camera zoomed in for a close-up, the infant crying amidst the ruins with golden hair and the 6 whisker marks on his cheeks. Naruto Uzumaki. What? Shinji and Kankuro exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Naruto, who was eagerly watching the screen, completely unaware. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kankuro's voice trembled. Shinji covered her mouth, watching the screen where the fourth Hokage couple sacrificed themselves to protect the village, then looked at the infant Naruto, who was to be used as a vessel destined to bear a heavy fate, her eyes filled with complexity. As for Gaara, he stood there as if frozen, stiffly rooted in place. The infant on the screen, marked with seals, became a monster's vessel. The fearful, hateful, and rejected eyes of the villagers, that lonely figure swaying on the swing, each scene strikingly similar to his own childhood. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara whispered, the cold, indifferent gaze suddenly exhibiting intense fluctuations filled with shock, disbelief, and an indescribable resonance. He stared intensely at the small Naruto on the screen, as if seeing another version of himself. The emotion he had always suppressed in his heart, named pity for the same suffering, surged forth like a tide. Immediately under Naruto's urging, as he wanted to showcase his heroic deeds, and with the guidance of Shami, they opened the subsequent storyline instance. They witnessed how Naruto longed for recognition, how he was deceived into stealing the forbidden technique scroll, and ultimately protected Iruka Sensei using the shadow clone technique, gaining his first true acknowledgement in life. Seeing the classic scene of Team 7 competing for bells under Kakashi's supervision, the three ultimately received Kakashi's approval. They observed Naruto facing powerful enemies, feeling fierce struggle and rage against Zabuza and Haku, and saw him unleash incredible courage and strength to protect his companions. The Sand siblings, especially Gaara, watched in silence the entire time. He saw Naruto transform from the ostracized monster to someone who gradually gained a teacher willing to shield him from harm, companions he could rely on, and individuals ready to sacrifice their lives to protect him. He noticed more smiles appearing on Naruto's face, and the gathering of his friends. Why? A deep confusion and an indescribable pain filled Gaara's heart. Why can Naruto Uzumaki, who also bears the burden of being a monster, and is feared and hated by everyone, receive recognition? Why can he make friends? Why is he trusted? Why is he needed? Yet I can only bring death and fear forever. I can only accompany the sand. I can only be treated as a weapon. He looked at Naruto, who was playfully wrestling with Konohamaru, his face lit up with a bright, cloudless smile. That smile pierced Gaara's heart like a needle. A torrent of intense emotions, mingling envy, jealousy, resentment, and a faint desire, raged within his cold heart. The sand behind him began to float, uncontrollably exuding a dangerous aura. Finally, under Shame's operation, they opened the latest Chunin exam awakening instance. When they saw the Sand siblings' own figures appear on the game screen, Shino and Kankuro felt their hearts leap to their throats. The story progressed to the Forest of Death, where Orochimaru appeared, clearly targeting Sasuke, displaying overwhelming strength and a chilling aura. Then the story abruptly halted. The Sand siblings collectively let out a sigh of relief. Especially Shino and Kankuro, who broke out in a cold sweat. Thank goodness it ended here. Kankuro whispered in a voice barely audible to himself, his face pale. The plan to destroy Konoha, their conspiracy with the Sound Shinobi, and the true power of Shikaku within Gaara, these core secrets had not been revealed in the game. Shino felt relieved, but was soon overcome with deeper worries. The game's prediction about Orochimaru was already terrifying enough. Would it reveal even more horrifying plans in the next update? Gaara's gaze was fixed on Orochimaru on the screen. What did this game know about Orochimaru's goal being Sasuke? Shamui observed the varied expressions of the Sand siblings, especially the complexity in Gaara's eyes, and a barely perceptible knowing smile curled at the corners of his mouth. How is the experience of the new version? The Chunin exam instance is quite thrilling. I wish everyone great success in the upcoming exam. The last 4 words he said were laden with meaning. Gaara cast a deep glance at Xiaomei, then glanced at Naruto, who was still excitedly discussing things, ultimately saying nothing and turning to leave the phone shop. Shino and Kankuro hurriedly followed. The setting sun elongated their shadows, contrasting sharply with the bustling streets of Konoha. Inside the phone shop, Naruto was still clamoring to challenge Gaara in the game. In front of Jiraiya lay the latest manuscript of Ika Ika Paradise, as he racked his brain to conceive the artistic plot for the next chapter. Suddenly the space distorted and fluctuated without warning. Jiraiya instantly became alert, dropping the pen in his hand as powerful chakra instinctively gathered. Reverse summoning technique. Moreover, it was an extremely advanced summoning with a coercive contract nature. Little Jiraiya, don't resist. In an instant the scene before Jiraiya blurred and spun, and the next moment he found himself in a vast ancient cave brimming with natural energy. Before him stood 2 familiar figures, Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage. Grandpa Fukasaku. Granny Shima? Jiraiya gaped at the 2 toad sages. What happened? Why the urgency to summon me with reverse summoning? Could it be a prophecy? He felt a jolt in his heart. It must be something significant if both sages were so anxious. Little Jiraiya, follow me, Fukasaku Sage said with a serious expression, providing no further explanation as he turned and jumped deeper into the cave. Shima Sage closely followed her expression, also carrying an unprecedented seriousness. Jiraiya suppressed his doubts and a flicker of unease immediately following. Passing through a passage covered in strange glowing moss, they arrived at the most central and sacred place of Mount Myaboku, the grand hall dedicated to the Great Toad Sage. Fukasaku Sage respectfully lowered his body and said, Great Toad Sage, little Jiraiya has arrived. The Great Toad Sage slowly opened his enormous eyelids and said, Oh, it's little Jiraiya. Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya respectfully bowed. The Great Toad Sage remained silent for a moment before finally speaking again, his voice carrying a strange penetrating power. I have seen. In Konoha, a peculiar ninja tool has emerged. It is very small, yet it reflects all forms. The faces of the deceased are revived. Fragments of the future flow in the present. It allows unfamiliar people to see each other's souls. The Great Toad Sage's words echoed in Jiraiya's heart like thunder, each phrase striking with intensity. Little Jiraiya, that creation is called mobile phone. Or perhaps the illusionary world it carries, known as Hokage. The Hokage illusionary world. Jiraiya was completely bewildered. These terms were like a foreign language to him. It is distorting the predetermined trajectory. The voice of the Great Toad Sage gradually weakened, his eyelids slowly closing. The future has become chaotic, filled with unknown variables. Return to Konoha, little Jiraiya. The final admonition floated like a sigh. Go witness that creation, which will change everything. It will be the center of the future storm, and the key to unlocking the new prophecy. With those words, Jiraiya stood frozen in place, his face pale. A creation that changes everything, reflecting all things, recreating the deceased, foreseeing the future, peering into the human heart, beyond the source world, distorting the trajectory of fate. The center of the future storm. These words combined painted a picture of something terrifying and unfathomable. This had already surpassed his understanding of ninja tools and even artifacts. What shocked him even more was that this thing was right in Konoha. Does the old man know? What is the current situation in Konoha? Lord Shinzo? Granny Shima? Jiraiya suddenly turned around. I must return to Konoha immediately. Now. Right away. Not a moment to lose. Jiraiya remembered that the old man had seemingly sent an urgent signal before, but at that time he hadn't paid much attention. Now it seems that was likely a warning about this mobile phone. Sage Shinzo said seriously, the predictions of the sage have never been wrong. Little Jiraiya, Konoha may undergo a great change, hurry back. Sage Shima added worriedly, that creation called mobile phone has mysterious and unpredictable powers. Even the sage says it comes from beyond this world, so be extremely careful. I understand. Jiraiya no longer had a trace of his usual nonchalance. The old man must be in a frenzy. I want to see what kind of strange thing dares to stir up a storm in Konoha. Jiraiya instantly formed seals with his hands. Reverse summoning technique release. Sage Shinzo looked at the dissipating white smoke and murmured, what direction will the future of the ninja world take with creations from beyond this realm? Outside Konoha village, Jiraiya sped through the forest at an extraordinary pace. Mobile phone. Hokage illusionary world. What kind of strange thing is this? From the name it sounds like some kind of recording or communication device. But the Great Toad Sage's description was akin to an artifact capable of manipulating reality, recreating the appearances of the deceased. Could it be that someone in Konoha has created illusions of the deceased using this thing? That's too disturbing. It is a great disrespect to the departed and an immense mental torment to the living. How could the old man allow such a thing to exist? Foreseeing fragments of the future. If this ability is real in the hands of those with ill intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wars, conspiracies will all be anticipated and planned in advance, peering into the human heart's joys and sorrows. This is more terrifying than any interrogation illusion. It could completely destroy trust and privacy between people. Beyond the source world. Could it not be something manufactured in the ninja world? Is it an extraterrestrial object? Or a remnant of an ancient lost civilization? This is too dangerous. The old man urgently summoned me back. It must be related to this thing. He must be under great pressure now, having to deal with this hot potato, while also guarding against the covetousness of other villages. Sunigakure and Kirigakure suddenly wanting to participate in the Chunin exams. Could it also be related to this mobile phone? The Great Toad Sage said it is the center of the future storm, and Konoha is now sitting on a volcano. I must return as soon as possible to find out everything. As a ninja of Konoha, he must protect the village, uncover the truth about this mobile phone, and prevent the impending disaster. Old man. Hold on. I'm coming. Jiraiya shouted, his speed once again increasing. Jiraiya was slightly panting, the long-distance run making him feel somewhat fatigued. But he couldn't afford to rest, his gaze sweeping over the familiar yet somewhat strange village before him. Many young ninjas, even some civilian children, were looking down at a strange palm-sized device glowing faintly in their hands, their fingers tapping quickly on it, occasionally emitting exclamations or sounds of frustration. Is this the mobile phone? Jiraiya frowned. The mysterious creation in the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, which would change everything and reflect all things, was actually so widespread. Is it seen everywhere on the streets of Konoha? He suppressed the impulse to rush to the Hokage building to find Sarutobi Hiruzen and decided to observe this mobile phone quietly first to see what was going on. Jiraiya walked along the main street toward the center of the village. Not far along, a group of children intensely discussing something at the street corner spotted him. Wow! Look at that person! A little girl with pigtails pointed at Jiraiya, her eyes wide open. White hair, red coat, that big scroll on his back, and that headband. Another little boy holding a mobile phone shouted excitedly, comparing it to the screen. It's him. It's really him. It's rank ninja Jiraiya. Several children exclaimed in unison, rushing over with faces full of admiration and curiosity. Jiraiya was taken aback, his footsteps halting. Ninja. Are they referring to me? Although I am indeed strong, being called so formally by a bunch of kids as Ninja Lord is still a bit strange. Moreover, how did they recognize me at a glance? I haven't publicly appeared in Konoha for a long time. Lord Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya. The children chattered excitedly, and the bold little boy directly held the mobile phone up in front of Jiraiya. On the screen was the high-level recruitment interface of the Hokage mobile game, prominently featuring an image of a white-haired, spiky-headed ninja dressed in a red coat and carrying a large scroll with a striking golden S symbol below. That image was none other than himself. Look! It's you in the game. You're an rank ninja. Super powerful. The little boy said excitedly. Recruiting you will also earn the exclusive title of Pervy Sage. Another little girl added. Pervy Sage. Jiraiya stared at the imposing ninja Jiraiya on the screen, and then at the innocent faces of the children, his old face instantly turning beet red. What kind of ridiculous title is this? Who came up with it? Why is there such nonsense in the game? Jiraiya's voice cracked. How did his charm and artistic pursuits turn into the Pervy Sage? If this gets out, where will the face of the Great Toad Sage, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, go? The children were startled by Jiraiya's sudden excitement, retracting their necks, but could not help but say, it's a title given in the game. Everyone calls me that. Jiraiya took a deep breath, realizing that the key issue was not the title, though it made him want to drag the game developer out and give them a good beating, but the game itself. He pointed at the strange boards in the children's hands, trying to make his voice sound a bit calmer, and said, "You little rascals, what is this phone you're holding? And what is this Naruto mobile game? Where can I get one? This is a phone." The children immediately grew excited again, chattering, "It has the Naruto mobile game inside, it's so fun. You can see many ninjas and control them in battles. At the Natsume phone store. It's just down the street." A little boy enthusiastically pointed the way. "It's run by Natsume brother. He sells phones there." The name Natsume phone store immediately etched itself into Jiraiya's mind. The great Toad Sage had mentioned phones, and the source was this very store. It seemed this Natsume was the key figure. "Thanks, kids." Jiraiya tossed out a line and strode towards the direction the children pointed. Soon a shop with the sign Natsume phone store appeared before him. Jiraiya pushed open the door and a clamor rushed to greet him. His gaze quickly swept across the store, eventually landing on a young man behind the counter dressed in a simple kimono with a warm and peaceful demeanor. The young man appeared to be in his 20s with black hair and eyes, a faint smile on his lips that seemed to possess a profound understanding yet remained aloof. Is this Natsume? Jiraiya felt a chill in his heart. This youth emanated no chakra fluctuations like an ordinary person, yet his aura was extraordinarily special. Calm like a deep pond, his gaze seemed capable of seeing through the hearts of others. He was definitely not an ordinary merchant. Jiraiya pushed through the crowd and walked directly to the counter. The noisy store seemed to quiet down a bit as many recognized the legendary Sannin. "You are the store manager, Natsume." Jiraiya scrutinized the young man with a sharp gaze. Natsume looked up, saw Jiraiya, and showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated his arrival. He slightly nodded and said, "That would be me. Welcome, I've long admired the fame of the Sannin. He knows me. And shows no surprise." Jiraiya's vigilance heightened. This guy is indeed not simple. Enough chit-chat. Jiraiya slammed his hand on the counter with a loud smack, drawing the attention of those around him. "Give me one of those phones. I want to see what this thing is that can turn me into a perverted sage." Natsume seemed unfazed by Jiraiya's rudeness, as if it were a common occurrence. He took out a phone and placed it on the counter. "That will be 10,000 ryo," Natsume said calmly. 10,000 ryo. Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out. This price was enough for him to enjoy several days at the best hot spring resort. "Humph. 10,000 ryo it is. You're quite the shrewd one." Jiraiya painfully pulled out several crumpled large bills from his pocket and slapped them on the counter. "If it's not as magical as you say, I, the great Toad Sage, will tear down your shop." Natsume smiled as he accepted the money, seemingly not hearing Jiraiya's threat, and pushed the phone along with a simple instruction manual towards him. Clutching the phone worth 10,000 ryo, Jiraiya slipped into a secluded alley like a thief. Leaning against the wall, he took a deep breath. The prophecy of the great Toad Sage and the abnormalities in Konoha all hinged on this little device. Following the rudimentary manual Natsume provided, he awkwardly pressed the power button on the side. The screen lit up, and after a brief startup animation, Jiraiya entered an application titled Naruto. The screen dimmed and immediately a tense cutscene began. "The Nine Tails!" Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. A figure with golden hair was fiercely battling a figure in black with a tiger-patterned mask, revealing only one blood-red Sharingan. That agile movement, that familiar flying thunder god technique. Minato. Jiraiya leaned forward, almost pressing his face against the screen. That was his disciple, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. What shocked him even more was that the game indicated he could control Minato in battle. He instinctively swiped his finger according to the prompt, and Minato on the screen instantly threw a flying thunder god kunai. That smooth motion, that familiar chakra glow, it felt as if Minato was truly being reborn at his fingertips. How is this possible? Jiraiya's voice trembled, the overwhelming shock nearly making him drop the phone. Controlling a deceased disciple in battle. This feeling was so bizarre, so unreal, yet it carried an indescribable sorrow. Could Minato truly be resurrected in this way? The battle was brief yet intense. He saw Minato using Reaper Death Seal and 8 trigrams sealing to protect the village. Everything was exactly as he knew it, that tragic ending. In the end, Minato and his wife sacrificed themselves. Half of the Nine Tails was sealed away, while the other half was sealed into a newborn baby in a swaddle. Close up shot the baby crying amidst the ruins, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. Minato's child. Jiraiya felt as if struck by lightning. He suddenly remembered the great Toad Sage's vague mention of the Child of Destiny, and intertwined with that creation. The animation ended and the game began. A passionate game main interface appeared with several prominent options: Duel Arena, Adventure Dungeon. The game notified him he had received a login reward: Crank Ninja Uzumaki Naruto Ninja Apprentice Crank Ninja Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the image on the screen of a golden-haired youth in an orange jacket with a silly grin, this is the child of Minato and Kushina. Adventure Dungeon, Jiraiya murmured, recalling the great Toad Sage saying fragments of the future manifest in the present like flowing streams. He stretched out his sturdy finger, and somewhat clumsily tapped on the Adventure Dungeon icon. The Mizuki Incident, the 7th Squad's Division examined the Wave Country mission. Jiraiya's finger unconsciously slid across the screen, tracing Naruto's growth trajectory. From the rejected Jinchuriki to a ninja who fought to protect others, gaining companions and recognition. That resilience, that unwavering belief, the declaration of being the underdog, that cherishing of bonds, all stirred a long-lost shock and emotion in Jiraiya. He suddenly understood why the great Toad Sage said this phone could glimpse the hidden joys and sorrows of each other. It felt as if through this small screen he could witness Naruto's struggles, pains, and brilliance within his short few decades of life. Finally he clicked on the latest dungeon that sparked the storm. Chunin examined the prelude. As the story progressed to the Forest of Death, the atmosphere suddenly tensed. On the screen, Team 7 encountered Orochimaru. The familiar chilling aura seemed to penetrate through the screen. In the game, Orochimaru clearly targeted Sasuke. Jiraiya abruptly turned off the phone screen. The alley fell silent with only his slightly heavy breathing. All of this was condensed into this small creation called phone. The great Toad Sage's prophecy was spot on. It truly could resurrect the deceased Minato, predict the future Orochimaru, and peer into the heart Naruto's growth and emotions. Jiraiya clutched his phone and strode purposefully towards the Hokage building. As he hurried along, he swiftly organized and deduced the key information obtained from the Hokage mobile game in his mind. Combining his decades of experience in the ninja world and the vast intelligence network at his disposal, a series of shocking conclusions gradually surfaced. The characters appearing in the game, especially those of S and A rank, are certainly not random. What it focuses on are those truly capable of stirring the winds of the ninja world and leaving a profound mark at crucial historical junctures. Minato, Orochimaru, the masked man, Naruto, Sasuke. Even that red-haired kid Gaara from Sunigakure is among them. This means that characters not yet fully revealed in the game will inevitably play significant roles in the future. On the night of the Nine Tails, the masked man's Sharingan was able to control a tailed beast of such caliber, which is certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Sharingan, and is highly likely to be the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha characters that have appeared in the game so far include Uchiha Shursui Rank 2, Uchiha Sasuke Crank, and Uchiha Obito Youth Brank. Uchiha Shursui, renowned for his body flicker technique, celebrated as a genius of the Uchiha clan, but his active period seems to not align with the Night of the Nine Tails. Moreover, it is rumored that he had long since committed suicide. Although he appears in the game, the timeline is questionable. Jiraiya is still unaware of the truth behind Shizui's death. Uchiha Sasuke, too young, he was not even 1 year old on the Night of the Nine Tails, thus he can be ruled out. Uchiha Obito Youth, this option made Jiraiya's heart race. Obito. The student of Minato who sacrificed himself during the battle at the Kanobi Bridge. The one who gifted Kakashi his Sharingan. The game would never randomly include a ninja image from his youth period, especially for a character seemingly unrelated to the current timeline. The inclusion of young Obito must have profound implications. It is likely hinting that this deceased individual has some critical connection to significant events to come, such as the Masked Man. Considering the Masked Man's Sharingan along with Obito's close ties to Kakashi, who possesses Obito's Sharingan, and Minato, Obito's teacher, this deceased Uchiha Obito is the prime suspect of the Masked Man. This conclusion sent a chill down Jiraiya's spine. If Obito is not dead, what has he experienced? Why would he attack Konoha and harm his own teacher? The game has also introduced a rank Kisame Hashigaki and a rank Haiden. Both of them are depicted in the game wearing black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Jiraiya's expression turned extremely grim. As an intelligence expert traversing the ninja world, he had long been aware of a mysterious and dangerous organization that had quietly risen in recent years. The members of this organization are all rank rogue ninjas with elusive movements and unclear objectives, and their signature attire is none other than black cloaks with red clouds. Kisame is an rank rogue ninja from Kirigakure skilled in water release, and the wielder of the great sword Samahata. Haiden is a rogue ninja from Yuin. They are all members of the Akatsuki. The game categorizing them as a rank proves that they are core combatants within the Akatsuki, and will undoubtedly take significant actions in the future. This is no coincidence. The game is issuing an early warning. Jiraiya's mind was ringing alarm bells. The Akatsuki definitely consists of more than just these two. The game will undoubtedly update with more members of the Akatsuki in the future. There will likely be quite a few of rank. A terrifying organization composed of numerous S and A rank rogue ninjas has schemes that are absolutely earth-shattering. Whatever it is, it poses a tremendous threat to the ninja world. Since the game has included Uchiha Shursui, a young Obito B and Sasuke C, then the core figure of the Uchiha clan massacre, Uchiha Itachi, absolutely cannot be absent. Itachi's strength is unfathomable, and he likely possesses the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Such an existence must be categorized as an rank in the game. And he is likely to appear in the upcoming update. The game instance clearly predicts that Orochimaru will appear in the Forest of Death targeting Sasuke's Sharingan. This perfectly aligns with Jiraiya's previous speculations. Orochimaru's obsession with Sharingan as well as his research on forbidden human jutsu before his defection. His attempt to capture Sasuke may relate to the ultimate secret of Sharingan, or even the reasons behind his joining and then leaving the Akatsuki. The Chunin exam is the stage for Orochimaru's actions. Jiraiya entered the Hokage building clarifying his thoughts. Naruto is the host of the Nine Tails, the orphan of the fourth Hokage, the child of destiny, and a potential target of the masked man. Sasuke is the last bloodline of the Uchiha clan, a wielder of Sharingan, and directly targeted by Orochimaru, and may also be eyed by the masked man. Immediately discuss with the old man and formulate the highest level protection plan. Kakashi's personal protection is far from sufficient. The Umbu barriers and even himself must be put into action. The masked man is highly suspected to be the deceased Uchiha Obito. It is necessary to utilize all intelligence networks to deeply investigate the truth of the Kanobi Bridge battle and trace Obito's whereabouts. At the same time, closely monitor any updates regarding Obito in the game, especially concerning his adult form. The game has confirmed the identities of Kisame and Haiden. It is essential to gather intelligence on other Akatsuki members with full force, predicting their movements and ultimate objectives. Each Akatsuki member appearing in the game is a key warning. The game's prophecies serve as action guidelines. Set up traps in the Forest of Death. The goal is not only to protect the exam candidates, but also to attempt to capture or severely injure Orochimaru. At the same time, use the exam as an opportunity to observe the true intentions of Sunigakure and Kirigakure. Do they also know of the prophecy due to the phone? Are they in league with the Akatsuki or Orochimaru? The source of this prophecy artifact must be clarified. That unfathomable shopkeeper Natsume is the key among keys. Is he the creator? Or merely a disseminator? What is his true purpose? What did the great sage Toad mean by beyond the world? This requires the highest level of contact and investigation. Uchiha Itachi, as an inevitable rank threat, must be included in the defense system in advance. His enmity with Sasuke is a significant instability factor. In the face of multiple threats from the Akatsuki, the masked man Orochimaru, and possibly rampaging tailed beasts Naruto, Konoha needs top-notch medical assurance and powerful peak combat strength. Tsunade's monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu are indispensable. Moreover, as one of the Sannin, she has the right to know all of this. The door to the Hokage office is just ahead. Jiraiya took a deep breath and pushed the door open. His gaze fell upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was frowning behind a desk buried under a pile of scrolls. Old man. The situation is 1,000 times more severe than what you mentioned in the confidential letter. I bring the prophecy from the great sage Toad and conclusive evidence from the phone. Regarding Minato's child, the truth behind the Nine Tails, Orochimaru's plans, a terrifying organization called Akatsuki, and a Uchiha who might come back to life. Moreover, we may be facing a storm that will sweep across the entire ninja world. Right now, immediately. We need to discuss this in detail and make a decision. The first thing immediately recalls Tsunade. Time is of the essence. Yamato listened to Jiraiya's reasoning in silence, deep in thought. Jiraiya's gaze was firmly locked onto the phone screen. A ninja named Uchiho Shursui. Jiraiya opened the ninja details, his fingers sliding over the skill list, ultimately stopping at the icon for that ultimate technique. Kodo Amatsukami, a type of attack-based illusion technique similar to Tsukuyami, released from the right eye. Tsukuyami. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. What is Tsukuyami? The game description listed it alongside Kodo Amatsukami, clearly indicating it was some powerful illusion of the Sharingan. Jiraiya suddenly looked up at Yamato and asked, Old man, tell me about Uchiha Shursui. What are the specific abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan? How much did you know back then? Yamato was already overwhelmed by Jiraiya's earlier bombshells like Masked Man Obito and Akatsuki threat theory. Suddenly questioned about Shursui, he was taken aback for a moment, a deep sense of sorrow and complexity flashing in his eyes. He set down his pipe and sighed heavily, as if recalling extremely heavy past events. That child Shursui. Yamato's voice was low and hoarse. He indeed possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. At a time when the conflict between the Uchiha and the village was escalating, he once confided to me in private that his eye technique was called Kodo Amatsukami. He assured me that the ability of that eye was to invade the opponent's mind undetected permanently, and thoroughly modifying their will. He promised me he would never use this technique against the village's comrades, and hoped to use this power as a bridge to resolve the rift between the Uchiha and the village. Recalling that sunny, upright youth who cared for the village, Yamato's voice choked with emotion. Then what about the body? Jiraiya pressed. Did you find his corpse after Shursui committed suicide? Yamato's expression turned extremely pale, filled with heavy sorrow and an indescribable complexity. There was no body. We only found his blood-stained forehead protector and a letter by the riverbank of Minami Hachuan. He took a deep breath and recounted with difficulty. The letter's content was essentially, I am weary of unending tasks and deception, unable to betray the path in my heart. It did not mention Itachi, nor did it point to anyone explicitly. We used all our resources to search, but he simply vanished, alive or dead, without a trace. Weary of tasks. Betraying the path. Jiraiya pondered the keywords from the letter, connecting them with the abilities of Kodo Amatsukami, filled with doubts. The motive for suicide is vague and forced. A genius who cared for the village and tried to mend the rift, committing suicide because of weariness of tasks and betraying the path. This is seriously inconsistent with the Shursui he knew. It seems more like a desperate accusation or a meticulously crafted disguise. The disappearance of the body is key. Alive or dead, there was no trace. This is absolutely abnormal. Someone either completely erased the evidence, or Shursui might not have died at all. He created a false appearance of death using some method, including but not limited to the potential unknown abilities of Kodo Amatsukami, like a golden cicada shedding its shell. What is the path? Who was betrayed? The letter implies he was forced to carry out tasks that contradicted his beliefs or witnessed intolerable betrayals. This points to immense internal pressure and darkness. Old man, there are too many doubts regarding Shizui's suicide, Jiraiya said solemnly. Possessing the power of Kodo Amatsukami, yet leaving such an ambiguous letter before vanishing completely. This feels more like being forced to leave, or a form of protest and self-exile. Where is that eye of his, that eye that controls will? Is it with him? Or has it fallen into the hands of those who forced him to betray the path? This is undoubtedly a huge hidden danger. Yamato remained silent, his face etched with fatigue and struggle. The disappearance of Shursui had long weighed heavily upon his heart. Jiraiya posed another crucial question, getting right to the core. Old man, why did Uchiha Itachi annihilate his clan? Just because of betrayal? With his strength and wisdom, couldn't there have been other methods? What role did Konoha play in this? Jiraiya stared intently into Yamato's eyes, years of experience leading him to sense a strong whiff of political conspiracy. Yamato's body trembled violently for a moment, as if he had been drained of all strength in an instant. He closed his eyes and after a long while slowly opened them. Jiraiya, the Uchiha massacre was tacitly approved by Konoha's upper echelon. Boom. Although he had anticipated this, hearing this cruel truth from his teacher's mouth still felt like a heavy blow. The Uchiha clan's coup was imminent. Yamato's voice carried endless sorrow. Danzo's root possessed definitive evidence. Their actions were already in the works. Once initiated, Konoha would surely plunge into civil war. The village had just recovered from the Ninetales incident, and with great powers eyeing them from outside, internal strife would lead to unimaginable consequences. The massacre of the clan was just around the corner. The old Hokage clenched his fists in pain. At that time Itachi was a spy planted in the Umbu by the Uchiha, but his heart was with Konoha. He revealed the Uchiha's coup plan to us, mainly to Danzo and me. Danzo's attitude was extremely hardline, demanding to eradicate the roots and eliminate the future troubles. And I. Yamato's voice choked, filled with deep self-reproach. I was powerless to stop Danzo and the Elder Council's decision. The village outweighs the clan. This is a cruel reality. Ultimately, we tacitly approved Itachi's actions. In exchange, Itachi requested that we spare his younger brother Sasuke. An oppressive silence blanketed the office. The air seemed to solidify and to lead heavy enough to suffocate. Jiraiya stood frozen in place, his mind a blank. He had sensed the darkness but had not expected it to be such an unfathomable and nauseating abyss. For the stability of the village to tacitly approve or even condone a genocide against a bloodline family from the same village. To push a youth onto the path of slaughtering his own kin, bearing eternal guilt. To use Sasuke's life as leverage, making Itachi the executioner of this massacre. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya suddenly let out a low, sorrowful laugh. What a village above the clan. What a permanent elimination of future troubles. Old man Danzo and those lofty elders, you did a great job. Jiraiya slammed his fist onto the Hokage's desk, instantly cracking the surface. This is what you protect in Konoha. Is this the will of fire you believe in? Using the dirtiest bloodshed and betrayal to exchange for superficial peace. What difference is there between you and those warmongering ambitionists? Jiraiya's roar echoed through the office, filled with disappointment and rage. He could not accept that the village he cherished and the teacher he respected had tacitly approved such inhumane crimes. Yamato slumped in his chair as if he had aged 20 years in an instant, powerless to argue, only heavy sighs and an indelible guilt. Jiraiya gasped heavily, forcing himself to calm down. Anger would not solve the problem. A clear mind was needed now. The clues revealed by the phone, the disappearance of Shisui, the truth about Itachi's clan extermination, the mystery of the masked man, the threat of Akatsuki and Orochimaru's conspiracy. Old man. The roots of Konoha have rotted. Shizui's eyes, Itachi's truth, Danzo's ambition. These tumors, if not removed, even if we block Orochimaru and Akatsuki, Konoha will ultimately crumble from within. Jiraiya's expression turned extremely grave, pausing for a moment before speaking. Old man, the situation may be even more complex and dangerous than we imagined. Shizui's suicide and the disappearance of the body, combined with the ability of Kodo Amatsukami, point to two of the worst possibilities. 1. Shisui is still alive. He might have utilized the Tianshin to undergo some ultimate modification of will or existence, allowing him to completely disappear to evade the threat to his life. He now resembles a ghost endowed with divine power, lurking in the shadows of the world. His state, his stance, and his intentions are all immense unknowns. A being capable of freely altering others' wills is in itself an apocalyptic bomb that could detonate at any moment. 2. His eyes have been taken and his body has been utterly obliterated. After seizing the Tianshin's eye, the murderer used an extremely thorough method to destroy the body, leaving no trace behind. This means that the eye, possessing the power to dominate wills, has fallen into the hands of some ambitious individual or terrorist organization. The potential harm is equally immeasurable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale as he gripped his pipe, his hand trembling slightly. Regardless of which possibility it may be, it signifies a terrifying power that could upend the order of the ninja world. Danzo. Anger and a profound sense of helplessness filled Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. If this was indeed the doing of Danzo, he could almost guarantee that Danzo would covet this power. The game record, Shisui. Jiraiya pointed at his phone and said, "It is not merely due to his genius and tragedy, it also serves as a sharp warning to us. The power of Tianshin has never vanished. It is either embodied in a ghost or resides in the eye socket of some schemer. This power that can control wills is a more dreadful ultimate threat than the tailed beasts Orochimaru and even the Akatsuki. Because it can silently corrode the human heart, turning the most loyal companions into enemies, plunging the entire ninja world into eternal servitude without anyone realizing it." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said, "Send the order." A masked Umbu appeared instantly in the corner of the office, kneeling on one knee. "First, a top-secret mission. Target: reinvestigate the disappearance case of Uchiha Shisui. Scope: within a 5-kilometer radius of the South Huchuan area. Time span: 1 month before Shizui's disappearance to 3 months after. Utilize all means trace identification team secret technique tracking team Inuzuka clan Yamanaka clan. Search every inch. Any minuscule energy residue chakra marks battle traces eyewitness reports. Even the most absurd rumors must be recorded. I want to know the truth behind Shizui's disappearance. We must find him alive or uncover traces of his existence if he is dead. Second, closely monitor all abnormal movements and material flows of route, especially those involving medical teams, sealing teams, and projects related to the Sharingan research. Any anomalies must be reported directly to me. Priority top secret. Yes. The Umbu responded in a low tone, and his figure vanished instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned wearily against the back of his chair, as if he had exhausted all his strength. He knew this order was like walking on the edge of a cliff likely to ignite a direct conflict with Danzo, but the threat of Tianshin left him with no choice. Meanwhile, inside the Uchiha training room, Sasuke sat cross-legged with his phone in front of him. He had just finished reviewing the Kraid ninja skills he had recently acquired, feeling relatively unperturbed. Sasuke's gaze fell upon the advanced recruitment interface, focusing on the Kraid ninja, Jiraiya, who required a full 100 ninja fragments for exchange. One of the legendary 3 ninjas, the legendary Toad Sage. Sasuke muttered to himself. The villagers seemed to highly admire this white-haired old man. He wanted to see what this so-called ninja was truly capable of. After some time of spending, Sasuke finally gathered 100 ninja fragments. With a hint of expectation, he clicked on Recruit. Ninja Jiraiya acquired. Sasuke immediately opened the ninja details and scrutinized the skills carefully. First skill, long press short press. Second skill, long press short press, and it can even derive from the normal attack button. Sasuke frowned. Doesn't this mean there are effectively 5 skills? Plus 6 ultimate skills. This was entirely different from the ninja operation logic he had encountered before, and a sense of trouble but potential strength rose within him. Humphs ninja. Let's see what you've got. Sasuke immediately opened the ninja training ground, selecting Ninja Jiraiya as the control character with the opponent set to that familiar orange figure, Ninja Naruto Uzumaki. Subconsciously, he might want to see just how inadequate this underachiever was in front of its ninja. Let's first test the normal attack. Sasuke's fingers slid across the screen. 1A, 2A, 3A. First 3 segments of physical attack connecting smoothly. 4A sends the opponent flying. With a sweeping effect. He quickly drew a conclusion. After chaining normal attacks, it can be fully utilized, fairly stable, and 4A can be used for combos. First skill, short press Toad transformation technique. On the screen, Jiraiya instantly transformed into a frog. Transforming into a frog. No damage whatsoever. Sasuke wondered. Sasuke controlled Jiraiya to approach the training Naruto, and then unleashed the first skill, Toad transformation. It brings the enemy and let's see if it can grab the body. Adding a sweep can break the body, and if it doesn't hit anyone during the frog transformation, movement is free and completely invincible. During the frog transformation, other skills and secret techniques can also be used to interrupt. Sasuke took a deep breath. This skill can provide protection, can initiate, and has a grab which is very strong, especially since the skill is invincible throughout, allowing dodging of secret techniques and skills. Even summoning can be evaded. First skill, long press Hades swamp quite a large area, and it is a release skill that prevents the enemy from closing in. Second skill, short press summoning a frog to jump 3 times. When there is no one in front of the frog, it will stop for a moment to control the field, a ranged consumption type skill. Second skill, long press Jiraiya rides on the frog and can control the frog's direction crossing the axis, which can quickly close in and evade some skills. Second skill, slide normal attack Toad oil flame bullet. This attack range is quite close, suitable for use during close combat. Ultimate skill, heroic Rasen Shuriken can change direction, release range covers the entire field on the axis, and the skill damage is quite high. Sasuke began to attempt to combine these complex skills, initiating with the long press of the first skill, Hades Swamp, immediately following with the second skill, and then unleashing the ultimate skill, heroic Rasen Shuriken. Boom! After the earth-shattering explosion, Sasuke was astonished to discover it can even trigger double beams. Training Naruto was instantly left with low health. Long press the first skill followed by the second skill, then the ultimate skill. It can actually trigger double beam's ultimate move, and the damage seems a bit excessive. After the ultimate move, I can follow up with the first skill, Toad transformation with high launch, and it can connect with normal attack second skill and can follow up with sweeping secret techniques. This kind of first and second skills and ultimate move is a natural counter to physical combat ninjas. Sasuke switched to using the shark and the insertion. He wanted to test how much damage he could deal with the addition of the first and second skills along with the ultimate move. If the damage is high with a critical hit rate, he could take out an enemy ninja in the time of a replacement. The underworld. Sasuke finally uttered these two words. This kind of power. This simple yet brutal, complex and ever-changing control, explosive damage, and unbreakable combo strategy. This was not combat at all, it was an absolute display of power conducting an all-encompassing crushing. Wait. Just as Sasuke was immersed in the shock brought by Jiraiya's underworld, his gaze inadvertently swept across the ninja list. A familiar name and figure instantly captured all his attention, a ninja Uchiha Shursui. He had been so focused on studying ninja Jiraiya that he had almost forgotten about the existence of his clan brother. A surge of inexpressible emotions mixed with nostalgia, confusion, and pain surged within him. Sasuke switched to Shursui. His normal attack actually has 11 segments, and can even fly. Previously, Soten Jiraiya's underworld strength had already left Sasuke in shock, and at this moment Shizui's skill mechanism sent a chill down his spine. Shursui could exert absolute suppression over ninjas who were unable to act in the air. The ultimate technique Kagura Radiance was described as an offensive illusion technique on par with Tsukuyomi. Sasuke's breath quickened. Tsukuyomi. This word was like a key, instantly unlocking his most painful memories. Itachi's cold voice echoed in his mind. The Mangekyo Sharingan requires the death of the closest person, such as your best friend. Shut up. Sasuke suddenly smashed his phone against the wall, stopping just before impact at the last moment. He stared at Shizui's figure on the screen, suddenly realizing a deeper fear. If Itachi's Mangekyo ability was indeed Tsukuyomi, did the sin of killing his close friend also relate to Shursui? And if he wished to obtain equal power? I will never do as you say, Itachi. Sasuke roared into the void. I will gain strength my own way and personally end you. The Konoha cemetery looked exceptionally desolate in the drizzle. Jiraiya stood before the memorial stone, rainwater trickling down his white hair. Behind him a faint sound of footsteps approached. Coming to pay respects so late? Jiraiya asked without turning around. Kakashi's figure emerged from the rain, his exposed eye dull and lifeless. Just came to see an old friend. Jiraiya turned to face Kakashi. Conveniently, I have something to ask you. About Obito and Rin, how did they die? Kakashi's body stiffened visibly for a moment. Raindrops hit his mask and dripped down his chin. Obito was crushed by a boulder while trying to save me during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. We were unable to recover his body. As for Rin, Jiraiya noticed Kakashi's fingers trembling slightly. What happened to Rin? She had the three tails implanted within her. Kakashi almost forced these words out through gritted teeth. To stop the three tails from rampaging and destroying Konoha, she willingly collided with my Raikiri. Jiraiya's pupils constricted sharply. He recalled the mysterious figure with the spiral mask in the game, that Crimson Sharingan. What about Rin's body? After Rin's death, her body was not buried in the Konoha cemetery. It was likely handled urgently by the Umbu. Kakashi's voice grew increasingly faint. The rain fell harder, and the sound hitting the memorial stone felt like a silent accusation. Jiraiya's mind raced, connecting the clues from the game to reality. Kakashi, what was the relationship between Obito and Rin? Obito liked Rin, Kakashi replied with a bitter smile, while Rin was more concerned about me. Obito and I had a poor relationship at first. It was only in the moment before his death that we truly became comrades. Jiraiya slammed his hand against the memorial stone, splashing rainwater everywhere. I understand now. Obito likely didn't die. Kakashi looked up in shock, his lone eye wide open. What? Listen, Jiraiya's voice trembled with excitement. If Obito has been revived, what would happen when he learns that Rin died at your hands given his personality? Kakashi's body swayed slightly as if he had been struck in the chest. He would hate me. Hate all of Konoha. Kakashi's voice was almost inaudible. Exactly. Jiraiya pointed at the character image of Obito on the phone screen. Every ninja appearing in the game is not coincidental. The young Obito, Shursui, Minato, they're all hinting at something. And the next one is likely Rin. Kakashi's gaze fell on the memorial stone where Obito's name was engraved, the rain washing away the scar as if to erase it completely. If Obito is really still alive, if he is the one behind the Ninetales incident. Kakashi couldn't finish his sentence. Jiraiya nodded heavily. We need to be prepared. The clues in the game are overlapping with reality, and the Chunin exams might be the moment everything erupts. The rainy night lingered as Jiraiya pushed open the door to the summer phone shop, the wind chimes ringing dully in the damp air. Jiraiya shook the droplets from his white hair, his gaze locking onto the vigilant expression of Natsume behind the counter. Kid, I was rude during the day. He rarely bowed, pulling out a signed copy of Pleasant Paradise and slamming it on the counter in apology. Natsume stared in disbelief, catching sight of the hastily scrawled one of the 3 ninjas on the title page, his lips twitching. What exactly do you want to inquire about? Cutting to the chase, is that mysterious masked man in the game, Obito Uchiha? Natsume raised an eyebrow, suddenly chuckling. You wouldn't be the legendary version T0 information, Jiraiya, would you? Version what? Jiraiya was taken aback. It's just... Natsume gestured, the strongest source of information that can predict the future. For example, Minato could instantly kill the masked man when he returned home, and healthy Itachi could take on Otsutsuki alone. Jiraiya suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting. There's such a theory. And there's also the murderous Naruto who grew up drinking healthy milk. Natsume suddenly leaned closer. Jiraiya's laughter abruptly stopped. He stared at the Ninetales sticker pressed beneath the counter glass. Is Naruto the child of destiny? He is the protagonist, Natsume blurted out. Protagonist. Just like the novel you wrote. Natsume pointed at the Pleasant Paradise Jiraiya had just given him. Naruto is the main character of this story. The lightning outside illuminated Jiraiya's face in flashes. He recalled the trajectory of the blonde boy growing stronger in the game, remembered the prophecy of the wind of change, and suddenly grabbed his hat and turned around. Wait! Natsume called out, if Obito is really still alive. Jiraiya turned back at the door, raindrops trickling down his white hair. Then it proves that the script of this world is more brutal than the novel. Orochimaru, draped in a gray cloak, had golden snake eyes that flickered beneath the shadow of his hood. His slender fingers grazed the warning barrier at the entrance of Konoha, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Such lax defenses. On the street, the fine rain blurred his vision. His footsteps paused in front of the summer phone shop. The phones displayed in the window reflected his pale face, and the rain streaks on the glass fragmented his image. Is this the machine that can predict the future, as Do mentioned? The raspy whisper dissipated into the sound of the rain. The wind chimes jingled softly as Orochimaru stepped inside, a faint smell of blood lingering in the damp air. Natsume looked up, his gaze meeting those golden snake eyes. A trace of barely perceptible excitement and understanding flashed deep within his eyes. He had arrived, the legendary snake uncle. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly as he spoke in a raspy low voice. I heard that the phones here can see the future. See the future? Natsume chuckled, his voice not loud yet clearly piercing through the sound of rain. 10,000 ryo, you'll know once you buy it. Honesty guaranteed, cash for goods. I assure you what you see is absolutely worth the price. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary shopkeeper before him. The other party exhibited no chakra fluctuations yet dared to speak to him this way. Either they were insane or had absolute confidence. Considering the intel from Do and Jiraiya's unusual behavior during the day, he leaned towards the latter. 10,000 ryo was a fortune for an ordinary person, but for Orochimaru it was merely a fraction of his research budget. Interesting. A heavy pouch of coins landed precisely on the counter with a dull thud. Start the game. Click on the icon of the blondie-haired character. Natsume seemed to be guiding a novice. Register an account, pick any name. Orochimaru followed the instructions, his movements fluid as if he was not touching this technology for the first time. The scene shifted and a gigantic nine-tails fox suddenly appeared in the night sky over Konohagakure. In the center of the screen stood a figure he was incredibly familiar with, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, fiercely confronting a mysterious masked man. Controlling Minato. A glimmer of surprise appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. His fingers glided over the virtual joystick and skill buttons, causing Minato on the screen to immediately unleash a skill. Space Ninjutsu. No, this feels like the Sharingan. Is this the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Such perfect defense. No, it is a more fundamental manipulation of space. This was not merely a game, it was a direct tactical simulation of the past disaster. He witnessed Minato's decisions that night, saw the strange and powerful abilities of the masked man. The value of this information far exceeded 10,000 ryo. As the plot concluded, Orochimaru casually entered a nickname. Snake Shadow. Upon reaching the game's main interface, the system prompted a login reward: Uzumaki Naruto Ninja Academy student Uzumaki Naruto. He then clicked on the adventure dungeon. From Naruto stealing the Book of Seals to the class division exam to the fierce battle on the bridge of the Land of Waves against Kakashi, the copy ninja and Zabuza scenes rapidly unfolded. The visuals, dialogues, and battle logic were all incredibly aligned with reality. This could not simply be explained as a mere fantasy or coincidence. Orochimaru's finger finally landed on the latest unlocked dungeon, Chunin Exam's arrival. The scene transitioned to the Forest of Death. In the game, Orochimaru, directly locked onto Sasuke. Orochimaru's grip on his phone tightened suddenly. This scene, this dialogue, this precisely timed entrance was the core of his plan to infiltrate Konoha during the second stage of the Chunin exams. How is this possible? The shock within Orochimaru far surpassed that of witnessing the Night of the Nine Tails. The Night of the Nine Tails was the past, but the plot of this Chunin exam's arrival pointed to the future. It was the now, about to happen. Was it truly foresight? Or at the moment he saw this scene, had the future already been anchored by some force unable to be changed? Or perhaps this was merely a massive trap set by Konoha targeting him. Countless thoughts collided and evolved frantically in his meticulously organized mind. Orochimaru suddenly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a dagger piercing through Natsume, and said, "Shopkeeper, who exactly are you? What is this thing truly?" Natsume yawned and replied, "As you can see, just a seller of phones. And as for what this thing is, just a game, really. It's just for fun, don't take it too seriously." He paused, yet his eyes grew profound as he stared directly into Orochimaru's eyes. "However, Mr. Orochimaru, you mustn't be here in the rain at night just to buy a new toy, right? Your intentions and what you plan to do while infiltrating Konoha, I believe we both understand well enough." Orochimaru fell silent. The shopkeeper before him was mysterious, powerful, seemingly knowing everything. He could not gauge the depth of the other party, but it was clear that this person was aware of his identity and plans. "So?" Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of probing as he asked. "So?" Natsume shrugged. "I have no interest in your game with Konoha, nor do I wish to intervene. However," Natsume changed the subject, pointing to the somewhat empty shop. "My little store just opened and business is good, but I could use a few extra hands for errands. Mr. Orochimaru, being a person of great means, probably wouldn't mind lending a few reliable assistants, right?" Orochimaru instantly understood Natsume's condition, using a few of his subordinates in exchange for the mysterious shopkeeper's promise not to interfere during his actions in Konoha. This deal was acceptable. The value of a few sound ninja lower ranks was far less than the potential threat of an unknown strong enemy, and the smooth execution of his plans. Hee. Shopkeeper Natsume is indeed a shrewd businessman. Very well. Early tomorrow morning some hands will report to the store. Orochimaru gave Natsume a deep look. "I hope the shopkeeper keeps his word. Of course, harmony brings wealth." Natsume nodded with a smile. Orochimaru ceased further conversation, tucked the phone into his cloak, and turned to push open the shop door. Cold raindrops mixed with the night wind surged in, and Orochimaru's figure swiftly blended into the thick rain and darkness outside, disappearing from sight. The sound of wind chimes rang particularly clear in the rainy night. The next morning the rain had eased, but the sky remained gloomy. Konohagakure began to awaken and the streets grew busier. Not long after Natsume's phone store opened, three oddly dressed and gloomy youths stood at the counter, appearing somewhat uneasy. Leading them was a somber boy wrapped in bandages, revealing only one eye, Tosushina. He slightly bowed and said in a muffled voice, "Shopkeeper Natsume, Lord Orochimaru sent us to await your orders." Standing next to Tosu was Sakudu, his eyes vigilantly surveying the shop, and Natsume seemingly trying to discern something, while a little further away Jinsu was also observing Natsume. Natsume glanced at them, recognizing the sound ninja trio. Orochimaru had not been perfunctory. He waved his hand casually and said, "All right, don't block the entrance standing here. Tosu, you're responsible for organizing the shelves and introducing basic functions to customers. Saku, the heavy lifting is yours, carry things and run errands. Jin, be more meticulous, clean up and take inventory. You understand the rules of Konoha, right? Don't cause trouble, just stay put. Later, when I open branches elsewhere, I'll consider transferring you over." Tosu and the others exchanged glances, each seeing the complexity in the other's eyes. From executing dangerous missions as sound ninja to suddenly becoming shop staff at a phone store in Konoha. This twist was far too bizarre. Yet they dared not defy Orochimaru's orders nor underestimate this shopkeeper who had compelled even Orochimaru to make a deal. Yes, boss. The three responded softly, beginning to awkwardly adapt to this entirely new and discordant job. The sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, lazily casting its glow on the street. The door of the summer mobile store swung open with a clatter accompanied by the usual ruckus of youth. Naruto's voice echoed throughout the space. Brother Natsume. Quick arbitrate. That guy Sasuke's strength ninja Jiraiya is just too much. A single substitution jutsu just got my ninja killed. Naruto's voice abruptly halted and his footsteps came to a stop. Sasuke, Sakura, and Shikamaru Ino and Choji from Team 10 who were following him also stopped in their tracks, their gazes fixated on a corner of the store. They saw three individuals wearing the Sound Village forehead protectors busy at work. After a brief moment of daze, Naruto's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he pointed at Tors, his voice rising an octave. Wow! Look! It's Tors. That ruthless character who can teleport and grab in the game. Tors seemed to furrow his brow beneath the bandages. Naruto then turned to Sak, mimicking Sak's skill actions from the game, waving his hand exaggeratedly. And you? Mad genius Sak. Void slash. Whoosh. Boom. The one that can shatter rocks. Naruto's imitation was vivid, complete with explosion sound effects. You little brat. Are you looking for death? Sak's face instantly turned bright red. If you dare to use that disgusting title to call me again, I will let you experience the taste of mad genius right now. At that moment, Jean, who was nearby, suddenly let out a crisp laugh, her voice bright and unapologetically mocking. With her arms crossed, she watched the furious Sak and gloomy Tors with great interest, adding fuel to the fire. Oh, mad genius is getting angry. That golden-haired kid seems to have named you quite fittingly. Look at your arm, haha. Jean laughed uncontrollably, as if witnessing the funniest thing in the world, completely disregarding her teammates' anger. Sak was furious, his temples throbbing as he shouted at Jean. Jean! Shut up! Tors shot a cold glare at Jean with the eye that was exposed beneath the bandages. But Jean didn't care at all, still laughing heartily. Sakura and Ino watched the Sound Trio's infighting in shock, unsure of what to say. Shikamaru, however, had his brows furrowed tightly. The Sound Trio, Tors, Sak, and Jean from the game Chunin Exam Arrival are actually working in Natsume's store. Just then the doorbell tinkled again. Excuse me, boss Natsume. Aoi from the Mist Village walked in, followed by three others, Chijiro, who carried twin swords, looking somewhat shy and nervous, especially upon seeing so many people in the store, particularly Naruto. Ringo Yuya, girl with long purple hair and an unhealthy pale complexion. She wore the Mist's attire, but her breath was somewhat unstable, clearly indicating her poor health. Though lacking a lightning blade at her waist, the aura of a lightning genius could still be faintly felt. Hataka, a youth with a slightly melancholic demeanor and long hair. He stood quietly at the back, as if out of place amidst the surrounding commotion. Due to the existence of Natsume's mobile store in the Mist, Aoi and Chijiro were quite familiar with the environment of the mobile store. Ringo Yui curiously surveyed the scene while Hataka's calm gaze swept over everyone in the store, pausing briefly on the Sound Trio. Upon seeing them, especially Hataka, Natsume's face revealed clear surprise. Natsume stepped out to greet Aoi, saying, Mr. Aoi, welcome to the Konoha main store. Who are these people? His gaze landed on Hataka, inquiring. Aoi composedly introduced. Boss Natsume, this is Ringo Yui, our Mist Village's outstanding lightning talent. And this is Hataka. Natsume raised an eyebrow slightly and directly asked. Mr. Hataka. I recall the intel indicating that he seemed to have left the Mist. Natsume's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Hataka was once a rogue ninja. Aoi nodded, explaining. Yes, boss Natsume, you're quite well informed. However, since Natsume's mobile store opened in the Mist Village, the policies there have changed. We are dedicated to seeking and clarifying misunderstandings, welcoming our wandering compatriots back home. Mr. Hataka's situation has been clarified and he has chosen to return to the village to serve the Mist. Aoi looked at Hataka, who calmly nodded at Natsume, tacitly acknowledging Aoi's statement. Natsume then understood, his usual smile returning as he said, I see. Welcome back, Mr. Hataka. Natsume's mind raced. Hataka, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Along with Naruto the Nine-Tails and Gaara the One-Tail. Good grief, this Chunin exam is gathering 3 Jinchuriki. This stage is getting increasingly lively. At that moment Naruto recognized Chijiro and excitedly waved. Hey, Chijiro. What are you doing here in Konoha? He curiously glanced at Ringo, Yui, and Hataka, having no impression of the latter. Chijiro, upon seeing Naruto, nervously adjusted his glasses and replied, Naruto-kun. We're here for the Chunin exam. Chijiro pointed at Aoi. Lord Aoi is leading us, and our team also includes Ringo, Yua-senpai, and Hataka-senpai. Chunin exam. Sakura and Ino exclaimed in surprise. Shikamaru felt his heart plummet. He looked at this mist team led by Aoi, which included a former rogue ninja and a lightning genius. Then, recalling the sound trio that had just been infighting and the lack of information about the mist's participation in the game's story, a strong sense of crisis nearly suffocated him. He forcefully suppressed the churning thoughts. Mist participation sounds infiltration. The game narrative has been completely overturned. Orochimaru's target is Sasuke, and Gaara is unstable on the sand sign now. With Mist's addition, this is no longer a problem, it's a disaster. This Chunin exam is bound to spiral out of control. Sasuke watched all this with cold eyes. Naruto's clamor, the sounds, infighting, and hostility, Mist's unexpected appearance, the gaze of that sickly purple-haired girl, and a sense of alienation from the blue-haired youth all felt like background noise to him, utterly meaningless. Sasuke's heart was filled only with a thirst for power and hatred for Itachi. These disturbances only served to irritate him. With an expressionless face, he put away his mobile phone, turned around, pushed open the store door, and left behind a cold statement devoid of any warmth. Boring to the core. Naruto shouted. Hey! Sasuke! Wait for me! Sakura exclaimed. Sasuke! Shikamaru watched Sasuke resolutely walk away, then glanced back at the tense Sound Ninja and the newly joined formidable Mist team. Along with the mysterious boss Natsume at the counter, who seemed detached from the situation, controlling the entire scene and even well informed about the return of rogue ninjas. Shikamaru took a deep breath, feeling that what he inhaled was nothing but heavy trouble. He sighed heavily, feeling utterly exhausted. Sigh, this is a nightmare. It's no longer an exam, but a battlefield of monsters. The first round of the Chunin exam inside the venue. The air was so heavy it felt as if it could be wrung out for water. The huge tiered classroom was filled with young genin from various countries and ninja villages. The 12 strong from Konoha gathered in a corner, and the atmosphere was far from the usual lightheartedness. Hey, this atmosphere is too oppressive. Naruto couldn't help but murmur softly, his head restlessly turning left and right. What exactly are we being tested on? The adventure plot doesn't even mention the content of the first exam. Sakura anxiously clenched her fists and said, Naruto, be quiet. The examiner hasn't arrived yet. Sasuke leaned against the wall, eyes closed, oblivious to the surrounding commotion, as if he were detached from the situation. His goal was singular, power, and that man. This exam was merely a formality. Shikamaru had his hands in his pockets, frowning as his eyes swept across the entire venue, observing every unfamiliar face. This is troublesome. Based on past experiences and the limited hints in the game, the first round is most likely a written test. A written test. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shikamaru, you must be guessing wrong. Naruto shouted loudly, drawing the attention of those around. Idiot. Keep your voice down. Sakura quickly covered Naruto's mouth. Naruto broke free, lowering his voice, and said, In the game I passed the first round. If it's a written test, how could I possibly pass? I often failed the written tests at the Ninja Academy. This simply can't be true. Naruto seemed to have found ironclad evidence to overturn Shikamaru's conclusion, wearing a smug expression of I have uncovered the truth. Shikamaru helplessly rolled his eyes and said, Can reality and a game really be the same? Moreover, the game never explained how you passed it. Could be that. Shikamaru's words were cut off as a commotion arose at the entrance. The Sand Village trio walked in. Gaara's emotionless eyes filled with dark circles scanned the entire room, and his gaze lingered on Naruto for just a moment. It was a gaze that seemed to be looking at a lifeless object, chilling Naruto to the bone. Soon after, the team from the Mist Village arrived as well. Shikamaru's gaze darted quickly between Yuta and Gaara. Then 3 familiar figures appeared at the entrance, Tosu, Saku, and Jin. Shikamaru's heart sank to the bottom. As expected, they also came. What is Boss Natsume planning by having them participate in the exam? He felt that the concentration of monsters in the venue had become frighteningly high. Just as the tension reached its peak, a gentle voice came from behind Naruto. "You all seem very nervous." Everyone turned to see a young man wearing round glasses and a gentle smile standing there. "You are?" Sakura asked in confusion. The young man adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Nice to meet you. I am Yakushi Kabuto, a genin from Konoha. Seeing your headbands, you must be the new graduates from this year, right?" Naruto immediately remembered something upon seeing Kabuto, his eyes lighting up. "Kabuto-senpai. I remember you. In the game you are the brank ninja Yakushi Kabuto. Extremely powerful. Why are you also participating in the Chunin exam? Aren't you supposed to have already been promoted to Chunin?" Kabuto's smile paused for a moment but quickly returned to normal as he chuckled helplessly. "Ah well, a game is just a game. Though I have participated in a few Chunin exams, my luck hasn't been great, always falling just a little short." Kabuto deftly avoided the topic of strength and then casually mentioned, "Speaking of strength, you all should be careful of those from the Sand Village, especially that Gaara who carries a gourd on his back." As he spoke, Kabuto naturally took out a thick stack of slightly worn ninja identification cards. He skillfully drew one from the stack and showcased it to Naruto and the others. The card clearly displayed Gaara's image and some data. "In a rank mission." Sakura gasped in shock and Ino also covered her mouth. "A genin executing an A rank mission. This is simply absurd." Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, "Moreover, the key point is that he completed all of his missions without a single scratch, all by himself. His strength likely far exceeds that of an ordinary Chunin, even that of a Jonin. Compared to him, I, the so-called brank ninja, truly pale in comparison." Kabuto sighed lightly as if lamenting the formidable youth. Naruto looked at the cold mission data on the card, especially that glaring A rank. Recalling Gaara's emotionless, murderous gaze, a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. This opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. Naruto instinctively clenched his fist for the first time, feeling a strong sense of crisis regarding this exam. Shikamaru was intently staring at the card in Kabuto's hand and that gentle, harmless smile. "Accurate intelligence, and just the right guidance. This Yakushi Kabuto is definitely not simple." He intentionally made Naruto notice Gaara's terrifying purpose. Just then the classroom's front door was forcefully pushed open. A tall man with a long face strode in, followed by a group of Chunin proctors. A powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire venue, silencing all whispers. The scar-faced man scanned the silent examinees, his voice booming. "I am the chief examiner for your first exam, Mori no Ibiki. Now everyone sit down immediately. The exam is about to begin." His gaze finally landed on the thick stack of test papers on the podium. Naruto looked at the pile of white test papers, his face instantly turning pale, his lips trembling, as he let out a desperate wail. "A written test. It's over." Shikamaru covered his face in anguish. "As expected, this is troublesome." Mori no Ibiki's voice was like a cold iron block crashing into the silent examination hall. "The rules are simple. The total score is 100 points with 10 questions each worth 10 points. Cheating is allowed. But if a proctor catches you cheating even once, you will be immediately disqualified. Once your score reaches 0, you will be instantly eliminated. Moreover, your entire team will also be disqualified." As the rules were announced, the test papers were distributed. All that remained in the examination hall was the rustling of papers and the sound of suppressed breathing. Naruto picked up the test paper and after just one glance his head buzzed, feeling like it had spun 3 times. Those densely packed symbols, complex analyses of ninja techniques, and difficult geographical intelligence calculations were harder for him than deciphering ancient texts. "It's over, it's over, it's over," Naruto wailed internally. "These are not questions that a genin can answer. Shikamaru actually guessed right. But I clearly passed in the game. What on earth is going on?" In stark contrast to Naruto's despair stood Sasuke. Sasuke calmly scanned the test paper, his gaze swiftly gliding over one question after another. The questions indeed surpassed the level of a genin, even brushing against the realm of Chunin. However, Sasuke quickly diverted his gaze from the test paper and began to discreetly observe the entire exam room. The proctor's eyes swept below, seemingly searching for cheaters, yet their positions caused Sasuke's pupils to slightly constrict. He noticed the paths that the proctors deliberately obstructed and the subtle hints exchanged through their glances. This was not a mere knowledge assessment. This was a test of information gathering abilities under high-pressure conditions. How to acquire the information you need without being detected. Sasuke's gaze instinctively swept over Naruto, observing his anxious and pale expression, and he understood. So that's it, no wonder this underachiever can pass in the game. Sasuke's lips curled into a faint smile. Since the plot allows him to pass, there's no need to unnecessarily remind him. Sasuke lowered his head again, focusing on his own information gathering. Sakura soon caught on to the clues. Although the questions were difficult, her theoretical knowledge was solid, making them not entirely unapproachable. However, when she noticed some obviously capable ninjas from other villages beginning to frown, and even some beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Combining the rules of the exam with the proctor's demeanor, a thought flashed through her mind: this isn't a test of knowledge. It's a test of how we can steal answers without being discovered. She recalled that in the game's storyline Naruto indeed passed this stage. So that's how it is. The game didn't explicitly state this but hinted at the essence of this exam. Sakura took a deep breath, making a decision in her heart. As for Naruto, if he could do it in the game, then he could certainly do it this time right. She chose to trust the plot, and did not attempt to convey any information to Naruto. The atmosphere in the exam room quietly transformed. Everyone was transmitting information in their own unique ways. The entire exam room had seemingly turned into a silent battlefield of intelligence. Only Naruto Uzumaki appeared to be in another world. Naruto stared at the test paper in his hands, which was more challenging than any ninjutsu, cold sweat trickling down his temples, his mind racing with a single thought: finished. Calm down, Naruto. Think about the game's storyline. You passed, right? You also passed the written exam. If you can get through in the plot, you can definitely make it now, right? This belief was like the last straw. But a new confusion immediately flooded his mind. But I clearly don't know anything. I can't understand a single word. How did the me in the storyline achieve this? Was it through submitting a blank paper? That seems impossible. The rules state that too many wrong answers or a score of 0 leads to elimination. Under this unprecedented pressure, Naruto's brain operated at full capacity, eliminating all impossibilities and the remaining thought, no matter how absurd. Not knowing how to answer yet still passing indicates that the key to this exam is not the answers themselves. Naruto suddenly looked up, scanning the surroundings. His fellow Konoha ninjas, along with those from Suna and Oto. Although their postures varied, their gazes were all filled with a tacit focus not on answering questions but on watching others. Cheating. Naruto instantly understood. So that's how it is. This exam allows for cheating. No, it tests the ability to cheat. The spark of hope reignited within him but quickly dimmed. But I don't know how to cheat. Naruto felt like crying without tears. What information gathering? What covert methods? I don't understand any of that fancy stuff. He anxiously scanned the room for any opportunity he could utilize. His gaze swept left and suddenly fixed on Hinata sitting next to him. Hinata was bowing her head, her cheeks flushed, nervously gripping her pencil, but her paper seemed to be written very neatly. Hinata. Naruto's eyes lit up. Hinata does well. And she's right next to me. An instinctive primitive thought sprang to mind. Look at her answers. Naruto cautiously and slowly attempted to twist his neck like a rusty robot, trying to get a glimpse of Hinata's paper. His movements were stiff and obvious, and his heart raced like a drum in his chest. Just as his gaze slightly diverted from his own test paper, the angle insufficient to see Hinata's answers. Whoosh! A cold flash of light accompanied by a sharp whistling sound flew past his nose. Thud! A muffled sound emerged from behind Naruto. He saw a kunai deeply embedded in the test paper of a rain ninja behind him, piercing it through and pinning it to the desk. The rain ninja's face turned pale, his body stiff. The cold voice of Sena Ibiki echoed like the pronouncement of death. Candidate number 56 eliminated. Along with the 2 people beside you and your teammates. Any further attempts to view others' answers in such a clumsy and blatant manner will meet the same fate. The entire exam room fell into a deafening silence. Naruto was terrified, jolting upright, his hands pressed tightly against the desk, no longer daring to have the slightest tilt. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead like a small stream. Damn it! That was too obvious. Naruto thought in fear. I need to think of another way, shadow clone. That's right, the shadow clone technique. A flash of inspiration struck Naruto's mind. When a shadow clone disappears, the memories and experiences return to the main body. If I can create a clone to see others' answers and then dispel it, he'll know. He immediately simulated in his mind directly cloned next to Hinata to look. No way. That's too conspicuous. If the clone appears with a bang, the proctors aren't blind, they'll notice immediately and eliminate me. Cloning outside the exam room and peeking through the window. That won't work either. The windows are too high and there are guards outside, right? Even if I could see, the distance is too far to make out the answers. Transforming into a bug or something. Damn it. I haven't learned such precise transformation techniques yet. Damn it. That won't work either. Naruto felt a wave of helpless despair. The movement of a shadow clone is too obvious. How can I hide the chakra fluctuations? How did the me in the storyline achieve this? Was it through the Sharingan? But I don't have. Naruto's gaze instinctively turned to Hinata beside him, filled with a desperate desire to survive. This time he no longer merely stared at the edges of her answers, his gaze coincidentally met Hinata's, who was secretly looking at him. Like a startled deer, Hinata gasped softly, her face instantly flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head, nearly burying her entire face in the test paper. Just as Naruto sank into despair, Hinata, seated beside him, was experiencing a tumultuous storm within her heart. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun is completely clueless. He's so anxious. What should I do? He almost got eliminated just now. Hinata's heartbeat raced faster than ever, her cheeks flushed, and her fingers gripping the pen turned pale from the excessive force. She forced herself to focus on the exam paper, but her peripheral vision was unable to shift away from Naruto's desperate yet strained profile. At that moment, a clear thought flowed into her chaotic mind like a clear spring. The game. Yes. In the game. Naruto-kun passed this exam. The written test was so difficult, yet Naruto-kun. His theoretical knowledge isn't great. Why could he pass in the game? This realization flushed her cheeks bright red, but it was soon followed by deeper confusion and urgency. But the game didn't specify how I helped him. Did he look directly at my answers? No. That's impossible. That would be too obvious, Naruto-kun, almost. Besides, he ultimately passed in the game, which means we weren't discovered. Information gathering. Cheating. Stealth. Ibiki's words and the invisible pressure in the exam room, combined with the vague hints in the game, formed a clear conclusion in Hinata's mind. The key to this exam is to safely transmit information. If Naruto-kun passed in the game, then I, seated next to him, must have successfully conveyed the answers to him in some way. I must help him. Just like in the game. No, I have to do better than in the game. A surge of unprecedented courage and determination overwhelmed her shyness. But how to help? Hinata's gaze quickly scanned the desktop and the distance between them. The simplest, most primitive, and least detectable way. Sound. Yes. Extremely faint sounds. Using sound transmission. And it must be something we both understand. A plan instantly formed. The basic code of the ninja school. Knocking lightly on the underside of the desk. Naruto-kun. He must have learned this. Although he might have forgotten most of it, this is the safest and most discreet method. The movements are minimal and the sound blends into the noise of the exam room, making it hard for the proctor to pinpoint the source. Moreover, my Byakugan can accurately avoid all the proctor's blind spots. This plan made her feel almost suffocated with tension, but seeing Naruto once again cast a desperate glance filled with the last thread of hope, Hinata took a deep breath and made up her mind. At that moment she noticed Naruto's abnormality. He still had his head down, but Hinata keenly caught the subtle tremor in his body caused by extreme anxiety. He instinctively glanced at her with a pleading look again. This time he dared not turn his head, relying solely on the corner of his eye. Now is the time. Hinata's heart was in her throat. Her left hand was not resting on the exam paper, but rather slowly and naturally sliding down to the space beneath the desk between them. Her fingertips were cold, slightly sweaty, gently resting against the smooth wooden surface. Tap. Tap tap. Tap. Tap tap tap. Her fingertips in an extremely subtle and nearly imperceptible manner tapped against the smooth wooden surface of the divider. Each tap concentrated all her focus and chakra control, ensuring the sound only traveled the shortest distance, making the movement so small that it barely even caused a ripple in her sleeve. At the same time, her Byakugan expanded her vision to 360 degrees, accurately capturing the movement trajectories of every proctor's gaze, ensuring her small actions were conducted only within their absolute visual blind spots. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. Please! You must notice. You must remember. Hinata prayed desperately in her heart. Naruto's heart raced. That faint yet extraordinarily clear tapping rhythm was like a lighthouse in the darkness. He immediately focused, correlating Hinata's nearly imperceptible tapping rhythm with the crude code table in his memory. Tap. Pause 1 tap tap. Pause 2 tap tap tap. Pause 3 and so on. Hinata had just tap tap. Tap tap. Tap. Tap tap tap. Naruto quickly translated in his mind 1, 2, 1, 3. Wait, what does this mean? Options. Question number. He suddenly looked at his exam paper. The one he needed help with was the first question. And the first question was a multiple-choice question with 4 options. Naruto immediately understood. The first number Hinata tapped likely represented the question number, and the numbers after that represented the options. She had just tapped 1 first question, 2 second option, 1 first question, 3 third option. No, that's a repeat. Naruto focused again and noticed a new variation in Hinata's tapping tap tap. Pause tap tap tap. Pause tap. Pause tap tap tap. Translation 2 second question. 3 option 3. 1 first question. 3 option 3. Wait, the order is a bit mixed up. Naruto suddenly realized that Hinata might be tapping out the answers in the order of the questions. She had just tapped the answer to the first question 1. 2 could be a miscommunication. Now she was tapping the answer to the second question 2. 3 and then supplemented the correct answer for the first question 1. 3. Because the first question was the third option. To verify, Naruto took the risk of glancing at Hinata's exam paper, a very small movement, and indeed saw that the answer for the first question was circled in the third option. The second question was circled in the third option. And at that moment Hinata's tapping turned into tap tap tap. Pause tap tap. Pause 3 third question. 2 option 2. Got it. She's tapping out the question numbers and corresponding options in order. The order is the order of the questions. Naruto was overjoyed, almost shouting out loud. He suppressed his excitement, and immediately erased the random selection he had made for the first question on his exam paper, circling the third option. Then he also chose the third option for the second question. When Hinata tapped out the answer to the third question, he followed suit immediately. I did it! Naruto-kun. He understood. He understood. Naruto was like a dull student who suddenly found clarity writing down the answer after a long period of thinking. He tried to make his expression appear as though he had guessed correctly or finally remembered rather than having received outside help. With Hinata's precise and efficient transmission, Naruto quickly completed the multiple-choice section. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had scored a great victory. However, a new problem arose. There were still several subjective questions on the exam paper that required written answers. Naruto stared at the blank spaces, the flicker of hope reigniting. The multiple-choice questions were solved thanks to Hinata's code, but what about the subjective questions? He couldn't write a single word. Hinata couldn't convey complex written answers using simple numbers. Naruto sank once more into anxious despair, fresh beads of cold sweat glistening on his brow. He scratched his head frantically, staring helplessly at the blank lines of the essay questions. Each one loomed before him like an insurmountable wall. As Naruto sat paralyzed before the subjective questions, Shikamaru in the back row observed it all with quiet precision. Seemingly slumped lazily over his desk, eyes half-lidded, he nonetheless tracked every shift in the examination hall through the subtlest flicker of peripheral vision. He had long seen through the true nature of this test, and had already noted how his peers deployed their unique, unorthodox methods to navigate it. Sasuke's Sharingan, Niji's Byakugan, Kiba's insects, all were registered in his mind with calm, incisive clarity. His gaze inevitably drifted forward, to Naruto in the front row and to Hinata beside him. Naruto's initial outburst of despair, the near disqualification that followed, and then his sudden startling surge, answering multiple-choice questions with lightning speed. Coupled with Hinata's outwardly composed demeanor, her left hand concealed beneath the desk and her body angled ever so slightly, along with Naruto's fleeting grateful glances toward her. TCH. A quiet realization settled in Shikamaru's mind. So that's how it is. The Hyuga heiress was transmitting answers to that knucklehead, using a covert code. But only for the multiple-choice section. Efficient enough, but Shikamaru's eyes narrowed as he watched Naruto once again clawing at his scalp, utterly stymied by the subjective questions. What a drag. If he fails here over these few essay questions, the entire sequence collapses. In the game, he's pivotal. If he falters now... Instantly, fragments of narrative hints from the game flashed through Shikamaru's mind, each underscoring Naruto's irreplaceable role. No, I must get him through this. Shadow imitation technique. It should work. If I control his hand directly guiding it to write the correct answers, risky yes, but necessary. His eyes sharpened, shedding all trace of lethargy. Without drawing attention, he subtly adjusted his posture. His hand hidden beneath the desk began forming seals, and chakra seeped silently and visibly into the floor. Target acquired. Naruto. Movement must be swift, precise, and timed to evade every proctor's line of sight. His shadow, alive and sinuous, crept forward across the tiled floor, blending seamlessly into the chaotic patchwork of ambient shadows, inching silently toward the darkness beneath Naruto's chair. Shikamaru focused completely, calculating each proctor's visual sweep, their pacing, their blind spots, waiting for the perfect convergence. 3 seconds to now. His gaze locked, chakra surged toward the shadow, ready to complete the final connection. Time's up. Ibiki Marino's voice crashed through the hushed hall like thunder, sharp, icy, and deafening. Shikamaru froze mid-motion. His extended shadow recoiled instantly, like a startled serpent snapping back into its coil. Damn it! He had no choice but to abort the technique. Every examinee, whether confident or frantic, jolted upright, hearts hammering against their ribs. Naruto nearly leapt from his seat, staring in horror at the vast expanse of unanswered essay questions, his face drained of color. Ibiki's scarred face remained impassive as he surveyed the hundreds of candidates below, each wearing a different mask of tension, fear, or resolve. His voice descended like stone, heavy with authority. Now, the 10th question is announced. A silence so absolute fell upon the hall that even breaths seemed suspended. All held their breath, waiting for judgment. However, Ibiki's tone dropped lower, darker, edged with danger. Before revealing the question, I shall add one final rule. A rule exclusive to the 10th question. This rule is simple. Should you choose to answer the 10th question, and your answer proves incorrect, you will be permanently barred from ever taking the Chunin exams again. What? Permanently barred? That's outrageous. A wave of shock erupted across the hall. Ibiki ignored the commotion. Of course you retain the right to choose. Should you deem the risk unbearable, or lack confidence in your own strength, you may withdraw now. Those who withdraw will forfeit not only their own exam eligibility but also that of their 2 teammates, though they may reapply after 3 years. So, will you gamble your future on answering the 10th question, risking permanent disqualification? Or will you step back, preserving your chance to try again in 3 years? You have 5 minutes to decide. Additionally, those choosing to withdraw, raise your hand and state your registration number. Raise your hand, and you are eliminated instantly. I withdraw. A trembling, tear-choked voice shattered the silence. A Rain Village ninja lifted his shaking hand. Candidate 37 withdraws. Me too, I withdraw. 48. And me. 52. Sakura clenched her fists so tightly her palms burned with sweat. Sasuke's brow furrowed deeply as he weighed the stakes. Shikamaru watched the dwindling numbers, and glanced again at Naruto's rigid, frozen silhouette ahead. A quiet sigh escaped him. What a drag! If that idiot backs down now, everything falls apart. Naruto's mind reeled in chaos. Should I quit? Save my chance for 3 years? The game. In the game I passed. Right. The knucklehead me, the dead last me, did it there. He didn't give up. He chose to face it. He answered the 10th question. And he got it right, or made the right choice. An unprecedented surge of faith, blind, fervent, rooted in the conviction of his own future self, erupted within him like a volcano. It was belief in his own untapped potential, and a lore-nothing wager on the very force of narrative destiny. Fear still lingered, but was drowned beneath a blazing, consuming certainty. Just as a Takigakure ninja trembled, preparing to raise his hand. Bang! Naruto shot upright from his seat. The force sent his chair crashing backward. He ignored the stunned stares around him, ignored the proctor's icy, immediate focus locking onto him. ignored Sasuke's and Sakura's wide-eyed shock and even Shikamaru's resigned knowing sigh. With every ounce of strength in his body, Naruto roared toward Ibiki at the podium, a declaration that shook the hall to its foundations. Bring it on. No matter what the question is, no matter how impossible, it will be answered. I won't back down. Because I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. His thunderous proclamation echoed through the hall, fierce, unbroken, burning with the raw fire of youth and a courage bordering on recklessness. Candidates who'd been paralyzed by despair, hands already lifting toward surrender, froze mid-gesture. They stared dumbstruck at the golden-haired boy standing unbowed, eyes blazing with indomitable light. A complex, unreadable glimmer flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Sakura clapped a hand over her mouth, tears brimming, whether from terror or awe she couldn't tell. Shikamaru exhaled slowly, a faint wry curve tugging at his lips, yet deep within a quiet weight lifted. That knucklehead always stirs up scenes that are equal parts exhausting and impossible to deny. The hall fell into a strange charged hush, punctuated only by ragged breaths and pounding hearts. Into that suffocating silence Ibiki spoke, slow, deliberate, crystal clear. The 10th question. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the remaining candidates, the ones who after Naruto's cry had kept their hands lowered. You have all passed. What? Passed. Then, what was the 10th question? At that very instant the crystal orb at the center of the Hokage's office shimmered, projecting the examination hall in perfect clarity. Jiraiya stood with arms crossed, watching the golden-haired boy's familiar fiery stance reflected in the orb, his expression layered with poignant complexity. A roar born of desperation, turning fate itself on its head. So much like you, Minato. He turned toward the Hokage seated behind his desk, and to Naruto Shikaku standing quietly nearby. Still beyond this boy's success, something else troubles me far more. The masked man mentioned in the game, the true mastermind behind the Nine-Tails attack. Shikaku slowly opened his half-lidded eyes, fingertips tapping thoughtfully against the desk. You suspect Uchiha Obito, driven mad by Rin Nohara's death, and orchestrating the Nine-Tails assault. The logic appears sound. Yet Shikaku's tone shifted, cool and incisive. But this theory contains fatal flaws, in chronology and capability. Roku raised a finger and said, First, it's the contradiction between time and the body. The Nine-Tails incident occurred 12 years ago. If Obito truly survived the battle at the bridge of Shunshin, he should be around 13 to 14 years old. How could a boy grow to effortlessly break through the Konoha barrier, know the timing of the Jinchuriki's childbirth, and confront the 4th Hokage in such a short span of years? What's more critical is, Roku looked at the 3rd Hokage. According to scattered intelligence from the mobile game, the masked man who fought the 4th Hokage had a deep voice and a robust physique. This fundamentally differs from the voice and build of the young Obito. As Obito's teacher, if the man behind the mask is truly him, Minato would have sensed it through his aura and habitual movements during the battle. Secondly, it's the conditions for controlling the Nine-Tails. It is indeed possible for the Sharingan to control tailed beasts, but not all Sharingan can do so. Throughout history there is only one documented case of a person completely suppressing the Nine-Tails with their ocular power, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara once controlled the Nine-Tails in battle against the 1st Hokage in the Valley of the End. Even if Obito is extraordinarily gifted, can his ocular power reach the level of Madara? Moreover, during the Night of the Nine-Tails appeared instantaneously. This requires a caster to have an exceptionally high level of skill in controlling tailed beasts. This ability aligns more with the legendary Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and said, According to records, Madara died in the Valley of the End. Is it really possible for him to have survived until the Night of the Nine-Tails? Jiraiya added, But even if Madara used forbidden techniques to prolong his life, he would have been a centenarian by the time of the Nine-Tails incident. How could he maintain peak strength? Ruka fell into a brief silence, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. Suddenly a flash of insight crossed Ruka's eyes as he said, The voice. In the mobile game there are scattered voice fragments of the masked man. If we could find someone who has heard Uchiha Madara's voice in person and has a clear enough memory, we could compare and verify with this voice fragment. It would provide almost conclusive audio evidence for the hypothesis that Madara is the masked man. This matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was extremely low, must be kept absolutely confidential. Any leak of information could bring about unforeseen disasters. The scope of finding this witness must be kept to the minimum. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind raced as he eliminated one name after another. Those who lived through the era of Madara are already few and far between and have dwindled even further since the Valley of the End. Iwagakure. Finally Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly uttered 3 words. The third Tsuchikage Ōnoki. Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he said, Ōnoki. That stubborn old man. He is the only candidate who meets the criteria. Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed decisively. In his youth he had encounters with Uchiha Madara alongside the second Tsuchikage. He is one of the very few, possibly the only existing ninja who has had close contact with a middle-aged Uchiha Madara and has heard his authentic voice. Without hesitation Sarutobi Hiruzen turned sharply and spoke to the shadow outside the door in a deep voice. Come in. A figure appeared silently at the door, kneeling on one knee awaiting instructions. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the command. Prepare the highest level of encrypted scrolls. Select the most reliable and stealthy members and set off secretly to Iwagakure immediately. Target to meet with the third Tsuchikage Ōnoki. Convey the core information verbally and it must not be written down. Take a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated clearly. Tell him Konoha has grasped important clues and has reason to suspect Uchiha Madara may not have truly died and could be related to the Ninetales disaster 12 years ago. To verify a key piece of information concerning the safety of the ninja world, we respectfully request Tsuchikage-sama to come to Konoha to confirm Uchiha Madara's voice. The tone must be earnest, hinting at its importance. Tell him this concerns all of us. Understood. The shadow responded softly and disappeared in an instant. In front of the entrance to the Forest of Death, the 12 rookie ninjas who passed the first written test, the 12 little titans of Konoha, were gathering together for their final preparations. Shikamaru lazily leaned against a tree, yawning widely, wearing an expression that said, "What a drag." His gaze swept over his companions. Shikamaru rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and pulled out 12 small round mirrors the size of his palm. Hey, listen up. Shikamaru's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly captured everyone's attention. Even Naruto, who usually was loud and boisterous, and Kiba quieted down to look at him. According to the storyline in the adventure mode of the mobile game, Shikamaru shook his phone in his hand. We are very likely to encounter Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin and N-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, is far more dangerous than a mere genin can imagine. Shikamaru's tone became more serious. If any of you encounter him, or feel like you're facing an insurmountable life-threatening danger, immediately contact the others in the game, including our Jonin Sensei. Remember, immediately. Don't hesitate. Then Shikamaru raised the small mirror in his hand. Also, you all should know about the hidden abilities in that game, right? Though it's a hassle to explain, it can save your life at a critical moment. Shikamaru distributed the small mirrors to everyone. One for each of you, keep it close. When you encounter real life and death danger that cannot be avoided, shout out your character's ultimate move into the mirror, and it can trigger a character projection for a short time, granting you the powers and skills of your character in the game. But remember, this time is very short, the effect varies from person to person, and don't expect to sweep everything away with it. It's mainly used to buy time for escape, or to call for help. Everyone received the mirrors with varying expressions. Shikamaru looked at the blonde boy who was flipping the mirror back and forth and said, Naruto. Huh? Shikamaru, what is it? Naruto looked up, confusion filling his blue eyes. You need to come up with a code. A code that only we 12 know, and one that you can definitely remember. A universal password for us 12 to confirm identities and convey urgent messages in the forest. Especially when we need to prove that we're allies. A code. I need to think. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then scratched his head, getting lost in thought. A jumble of words flashed through Naruto's mind. Long live ramen, I'm going to become Hokage. Seduction technique. But it just felt not formal enough, not powerful enough. Suddenly a firm voice filled with a sense of destiny echoed in his memory. It was something his brother Natsume had once told him. Naruto's expression instantly turned serious. He stood up straight, unconsciously clenching his fist, and with an unprecedented earnest tone he clearly said, You cannot survive without fighting. The air seemed to solidify for a moment. Sasuke's brows twitched slightly as if he felt a flicker of significance in the hidden message. Sakura looked at Naruto's suddenly serious profile, her expression complex. Niji nodded slightly. This signal was straightforward and filled with the harsh laws of survival perfectly suited for this environment. If you don't fight, you can't survive. Shikamaru murmured, a faint knowing smile playing at his lips. Though it sounds a bit overly passionate, it surprisingly fits your style and is memorable enough for you. Alright, this is it. Shikamaru surveyed the crowd and said in a deep voice. Do you all remember? The universal signal. If you don't fight, you can't survive. Use it to confirm identities when encountering comrades whose identities are uncertain or when an urgent gathering is needed. Don't get it wrong. Understood. Everyone replied in unison, putting away the mirrors and deeply engraving the phrase in their hearts. Shikamaru took one last glance at the entrance to the Forest of Death, took a deep breath, and said, then let's prepare to set off. Wishing you all not to die too quickly. At the same time, in another corner of Konoha village, the Natsume mobile store welcomed a heavyweight visitor. The store door was gently pushed open and the wind chimes rang out a crisp and pleasant sound. The fourth Kazekage Raza walked in alone. A young man dressed in simple casual clothes, seemingly unremarkable, had his back to the entrance, and appeared to be organizing the shelves. He emanated an unusual sense of tranquility, as if he were indifferent to the world, but Raza's sharp instincts told him that stepping into this place felt like entering an unfathomable ocean. Excuse me, Raza said with just the right amount of respect. Are you Mr. Natsume? The young man turned around. It was indeed Natsume. Welcome, Mr. Raza. It's a rare visit, Natsume replied in a calm tone, as if Raza's status were no different from that of the neighborhood locals. Raza felt a slight chill in his heart. He had not revealed his identity, yet the other party had seen through it. The intelligence was indeed accurate, and the mystery behind this store owner exceeded imagination. Mr. Natsume, your insight is remarkable, Raza said, slightly bowing with a low posture. I have come uninvited with a request. Oh. Please, Mr. Raza. Natsume gestured for him to sit within the store while casually leaning against the counter. Raza did not sit down. He took a deep breath and stated his purpose directly. Mr. Natsume, your shop and these magical phones. They seem to contain the power to foresee the future, allowing one to know the trajectory of fate in advance, avoiding risks and even changing circumstances. The Suna village is remote, resource poor, and information deprived. We yearn for development, crave power, and even more so desire to seize an opportunity to protect our villagers. Raza paused, his tone becoming more earnest as he continued. Therefore I boldly request Mr. Natsume to consider opening a branch in Suna village, so that the ninjas and citizens of Suna can also have the opportunity to engage with this life-changing potential. As he spoke, Raza took out a heavy cloth bag wrapped in special seals from his wide sleeves. He unfastened the seal, and the bag opened immediately, releasing a brilliant golden light that illuminated the entire shop. Inside was a bag full of highly pure sand gold. This was a treasure Raza personally refined and accumulated, worth a fortune, representing his utmost sincerity. This is just a humble token of greeting. I sincerely ask you to consider my request. Raza presented the bag with both hands, adopting the lowest posture possible. Natsume's gaze lingered on the dazzling sand gold for a moment, his face still wearing that gentle smile, revealing no signs of joy or anger. Mr. Raza, you are kind. You do not possess the value of being my opponent. He extended his hand, but instead of reaching for the bag, he grasped at the pile of sand gold in midair. In the next moment, a scene unfolded that made Raza's pupils constrict and his heart surge with tumult. The heavy sand gold transformed into a flowing golden stream, effortlessly floating in the air. Magnet release sand gold. Raza's heart nearly stopped beating. This was the signature skill that made him famous, one of the core secret powers of Suna village. The other party had used it so casually. Moreover, the level of control seemed to subtly surpass even him, the Kazekage himself. This was no longer a mystery but a miracle. Or perhaps a power that transcended the mortal realm. The sand gold transformed into a golden sphere. Natsume casually collected it. A branch in Suna village can be arranged. The immense joy instantly shattered Raza's shock, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mr. Natsume. The entire Suna is immensely grateful. However, Natsume changed his tone. Mr. Raza, since you have given this gift, I must remind you of something. In this period, unless absolutely necessary, try to avoid being alone with Orochimaru. Raza deeply bowed this time. It was a genuine sense of reverence and gratitude. Your reminder I will certainly remember, and I will not dare to be careless. Natsume nodded slightly and said, Go now, the Chunin exams await, and I am sure there are many matters that require your guidance. Raza once again performed a solemn bow before cautiously exiting the mobile store. Inside the mobile store, Natsume played with the golden sphere, softly sighing. The gift has been received, the words have been spoken, and now it depends on you. In the forest of death, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from Suna were walking along a beastly path. Suddenly Gaara's footsteps halted without warning. What's wrong, Gaara? Kankuro's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately assumed a defensive posture. Temari also tightened her grip on her fan, following Gaara's line of sight. The light ahead seemed to brighten slightly through the dancing shadows of the trees. 3 other figures could be vaguely seen. They too had stopped, clearly having noticed the Suna team. The 3 from the Mist Village confronted the 3 from Suna at a distance of several dozen meters, the air thick with murderous intent. Chojuro was clearly startled by this sudden encounter. He instinctively took a half step back, his voice trembling slightly. Is that Gaara from Suna? Lincho smiled widely, staring at Gaara. Oh. The rumored monster kid. He looks quite interesting. At that moment Gaara slowly raised his head. His gaze locked onto the seemingly harmless boy with the flute among the 3 opposite him. Without any warning, Gaara raised his hand. Sand-binding coffin! Gaara! Temari and Kankuro exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Gaara to strike so suddenly. As Gaara whispered, a massive amount of yellow sand surged wildly from the gourd on his back. It coalesced into a gigantic claw of sand, striking towards the distant Yutaka with astonishing speed. Senior Yutaka! Kojiro's spear was drawn halfway, but he froze in fear. Yutaka showed no sign of panic as he gently exhaled through the pipe in his mouth. Water release technique of bubbles. A large transparent bubble instantly took shape and began to expand with the wind. The bubble's wall appeared fragile, yet it displayed astonishing resilience upon contact with the sand claw. Boom! The sand claw slammed violently into the gigantic bubble. The expected shattering of the bubble did not occur. The bubble's wall violently caved in, distorting as it absorbed and dispersed the terrifying impact of the sand claw. The sand grains crazily pressed and rubbed against the bubble's wall, yet for a moment they could not tear it apart completely. What? Kankuro's pupils contracted. The bubble's defense was remarkably strong against Gaara's sand-binding coffin. You brat! Seeking death! Lin-Chin Yuri exploded in anger when she saw Yutaka being attacked. Lightning release lightning ball! Yuri quickly formed hand seals and several bouncing lightning balls coalesced in her palms, hurtling toward Gaara. Seeing this, Temari instantly unfolded her 3-star fan, unleashing sharp wind blades to cut through the path of Yuri's lightning attack, attempting to disrupt her lightning release. Kankuro also immediately manipulated his crow puppet, launching concealed blades at Chojiro, saying, Don't move! Chojiro felt the puppets lock on him, his spear drawn halfway but frozen cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Seeing his attack blocked, Gaara allowed more sand to flow from his gourd as he became enveloped in a swirling layer of yellow sand. I will kill you! The chakra around Gaara became extremely unstable and frenzied. Yutaka furrowed his brows. He sensed the chaotic, violent chakra filled with a desire for destruction surging sharply within the young boy across from him, nearly reaching the brink of losing control. Engaging in a meaningless deadlock here. Utterly foolish. Their goal was to pass the exam and obtain the scroll. Yuri! Chojiro! Retreat! Yutaka decisively commanded. What? Retreat! Lin-Chin Yuri roared in frustration. I want to turn that arrogant brat into ashes. Shut up. Follow orders. Yutaka barked sharply. That is not an enemy you can handle. Don't let your impulse ruin the mission. The scroll is key. Without finishing his words, Yutaka swiftly formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and forcefully blew down at his feet. Water release technique of bubbles, lightweight raft. Pfef. 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 3 exceptionally large, resilient, transparent bubbles instantly took shape, enveloping Yutaka, Lin-Chin Yuri, and Chojiro separately. Move! Yutaka commanded in a low voice, focusing his thoughts. The 3 enormous bubbles immediately became incredibly light, lifting off the ground in an instant. Taking advantage of the gap created by the bubble blocking the sand claw, the bubbles swiftly floated toward the opening above the forest, disappearing among the dense foliage in the blink of an eye. The massive defensive bubble finally shattered under the continued pressure of the sand claw, transforming into a mist of water vapor. When visibility returned, only the 3 Suna ninjas remained. They escaped. Kankuro scanned the empty space above and the surrounding forest, where no trace of the mist ninjas to be found. Gaara slowly calmed his agitation, but the intense killing intent within him did not fully dissipate. Damn it! Let them slip away! Kankuro spat, glancing at the still unstable Gaara, his voice tinged with anxiety. Gaara, are you okay? Gaara did not respond, only slowly turned around, walking forward. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, both seeing the heavy pressure in each other's eyes. In another area of the Forest of Death, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were cautiously making their way through. Hey Sasuke! Naruto tried to lower his voice, but his tone was still somewhat excited. We're after the Heaven Scroll. According to the plot of the game, who will we encounter next? Is it someone directly trying to snatch the Earth Scroll? The plot indicates that the first enemy team we encounter that we need to snatch the scroll from is likely a team of rain ninjas. But the more critical plot point is... Sasuke paused. After encountering the rain ninjas, or possibly even earlier, we are likely to run into Orochimaru disguised as a grass ninja. Where are the rain ninjas? I can't wait to snatch the Earth Scroll. Naruto couldn't help but ask again in a low voice. Quiet, dead lass. Sasuke coldly chided, his Sharingan suddenly locking onto the right side ahead. Incoming. Be careful. Almost simultaneously, a faint rustling sound emerged from the trees on the left. Swish. 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 6 figures emerged almost simultaneously from the dense bushes and tree trunks on both sides, instantly surrounding Team 7. On the right side were the rain ninjas Ao, Mako, and Kagu. On the left side were 3 ninjas wearing grass village headbands, one of whom was a red-haired girl with glasses named Karen, her face clearly showing tension and unease. The other 2 male grass ninjas had fierce gazes fixating on the scroll in Naruto's hands. Sasuke's heart sank. 6 of them. The rain and grass ninja teams had appeared simultaneously. His gaze swept over the 6 faces, especially those of the 3 grass ninjas. Is Orochimaru disguised as a grass ninja here? Which one? Or has he not appeared at all? Hand over the scroll. Ao was the first to speak. The scroll is ours. One of the grass ninjas shouted, greedily staring at Naruto. A brawl was about to erupt. Go! Mako growled softly, her figure darting out like a phantom kunai aimed directly at Sasuke. At the same time, Kaga formed hand seals and initiated a genjutsu. Illusion, this place is not. A wave of distorted space instantly enveloped Sasuke and Sakura. Bastard! Don't even think about sneak attacking. Naruto saw a grass ninja charging at him, his hand reaching into his pocket to pull out his phone, aiming it at a small round mirror. I always speak my mind, that is my ninja way. Transformation! Naruto shouted. Buzz! A golden light suddenly appeared. The transformed Naruto appeared. The powerful chakra fluctuation made the charging grass ninja halt in his tracks. Is that a mirage? Rasengan! The transformed Naruto unleashed a shadow clone to create a Rasengan without hesitation. The chakra sphere in Naruto's right hand took shape, instantly rushing at the grass ninja with a piercing buzz. So fast! The grass ninja hastily crossed his kunai to block. Boom! The Rasengan slammed violently into the kunai. The grass ninja felt an overwhelming force surge through his arms, searing pain erupting as the weapon flew from his grip. His entire body was hurled backward, crashing hard against the thick trunk of a tree before sliding down to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he instantly lost all capacity to fight. The second grass ninja, witnessing his comrade struck down in an instant, and staring at the awe-inspiring battlefield presence of Naruto, was seized by sheer terror. Scroll mission, everything vanished from his mind. With a shriek of panic, he whirled around and fled without hesitation, sprinting so fast he cursed his own parents for not giving him 2 extra legs. He didn't even glance back at Karen, who remained frozen in place, abandoning both his fallen comrade and his teammate as he vanished deep into the dense forest. Hey! Wait, damn you! The first grass ninja, barely lifting his head, watched his ally flee and spat a desperate, despairing curse before struggling feebly to crawl away. Naruto dispelled his transformation, blinking in mild bewilderment at the fleeing and fallen grass ninjas already running. Then his gaze shifted to Karen, trembling where she stood, utterly lost and paralyzed with fear. Don't kill me! Karen's voice broke into sobs behind her glasses, her eyes brimmed with terror and confusion. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura were locked in fierce combat against the Rain Ninja assault. The moment Kage activated his genjutsu, Sasuke's Sharingan instantly detected the abnormal chakra flow. Break, he commanded low and sharp. Disrupting chakra to shatter the spatial disorientation of the "this place is not here" technique. Simultaneously, he warned Sakura, it's a spatial genjutsu. Focus your mind. At the very instant the illusion struck, Sakura felt dizziness and vertigo wrench her sense of direction. Hearing Sasuke's warning, she bit down hard on her tongue. The searing pain jolted her senses awake, allowing her to forcibly break free from the genjutsu's hold. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone and aimed it at the mirror. Pure love street, straight ahead. Love conquers all. Transform. A blinding flash erupted. Sakura's chakra exploded outward, coalescing into a colossal translucent chakra avatar giant Sakura. What? Yumhai poised to close in with taijutsu froze mid-motion, stunned by the towering chakra silhouette. The avatar Sakura cried out sharply, swinging a massive chakra-forged fist that roared like thunder toward Yumhai. He reacted with lightning speed, rolling desperately aside just in time to evade the devastating blow. Boom! The fist cratered the earth, blasting up soil and debris in every direction. Water release rain of needles. At last Oboro, the team's sensor and support ninja, launched his attack. His hands flashed through seals and countless slender needles, forged from condensed chakra-infused mist, shot towards Sasuke and Sakura. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke had anticipated it. A blazing fireball erupted from his mouth, surging forward to intercept the storm of water needles. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Most needles vaporized on contact, filling the air with swirling white mist. Not yet, explosive kunai. Seizing the opening, Yumhai flung several custom-made kunai from his weapon pouch straight at Sasuke. Sasuke instantly recognized their lethal nature. Sakura, he shouted, and leapt backward in a blur. Leave it to me. Giant Sakura's colossal arms swept sideways in a thunderous arc, swatting every explosive kunai clean out of the air. Boom! 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 The kunai detonated midair or against distant tree trunks, flames blooming in rapid succession. Water released sticky acid. Oboro sealed again and expelled a torrent of viscous fluid, aiming to coat the ground beneath Sakura's chakra avatar, to trap and immobilize them. Sasuke vaulted nimbly over the sludge, but giant Sakura's immense size left her feet ensnared, severely limiting her movement. Perfect chance. A feral glint flashed in Yumhai's eyes as he surged forward, targeting Sakura's vulnerable grounded form. Humph. Sharingan-controlled windmill gauntlet strike. Mid-leap, Sasuke wrapped steel wire around his kunai, guiding its flight with uncanny precision granted by the Sharingan. The weapon arced with unnatural grace toward the charging Yumhai, while Sasuke himself shot forward like a released arrow, aiming straight for Kage. Yumhai was forced to abandon his assault on Sakura, twisting mid-stride to evade both the flying kunai and its trailing wire. Kage scrambled to counter Sasuke's close-range assault. His genjutsu shattered his taijutsu, vastly inferior. Within moments, Sasuke landed a crushing blow to his abdomen. Kage gasped, doubled over, and collapsed to his knees. Giant Sakura, break free. The chakra avatar roared, unleashing a cataclysmic burst of energy that violently shattered the adhesive binding her feet. Her colossal fist swung once more, aimed unerringly at Yumhai, reeling from Sasuke's assault and off balance. Thud. Yumhai barely raised his arms to block, but the avatar's monstrous strength far exceeded imagination. His arms screamed in protest, as if shattering, while his body was flung backward like a ragdoll, snapping through multiple tree trunks before crashing to the ground, writhing in agony. Oboro watched in stunned disbelief as both teammates fell in moments. Glancing at their broken forms, then warily at Sasuke and Sakura, radiating dominance, he knew further resistance was futile. Retreat. With decisive calm, Oboro barked the order, dashing to Yumhai and Kage, hoisting each under an arm before vanishing into the forest's depths without pause. Smoke and chakra residue slowly settled. The Rain Ninja trio had withdrawn. One grass ninja lay unconscious, another had fled, leaving only Karin trembling uncontrollably. The battle had ended. Naruto approached the unconscious grass ninja, retrieved the scroll from his weapon pouch, and unfurled it. Earth scroll. Perfect, we need exactly this. Sasuke strode to where Yumhai had been thrown, picked up the Rain Ninja's dropped scroll and opened it, his brow furrowing slightly. Heaven scroll. He tucked the scroll away without ceremony, then turned his gaze toward Karen, sitting on the ground, her glasses askew and tears streaking her cheeks. Don't kill me. I truly know nothing. I swear they abandoned me and ran. Karen stammered, terrified by Sasuke's cold, unblinking stare. Ignoring Naruto, Sasuke stepped before Karen, looming over her as his Sharingan scrutinized her with surgical intensity. Only 3 of you, grass ninja. No others. No one else. Perhaps someone, unnervingly cold. Karen shook her head frantically, tears flying. No one else. Just the 3 of us. That bastard ditched me and him, and fled alone. I've never seen anyone cold like that. Please, spare me. Sasuke held her gaze for several silent seconds, his Sharingan detecting no deception, no hidden chakra fluctuations, no trace of disguise. His posture eased slightly, confirming Orochimaru was not masquerading among this grass squad. Just then Naruto's phone vibrated urgently in his pocket. He yanked it out. Shikamaru's message appeared stark and terse. Orochimaru is watching. Stay vigilant. Do not trust grass ninja. Naruto's expression shifted instantly as he hastily handed the phone to Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura felt a chill crawl up her spine. He's nearby. Sasuke murmured, his Sharingan sweeping sharply across the dense forest. Though he saw no one, Shikamaru's intelligence and the visceral sensation of being watched like prey by a serpent left no doubt Orochimaru was observing them from some hidden vantage, and especially him. Then what about her? Naruto pointed at Karen. Sasuke cast a brief cold glance at the still terrified Kunoichi, then back at Shikamaru's warning message. Leaving behind this stranger from Kusagakure. Far too risky. Abandoning her to fend for herself. Yet. Please don't leave me here alone. Karen suddenly collapsed forward, her voice trembling with raw desperation. I'm useful. I can help you. A flicker crossed Sasuke's gaze, but his voice remained ice cold. Useful? In what way? Karen seized the words like a lifeline, jerking her head up and frantically rolling up the sleeve of her right arm. The fabric bunched above her elbow, revealing an arm crisscrossed with brutal, jagged scars. Naruto and Sakura both sucked in sharp breaths. Her forearm was covered, dense, overlapping, fresh and old, innumerable bite marks. Some had scabbed over, darkened with time, others swelled red and raw, while certain patches bore permanent indentations and keloid ridges from repeated tearing. The marks were deep and shallow, chaotic and merciless, starkly visible against her skin. What is this? Sakura clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with shock. I possess a unique ability. Karen's voice cracked with tears. My chakra. My body. Just bite me. Bite my skin and you'll instantly restore chakra and heal wounds. It's highly effective. The Kusagakure shinobi, they treated me as. Her voice broke again, tears spilled anew as she gestured helplessly at the marks. A living medicinal pouch. Naruto stared at those grotesque bite marks, and in that instant memories surged. The villagers' scorn, the isolation of his childhood. A white-hot fury erupted in his chest. Those bastards! To treat a person like a tool! Unforgivable! Naruto clenched his fists. Sasuke's gaze too lingered on the scars. Witnessing such cruelty stirred reluctant pity. Yet Sasuke's sharper focus remained on Shikamaru's warning, and on the implications buried in Karen's words. Had Kusagakure's use of her been orchestrated by Orochimaru? Did Orochimaru even know of her existence? Had he already exploited her? We acknowledge your ability, Sasuke said coolly. But it does not justify trust, or our protection. Kusagakure, especially now, is deeply suspect. He emphasized the village's name with deliberate weight. Karen flinched violently, blurting out. I'm nothing like them. I never joined Kusagakure willingly. My mother and I. Her voice hitched at the mention of her mother. We wandered for years, until we were finally taken in. No, captured by Kusagakure. They discovered my ability, and took my mother and me. Tears fell heavily onto her scarred form, as Karen trembled, head bowed, and sobs, a cascade of vivid crimson hair, like leaping flames, suddenly caught Sakura's eye. In Sakura's mind flashed the game's pivotal scene, a red-haired woman shielding infant Naruto with her own body, absorbing a fatal blow. That same searing red, identical to Karen's. Though Sakura knew neither the woman's identity nor her precise bond with Naruto. The image of that selfless sacrifice had seared itself into her memory. Wait! Sakura's voice sharpened with urgency, cutting through Karen's sobs. Karen, your hair is red. Was your mother's hair red too? Karen lifted her tear-blurred face and nodded mutely. Yais! Mother had the same fiery red hair as I do. Grief flooded her voice again. But she's gone. She died, protecting me. Red hair. Her mother had red hair, and died protecting her. Sakura's heart hammered. The coincidence was staggering. She whirled towards Sasuke, lowering her voice to a fierce whisper. Sasuke. Red hair. Remember the Nine-Tails Knight? That woman who shielded Naruto. Her hair was exactly this shade. Sasuke's pupils contracted slightly. The red-haired woman who protected Naruto during the Nine-Tails Night. This was one of the few tangible clues the game offered about Naruto's origins. Though Sasuke too remained ignorant of her true identity or lineage, the magnitude of her sacrifice carried profound unspoken weight. A girl with potent healing abilities, fiery red hair, whose mother died shielding her. Appearing here now at the very nexus where Orochimaru's presence loomed. Was this mere chance? Instantly Sasuke's mind raced. Keeping her meant unknown risk, possibly entanglement with Orochimaru himself. Abandoning her. If she truly connected to that red-haired protector, or if her ability proved vital to Naruto's future. Moreover, Shikamaru's warning already implicated Kusugakure. Leaving her here risked her falling into Orochimaru's grasp, or being recaptured by Kusugakure forces, with consequences impossible to foresee. Sasuke turned to Naruto and declared decisive and final. We take her. Sakura exhaled softly, then extended her hand to Karen, her tone gentler now. Come on, get up. Stay close to us. You're safe, for now. Karen stared dazed at Sakura's outstretched hand, then at Sasuke's resolute profile, and finally at Naruto's bewildered open face. Thank you? Thank you so much? She stammered, scrambling to rise, tears streaming anew. Naruto scratched his head, intrigued by Sakura's hushed exchange with Sasuke. Hey Sakura, what did you just say to Sasuke? What Nine-Tails Knight? What red hair? Nothing. Just reminding Sasuke that Orochimaru might exploit Karen somehow. Sakura spoke quickly, flashing Sasuke a covert glance. Hey Sasuke. He scoffed, ignoring Naruto entirely, and commanded, voice low and taut. Silence, dead last. Focus, those cold eyes are drawing closer. The chilling gaze pressed in nearer than ever. What remarkably acute perception you possess, Sasuke-kun. A pale figure slipped soundlessly from the treetop and landed gracefully on the open ground just ahead of the group. No disguise, this was no grass ninja. Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Sasuke's left hand shot instantly into his jacket. At the very instant, his fingertips brushed the edge of his phone. Shadow snake hands. From Orochimaru's sleeves erupted a flurry of venomous serpents, coiling instantly around Sasuke's uplifted arm and torso. Ugh! Sasuke grunted sharply as his arm was crushed in the serpent's iron grip, immobilized, helpless. His phone clattered to the earth with a hollow tap. Sasuke! Naruto and Sakura cried out in unison. Orochimaru closed the distance in a breath, pressing himself face-to-face with the bound boy. What a flawless vessel, and those eyes! Orochimaru's voice dripped with feverish admiration. He threw his jaw open, unnaturally wide, revealing two elongated fawn-like teeth. Curse seal, become mine, Sasuke-kun. With a sickening thrust, the fangs pierced deep into Sasuke's neck. Ay! Agony exploded through Sasuke's entire body. A raw, guttural scream tore from his throat as his frame convulsed violently. Black writhing sigils, alive with malevolent intent, burst forth from the wound, racing across Sasuke's skin like ink spilled in water. Sasuke! Naruto watched, paralyzed, as Sasuke was bitten, and as those terrifying black markings devoured his flesh. His mind went utterly blank. Then, a torrential surge of crimson chakra erupted from within him, a maelstrom of boundless fury, primal terror, and annihilating hunger. Boom! The ferocious Nine-Tails chakra detonated outward, shattering the serpents coiled around Sasuke in an instant. Naruto's irises narrowed into bestial slits, his teeth sharpened, whisker-like markings flared across his cheeks, even a chakra tail began to coalesce behind him. Orochimaru! I'll kill you! Consumed entirely by rage and the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto became a streak of crimson lightning, slamming headlong into Orochimaru. Thud. Orochimaru, apparently unprepared for such sudden explosive force, was struck full. His body rocketed backwards, splintering multiple colossal trees before grinding to a halt. KH. Orochimaru gazed toward the distant figure, Naruto eyes blazing red, roaring like a feral beast as he charged again. Surprise flickered in his gaze, but swiftly gave way to dark amusement. Oh. An unexpected delight. The Nine-Tails brat has actually. Orokiri body replacement technique. Poof. Sasuke-kun. I eagerly await our next meeting, hee hee. His voice faded into silence, vanishing without a trace. Naruto, stop. Sakura stared at Sasuke, writhing in agony on the ground, while Naruto raged beyond control. Overwhelmed by terror and despair, she broke into uncontrollable sobs. She lunged forward, screaming after Naruto's frenzied back. Naruto! Snap out of it! Sasuke needs you! Naruto froze mid-stride. The savage chakra receded like a crashing tide, the fox-like features dissolving as swiftly as they'd appeared. He collapsed to one knee, gasping raggedly, staring dazedly at his own trembling hands. What did I just? That bastard got away! Struggling to rise, he staggered towards Sasuke. Nearby, Karen stood frozen, eyes wide with horror, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. That chakra, it's too terrifying. Sasuke. Naruto. At that moment, three figures streaked in from different directions, blurring into view with astonishing speed. Kakashi Sensei. Might Guy Sensei. Asuma Sensei. Sakura and Naruto cried out together, relief flooding their voices. It was Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and Asuma Sarutobi who had arrived. They had been drawn by the violent chakra collision moments earlier. Guy. Asuma. Orochimaru just fled, pursue him. Understood. Without pause, Guy and Asuma shot off toward the fading trace of Orochimaru's chakra. Kakashi knelt beside Sasuke, examining him closely, his brow deeply furrowed. The cursed seal's power was ravaging Sasuke's body and chakra system. Kakashi Sensei. Sasuke, Sakura choked, tears streaming down her cheeks. Kakashi drew a slow, measured breath, then turned to Naruto and Sakura, his tone graver than they'd ever heard. Given Sasuke's condition, your team is no longer fit to continue the Chunin exams. Withdraw immediately. I'll take Sasuke back to Konoha for emergency treatment. Withdraw. Naruto forced himself upright, his face etched with frustration and worry. But Sasuke, he wanted so badly to pass, to prove himself. If we withdraw now, he'll... I can help him. A timid voice broke through, the voice of Karen. Summoning courage, she pointed at Sasuke. My ability may not remove that terrible seal, but I can stabilize his chakra and ease his pain. All I need is for him to bite me. Karen instinctively tugged her sleeve down, revealing the faint overlapping tooth marks on her forearm. Kakashi's gaze lingered on Karen, especially on her vivid crimson hair and the scars tracing her arms. Kakashi didn't hesitate. Good, do it now. Sakura, assist her. Karen hurried to Sasuke's side. Gritting her teeth at the sight of his suffering, she extended her arm toward his mouth. Sakura swallowed her revulsion and gently pried Sasuke's clenched jaws apart. In his haze of agony and delirium, Sasuke instinctively sank his teeth into Karen's forearm. A vital life-infused chakra flooded into Sasuke through the wound. The spreading black seal patterns visibly stilled, temporarily anchored. Sasuke's furrowed brow eased slightly, his violent tremors subsided into shallow shudders. Seeing his condition stabilize, a decisive glint hardened in Kakashi's eye. Stabilized, for now, but the source remains. Naruto, Sakura, hold him down. Absolute stillness. Any movement risks catastrophic failure. Having completed his preparations, Kakashi swiftly formed the hand seals. Seal evil technique. A circular seal, etched in luminous interlocking runes, descended upon the curse mark, forcibly suppressing its spread and corrosion. Sasuke fell utterly still, slipping into unconsciousness, but his breathing steadied deep and even. Once finished, Kakashi rose and turned toward the shaken Karen. You're coming with me. Huh? Karen blinked, bewildered, glancing at Naruto and Sakura. Your abilities, and your identity, are uniquely dangerous. Remaining here puts you at grave risk. Orochimaru will likely seek you again. Return to Konoha with me, you'll receive protection and thorough assessment. Kakashi added, his gaze sweeping over Naruto and Sakura. This is also for your safety. Naruto and Sakura exchanged a silent look, understanding Kakashi's caution. Karen was an immense unknown. Go on, Karen. Sakura murmured softly. Kakashi-sensei will protect you. Karen looked once more at the unconscious Sasuke, then at Kakashi, and nodded firmly. Naruto. Sakura. Kakashi regarded his two students one last time, his expression layered with gravity and quiet resolve. Remember, survival comes first. Look after Sasuke. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto and Sakura answered in unison. Only the two genin and the motionless Sasuke remained on the clearing's hushed earth. Naruto walked to where Sasuke's phone had fallen, bent down and picked it up, clenching it tightly in his fist. He lifted his gaze toward the forest's heart, the direction of the central tower. Sasuke jolted awake, his eyes snapping open to behold two faces etched with deep concern. Sasuke. You're awake. How do you feel, Sasuke? Kakashi-sensei sealed the curse mark for you and Karen stabilized your chakra, but that curse seal... Sasuke did not answer immediately. Struggling upright, he let out a stifled groan as a sharp searing pain lanced through his neck. Instinctively his hand flew to the wound. A torrent of humiliation and fury surged through him. Orochimaru. That revolting man? Why? He had knew from the game's forewarning. He had known Orochimaru sought him, so why had he still fallen so utterly? Like a fish laid bare upon the chopping block, captured without resistance, branded with this mark of shame. Was it lack of vigilance? No, it was power. An abyssal chasm of absolute strength. Before that monster he had been fragile, pathetically, devastatingly frail. Grow stronger. Stronger than ever, by any means necessary. The thought screamed through his mind like a banshee's wail. Itachi's icy voice echoed anew in his ears. Do you wish to awaken the true power of these eyes? Then hate me. Hate me with all your heart, and kill your dearest friend. Unbidden, Sasuke's gaze darkened, drifting toward Naruto, who watched him with quiet, unwavering concern. This dead last, his best friend. Hey Sasuke. Why are you staring at me like that? Your eyes are seriously creepy. Naruto shivered under that chilling stare, unconsciously scratching the back of his head. Sasuke jerked his head away, wrenching his eyes from Naruto's, his chest heaving violently. Never. I will never walk the path that man laid out for me. I will never gain power by slaughtering my comrades. That would be a desecration, not only of myself but of this idiotic, loud-mouthed dead last friend. Sasuke's gaze fell upon the smartphone lying beside him, retrieved earlier by Naruto. Its casing bore faint scratches, yet it remained functional. The game allowed transformation into future versions of oneself. What if it featured a Mangekyo Sharingan-wielding Uchiha Sasuke? Not by killing Naruto, but by drawing upon power drawn from that future or some possible reality. By transforming, even briefly, he could wield strength sufficient to crush Orochimaru to confront Itachi. Sasuke snatched up the phone. His fingers trembled with raw intensity as he frantically scrolled and searched within the game, scouring character rosters and storylines for any trace of his own future self. Sasuke. Are you alright? Sakura asked, her voice thick with worry. At that moment a rustling stirred the nearby thicket. Naruto and Sakura instantly sprang to their feet, stepping protectively before Sasuke. Who's there? The foliage parted, and out stepped Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Oh, it's you. Shikamaru exhaled relief, softening his features. That massive chakra surge just now terrified us. We thought you'd run into serious trouble. Are you alright? Shikamaru. Naruto relaxed slightly at the sight of a familiar face. We ran into Orochimaru. What? Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji paled in unison. Sasuke. Sakura glanced anxiously at Sasuke, still lost in grim contemplation. He was bitten, marked with the curse seal. Naruto clenched his fist, voice low and heavy. Kakashi-sensei just finished sealing it, and took that Grassnin Karen with him. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed on the seal pulsing faintly at Sasuke's throat. His brow furrowed deeply. Did Asuma-sensei's team not arrive in time? So, the worst has indeed happened. Only then did Sasuke seem to surface from his inner storm. Slowly he lifted his head, and locked eyes with Shikamaru. Shikamaru! The message you sent Naruto, Orochimaru is watching. Stay vigilant. Trust no grass nin. Sasuke spoke each word with deliberate cutting precision. How did you know? How did you pinpoint that exact moment? Shikamaru scratched his head and sighed. What a drag. I didn't figure it out, I got it from my dad. The Hokage's office has been monitoring anomalous chakra fluctuations across the entire Forest of Death via specialized channels. When they detected an immense unfamiliar chakra signature converging on your location, and cross-referenced it with the game's cryptic grass nin hint, they alerted me instantly. I was told to warn you, immediately. Still, we were a step too late. Have you gathered your scroll? Naruto asked, refocusing on the exam. Luck held out. We ran into a squad of Takigakure shinobi. Choji mumbled between crunches of potato chips. Took some doing, but we secured the scroll we needed. Shikamaru added, though his gaze never left Sasuke. And you? Can you continue? Sasuke pushed himself up from the ground, gritting his teeth against the curse seal's lingering weakness, and the throbbing ache in his neck, rising unbowed. He looked at Naruto and Sakura, voice ironclad. Let's go. To the central tower. Meanwhile, deep within another sector of the Forest of Death, Might Guy and Hiruzen Asuma streaked through the canopy, tracking the cold serpentine trail of Orochimaru's chakra. This way, Guy. Asuma barked, gesturing sharply toward a trampled thicket. Youth forbids evil's escape. Guy roared, surging forward with renewed blazing speed. They arrived at a shadowed grotto littered with jagged boulders. There the chakra residue thickened, dense, unmistakable, as if Orochimaru himself had stood there moments before. Show yourself, Orochimaru. Asuma drew, his chakra blade voice ringing with authority. Guy dropped into a battle stance, muscles coiling, ready to ignite the 8 gates at a breath. Only the wind answered, howling hollowly through the stones. Guy's brows knotted. Asuma swept his gaze across the gloom, then froze, locking onto the base of a colossal boulder. Crouched there lay a pale, slender white snake, no thicker than an arm, barely clinging to life. Its fading aura pulsed with the unmistakable corrupted resonance of Orochimaru's chakra. It twitched feebly, instinctively. A decoy. Asuma crouched, examining it closely, frown deepening. No, more like discarded shed skin or a severed vessel. Its chakra was nearly spent, its spirit utterly extinguished. Did he slip away? Guy's jaw tightened, yet as he stared at the lifeless serpent he knew pursuit was futile. Truly worthy of the title Sannin, his art of evasion rivals his jutsu in sheer uncanny mastery. Indeed. Asuma rose to his feet. His objective here has clearly been achieved. He bears no desire to linger in combat. We must return at once, to report to the Hokage and Kakashi. Sasuke's condition is far graver than we anticipated. Lord Hokage. And this is the situation. We encountered Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, and Sasuke was afflicted with a cursed seal. This girl's name is Karen. She hails from the Grass Village and possesses an exceptionally rare constitution and abilities. Kakashi pointed to Karen's arm. And biting through her skin to absorb her blood or chakra enables rapid chakra restoration and wound healing. The Grass Village exploited this very trait, treating her as a mobile healing tool. And Karen trembled faintly, instinctively drawing her arm behind her back. The Uzumaki clan. And Jiraiya murmured softly. And such extraordinary vitality and regenerative capacity are hallmarks of Uzumaki bloodline heritage, and those crimson locks. And they remind me of Kushina. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his gaze upon Karen complex and searching. Child, lift your head. And trembling Karen raised her face behind her glasses, her eyes brimmed with terror. The Grass Village. Sarutobi's voice lowered, grave and heavy. Is this how they treated you? And Karen nodded fiercely, tears welling in her eyes. Yes. They locked me away. Whenever they needed me, shinobi would come to bite me. My mother died protecting me. And at that moment the office door burst open. Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi rushed in, dust-streaked and breathless. And, old man, and we tracked Orochimaru's trail, but found only this. A shedskin substitution. His chakra depleted, The true body had long since slipped away like a cicada shedding its shell. And Guy uncharacteristically solemn added in, "My deepest apologies, Lord Hokage. The vigor of youth arrived just a step too late. The malevolent one has escaped." And Hiruzen waved a hand. "Understood. You've both done well, Guy-sama." Kakashi turned toward Karen. "Lord Hokage, considering her abilities, her distinctive red hair, and Jiraiya-sama's assessment, I believe Karen is highly likely a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, perhaps even a lost orphan cast adrift beyond its borders. Her mother was almost certainly also of Uzumaki lineage. And, Lord Hokage." And suddenly gathering courage, Karen dropped to her knees with a soft thud. Tears spilled over at last. "And, please, don't send me back to the grass village. They'll lock me up again. They'll keep torturing me. Please let me stay in Konoha. They'll do anything. I can heal others. They'll strive to become a capable shinobi. Please let me stay." And silence filled the office. Only Karen's muffled sobs broke the stillness. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed quietly upon the red-haired girl kneeling before him. And after a pause his voice emerged calm yet resolute and, "Rise, child." Karen lifted her trembling face, tear-blurred eyes fixed on the Hokage. "And, from this day forward, Konoha is your home. By the authority vested in me as the third Hokage, I hereby declare Karen an official resident of the Hidden Leaf Village." Astonishment and overwhelming joy blazed instantly in Karen's eyes. "And, thank you, Lord Hokage." "Thank you?" "Shikaku." "And, present." "And, immediately arrange for Karen to undergo a full medical examination and treatment at Konoha Hospital. Those wounds on her arm. And, assign our finest medical team." "Understood." Shikaku responded without hesitation. "And, Kakashi." "And, Lord Hokage." "And, once Karen has recovered, enroll her in the hospital's medical division for formal training." "Excellent." Guy gave a thumbs up. "And, Sarutobi, you remain as naive and soft-hearted as ever." And the office door swung open once more. This time Danzo Shimura strode in. 2 silent root agents followed in his wake. And, an orphan of the Uzumaki clan. A constitution endowed with rare healing capabilities. And such a precious strategic asset, and bloodline, yet you casually assign her to a hospital. Danzo's gaze locked onto Hiruzen Sarutobi, his tone laced with sharp accusation and command and, "Hand her over to Root." Only under Root's rigorous discipline and absolute control can her abilities reach their peak potential, and serve Konoha's security with maximum efficiency. Not squandered on mundane medical jutsu. And the air in the office chilled to glacial silence. And Karen recoiled shivering under Danzo's cold, piercing stare. Her terrified gaze darted from Kakashi to the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi rose slowly, his presence swelling with the formidable aura of the Hokage. And meeting Danzo's gaze directly, his voice, though quiet, resonated with unassailable authority. Each word struck like tempered steel and, "Danzo, choose your words carefully." Sarutobi drew a slow, deliberate breath. His eyes swept across all present, then settled unwavering upon Danzo's grim, weathered face. "And, I am the Hokage." Those words detonated like thunder within the chamber, a declaration of ultimate authority in Konoha and an unequivocal rebuke of Danzo's presumption. Danzo's expression darkened instantly. Rage and humiliation flared in his eyes. And he stared fixedly at Sarutobi, his cane slamming hard against the floor. "You will regret this, Sarutobi." His voice seethed with bitter resentment. "And, for the sake of your laughable compassion, and your hollow ideal of a sunlit Konoha, you place invaluable assets in peril and weaken our village's strength. This girl, and that young Uchiha boy." "Humph." And without another word Danzo whirled sharply. "And, we depart." And he barked the order to his rude agents, and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Silence descended upon the office. And Karen paled, her legs threatening to buckle beneath her. And Jiraiya moved to the window, watching Danzo's retreating figure. Shikaku and Kakashi exchanged a grave, knowing glance. And Hiruzen sank slowly back into his chair, weary fingers massaging his brow. And turning to the frightened girl, his voice softened and, "Do not be afraid, child. Shikaku, take her to the hospital immediately. Kakashi, you will personally escort her." And, "Yes, sir." Shikaku and Kakashi replied in unison. And Kakashi approached Karen and gently tapped her shoulder, beckoning her to follow. Karen followed Shikaku and Kakashi out of the Hokage's office. Just before stepping through the doorway, she glanced back, toward the elderly man seated amid drifting smoke. Root Headquarters Danzo's face was storm-dark. His cane groaned under the pressure of his clenched grip. Sarutobi. You've grown old, and foolish. And he hissed, low fury and ambition blazing in his eyes. And such a priceless Uzumaki bloodline, left to wander untethered. And that young Uchiha boy marked by Orochimaru, another volatile element. Both must be brought under Root's absolute control. And he slammed his cane down with a deafening crack. Humph. I alone possess the vision to lead Konoha to true strength. Your hypocritical peace, and your sentimental bonds, will only drown our village in crisis. Wait, Sarutobi, your time is nearly spent. And the Hokage's seat demands a new occupant. An Iwagakure, Tsuchikage's office, and knock. 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 A firm rap echoed at the door. And enter, grumbled Ōnoki, not lifting his head, his voice as ever edged with impatience. The door opened. A Ronin from Iwa's ANBU division strode and swiftly knelt on one knee and respectfully presented a scroll sealed with multiple binding jutsu, and bearing the flaming leaf insignia of Konoha. Lord Tsuchikage, this urgent encrypted scroll arrives via special envoy from Hiruzen Sarutobi, 3rd Hokage of Konoha. And the envoy states it concerns matters of utmost gravity, and must be opened solely by you, with supplementary verbal intelligence delivered in person. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ōnoki finally raised his head, eyes narrowing. He knew Sarutobi well, his longtime rival, and understood the man never acted without cause. An encrypted dispatch, delivered by personal envoy with oral briefing. The protocol was exceptional. A flicker of wariness stirred within him. And place the scroll down, and bring the envoy in. Ōnoki gestured dismissively. Messenger of Konoha, greetings, 3rd Tsuchikage. Ōnoki waved dismissively, gesturing for the messenger to rise. And speak. What earth-shattering news has that old man Hiruzen Sarutobi sent you with? Why all this secrecy, and why must you deliver it in person? The messenger did not reply immediately. Instead, he carefully verified the soundproofing barrier around the office before taking a deep breath and saying, "In Tsuchikage-sama, the Fire Shadow entrusted me with this core message, and according to highly reliable intelligence and analysis gathered by Konoha, there exists an extremely high probability that Uchiha Madara never truly perished in the Valley of the End battle. Moreover, compelling evidence strongly suggests he was the unseen mastermind behind the 12-year-old attack on Konoha, and the one who controlled the Nine Tails." And what? Ōnoki's body jolted violently, his levitation faltered, dropping him several inches, nearly toppling him from his chair. Knees weathered, face drained of all color, his eyes widening in raw, unfiltered horror. Uchiha Madara is alive. Impossible. And instinctively Ōnoki clutched his aching lower back. And the Valley of the End. Hashirama Senju, the 1st Hokage, slayed him with his own hands. That is an irrefutable truth acknowledged across the entire shinobi world. Is Hiruzen Sarutobi jesting? And the messenger continued calmly. The Hokage fully understands how unbelievable this claim sounds. Mere words alone would hardly suffice to convince. Thus he specifically instructed me to convey that Konoha possesses a critical audio recording, the voice of the mysterious figure who appeared during the Night of the Nine Tails. Given that you Tsuchikage-sama are among the very few who heard Uchiha Madara's voice decades ago, the Hokage respectfully requests your personal presence in Konoha to authenticate the recording's authenticity. Audio evidence. In Konoha. And no physical proof, only a verbal promise and an invitation contingent upon his own journey there to verify it. Ōnoki fixed the messenger with a piercing stare and said, "An clever maneuvering by Hiruzen Sarutobi. To summon this old man across half the continent, just to hear a voice. On what basis does he presume a mere voice clip could persuade me that this monster still walks the earth? And why should I believe that I'd willingly step onto Konoha soil for nothing more than a speculative authentication? Is this not in truth a pretext, to seize me under Madara's name and coerce Iwagakure?" And the messenger replied, neither deferential nor defiant. "And Tsuchikage-sama, the Hokage fully acknowledges your reservations. He pledges his honor that this evidence is genuine, and its implications bear directly upon the survival of the entire shinobi world. As for safety, the Hokage guarantees your protection in Konoha at the highest possible level, and assures you absolute freedom to depart at any moment. To authenticate it in person, Ōnoki weighed the phrase slowly. A masterstroke of open strategy. Hiruzen had calculated precisely. He dared not gamble. He dared not gamble on the falsehood of this report, nor on the non-existence of Madara's threat. No! Ōnoki roared toward the door. An ANBU agent materialized instantly, kneeling on one knee. Tsuchikage-sama. Issue my order. Effective immediately. Iwagakure enters Tier 1 alert status. Monitor all anomalous chakra fluctuations with utmost vigilance, especially those linked to the Sharingan or Tail Beast chakra. At the first sign of suspicion, no consultation required. Activate the highest tier defense protocol and report immediately. Akatsuchi. Present. Drop all current assignments. You will escort me, under maximum security and concealment, to Konoha village. Having endured their harrowing encounter with Orochimaru and the torment of the cursed seals, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura finally reached the central tower with the arrival of Shikamaru's team. Though perilous, they successfully submitted both Heaven and Earth scrolls, and passed the second exam, subsequently arriving were Tsunagekyu's Gaara team, Otogekyu's Dosa team, and Kirigakyu's trio Chojuro Yudakata and Rinichi Aimuri. Team 3 and Team 8 of Konoha also arrived at the central tower, yet Team Kabuto did not appear. Fourth Kazekage Rashi had arrived early in Konoha and as head of an allied nation attended the preliminary matches seated beside the third Hokage. The third Hokage announced the rules for the pre-final matches ahead of the third exam. Digital screens began scrolling names. First match, Tsunagekyu's Gaara vs. Konoha's Rock Lee. Rashi's gaze swept across the arena. Let me assess your battlefield worth, as a weapon. All eyes in the arena snapped into focus. Lee bounded onto the platform, striking his signature opening stance against Gaara. Gaara rose slowly, sand swirling silently around him. At that razor-edge moment, when combat hung suspended on a thread, BRRT, 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 and almost simultaneously every genin candidate's and every jonin instructor's mobile device emitted a sharp, insistent alert tone. A single push notification flashed across every screen. Mobile game Naruto Shinobi Warriors Major Story Update. The burning of Konoha. What? Gasps erupted across the arena. Check the story, someone shouted. Ignoring the match entirely, everyone frantically tapped open the update. Text and keyframes scrolled rapidly. The joint invasion by Otogekyure and Tsunagekyure, the rising of the four violet flames formation, and the third Hokage standing alone against the Kazekage whose true identity was revealed, Orochimaru. Tsunagekyure, heed my command. Roshi shot to his feet. Orochimaru may be disguised and infiltrating. Search every corner. Nee's gaze locked instantly onto a shadowy jonin wearing an Oto forehead protector gliding stealthily towards Sasuke. Die Orochimaru. Golden sand surged like a tidal wave crashing down. Boom. Heh. Rashi. Orochimaru let out a chilling low laugh. Kakashi's lightning blade and Might Guy's leaf hurricane struck in unison. Orochimaru's body dissolved into countless slender serpents, spilling outward like a venomous flood, moving with terrifying speed. His target the nearest exit. Several ANBU agents appeared blocking the way. Yet Orochimaru's snake clone technique proved unnervingly elusive. Most attacks missed entirely. Even the few serpents struck simply dissipated into wisps of white smoke. Nee's true form, shielded by the chaos, had already fled, vanishing into the distance. Damn it! Hiruzen Sarutobi sprang upright, bellowing Chunin exams, immediately suspended. All candidates fall back. Konoha Shinobi, arrest every Otonin. Find Orochimaru. After him. Kakashi Gayasuma and multiple elite ANBU squads surged forward without hesitation. At the edge of the Forest of Death, where Asuma and Guy had earlier discovered the dying white snake faintly imbued with Orochimaru's residual chakra, Jiraiya sat cross-legged, palms pressed together in meditation. Shoujo the Toad Sage and Shima the Toad Sage perched steadily upon his shoulders. His face bore the iconic sage mode markings, his eyes transformed into horizontal frog-like pupils, his entire being radiating immense natural energy. Young Z lay, the absorption of natural energy is complete, announced Sage Shinzua. Lock on to the target's residual chakra confirmed. It is faint, but it cannot escape the perception of senjutsu. Sage Shima added, and Zilei snapped his eyes open with a sudden intensity. An invisible potent perception suffused with natural energy channeled through the white serpent as a medium radiated outward in an instant, and precisely detected the rapidly retreating De Shiwan. The coordinates were relayed clearly to Zilei and shared by mobile to the pursuing commander Yuan Fei Rijan. His gaze hardened without a moment's hesitation. He said, "Alert Kakashi," and the others to the direction. "Let us move." He knew this was the only chance. While De Shiwan had just been exposed, not yet fully off the field, and Zilei had successfully fixed his position. Two silhouettes, the resolute Yuan Fei Rijan and Zilei in sage mode, sped inexorably toward the direction where De Shiwan had fled. In a desolate cave, De Shiwan panted and came to a halt. Damn faulty intel. He was about to form the seals for the reverse summoning technique when the cave mouth was abruptly sealed by a cascade of golden sand. De Shiwan, your game is over. Luo Sha stood outside his sand, sealing every avenue of escape. At the same time, the third Hokage Yuan Fei Rijan and Zilei entered the cave. Zilei. Sage mode. That old man. Alarm bells rang within De Shiwan's mind. How could they have found him so swiftly? A cold, sinister smile curled across De Shiwan's face. He moved to speak, to taunt, or to sow discord. Sage Art Toad Chorus. Zilei gave him no opening. Sage Shinzua and Sage Shima puffed their cheeks in unison, and a strange chorus of croaks suffused with powerful natural energy instantly filled the entire cavern. This was a senjutsu illusion, an art that transcended ordinary genjutsu. The sneer on De Shiwan's face froze. His consciousness plunged into an endless viscous mire. Thought stalled. His body went rigid and utterly beyond his control. He had never expected Zilei to unleash an unreserved killing sage art at the outset. Now, old man. Zilei, maintaining the illusion with veins bulging at his temples, shouted. He knew the time he had to hold De Shiwan was exquisitely precious. The moment Yuan Fei Rijan stepped into the cave and saw him, his eyes were unnervingly calm. That calm bore the clarity of one who has seen life and death and accepted a burden. The footage on his phone, the burning of Mu Yi, had made him comprehend fully this renegade's madness and peril, and steeled him in final resolve. For the future of Mu Yi to spare any more innocence from De Shiwan's ambitions, Yuan Fei Rijan formed the seals with a speed unmatched in his life. Si Highway Mao Su Zi Wu Si. Forbidden Technique Shiki Fujin Reaper Death Seal. Behind Yuan Fei Rijan, a terrible spectral silhouette imperceptible to ordinary eyes and knowable only to the wielder, slowly materialized. The Reaper. Aya. De Shiwan's soul was violently torn from his body. He could clearly see that dreadful Reaper's form and feel the exquisite torment of his soul being ripped and consumed. He tried to struggle to resist, even to use a body replacement technique, but bound by the sage illusion and the absolute rule of Shiki Fujin, all resistance was in vain. No. Teacher Yuan Fei. Stop. You cannot. De Shiwan emitted a harrowing shriek drenched in unprecedented fear and despair. De Shiwan. Your ambitions and forbidden experiments have brought suffering to so many. The wounds of Mu Yi I shall end with my hand. Yuan Fei Rijan's voice was hoarse yet brimming with force. This time. End it utterly. Driven by his will, the Reaper's icy, enormous hand shot forth. It seized De Shiwan's contorted, struggling soul, and together with all the power, knowledge, and essence it contained, dragged them wholly into the Reaper's abyss. Light flared and was gone. The cave sank back into deathly silence. De Shiwan's body collapsed to the ground, eyes wide, pupils vacant and deluded, every trace of life extinguished. The man who once stirred storms across the shinobi world in his pursuit of immortality, his soul had been sealed forever within the Reaper's belly. Yuan Fei Rijan held the seal posture, his body a guttering candle in the wind, slowly toppling backward. The Reaper's spectral image behind him dissolved into nothing. A strong, trembling arm steadied his frail frame in time. Old man. Zilai's voice was hoarse. A searing pain swept through every inch of Yuan Fei Rijan's spirit, the price of offering himself to the Reaper. Yet in that moment bodily suffering felt distant, as if removed to another realm. His consciousness sank into a warm, fantastical sea of memories. He saw the boy in the corner of the ninja academy quietly turning scrolls, his eyes cold as a serpent yet hungry for knowledge. De Shiwan, you possess gifts and wisdom far beyond others. How I wish you would use them to protect, not to destroy. Forgive me, I could not stop you sooner as you walked further down the wrong path. The stone visages of the successive Hokage surfaced in his mind, the first expectations, the second's admonitions. The Hokage is Mu-Yes pillar, its guardian. For the village's children, for their laughter, and hope, some darkness must be cut away by my own hand. Faces of children flickered with startling clarity. Ming Ren's earnest, foolish grins was Zhu's stubborn, solitary silhouette, shouting, striving to keep pace. Lu Wan's lazy, clever gaze, Xiao Li's burning youth. Ming Ren's was Zhu. Children, the future of Mu Yi is entrusted to you. Grow tall and strong like newborn saplings, support and protect one another, and guard this hard-won peace and bond. His lips moved as if to speak, finally yielding only a barely audible, satisfied sigh. Those eyes, which had entrusted countless hopes and borne endless responsibility, finally fixed upon the jagged rock above the cave, as if piercing it, and looking toward the sky of Mu Yi he had loved all his life. A generation's hero, Mu-Yes third Hokage, Yuan Fei Rizhan, passed away. What remained upon his face was not pain but the relief of a burden laid down, and a profound, enduring expectation. Where Mu-Yes leaves dance, the fire endures. The flame will continue to illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout, the will of fire. The sunlight was dazzling, imbued with a strange warmth that made his eyelids feel like they were burning. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, his throat tight and dry. He instinctively reached under his pillow, empty. Where's my phone? Naruto fumbled around the bedside, touching nothing but the smooth wooden surface. A ceramic cup adorned with incomprehensible intricate patterns, and a neatly stacked pile of clean clothes. Mama! A bright and slightly urgent female voice called from downstairs. It's time to get up. Breakfast is getting cold. Mama. Who? Naruto sat up with a start, his blankets sliding off, and the unfamiliar room flooded into his vision. The walls were a clean off-white, and a small green plant sat on the windowsill, sunlight pouring in through the spotless glass. Everything was tidy, warm, and brand new, a stark contrast to his small apartment filled with instant noodle boxes and layers of dust. A wave of intense panic gripped Naruto's heart. Mama! Are you listening? If you keep dawdling, you won't get any of today's special miso soup. The woman's voice drew closer, accompanied by the sound of footsteps on the stairs. The door was suddenly pulled open. A woman stood at the entrance. Her fiery red hair resembled a burning sunset, casually tied back with a few rebellious strands falling by her cheeks. Her eyes held a mix of helplessness and affection as she stared at him. You child, why are you sleeping so deeply today? The woman stepped inside, naturally reaching out to ruffle his hair. Naruto jerked back as if electrocuted, pressing his back tightly against the cold wall. You! Who are you? Where is this? Who is Mama? The woman's hand froze in midair, her smile abruptly vanishing. Mama. What? What's wrong? Are you confused from your sleep? I'm your mother. Her voice was filled with confusion, her brows furrowed tightly as she scrutinized his face as if searching for signs of a prank. Mama. A vague syllable that he had never had the chance to call out resonated with a bittersweet longing that had been buried for 12 years, bursting forth uncontrollably. Mama. That call was weak and awkward, yet it was like a key, instantly unlocking all the worries in the woman's eyes. She no longer tried to touch him, only soothingly said, All right. It seems you really were just confused from sleep. Hurry and wash your face and brush your teeth, breakfast is waiting for you. She pointed to a small door on one side of the room. Quickly, your father is waiting downstairs. Watching the woman turn and head downstairs, the flash of red disappeared at the stairway while Naruto remained frozen in place, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. Naruto stumbled to his feet and instinctively felt his way into the small, equally impossibly tidy bathroom. The cold water splashed onto his face, causing him to shiver and slightly clear his mind. He looked at the familiar face in the mirror, Naruto Uzumaki. But here he was. Mama! Naruto went downstairs. The air was filled with the aroma of hot food, a sense of home. At the dining table, a man dressed in a Jonin vest was looking at a scroll. Hearing footsteps, he lifted his head. In that instant, Naruto's breath caught in his throat. With golden hair and eyes as blue as the sky, his lips wore a gentle smile that seemed capable of melting anything. That face. The face that had appeared countless times at Hokage Rock, the one that lingered in his midnight dreams. The fourth Hokage. The man before him exuded a gentle and steady aura, a warmth that belonged to a father. He looked at Naruto, his gaze filled with pure concern. Mama, what's wrong? You don't look too well. Didn't sleep well last night. Eat up. Minato put away the scroll and slid a steaming bowl of miso ramen in front of him. Weren't you supposed to meet Sakura and Sasuke today? You remember the meeting place, right? The 7th training ground. It was only then that Naruto snapped back to reality, a familiar anxiety of being late instantly overshadowing all his chaotic thoughts. Oh no. He hurriedly picked up the bowl. I almost forgot. Sitting beside him, Kushina shook her head helplessly, stuffing a bulging bento box into his hands, then handing him a brand new water bottle. Here, lunch and water. When are you going to fix your forgetful habits? Go on, don't keep your friends waiting too long. Thank you, Mom. Naruto accepted the items, the title still feeling a bit awkward but smoother than before. He practically fled through the warm door that made his heart race. The streets of Konoha were bathed in golden sunlight, tranquil and peaceful. Just a few steps out, Naruto suddenly halted, standing still. He slowly and stiffly raised his head. Hokage Rock loomed majestically. The faces of the first, second, and third Hokages remained unchanged. But the fourth face, the statue that should have been so familiar, had completely changed. It was a stranger, a middle-aged man with a peculiar starfish hairstyle. That position, the one that should belong to Minato Namikaze. Occupied by a stranger. The gentle golden-haired man at the dining table was just a jonin. Not the fourth Hokage. Then what about him? Who was this world's mama? Hey Mama! You look good today. Good morning, Mama. Mama, good luck with your mission today. Young Master Mama, here are some freshly made dango, would you like a skewer? A few enthusiastic and familiar greetings rang out nearby as several villagers and ninjas smiled and waved at Naruto. Naruto felt like a startled rabbit snapping back to reality, awkwardly pulling out a stiff smile and nodding randomly. Good morning. Thank you? No, it's fine. There was no disgust, no fear, only a familiarity that carried a hint of kindness, like that of a neighbor's ordinary child. The statue of the fourth Hokage, why? Why wasn't it him? That man was clearly right there in that warm house. At the edge of the 7th training ground there was a clearing in the woods. As Naruto rushed in panting, 2 figures were already waiting there. Hey, young Master Mama! A voice rang out clearly, teasing the last syllable drawn out. A black-haired boy leaned lazily against a tree trunk and straightened up. He wore fitted dark casual clothes, his collar casually open a bit, and sauntered over, unceremoniously hooking his arm around Naruto's neck. The sun is nearly high. Keeping your 2 companions, especially the lovely lady, waiting is not very gentlemanly. As he spoke, he pretended to be charming, flipping his bangs while casting a vague glance at the girl beside him. Sasuke. Stop messing around. The girl standing next to him spoke. Her pink hair was no longer the same as remembered, but rather neatly tied in a high ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and spirited brows. She looked helplessly at Sasuke, still hanging on Naruto, then flashed Naruto a bright smile tinged with a hint of apology. Don't mind him, Mamakan. Sasuke just loves to joke around. We just arrived not long ago. Naruto stared at them blankly. Sasuke. The Sasuke who was always serious and spoke of being at the bottom had become a charming playboy who could joke around. Sakura. At this moment she exuded the aura of a capable and reliable big sister. The enormous sense of incongruity made Naruto's head buzz, even more chaotic than when he saw the Hokage rock statue. Where's Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked almost instinctively. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura pulled out a task scroll from her ninja tool pouch and explained. He was suddenly assigned to an urgent rank escort mission and left for the border last evening. This mission only involves the 3 of us from Team 7. She turned the scroll towards Naruto and Sasuke. Rank mission: clear the obstructed riverbed of the Nanha River downstream. Main obstacles are the log, stones, and silt washed down by recent heavy rains. Client: Konoha Village Environmental Management Team. Meeting point: No. 3 dam downstream of the Nanha River. Clearing the riverbed. Naruto mumbled. This was certainly more exhausting than catching cats or dogs. What's wrong, young Master Mama? Do you feel it's beneath you? Sasuke raised an eyebrow at Naruto. Should I ask Ino to give you an easy herbal picking mission? Who needs your help? Stuck up Sasuke. Naruto instinctively retorted, familiar words spilling out. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing, his smile bright and devoid of gloom, radiating a sense of camaraderie that Naruto found irresistible. He slapped Naruto's shoulder enthusiastically. That's more like it. Let's go. The three quickly made their way to the downstream of the Nanha River. The once clear river had taken a turn here, blocked by a large amount of driftwood, broken log stones, and thick silt washed down by the storm, clogging most of the river. The murky water spread to the low-lying areas along the bank, emitting a faint smell of mud. As usual, I'll take charge of planning the area and clearing the larger obstacles. Sakura stood on a high rock scanning the blocked area. Sasuke can use fire release carefully to dry out the silt in the low-lying areas downstream. Be mindful of the range. Mamikun, you're responsible for dragging the thickest logs stuck in the middle of the river to the bank. Watch out for the current. Got it. Sasuke nodded, his expression sharpening as he focused. He quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A scorching fireball shot out, soaring over the muddy puddles, the intense heat instantly evaporating a large amount of white steam, causing the silt to harden and crack. The exquisite control over chakra and ninjutsu left Naruto secretly astonished. Taking a deep breath, he waded into the river. Several thick logs were firmly wedged in place by the water and stones tangled together. He hugged one of the thickest logs, exerting all his strength, but the wood didn't budge. Instead, the current caused him to stumble. Gritting his teeth, he gathered all his chakra and made another effort. Get up! In that moment of exertion, a strange and immense chakra seemed to be stirred by his will and emotions, suddenly surging forth, rapidly swirling and uncontrollably gathering in the palm of his right hand. Buzz! A fist-sized, rapidly spinning energy sphere emitting dazzling blue-white light appeared in Naruto's palm without warning. Rasengan. Naruto was completely stunned, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he looked at the rank ninjutsu that had appeared out of nowhere in his hand. How is this possible? He couldn't do this yet. Could it be that this world's Mama could? Did the fourth Hokage teach him? Hey! Mama! What are you doing? Sasuke's voice called out, filled with surprise. What technique is that? Such powerful chakra. Be careful. Sakura also noticed the anomaly and immediately warned. Naruto jolted, realizing that the Rasengan in his hand was uncontrollably pressing toward the massive log he was holding. He instinctively twisted his wrist. Boom! The Rasengan smashed into the riverbed, grazing the edge of the log. Instantly, the hard riverbed rock was ground to dust, creating a massive deep pit. Murky, muddy water mixed with stones shot up into the air, as if a rain of mud and stones had fallen. The part of the log that had been grazed was instantly torn into countless wood shavings. The tremendous impact surged back with the current, leaving Naruto unsteady as he fell into the icy river, splashing a huge wave. Naruto lay in the murky water, coughing violently, choking on several mouthfuls, his right palm still tingling with heat and a faint numbness. He raised his hand, staring blankly at his palm. Fear, shock, and a hint of an indescribable strange sensation churned within him. That power just now felt so foreign yet somehow familiar. Like an instinct buried deep within his body, awakened by a self-named Mama. Hey! Mama! Are you okay? Sasuke rushed over, pulling him up from the water. Sakura followed closely, squatting down to carefully check his arms and body. I'm fine. Naruto wiped the mud and water from his face, his voice trembling slightly. I just accidentally exerted too much force. Sakura sighed in relief, her reprimand laced with concern. Be more careful next time. That power is too dangerous. Fortunately, you didn't hurt yourself or downstream. She stood up, looking at the deep pit created by the Rasengan and the half-shattered log, her brows slightly furrowed. However, it did inadvertently clear out most of the biggest obstacle. Sasuke, let's speed up and finish the rest. Sasuke glanced deeply at Naruto, not asking further, just nodding. Okay. The task concluded in a subtle atmosphere. Naruto silently followed the two back to the village to return the task scroll and collect the reward. Sakura and Sasuke seemed to tacitly avoid questioning about that unexpected ninjutsu. Only as Sasuke was leaving did he pat Naruto's shoulder, leaving a meaningful glance. Next time let me see the complete that, Mama. Naruto replied, absently watching them walk away as the setting sun cast long shadows behind them. He didn't immediately return home, but rather inexplicably detoured to by the clear little river on the edge of the village. This place is almost identical to his original world. He lay down on the soft grass by the bank, gazing at the sky dyed golden red by the sunset, his mind a chaotic mess. The gentle smile of Minato, the reproachful gaze of Kushina Sakura's calm command, Sasuke's cheeky yet reliable smile, and the uncontrollable Rasengan. All of it felt so real yet seemed like a bizarre dream. He opened his right hand palm facing up towards the dimming sky. It seemed there still lingered the scorching sensation left by the chakra's friction during the Rasengan's explosion. The fourth Hokage, he is Menma's father. He personally taught Menma the Rasengan. And he, Uzumaki Naruto, is merely a thief who stumbled into this illusion. He greedily breathed in the air of this dream home, voraciously absorbing the warmth called parents that he had never experienced, even stealing the power that should have belonged to Menma. "I'm sorry," Naruto whispered softly to the flowing river, to the chakra marks of another soul lingering on his palm. His voice was quickly swallowed by the sound of the water. A wave of immense fatigue and indescribable sadness weighed down heavily. The night fully enveloped Konoha. As Naruto dragged his leaden legs to push open the familiar warm door of home, he was greeted by darkness. Bang! Bang! Two light sounds. The lights turned on. At the same time, the warm smiles of Kushina and Minato appeared. "Happy birthday, Menma!" Both called out in unison, their voices filled with pure joy and love. The small living room was carefully decorated with ribbons and balloons adorning the corners. In the center of the dining table sat a not very large cake decorated with fresh fruits, the warm yellow candlelight flickering, exuding a sweet and enticing aroma. Beside it were several beautifully wrapped gift boxes. "Birthday!" Naruto was completely stunned, standing at the door like a lost child. "Silly boy, you even forgot your own birthday!" Kushina smiled as she walked over, playfully tapping his forehead lightly with affection. "Come on in. We've been waiting for you." Minato also approached, his warm hand gently resting on Naruto's shoulder, guiding him towards the dining table. "You've worked hard on your mission, Menma. Today is your big day, relax a bit. Silly child, come blow out the candles." Kushina teased with a smile, bringing the cake closer, the candlelight reflecting the gentle glimmer in her eyes. "You've grown another year. Make a wish, Menma." "Wish." Naruto looked at the flickering candle flames, at his smiling parents behind the light. What wish did he still have? A child who had never known parents, growing up in loneliness and hatred, at this moment his greatest wish was simply for this scene to last forever. Even if it was just a dream, an illusion. He closed his eyes, forcing down the lump in his throat. There was only one wish: to hope this moment could last a bit longer, to feel a bit more real. He took a deep breath and blew out all the candles. "Happy birthday!" Minato and Kushina called out in unison. Kushina hummed a tuneless song, cutting the largest piece of cake for him. Minato then handed over a plain wooden box. "Open it and take a look, Menma." Naruto nervously untied the deep blue ribbon and lifted the lid. Inside lay a quiet fox mask. The mask had 3 upright eyes. "This was specially chosen for you by your mother and me. The fox symbolizes agility and protection. I hope it brings you good fortune and keeps you safe." Minato gently picked up the mask and placed it on Naruto's face. "Happy birthday, our child." Kushina's voice was choked, her eyes shimmering with joyful tears. "Happy birthday, Menma." Minato smiled, ruffling the head of Naruto, who was wearing the mask. Below the mask, Naruto's tears surged out without warning. He suddenly lowered his head, his shoulders uncontrollably shaking slightly. The tears finally broke through the dam, silently rolling down, soaking into the mask. Not out of sadness, but from an overwhelming torrent of happiness and grievance that he had never experienced, almost drowning him. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance, both seeing the pain and gentle acceptance in each other's eyes. Kushina reached out, gently patting Naruto's slightly trembling back. There were no questions, only silent comfort, as if saying, "Cry, child, we are here for you." The night was quiet. Naruto lay in the soft bedding, the room still filled with the sweet scent of cake and the smell of ribbons. He lay on his side, curled up, holding the 3-eyed fox mask tightly to his chest, as if it were absorbing his last bit of warmth, or perhaps it was his only beacon connecting him to this illusory world. The tears had long since dried, leaving a tight, uncomfortable sensation. His consciousness gradually sank into a chaotic darkness under the weight of extreme fatigue and overwhelming emotion. "Naruto! Naruto! Hey! Naruto!" A familiar yet slightly impatient voice pierced through the chaotic darkness like a needle. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes. The glaring real sunlight streamed in through the familiar window cracks, hurting his eyes. He was back. back to his cold, empty apartment that belonged to Uzumaki Naruto. His heart felt as if it was tightly gripped by a cold hand suddenly constricting, causing him to bend his body in pain. Was the dream really just a dream? That mother with red hair, that father with sky-like eyes, that reliable Sakura, that noisy yet passionate Sasuke. And the warmth that had nearly melted his soul. Naruto. You little brat. If you don't open the door, I'm going to finish the ramen. From outside came Iruka-sensei's coarse yet caring shout. Naruto struggled to sit up, the intense feeling of loss flooding over him like icy water. He unconsciously looked down at his hands, empty. Indeed. The mask. He bitterly tugged at the corners of his mouth. How could that warmth ever be brought back? However, just as his gaze swept over the crumpled bedsheet, his movements suddenly froze. Beside the pillow, a white shape lay quietly. It was it. The wooden fox mask with 3 eyes. Naruto trembled as he reached out, fingertips brushing against the mask. The real cold sensation spread from his fingertips to his heart. It wasn't a dream. At least, not entirely a dream. He clutched the mask tightly in his hand. He nearly lunged to the door, yanking open the creaky old door. Outside, Iruka-sensei was holding a steaming bowl of fragrant Ichiraku ramen. The steam blurred the noticeable scar on his face. Seeing Naruto's red-rimmed eyes and dazed expression, Iruka was clearly taken aback, then his brows habitually furrowed, carrying a hint of distaste yet deeper concern. Did you have another nightmare? Or are you hungry? Here, eat it while it's hot. I specially doubled the chashu for you. The familiar rich aroma of tonkatsu soup wafted toward him. Looking at the bowl of ramen Iruka handed over, seeing the care in his eyes that, while always tinged with reproach, had never truly faded, a wave of warmth surged to Naruto's nose, filling his eyes with a bitter sting. Iruka. Sensei. Naruto's voice was hoarse, thick with nasal tones. He took the heavy, warm bowl of ramen, and the scalding tears finally surged uncontrollably again, falling into the rich broth. What are you crying for, you idiot? Iruka turned his face away, his tone still the same, but unable to hide his helplessness. Hurry up and eat. It'll taste bad if it cools down. Finish eating and get to the meeting quickly. Kakashi and the others are probably already waiting for you. Iruka urged, ruffling Naruto's messy hair. Naruto held the bowl, gulping down mouthfuls. The hot noodles and broth slid down his throat, warming his cold stomach, soothing his heart that had been torn and pieced back together. The taste of home seemed to exist not only beneath that illusory roof. After hastily finishing his meal, warmth filled his stomach, yet his heart still felt heavy. Naruto grasped the fox mask, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately held it tightly in his hand and rushed out the door. The streets of Konoha were already awake in the morning. The sunlight was a bit glaring and the air was mixed with the smell of breakfast stalls and earth. In the distance he saw familiar figures waiting at the edge of the third training ground. Kakashi was still lazily leaning against the trunk, holding his ever-present book, Make Out Paradise. Sakura was impatiently tapping her foot, muttering something. And that figure with black hair, Uchiha Sasuke, had his arms crossed, facing away from Naruto, slightly turning his head. You slowpoke. Sasuke's voice carried clear impatience. You're too slow. This familiar address, this familiar, slightly annoying, arrogant tone. Naruto's footsteps hesitated for a moment. That charming playboy Sasuke, who used to call him Menma with a gleaming light in his eyes, was ultimately just an illusion. Somewhere in his heart, that slowpoke stung him slightly, a subtle pain, yet also a strange grounded sense of reality. This was his world, cruel and cold, yet there were still people who were willing to wait for him. Sorry. I overslept. Naruto's face broke into that habitual big carefree smile as he sped up and ran over, dispelling the last trace of gloom in his eyes. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura. Sasuke. Naruto. What are you holding in your hand? Sakura immediately noticed the thing tightly clenched in Naruto's hand and curiously leaned a little closer. Sasuke also cast a cold glance over. Kakashi finally lifted his gaze from the book, casually glancing at the mask in Naruto's hand, then returning to the pages as if it were merely an unimportant object. Naruto stopped, looking down at his tightly clenched right hand. The white wooden mask lay in his palm, 3 fox eyes staring back at him. Naruto raised his head, his gaze crossing over his companions, over the bustling streets and rooftops, inevitably landing on the village's most prominent landmark, the towering Hokage Rock. The first Hokage. The second Hokage. The third Hokage. And then the fourth. That massive weathered face etched with time. Forever gazing gently over the entire village with a smile that seemed to encompass everything. Namikaze Minato. His father. The true belonging to this cruel world, yet he had never had the chance to embrace his father. Naruto slowly and almost reverently raised the fox mask in his hand. The rough edge of the wooden mask blocked his view, leaving only the outline of the rock wall ahead. He gently moved the mask. The three hollow fox eyes of the mask slowly aligned bit by bit with the features of the fourth Hokage's colossal face on Hokage Rock. Through the mask's eye holes, the eyes of the fourth Hokage, blurred by time, seemed to come alive. That gaze pierced through the dust of time, transcending the barriers of life and death, quietly, gently, with a hint of weariness and comfort, landing on Naruto. The texture of the mask pressed against his skin, while the distant gaze of the rock statue carried a warmth that penetrated his soul. Naruto held this position motionless. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The noise of the street, the puzzled looks of his companions, the faint sound of Kakashi turning pages, all seemed to retreat to a distant place. The entire world was left with that mask, and behind its hollowness the pair of eyes belonging to his father, which had finally become clear, gazing at him, transcending life and death, reality and illusion. Naruto lowered his arms, the mask falling back to his side. When he looked up at Hokage Rock again, his gaze was entirely different. It carried too many complex emotions: the fatigue and panic of crossing two worlds, the deep yearning for that fleeting warmth, the belonging and acceptance of this cold, harsh reality, and an unprecedented, heavy understanding. Naruto faced the puzzled gazes of Sasuke and Sakura, met Kakashi's seemingly all-seeing dead fish eyes, and forced his lips to curve up, trying to muster a smile. That smile was no longer the carefree grin of the past. It was somewhat stiff, marked by tear stains, like a piece forcefully pieced together, sharp at the edges, yet radiating a calm strength after breaking. This. Naruto looked down, his fingertips gently caressing the mask, feeling as if he could still touch the warmth from last night when Minato had put it on him. This is a parting gift. Next game update content preview. Adventure Dungeon Chapter 5 Legend of the Ninja. Ninja Shop purchase with gold coins. See Ninja Tian Tian New Year Win Chong Sam. B Ninja Chio. A Ninja Kakuzu. Ninja Fragments. B Ninja Hataki Kakashi Young Uzumaki Kushina. A Ninja Uchiha Shursui. High level skills removed. S Ninja Jiraiya. High level skills removed. High level recruitment. S Ninja Namikaze Minato. A Ninja Uchiha Itachi Deidara. C Ninja Shizen. Limited recruitment. B Ninja Pakura Yugago Six Tails Jinchuriki Gara Possessed Body. See Ninja Exchange Voucher Ching. Group Purchase Ninja A Ninja Katadan. Wish Lottery opened. Lottery description: using one Wish Lottery coin allows for one draw with a chance to obtain rare rewards, Wish Stones. Each lottery draw increases 1 point of luck. The higher the luck, the greater the chance to obtain rare items. When luck reaches 110 points, the next lottery draw will definitely yield a Wish Stone. After obtaining a Wish Stone, luck resets to 0. Wish Stones can be repeatedly obtained and exchanged for items in the Wish Shop. Wish Lottery coins 6 tails each, available for purchase starting from V7. Grand Prize Wish Stone. Wish Shop Wish Stone Fragments 598 1 Wish Stone. A Ninja Afei Fragments 36 Wish Stone Fragments. B Ninja Uchiha Sasuke Curse Seal Fragments 36 Wish Stone Fragments. Organization Land of Earth Battlefield Fortress Seizure Battle 1 Country 1 Server. Badge Exchange S Ninja Jiraiya Sage Mode Fragments 10 High Level Fortress Badges. S Ninja Tsunade Fragments 10 High Level Fortress Badges 10 Regular Fortress Badges. Point Card Function opened. Costume Shop opened. Ultimate Techniques Konoha Whirlwind Kaleidoscopes Darkness Troublesome. Akatsuchi curiously surveyed the bustling street, shaded by lush trees and teeming with vitality, in stark contrast to the rock village. Ōnoki did not respond immediately. He scanned his surroundings, his brows furrowing tighter. It wasn't due to the village layout, but rather the behavior of the villagers. Almost everyone, regardless of age or gender, whether ninja or civilian, they all kept their heads down, holding a glowing palm-sized black slab, their fingers swiftly sliding and tapping on it. Some were foolishly smiling at it, some frowned in concentration, while others gathered excitedly to discuss something. Have the people of Konoha fallen under some sort of illusion? Ōnoki murmured to himself. Or has that old coot Sarutobi Hiruzen developed some newfangled communication ninja tool? With one for each person, the scale. At that moment, the Konoha ninja on duty at the village entrance recognized them and approached with a solemn expression. Ōnoki learned of the sacrifice of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had given his life to seal Orochimaru for good. Sarutobi. Dead? Ōnoki's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Although he often enjoyed banter with that old fox, they were both Kage and old rivals who had experienced the harsh times of war. Hearing of his opponent's tragic end in such a manner was shocking. A surge of complex emotions arose within Ōnoki, shock, regret, and a touch of desolation. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. The ninja nodded solemnly. Lord Jiraiya and the advisors are waiting for you. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya, Naro, Shikaka, Mito Gate, and Tenten greeted Ōnoki. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere shifted immediately to the main topic. Lord Tsuchikage, thank you for your efforts. Regarding the information we previously conveyed, Jiraiya got straight to the point. I came precisely for that. Ōnoki interrupted him, floating in the air with his arms crossed. The time bought with Sarutobi's life is not for idle chatter. What about the audio evidence you mentioned? Nara Shikaku stepped forward, presenting a device that appeared identical to what other villagers were holding. The screen displayed a paused interface. Please, Lord Tsuchikage, take a look at this footage. Shikaku operated the device. Ōnoki leaned in with a hint of doubt towards the device, as the voice of the mysterious masked man echoed. Ōnoki's body jolted violently. He abruptly covered his waist, falling from the air to nearly touch the ground. His old face turned pale in an instant, eyes filled with horror and fear. It's him. Ōnoki gasped. That voice. It can't be wrong. It's Uchiha Madara. That monster. He truly is still alive. The overwhelming shock left Ōnoki in a state of turmoil. The office fell silent, only the sound of Ōnoki's heavy breathing filled the air. Jiraiya and the others silently observed him. Ōnoki's reaction was undoubtedly the most compelling evidence. After a long while, Ōnoki barely managed to suppress this tumultuous emotion. He raised his head, fixated on the small black box emitting Madara's voice, and asked the question that had lingered in his heart since entering Konoha. What exactly is this thing? Where did you Konoha obtain something capable of reproducing images and even recording information about that monster? This is called a mobile phone, Lord Tsuchikage. Mito Gate explained. It can not only record sound and images but also facilitate long-distance communication and access information. It is a very convenient tool. As for its origin, Jiraiya interjected. It comes from a special shop in the village, Natsume Mobile Store. The owner is a very mysterious figure. Whatever you wish to know about mobile phones, he may be the only one who can answer. Under the guidance of Jiraiya and Naro, Shikaku, Ōnoki, and Akatsuchi, filled with curiosity, arrived at a shop in Konoha's commercial street that appeared quite ordinary. The sign read Natsume Mobile Store. Before they even entered, they heard a lively, almost boisterous voice from inside. Pervy Sage. It really is you in person. A boy with golden hair and a beard on his cheeks was circling around Jiraiya alongside a stoic black-haired boy, a pink-haired girl, and a silver-haired jonin lazily leaning against the doorframe watching the lively scene. Naruto. Mind your manners. Kakashi closed his book, slightly bowed to Ōnoki. My apologies, Lord Tsuchikage. This child. Well, he's quite energetic. Earth Shadow. Naruto then noticed the old man hovering in midair, short in stature, and curiously glanced up and down. Wow! A flying grandpa! The old man ignored Naruto's clumsiness and flew into the store, drifting to the counter. Behind the counter stood a young man who appeared gentle and harmless, yet whose aura was unfathomable. Natsume. Are you the shopkeeper? The old man spoke bluntly. I want to buy this phone. That one. How much? Akatsuchi paid the bill. 10,000 too. A hand exchanged money while the other received the goods. The old man solemnly took the sleek phone. He mimicked what he had seen from the villagers on the street, and pressed the power button. The screen lit up instantly, and an icon depicting Naruto's face immediately caught his attention. Tap that Naruto icon, Jiraiya reminded from the side. The old man followed his advice and tapped it. After the events of the Nine-Tails Night, the old man looked at Naruto. So this little brat is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and he is very likely the son of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. The phone prompted the old man to choose a nickname to enter the game. After a moment's thought, he entered Rock of Two Scales. Upon entering the game's homepage, he acquired Uzumaki Naruto Ninja Trainee Uzumaki Naruto. The old man raised an eyebrow. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki using him as the starting character. This little brat. With a mix of curiosity and disdain, the old man entered adventure mode. In the frame, the resolute gaze of the third generation, the hand seal of the corpse demon seal, and the final collapsing figure. Daimyo's fingertips traced across the screen, scrutinizing every piece of text and every critical scene. The plotline is clear, entirely centered around Team 7 of Konoha, particularly focusing on the experiences of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the young Naruto Uzumaki. This is his story. The latest chapter, Burning Leaf, while differing somewhat from reality, prophesies core events. Konoha must have been aware that the plot had altered the future. This little phone contains things far too terrifying. It not only records the past and present but also signifies the future. The ninja character abilities, possible tactics, and even clues to significant events yet to happen. This is nothing short of a strategic-level ninja tool. Its value far exceeds 10,000 ryo. A tremendous sense of crisis and a strong desire instantly overwhelmed all doubts. Daimyo suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Natsume, his tone carrying an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of urgency. Boss Natsume. Is this phone only available in Konoha? Natsume shook his head and replied, not at all. I also have branches in Kirigakure and Sunagakure. Good things should naturally be shared with everyone. Kirigakure. Sunagakure. Daimyo's heart trembled. Rokudame of Sunagakure must also know. This good thing Iwagakure cannot fall behind. Boss Natsume. Daimyo's voice held an earnestness that could not be refused. I represent Iwagakure and earnestly request that you open a branch in our village. This item is crucial for the village's development, for the training of ninjas, and for information acquisition. If you can agree, the entire Iwagakure will be immensely grateful. Of course. Natsume looked at this stubborn old man who had set aside his pride for the village's benefit, nodding slightly. I'm also looking forward to the market in Iwagakure. We can discuss the location details later. Great. It's a deal. A heavy stone fell from Daimyo's heart. He glanced around the store at everyone, especially Jiraiya and Kakashi, his voice low yet laced with a hint of warning. From now on, Boss Natsume will be our most important partner, an honored guest in Iwagakure. If anyone dares to trouble Boss Natsume in Iwagakure or elsewhere coveting his business or safety, then they are declaring themselves enemies of Iwagakure. Enemies of me, Daimyo, who weighs 2 scales. A familiar and abrupt notification sound wave suddenly erupted. Almost everyone in the store, Jiraiya, Kakashi, the 3 from Team 7, even Daimyo, who had just received his phone. It has been updated. Naruto reacted the fastest, pulling out his phone. Kakashi Sensei. Sakura. Sasuke. The game has been updated. Sasuke and Sakura immediately took out their phones to check. Kakashi closed Intimate Paradise, and Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he pulled out his own device. Daimyo frowned clumsily, lighting up his brand new phone like the others. Everyone entered the game. Congratulations. You have obtained rank Ninja Naruto Uzumaki First Tale. Immediately after, 3 strikingly impactful and stylistically diverse character posters forcefully pushed onto everyone's screens, occupying the entire display. Longing. We will reunite. Minato Namikaze's Light and Darkness. Itachi Uchiha descends Deidara's appearance. Art is an explosion. Wow. Naruto leaped up excitedly, waving his hands and shaking his phone in exhilaration. Brank Ninja. I, Naruto Uzumaki, finally have my first Brank Ninja. Kakashi Sensei. Sakura. Sasuke. Did you see it? However, his excitement lasted only a few seconds. When his gaze swept over the 3 new character posters, it instantly froze on the first one. PP Pain. Naruto's smile froze on his face as he stared intently at the man on the poster, exuding a powerful aura. He thought of another world of the gentle Minato Namikaze, and an indescribable emotion surged within him, a mix of unfamiliarity, longing, and a hint of bittersweetness. He instinctively touched his forehead protector. Is he really my dad? This world's 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Then his gaze moved to the second poster, his brow tightening even further as his finger pointed at the name on the screen, stuttering as he read Uchiha. Fusion. No, it's Uchiha. Touch. Some clearly could not read the complex character for Itachi. It's Uchiha Itachi. A voice suppressing some intense emotion sounded. Sasuke had unknowingly stood behind Naruto, his gaze fixated on the poster of Uchiha Itachi, his knuckles gripping the phone, turning white from the pressure. He had finally waited for it. Itachi appeared in the game. What does this mean? It means he can foresee Itachi's jutsu combat techniques and potential weaknesses in advance. He might even uncover the truth of the massacre night during future adventures. Sasuke clicked into Itachi's character interface without hesitation, browsing the sparse lines of skill descriptions and icons. Kakashi opened the shop list and his eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing the fragment for Kakashi Hatake Young. The prefix Young instantly reminded him of Obito Uchiha Young that had appeared previously. Obito Young. Kakashi's heart sank suddenly. If Obito really isn't that mysterious masked man, then the game is likely to introduce other alternate forms of Obito Uchiha in the future. Minato Namikaze's Kushina Uzumaki, even my younger self has appeared. So what about my father? Will he appear in some future update in this game? In what form? Kakashi abruptly cut off this line of thought, shifting his gaze away from the screen, uncertain if he was truly prepared. Jiraiya's expression was grave. Kakuzu Itachi Uchiha Deidara and now another 4 members of the Akatsuki organization in this update. How many dangerous rogue ninjas has this organization recruited? How many more are hidden in the shadows? Who else might the game unveil in the future? Jiraiya immediately clicked on the newly unlocked Adventure Dungeon Legendary Ninja. However, the moment he entered, Jiraiya was stunned. The voice for the dungeon introduction had changed. It was no longer the narration of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, but Tsunade's voice. Tsunade. Jiraiya murmured, with the old man sacrificed the position of Hokage in Konoha has indeed. Nara Shikaku also noticed this detail. The narration of the dungeon has switched from the third Hokage to Lady Tsunade. He analyzed rapidly in his mind. From now on, the storyline of the Adventure Dungeon is completely separated from reality in the future. From the moment Orochimaru dies, the trajectory has completely changed. When Shikaku's gaze swept over the Tobi wearing an orange whirlpool mask revealing only one eye, his brows furrowed slightly. A mask revealing only the right eye. The image of the mysterious person from the Nine-Tails Night who also wore a mask immediately surfaced in Shikaku's mind. The characteristics of their attire were highly similar. Could Tobi be the masked man controlling the Nine-Tails? Shikaku thought quickly. However, Tobi's loud and somewhat silly voice was in stark contrast to the low, hoarse, and oppressive voice from the Nine-Tails Night. The voices don't match. Is it the same person deliberately disguising themselves with different voices? Or are they fundamentally 2 different people? If Tobi is the masked man, then why would he use 2 completely different voices? Is it multiple personalities? Or a deeper form of disguise? Does the game's introduction of Tobi hint at some crucial connection between the 2? Shikaku felt that the Akatsuki organization was even murkier and more complex than he had imagined. Sakura, on the other hand, was attracted by another new feature in the update, the introduction of points for purchasing costumes and ultimate techniques as well as substitution items. Sakura raised her head, looking at Natsume behind the counter, her tone filled with a hint of verification and expectation. Boss Natsume, are these points only for purchasing costumes and items? Will there be ninjas that can only be purchased with points in the future? Upon hearing this, Natsume's smile seemed to freeze for a moment, then he revealed an exaggerated, earnest expression, raising 3 fingers. Don't worry, Sakura. Absolutely not. I, Natsume, swear by the legendary 3 ninjas. Ninja characters for points. It doesn't exist. We only sell skins and items. Ninjas are all acquired through skill and gold. Fair and just. Natsume patted his chest for reassurance. However, Sakura's eyes were filled with undisguised skepticism. She crossed her arms, giving Natsume a look that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Natsume felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, sighed helplessly, and shifted to a more serious posture. Alright, I swear by. Rubik's Cube. You can believe me this time, right? Rubik's Cube is very sacred. Unfortunately, the light of skepticism in Sakura's eyes not only didn't extinguish, but became even brighter. Sakura pouted, clearly holding reservations about the credibility of Boss Natsume's oath. I just feel like Boss Natsume is setting a flag, she muttered to herself. Ōnoki's gaze was firmly locked onto the 3rd poster. Deidara. His aged voice carried a sense of frustration and a hint of indescribable loss. That brat pursuing instant art. He seemed to see again that talented yet rebellious student who had betrayed the village and joined that dangerous organization, Akatsuki. What does the game's introduction of Deidara mean? It means that this wayward disciple is likely to stir up even greater turmoil in the ninja world in the future, and it might even end in some tragedy. Ōnoki's fists unconsciously clenched. Sasuke ignored the various commotions caused by the game update inside the shop, fully immersing his mind into that small screen. Itachi Uchiha recruited successfully. Very good. Sasuke murmured to himself as he clicked into the ninja training ground. Here he could test all of Itachi's abilities without worrying about alerting anyone in reality. Sasuke controlled Itachi in the game to move forward, continuously clicking on the basic attack key. However, the moves displayed by Itachi on the screen made Sasuke's brows tighten instantly. First strike, Itachi delivered a swift and short punch with his right hand. Second strike, Itachi's left hand drew a kunai. Third strike followed by a smooth side kick. Fourth strike, Itachi leaned forward and delivered another left-hand punch. Fifth strike, Itachi used fire release breathing flames forward to knock the opponent away. Sasuke's expression froze and the corner of his mouth even twitched uncontrollably. What kind of taijutsu is this? He stared at the clean and neat movements of Itachi on the screen, which were absolutely unlike the cunning, mysterious, and ninjutsu and jinjutsu dominant attacks of Uchiha Itachi he remembered. A punch. A kick. Is he joking? A strong sense of absurdity surged into his mind, utterly different from his imagined taijutsu attacks filled with the oppressive presence of the Sharingan. Suppressing his complaints about the basic attack, Sasuke glanced with some doubt at the first skill icon. Skill 1, Amaterasu. This was what Sasuke was most concerned about. The signature ocular technique of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke held his breath and pressed his finger heavily on the first skill icon. Amaterasu. With a cold whisper. Sizzle. A cluster of pitch-black flames ignited out of thin air. Sasuke's pupils suddenly contracted and his fingers tightened around his phone. The black flames. This is it. This is the terrifying power of Uchiha Itachi's eyes. The wind-up is extremely short and the initiation is swift. The range is approximately 5 body lengths on the z-axis and 5 body lengths on the y-axis. It has a large range, high damage, can grab and sweep the ground. After releasing the skill, you can still move freely. This would definitely be a lethal move to dodge with all one's might in reality. Sasuke's heart raced violently in his chest, filled not only with a desire for power, but also with a deep hatred for the one who possessed it. Skill 2, Shadow Clone Explosion. Itachi sends a clone charging straight out of the screen. This z-axis range. The clone explodes immediately upon hitting an enemy and sends them flying. If it misses, it slowly returns, and touching an enemy on the way back will also cause an explosion. The clone will return early if it hits a wall. The clone lasts this long. It exists for almost 10 seconds. Although the clone's charging explosion method seems a bit direct. At least the power of this fire explosion looks considerable, and the clone carries the imagery of a crow, finally giving a bit of that Uchiha Itachi feeling. Sasuke silently took note. Clone bait charging explosion area damage. Ultimate technique Tsukuyomi. Sasuke's gaze heatedly locked onto the final and most mysterious ultimate icon. Tsukuyomi. The terrifying illusion that filled his young heart with endless pain and despair on the night of the massacre. He eagerly pressed it down. Itachi uses his Mangekyo Sharingan to pull the enemy into the Tsukuyomi space, causing the moon to fall. Large range, invincible throughout. 60 of health damage. Moreover, after the skill ends, it can connect to other skills. Amaterasu levitates the enemy, immediately unleash the second skill, immediately activate the ultimate. The clone hits the target in the ultimate upon returning, achieving double hits. Geometric double hits. Geometric Itachi. Sasuke exited the training ground, his gaze dark as he returned to Itachi's character main interface. This outfit. Sasuke's brows furrowed tightly. Many characters in the game are wearing it: Akatsuki, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Kisame. What kind of organization could have so many powerful rogue ninjas? And Itachi is among them. A chill even greater than before surged through him. A Uchiha Itachi who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan and masters Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi is already terrifying enough. And behind him stands an unknown organization composed of multiple rank rogue ninjas. It feels like thinking you are facing a lone wolf, only to discover it is just the sharpest fang in a pack. A profound sense of crisis and an indescribable feeling of oppression exploded in Sasuke's heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Sasuke suddenly turned his gaze to the side of the screen where the newly unlocked adventure story chapter awaited. With a slight tremor in his finger he pressed down. Itachi and Kisame arrive in Konoha target Naruto Uzumaki. Encountering Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke is defeated. The power gap is insurmountable. The brief words in the story struck Sasuke's heart like a hammer. I was taken down by Itachi. I never fought Itachi. The power gap is too great. Shame. The overwhelming sense of shame instantly drowned out the previous shock and sense of crisis. The story in the game seemed like a cruel mirror reflecting the deepest fears he was most unwilling to acknowledge. His current self is still nothing before Itachi. Even if he trained desperately, even if he thought he had grown stronger before Itachi's eyes and the face of Amaterasu's black flames, and Tsukuyomi's illusion, he remained that easily crushed one. What a joke! Sasuke's jaw clenched tightly. How could I possibly lose to him a second time? Besides, he came to Konoha for Naruto, not for me. Itachi's target is the Nine Tails, that dead weight. And I, Uchiha Sasuke, in Itachi's eyes am perhaps just an ant that can be crushed at will. Not even qualified to be the target. This is more humiliating and infuriating than mere failure. The intense sense of humiliation instantly transformed into an almost obsessive urgency. Become stronger. Must immediately and swiftly become stronger. Strong enough to shatter those eyes of the Mangekyo, strong enough to return 100-fold all the pain that man has inflicted upon him. Strong enough that Itachi's gaze can no longer ignore the existence of Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze swept across the game interface, instantly locking onto the glimmering new character avatar on the Wish recruitment page, Uchiha Sasuke Cursed Seal. This is it. Sasuke's heart raced with extreme desire, almost bursting out of his chest. He could feel the aura of power emanating from that self in the image, far more dangerous and violent than his current self. That was the forbidden power granted by Orochimaru. Without any hesitation, Sasuke clicked on the Wish treasure hunt. No matter the cost. I must obtain this power. Itachi, wait for me. However, the Wish treasure hunt interface coldly reminded him insufficient Wish treasure hunt coins. Sasuke's breath hitched and his expression darkened further. Pay to win. He needed a large amount of money. In that instant of intense desire clashing violently with the reality of scarcity, Sasuke's gaze suddenly shifted from the screen, precisely locking onto the yellow-haired figure not far away, laughing and carefree, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto suddenly felt a chill down his back. He instinctively shrank his neck, turned his head, and just happened to meet Sasuke's piercing Sharingan. Ugh! Naruto was so frightened by that gaze as if it would swallow him whole that his hair stood on end and he nearly dropped his phone. Sasuke. Sasuke. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? It's scary. Others also sensed something was wrong, stopping their conversations and looking warily this way. Sasuke completely ignored the presence of others. He stepped in front of Naruto, his overwhelming pressure causing Naruto to instinctively take a step back. Naruto. Sasuke's voice was terrifyingly deep as he ordered. Give me your phone. Huh? Why? Naruto looked bewildered, instinctively hiding his phone behind him. Bring out Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's request was straightforward as he fixed his gaze on Naruto. Now immediately. Bring out Uchiha Itachi. Naruto was even more perplexed, but then he reacted, displaying an exaggerated expression of rejection. What a joke, Sasuke. That guy is super hard to pull. And I've been saving coins for a long time to buy. You're out of coins. Of course it's not enough. There are so many new ninjas now, and the little I've saved is hardly enough. Naruto looked despondent, lamenting his small savings. Sasuke seemed to have anticipated this answer, and without hesitation he pulled out a heavy wallet from his ninja gear pouch. Smack! The wallet was slammed heavily on the table in front of Naruto. Use this, Sasuke declared decisively. Pay to win. Keep drawing until you get it. The crowd was collectively petrified, staring wide-eyed at the hefty wallet on the table, and then at Sasuke's face, which was filled with the expression of, if you don't draw, I'll make you pay. Sasuke, are you crazy? Naruto pointed at the money bag. So much money. Just to draw Uchiha Itachi from a game. You don't need to splurge like this. And you already have Itachi. Stop talking nonsense. Sasuke's patience was clearly exhausted. If I tell you to draw, then draw. Or do you want me to beat you up here first? Ugh. Damn it. Naruto looked at Sasuke's face, which seemed ready to explode at any moment, and then at the enticing coins on the table. In the end, he begrudgingly chose the latter between getting beaten and becoming a cash cow. With a mournful face, Naruto picked up his phone, his fingers trembling, as he opened the recharge screen. I got it. I'll draw. Is that okay? Damn you, Sasuke. However, just as Naruto was hesitating to recharge, a flicker of impatience flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Before Naruto could react, Sasuke snatched Naruto's phone away. Hey! What are you doing, Sasuke? Naruto exclaimed. Too slow. The number of coins on the screen skyrocketed. V15. Naruto's eyes nearly bulged out. Sasuke. My account. Sasuke ignored him, returned the phone to Naruto, picked up his own phone, and opened the Wish Treasure interface targeting Uchiha Sasuke Curse Seal. Come forth, Wish Treasure. Uchiha Sasuke Curse Seal recruited successfully. Humph, now that's more like it, Sasuke murmured. Only then did Sasuke turn his gaze to the petrified Naruto beside him and the phone in Naruto's hand displaying the account after spending money. Now draw your Itachi, Sasuke commanded. Draw. Itachi. Naruto looked at the overwhelming number of coins on his account. Hurry up, Sasuke urged. Naruto started operating on his phone. Deidara recruited successfully. Huh. Naruto was taken aback. Sasuke frowned. Continue. Minato Namikaze recruited successfully. Naruto looked at the figures on the screen, feeling complicated. Sasuke's face had turned as black as a pot's bottom. He snatched Naruto's phone. I'll do it. Sasuke personally took over his fingers, spending money like burning paper, frantically clicking for a 10 draw. Once. Twice. 3 times. Just as Sasuke's patience was about to run out, considering whether to beat up Naruto to vent his frustration, Uchiha Itachi recruited successfully. Phew. Sasuke tossed the phone back to Naruto. You got it out. Naruto held the phone, gazing at the Itachi that had cost Sasuke a fortune and compromised his account's integrity. Finally got it out. Get familiar with his skills first. Sasuke looked down at the Uchiha Sasuke Curse Seal on his phone. Especially the timing and range of the basic attacks and skill releases. In 10 minutes, unknown in the training ground. Just use Itachi. After speaking, Sasuke ignored Naruto. He opened the ninja training feature on his phone, selecting the recently acquired Uchiha Sasuke Curse Seal. Let me see how strong this power can be. Basic attack 1A, 2A, normal push 3A, knock up 4A, increases airborne float, then can connect a series of 4A in the air totaling 8A. 1A can infinitely push forward in 2 segments, 3A is relatively stable. First skill, fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, leaps into the air shooting multiple fireballs to the ground, has sweeping effect. Yaxis range is large, skills can be used in the air, and the aerial range is further expanded. After releasing skills, as long as you are in the air, you can connect basic attacks in the air. Second skill, Gale Bullet, quickly dashes forward, knocking the enemy back and sending them airborne. After dashing, you can connect basic attacks in the air. Can be released in the air with sweeping effect when released in the air. Ultimate Thousand Birds Cry, charges forward after gathering power to knock the enemy airborne, releasing in the air, diving to attack the ground ahead. Basic attack skills and ultimate are divided into 2 sets, ground and air. Naruto unknown. Sasuke looked at Naruto. Wait, I haven't finished looking at the skills. Naruto felt a bit intimidated by Sasuke's gaze. Alright, unknown. Uchiha Itachi PS Peak Chakra Sage Monkey. vs. Uchiha Sasuke Curse Seal Flame Bullet Slug. At the start, Naruto controlled Itachi to maneuver. Trying to escape. Sasuke released the first skill, Phoenix Fire technique, with fireballs dominating the field. Naruto had already predicted the landing point of the fireballs. Itachi maneuvered to dodge them while unleashing the second skill, Shadow Clone Explosion. The clone accurately appeared at the landing spot of Cursed Seal Sasuke. Boom! A loud explosion sent Curse Seal Sasuke flying. Before Curse Seal Sasuke could get up, Itachi followed up with Amaterasu, the black flames, ensnaring him, forcing him to use a substitution. Damn it! Sasuke controlled Curse Seal Sasuke to use the second skill, Gale Bullet, attempting to dash at Itachi. Naruto immediately summoned the Sage Monkey to forcibly interrupt Curse Seal Sasuke's skill and send him airborne. Then Itachi seamlessly connected 5 basic attacks, and after finishing the final blow he unleashed the ultimate Tsukuyomi. After Tsukuyomi ended, Itachi released Amaterasu, sweeping and knocking Cursed Seal Sasuke away. After Amaterasu ended, Itachi used Shadow Clone Explosion to hit Cursed Seal Sasuke. Naruto immediately used the Secret Scroll Chakra and then unleashed Tsukuyomi. The Genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be escaped. In the first round, the match ended with Uchiha Itachi's victory. The text on the screen stung Sasuke's eyes, and the knuckles of his fingers gripping the phone turned white from the strain. Naruto looked at the victory sign on his screen and then glanced at Sasuke's face, which was as dark as a pot's bottom. Ha! Ha! Naruto chuckled awkwardly twice, trying to ease the tension. Well, Sasuke, you see Itachi's skills are pretty useful. Shut up, dead lass. Sasuke suddenly looked up, stepped forward, and snatched Naruto's phone without giving him a chance to react. Hey! Sasuke! What are you doing? Give me back my phone! Naruto shouted as he lunged at him. Sasuke used his arm to block Naruto and quickly operated on the screen. Quit the game, Sasuke said coldly. Huh? Quit. Quit. Naruto looked at Sasuke's actions, bewildered. What are you doing? Are you taking my phone because I lost? Sasuke ignored Naruto's protests and quickly exited the game. Log back in, Sasuke commanded, shoving the phone back into Naruto's hands. Naruto held the mobile phone he had regained, looking at Sasuke's face, which was filled with a message that read, "If you don't comply, you die." Feeling both angry and intimidated. Log in again. And then, what do you want to do? Ani unknown. Sasuke uttered 2 words, his gaze firmly locked onto Naruto. Let's fight again. Fight again. Naruto nearly jumped up. Didn't we just finish? And you lost. You lost to me. Hey damn Sasuke, you can't be a sore loser, can you? Less nonsense. Sasuke completely lost his patience, grabbing Naruto by the collar and pulling them closer. If I tell you to log in, then log in. This time change the secret scroll. Change the secret scroll. Naruto was taken aback, finally understanding that Sasuke had snatched the phone to exit the game for this reason. Change to what secret scroll? The chakra was working perfectly. If I tell you to change, then change. Sasuke released Naruto and said, The chakra is too overpowered, it allows you to unleash your ultimate skills so quickly. Naruto looked at Sasuke, whose expression was a mix of reluctance over the lost obsession with Itachi and an almost obsessive determination to win back what he had lost. He knew Sasuke too well. This guy was like a stubborn bull, provoked and eager to reclaim his lost pride. Got it. Change. Naruto sighed in resignation as he logged back into the game, muttering softly. Seriously, it's just a game. Is it really necessary? You were so crazy when spending money to draw for ninjas, but when you lose you blame the secret scroll. What did you say? Sasuke narrowed his eyes dangerously. Nothing. Naruto hurriedly operated the phone and swiftly changed the secret scroll from chakra to earthquake after re-entering the battle preparation screen. Changed it. Naruto showed the phone screen to Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at it, confirmed it was correct, and relaxed just a little. He picked up his phone again and selected Uchiha Sasuke Curse Seal once more. Ready. Sasuke was filled with an absolute thirst for victory in the next match. This time I won't let you succeed. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who was determined not to give up until he won back his pride, and then glanced at his phone screen, which had the force change of the secret scroll for Itachi. He sighed helplessly and pressed the ready button. Uchiha Itachi Earthquake Toad Sage vs Uchiha Sasuke Curse Seal Scatter Kamaitachi. Round 1 battle begins. Sasuke learned from the previous match and did not recklessly ascend at the start. He cautiously maneuvered Curse Seal Sasuke, searching for Naruto's flaws. Naruto had changed his secret scroll this time. His strategy would definitely change, and he could not be easily predicted like last time. Tail end, don't think you can catch me easily this time. Sasuke's fingers swiped across the screen, maneuvering Curse Seal Sasuke for slight axis movements, trying to confuse Naruto. However, Naruto behaved unusually. His Itachi did not rush to attack, but instead took on a seemingly erratic yet exceptionally tricky positioning at the edge of the map. sometimes rushing forward as a feint, sometimes pulling back abruptly. His steps were erratic, making it difficult for Sasuke to accurately lock onto his position. And trying to delay time with movement. Naive. Sasuke's patience was exhausted. He seized a moment, when Naruto seemed to retreat, and decisively unleashed his second skill, Swift Wind Bomb. Curse Seal. Sasuke lunged towards Itachi. Just as the Swift Wind Bomb was about to hit Itachi, Naruto's finger swiped across the screen. The secret scroll activated. Earthquake. What? The lunging Curse Seal. Sasuke's action was abruptly interrupted. The shockwave not only interrupted the skill but also put Curse Seal Sasuke into a brief state of rigidity, lifting him slightly off the ground. The timing was perfect. Got you! Naruto's Itachi moved forward while unleashing Earthquake. In that moment he unhesitatingly activated Itachi's second skill, Shadow Clone Explosion. Boom! The explosion sent Curse Seal Sasuke flying. Damn! Substitute! Sasuke immediately pressed the substitute key the moment Curse Seal Sasuke was blasted away. Curse Seal Sasuke's figure disappeared in the explosion's smoke, reappearing not far behind Itachi. This time let's see how you dodge. Sasuke pointed his finger at the first skill. He aimed to cover the area in midair with Fire Phoenix technique before Naruto could summon Amaterasu. Curse Seal Sasuke soared into the air, preparing to spit fireballs down. However, it seemed that Naruto had already predicted Sasuke's actions after the substitution. At the moment Sasuke's substitute disappeared and Curse Seal Sasuke reappeared, Naruto's Itachi strangely made a retreating step in advance, dodging Sasuke's fireball, repositioning and unleashing Amaterasu. After Curse Seal Sasuke landed, Naruto activated the secret scroll again. Earthquake! This is impossible! Sasuke was filled with both anger and surprise. It's not over yet. Naruto, riding on his momentum, refused to let up. His Itachi immediately followed up with normal attacks after unleashing Earthquake. 1A, 2A, 1A, 2A, 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A. Shadow Clone Explosion. Earthquake. Summoning Toad Sage. Naruto unhesitatingly summoned the Summoning Beast. Itachi released Amaterasu again during the intervals of Toad Sage's attack. It's over, Sasuke. Naruto pressed the ultimate skill key heavily. Tsukuyomi. The illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be escaped. Round 1 battle concluded. Uchiha Itachi wins. Silence. The air in the mobile phone store seemed to freeze. Only the sound effect of the battle ending echoed from the phone. Sasuke stared fiercely at the fallen Curse Seal Sasuke on his screen, slowly raising his head to look at the proudly standing Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's breathing became heavy, his fingers gripping the phone trembled violently from excessive force, the joints creaking under the strain. He lost, and this time it was even worse than last time. He was toyed with by that tail end, using his Earthquake secret scroll like a monkey in the palm of his hand. In the end he was finished off with Itachi's ultimate skill. Oh, my foolish little brother! Bam! A piercing explosion suddenly sounded. All of Sasuke's anger, humiliation, and unwillingness erupted at that moment. He violently threw the phone he was holding to the ground. The phone screen instantly filled with web-like cracks, the body even bounced slightly, with parts seemingly splattering out. You are not allowed to use Itachi! Sasuke almost roared, his voice filled with extreme anger. He suddenly turned to Naruto, his eyes completely transformed into the Three-Damo Sharingan. Uncontrolled chakra overflowed from his body, forming a small whirlwind. From now on, you are not allowed to use Itachi to fight me. Naruto shivered in fear, instinctively clutching his phone tightly to his chest. Looking at the shattered phone remnants on the ground that were still vibrating slightly, and then at Sasuke, who seemed ready to explode with rage, he opened his mouth to say something. In the end he could only swallow hard, suppressing words like, "You can't take a loss," and, "The phone is expensive." Sasuke took out 10,000 taels to purchase a new phone. Naruto looked at Sasuke's back, waiting for the new phone as if nothing was wrong, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This guy. Really? Naruto mumbled softly, recalling Sasuke's roar of, "No more using Itachi." He felt a lingering fear. And it's Dad's ninja. He opened the ninja training feature in the game and selected Namikaze Minato. Let me see what Dad's ninja can do. Naruto focused his mind and began to carefully study the skill descriptions. Suddenly Naruto's phone emitted a white light, and then both Naruto and his phone disappeared from the store. Everyone in the phone store was astonished. Kakashi, gather some people and search for Naruto in the village. Well, stay here at the phone store, Jiraiya said. The setting sun bathed the ninja training ground in gold. This is the Konoha training ground. Naruto opened his eyes and saw a golden figure materializing in the light. Dad? Namica's Minato smiled and threw a trident kunai to Naruto. Give it a try, this is my fighting style. Naruto gripped the kunai, mimicking Minato's stance, but during the third part of the basic attack the shuriken slipped from his hand. It thudded into a tree trunk, startling a flock of birds. Damn! Dad's basic attack looks so simple. The shuriken landed precisely where Minato had inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique. Watch closely. Minato demonstrated with a body flicker, throwing the kunai. The kunai traced a golden line in the air as he appeared behind the target. Naruto's eyes widened as he swung his arm. The instant the kunai struck the wooden target, he felt an invisible rope pulling him, triggering a rapid 5-hit combo. Naruto stumbled as he finished the combo but shouted excitedly. Space-time ninjutsu is so cool. It's 1,000 times more thrilling than Shadow Clone Jutsu, I tell you. Minato suddenly formed a hand seal and sharp earth spears shot up from the ground. Naruto instinctively activated his second skill, Godspeed, as the earth spear brushed past his hair. Naruto exclaimed in shock. It felt like I turned into light just now. He didn't realize he had unconsciously released the skill. Minato smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying, Naruto, crisis intuition is a ninja's instinct. When Minato signaled to release the secret technique, Naruto gathered a Rasengan but lost control, his body shooting forward. The first part of Space-Time Rasengan sent the wooden target flying into the air, and during the second part of the follow-up, the Rasengan collided with the Rasengan that Minato released simultaneously. In the chakra storm, Naruto saw his father with a smile on his lips. This move should be completed by me alone, but with you. Minato's voice drowned in the hurricane, but Naruto understood his lip movements. It's more meaningful. As the technique dissipated, the training ground was left in ruins. Naruto gasped for breath, looking up at Minato. Dad's ninjutsu requires precise calculations, right? Minato gently placed a hand on his shoulder and chuckled. The Flying Thunder God is essentially a protective technique. When you truly wish to protect someone, time and space will naturally make way for you. Naruto looked down at the chakra residue in his palms, suddenly grabbing the kunai and charging toward a new wooden target. Let's do it again. I want Sasuke to experience the true space-time ninjutsu. Before the sun completely sank, Minato transformed into golden specks of light and vanished. Naruto shouted at the empty training ground. Next time we meet, I will fight to the last moment using your way. The night wind lifted Naruto's clothes and a Flying Thunder God kunai quietly hung on his ninja pouch. Longing will bring reunion, that is the answer beyond time left by his father. I have something to protect even at the cost of my life. A flash of white light appeared and Naruto returned to the phone store. Naruto! Several voices filled with astonishment, worry, and relief almost simultaneously sounded. The moment Naruto's figure appeared, Sasuke nearly dropped the brand new phone he had just received. You brat! Where did you run off to? You just vanished. You scared me to death. Jiraiya's voice was filled with reproach, but more so with relief. I am fine. Perverted sage. Naruto raised his head, excitement still lingering on his face along with a hint of daze. I saw him. I saw the fourth Hokage. What? Sakura gasped, thinking she misheard. Sasuke's brows furrowed instantly, his gaze fixed on Naruto. Naruto did not immediately explain, but slowly raised his tightly clenched right hand. Under the bright lights of the phone store, the uniquely shaped trident kunai engraved with complex symbols was revealed to everyone. This was given to me by the fourth Hokage. Naruto's voice trembled slightly. I practiced the skills of Namica's Minato in the virtual Konoha training ground. Flying Thunder God and Rasengan. All eyes were focused on the kunai and Naruto. Jiraiya's astonishment slowly faded, replaced by nostalgia and relief. He fell silent for a few seconds, placing a large hand on Naruto's head. How does it feel to see your father? Not bad, right? Jiraiya's mouth curled into a warm smile. He didn't need to explain much, this unique kunai had already said it all. Naruto nodded vigorously, his throat a bit choked. Yeah. It's amazing. Dad is super strong. The fourth Hokage. Sakura looked at Naruto, then at the legendary Flying Thunder God Kunai. The overwhelming information left her mind in chaos. Naruto, are you saying that the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is your father? At first she only doubted it, but this time she finally connected the hero from the Nine Tails Night with her companion, who was always boisterous and shouting to become Hokage. Sasuke looked at Naruto, and then at the kunai symbolizing the yellow flash. That guy who was always clumsy, relying on shadow clones and mouth jutsu, had the blood of a Hokage flowing in his veins. Although Sasuke had long been mentally prepared, hearing Naruto say it out loud still shocked him. Boring. Sasuke pursed his lips tightly. The silent observer Ōnoki stroked his beard, understanding in his heart, murmuring, "So it's true." The atmosphere in the phone store turned subtle and tense, with surprised, confused, and complex gazes intertwining on Naruto. Feeling the gazes of everyone, especially Sasuke's complicated stare, Naruto tightened his grip on the kunai. He lifted his head, looking at Sasuke with a confident yet slightly provocative smile. "Hey Sasuke. Is your new phone ready?" Naruto shook his phone. "This time no Itachi. I'll use my dad's ninja. Let's have a proper match. Let you witness the true power of an class ninja." I wouldn't want anything less, you bottom feeder." Sasuke's finger slid across the new phone screen. "This time I will completely shatter your boring fantasies." The phone screen lit up, reflecting two equally young faces filled with determination. Minato Namikaze Scatter Blue Serpent vs. Deidara Lightning Strike Mirage. Round 1 begins. Both fighters open with cautious probing. "You damn Sasuke, take this." Naruto, controlling Minato, activates his second technique, Divine Speed, and surges diagonally along the axis toward Deidara. But Sasuke anticipates the move. Deidara lands a standard attack. The clay bird detonates precisely where Minato's teleportation lands. Too slow, dead last. Deidara ascends and swiftly taps his first technique, Rug Bombardment, releasing 6 spider-like constructs to constrict Minato's movement. Minato is forced to activate his first technique, Flying Thunder God, with a short tap to retreat, yet the spiders still strike him. After Minato's substitution clone is forced out by the spiders, he advances toward Deidara and unleashes the Secret Scroll Scatter, but Sasuke preemptively activates the Secret Scroll Lightning Strike, striking Minato directly. Both rise and continue repositioning. Sasuke's Deidara maintains aerial dominance, raining down explosive clade birds to wear Minato down. Minato activates his second technique, Divine Speed, first segment to evade vertically, but the second segment, a forward lunge, is intercepted by Deidara's second technique, Clay Taka, and sent flying. After substituting, Minato executes 3 rapid strikes, then instantly channels his first technique, Flying Thunder God, with a long press, launching a high arc kunai to knock Deidara from the sky. He follows with a 3-hit combo, but Deidara, protected midair from impact, lands safely and immediately counters with lightning strike, striking Minato once more. Sasuke's gaze sharpens. He slams the summoning key, releasing a clam-shaped seal. Deidara ascends and unleashes his first technique, Rug Bombardment, swarming spiders poised to flush out Minato's substitution. Substitute! Naruto roars. Emerging from substitution, driven by fierce determination, he instinctively presses the standard attack, striking Deidara and launching into a 5-hit combo, yet miscalculates the distance. The final kick strikes only empty air. Deidara substitutes and deploys his second technique, Clay Taka, riding the clay bird upward in a vertical charge, pinning Minato against the corner of the wall. Then Sasuke instantly activates his ultimate technique, C3, engulfing the screen in blinding fire as Minato's health bar plummets to 0. Art is an explosion. Round 1 ends, Deidara emerges victorious. Sasuke slowly lowers his overheated phone, a glint of quiet triumph flashing in his eyes as he lifts his gaze toward Naruto. Naruto slams his fist onto the table. "Damn you, Sasuke. I'll absolutely crush your pathetic bird with my next shinobi. You'd better watch out." Sasuke lets out a faint disdainful chuckle. "Dead last, the skies are the true battlefield. Your ground-based dashes crumble helplessly before absolute aerial supremacy." Their banter, and the clamor of the mobile shop, are but ripples on the surface of a vast gathering storm across the shinobi world. Meanwhile, far away in Kumogakure, a tempest stirs within the Reikige's office. Boom! A desk shatters into dust. Forth Reikige, his hair and beard bristling with fury, radiates uncontrolled lightning, release chakra outward from his body. "What did you say?" Say it again, now. The Raikage roar shakes Mabui, his secretary, so violently hurriers ring. Mabui grits her teeth against the onslaught and repeats. Raikage-sama, according to the latest intelligence from our covert operatives stationed along national borders and major trade routes, abnormal personnel movements have been detected. 4th Kazakage Rashi recently arrived in Konoha. 3rd Tsuchikage Ōnoki also departed Iwagakure under the pretext of a private visit, traveling with a lean entourage, his destination likewise Konoha. Moreover, though Kirigakure deployed no cage-level figure AO, the trusted aide of Elder Yuhi and head of diplomatic affairs, has entered Konoha with a highly skilled compact unit. All movements were executed with exceptional discretion, yet their objectives align with uncanny precision. Rashi, Ōnoki, and that wily old fox AO from Kirigakure. Fury and suspicion burn in the Raikage's eyes. Could it be? Could all 4 nations be secretly colluding to unite against Kumogakure? What kind of bewitching elixir has Konoha fed them? A profound sense of crisis grips the Raikage. Simultaneous clandestine visits by the Kages, or their highest-ranking envoys, from Sunigakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. This is no ordinary diplomacy. Recalling recent hazy rumors circulating across the shinobi world, that Konoha had acquired some extraordinary new shinobi tool, the Raikage suspicion surges to its peak. Mabui. The Raikage whirls around sharply. Immediately, dispatch agents to Konoha. Not petty foot soldiers, real operatives capable of uncovering core intelligence. Send hate. His sensory prowess and sharp intellect make him ideal. He must determine what Konoha is truly scheming, and why these figures have gathered. Is this a conspiracy aimed squarely at Kumogakure? Yes, Raikage-sama. Mabui bows and vanishes swiftly beyond the doorway. Raikage stands alone amid the wreckage of his office, gazing out at the churning sea of clouds beyond the window, his expression dark and ominous. Konoha, silent for so many years since Minato Namake's death, could it truly be preparing to unleash something earth-shattering once more? Iwagakure, Akatsuki Base. Inside the damped shadowed tower, projections of Akatsuki's core members flicker into place one by one. Conan's voice breaks the silence. According to precise intelligence from our informant embedded within Konoha's Chunin exams, Konoha has indeed acquired an unprecedented shinobi tool. Conan raises her hand. The same device held by Naruto and Sasuke floats above her palm, its screen glowing softly. This object is called a mobile phone. Conan continues tapping lightly on the screen, opening a familiar icon. One of its core functions is an application titled Naruto Mobile Game. And within this application, Conan's tone grows grave. Detailed intelligence on several of our members is meticulously recorded. On the screen, the Akatsuki Shinobi Encyclopedia appears unmistakably: Uchiha Itachi Kisame Hashigaki Daidara Kakuzu, complete with official portraits, skill descriptions, and ultimate technique names. Even individuals not yet affiliated with Akatsuki, but designated within the game's lore as Akatsuki aligned, such as Haiden and Tobi, appear in the roster. More notably, Conan swipes her finger across the screen, opening the adventure mode interface. The latest story update reveals. She turns the screen toward the others. On it, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki, clad in black robes adorned with crimson clouds, stand within Konoha village. Itachi and Kisame will soon travel to Konoha. Kakuzu's voice carries grim disbelief. Impossible. No such mission exists in our current plans. Kakuzu cares little for matters beyond wealth, but such unnerving precision in prediction unsettles him deeply. Fascinating. Sasori's voice emanates from within Hirako. This tool, or its creator, knows us intimately. Deidara grins with evident excitement. My art is documented too. Ha! Clearly my art has earned universal recognition. Kisame bares his teeth in a wide grin, glancing sidelong at the silent Uchiha Itachi. Heh. Mr. Itachi, it seems we're partners in this game after all. Though being spoiled on our itinerary feels rather strange. Prophecy or trap? Payne's voice resonates through the vast hall. Regardless of this mobile phone's nature, the fragments of future it reveals demand our utmost vigilance. Konoha appears to be grasping for power beyond conventional understanding. He pauses, then addresses two figures directly. Itachi. Kisame. Yes, they reply in unison. Since the game foretells your journey to Konoha, you will follow that script and go there. The mobile game. Ninja Konoha Epic, developed by Natsume, is a global sensation, yet few are aware that the true Naruto world lies hidden behind its backend. As the game is about to shut down the moment he presses the final update button, the entire Hidden Leaf Village tears through the sky, descending upon Tokyo. Looking at the panicked players and the bewildered Naruto, Natsume smiled slightly. "Welcome to the real world, ninjas." At that moment his phone suddenly received a message. "Abnormal data detected, beginning formatting. Sender Otsutsuki Clan. Ninja Konoha Epics." Maintenance announcement hangs at the top of the official game website like a cold obituary, and it has been there for an entire week. The glass door of Natsume's mobile shop isolates the bustling neon lights and noise of Shinjuku, leaving only the dull hum of machines and the faint sound of air conditioning passing over the display cabinets inside. Natsume sat behind the counter, his fingertips unconsciously gliding over the announcement on the tablet screen while his gaze fell outside into the colorful urban night unfocused. It's the last day. This mobile game, which consumed his passion and miraculously swept the globe, has finally reached its end. The game of capital has never lingered on past glories. The server will shut down promptly at midnight tonight, and a world is about to silently collapse into a piece of neglected code within a database. But he knew that it was not merely a heap of code. He stood up, passing through the display shelves filled with various models of phones and tablets, pushing open the inconspicuous small door to the storage room behind. Inside there were no clutter, only a small server array glowing dimly in the dark, countless indicator lights flickering like breathing. The air was filled with the unique warmth of electronic components. This was the true and only core backend of Konoha Epic, an independent root server that belonged solely to him apart from the operators. The bluish light from the screen reflected on his calm face. The complex data streams of the backend resembled a rushing river, with countless commands interweaving and traversing, constructing and maintaining an incredibly real yet virtual world. He could retrieve the real-time status of any NPC, examine the details of every inch of the map, and even hear the sounds of wind, flowing water, and the sharp sound of shurikens piercing through the air, inadvertently captured through players' microphones. Those sounds were too real, so real that they often caused him to awaken at midnight, momentarily thinking he was standing atop Konoha's watchtower, gazing down at the village burning with will. He moved the mouse, the cursor hovering over a red button that had never been clicked before. Final update: the will of fire endures forever. The official version's shutdown meant nothing to him, the true creator. As long as he willed it, this independent server could keep that world running indefinitely until the end of time. Moreover, he could do even more. A nearly mad thought had been swirling in his heart for years now, breaking free like a beast from its cage, completely seizing him. Why should that world only exist within data streams and screen light? Why should those vibrant wills, burning blood and protective vows, only be a virtual illusion? He wanted a more real feedback. His fingertips fell, resolutely pressing the enter key. There was no anticipated earth-shattering event. The hum of the server array suddenly rose sharply, becoming piercing and urgent, all indicator lights flashing wildly, red, green, and yellow spots spinning madly in the cramped room, fragmenting his face into interwoven light and shadow. The data stream on the screen went completely out of control, transforming into a dizzying green waterfall that poured down frantically. Meanwhile, outside the store, an anomaly suddenly erupted in the Tokyo night sky. A thin purplish-red crack silently tore through the dark sky, as if God had carelessly sliced the canvas with the tip of a knife. The crack rapidly expanded, spreading and intertwining in an instant, covering a vast expanse of sky, forming a gigantic whirlpool that twisted and turned. At the center of the whirlpool was an unfathomable darkness, a thunderous rumble echoing from within, oppressively causing hearts to stop. The crowd on the streets of Shinjuku stood frozen, gazing up at the sky, their faces filled with astonishment and confusion. Traffic immediately ground to a halt, with piercing honks rising and falling. In the next moment, a colossal object slowly descended from the center of the whirlpool. First, a massive Hokage rock faced the dignified visages of past Hokages, breaking through the clouds, the rock's edges reflecting a bizarre sheen under the city's neon lights. Next came the traditional tiled roofs, towering watchtowers, and lush green canopies. The entire Hidden Leaf Village, along with the land beneath it, was forcefully squeezed into the sky above Tokyo like a miracle. Inside the village of Konoha, it was a scene of chaos. The ground trembled violently, houses shook, and in the ninja school's training ground, Sakura smashed a training post with a punch, sending it flying into the air. In the mission hall, Tsunade suddenly stood up, knocking over the sake on the table, soaking the mission documents without even noticing. In the Hokage office, the copy of Ika paradise. And Kakashi's hand fell to the ground with a thud and he instantly appeared at the window, his Sharingan spinning wildly, staring intently at the completely unfamiliar skyline of steel and glass illuminated by dazzling lights. In Ichiraku ramen, Naruto Uzumaki was slurping down his 10th bowl of ramen for the day, contentedly rubbing his belly. The sudden violent shaking nearly caused him to plunge headfirst into the broth. Perverted sage! Did you do something strange again? He instinctively shouted, only to realize that Jiraiya was not beside him. Dazed, he rushed out of the ramen shop, completely frozen in place by the scene before him. The familiar Hokage rock was still there, but below the rock face there were no longer the streets and forests of Konoha, but countless never-before-seen eerily glowing square boxes, skyscrapers, as well as iron shells, cars crawling on the ground, and a crowd of strange dressed people pointing at the sky and screaming in terror. Naruto's brain completely crashed, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. What? What is this new illusion? More absurd than Sakura's punches. At that moment a calm voice echoed through some incredible amplification method, clearly resonating in the ears of the countless frightened lives in both worlds. Welcome to the real world, ninjas! Natsume had unknowingly stepped out of the mobile shop, standing in the middle of the street, slightly tilting his head to gaze at the incredible sight in the sky, looking at those familiar yet strange figures standing at the edge of Konoha, also looking down. The neon lights of the city flowed across his face, and a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, like an artist who had finally completed his lifelong masterpiece, calmly appreciating the madness he had crafted with his own hands, overturning everything. In the chaotic streets, a sharp-eyed player recognized him. It's Boss Natsume, the prototype for the ultimate Easter egg NPC mysterious planner in Konoha Epic. What is he saying? What's going on? The game has become real. Waves of exclamation, screams, and doubts surged in, but Natsume seemed unfazed. His gaze crossed the barrier of space, briefly intersecting with the astonished faces of several powerful figures on the Hokage rock. However, just as the chaotic creation reached its peak, his phone in his pocket suddenly lit up. There was no ringtone, no vibration, only a line of cold white text that appeared abruptly on the lock screen, exuding an undeniable aura of destruction. Abnormal data overflow detected, integrity of dimensional barriers compromised. According to the highest protocol, beginning formatting procedure. Sender Otsutsuki clan. The starry wallpaper in the background was being rapidly eroded and deleted, transforming into the most thorough void of black. The smile on Natsume's face instantly froze. The cold touch from his fingertip penetrated through the phone's shell, instantly drilling into his marrow. The countdown to formatting was silent, yet overwhelmed the roaring sound of the entire world.